The story opened with the protagonist completely absorbed in a video game, where a sinister skeleton faced a knight and declared that he alone was worthy to stand as his true rival. The skeleton went on to say that the rumors had not been exaggerated at all, and that the name Nightmare of the Continent fit the knight far too well. Even so, he declared that as long as the power of light remained on their side, they would never bow their heads or give up. Han Song-hyun watched and thought to himself that the scene really did feel like a clash between a dreadful immortal king and a noble knight blessed by light. He took another sip of soda and muttered that their whole showdown felt a little too dramatic. Still, he let it pass, figuring that was just how these performances were meant to be. But how had his life even turned into this? And that miserable guy hiding in a closet, watching everything from the sidelines, that was him too. While he was still lost in that thought, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Outside stood a staff member holding a pen and a sheet of paper. He introduced himself as being from the Relocation and Investigation Department of the Special Ability Control Bureau and asked whether Han Song-hyun was home. The protagonist quickly answered with an oddly eager look on his face. The employee explained that his identity check was complete and told him that if he ever awakened, he needed to report it to the Special Ability Control Bureau immediately. Han Song-hyun realized, with a strange feeling, that this was the first conversation he had had with a stranger in half a year. Now that it was over, he casually thought that he probably would not have to open the door again for another 6 months. It had already been 2 full years since he last went outside. To some people, that alone would have made him look hopelessly pathetic. Others would probably say he was weak or that he simply lacked the will to keep going. But to him, he was just another victim of a world that had gone horribly wrong. Then, all at once, something on the TV news pulled his eyes toward the screen. A reporter was saying that firefighters were struggling to contain a blaze inside a shopping mall. According to the report, the one who set the fire was an awakened person who committed arson before being transferred to another world. Han Song-hyun stared at the screen, frozen for a moment, as the words awakened person echoed in his mind. Not too long before that, people around the world had started awakening one after another, suddenly gaining mysterious abilities that came to be known as special powers. Once someone awakened, they were inevitably dragged into another world within 24 hours and could only return after fulfilling certain conditions there. The problem was that almost no one ever made it back alive. Driven by panic and despair, many awakened people ended up committing pointless crimes before the moment came for them to disappear. 2 years earlier, a thoughtless prank committed by one of those awakened people had taken both Han Song-hyun's family and one of his legs from him. He had tried, at least once, to gather himself and begin again, but every effort felt empty from the start. There had even been a time when he sat on a rehabilitation machine, forcing himself to train his damaged legs. In the end, he only sagged down in exhaustion and asked himself what any of it was supposed to accomplish. Why was he this terrified of going outside in the first place? Maybe, just maybe, if he could push himself a little harder, something in his life might finally begin to change. Maybe he could actually leave this room and go somewhere else, anywhere at all. At that exact moment, a translucent system window suddenly appeared above his head. Across it flashed a message, dimensional distortion detected. Connection to the Akasha system in progress. Then another line appeared. Awakening of a unique skill. The unique skill avatar had been awakened, and immediately a countdown began ticking down. 24 hours remained before he would be sent to another world. Han Song-hyun cried out in horror, shouting that this had to be some kind of joke. How could something like this happen so suddenly, without any warning at all? The system window responded with a warning. If he failed to enter the travel portal within the time limit, the transition would be carried out by force. Face full of panic, Han Song-hyun yanked open his closet door. He remembered hearing that people usually needed about a year to return to Earth, and because time moved 10 times slower in the other world, that meant surviving there for 10 unbearable years just to come back. Before long, the protagonist stood in front of the glowing portal, dressed in full gear, his whole body stiff with nerves. The system window coldly informed him that only 3 minutes remained until the transition. Clutching his head in panic, Han Song-hyun thought, I can barely bring myself to step outside like a normal person, and now there's a portal right in front of me. I have no strength, no real skills, So how am I supposed to survive in some other world? Then, in the middle of that fear, he suddenly remembered the unique skill he had just awakened. Han Songhyun shouted with forced determination, "Activate the avatar skill." In that instant, a clone appeared before him. He staggered backward in shock and gasped out, "That's me?" As he stared at it, he realized the face was an exact copy of his own. Even stranger, the clone seemed to see exactly what he saw, as if the two of them were sharing one set of eyes. "This is making me dizzy," Han Songhyun muttered as he tried to move, while controlling the avatar at the same time. It quickly dawned on him that he could not properly act in sync with the clone at all. Just then, the system window chimed once more, announcing that only 1 minute remained until the transition. It repeated that if he did not step into the portal, he would be moved by force. In utter desperation, Han Songhyun collapsed forward against the avatar's chest. "This avatar is completely useless," he groaned under his breath. "Just like me. If only someone else could go in my place instead." Then, driven by a sudden reckless thought, Han Songhyun sent the avatar walking toward the portal. The system window immediately acknowledged the awakened individual's identity and announced that the transition process had begun. As he watched the avatar disappear into the portal, Han Songhyun cried out in sheer disbelief. It actually worked. The transfer portal had accepted the avatar in his place, not him, and the system window soon updated to confirm that the move to the Auterica dimension was complete. A moment later, Han Songhyun found himself staring out at a thick, unfamiliar forest. His heart immediately started pounding. The one who was supposed to be there was the avatar, not him. "Why am I here?" he thought in alarm. But before panic could fully take over, the system gave him an explanation. It stated that he could return to Earth by using the return option available in the Karma store. The problem was that karma could only be earned through adventures, and right now his karma balance was still 0. Han Songhyun's vision suddenly swayed and blurred. Realizing he was not actually standing in the forest but only seeing through the avatar's eyes, he cried out that he was going to throw up. The nausea hit him all at once, and he snapped awake back at home, rushing straight to the sink to vomit. After a short while, he let out a shaky breath of relief. "At least I made it through the transfer," he muttered. Then, steadying himself, Han Songhyun spoke again with a more focused look. "Summon the avatar here." The double appeared in front of him, and as it walked closer, the protagonist stared at it in frustration and demanded to know what he was even supposed to do with such a useless skill. Just then, a new system window popped up and announced that he had accomplished something extraordinary by returning to Earth without using the Karma store. As a special reward, he was granted the ability to open a portal once per day and teleport back to the place he had previously left. On top of that, his karma had also increased. Han Songhyun stood there in complete disbelief as it sank in that he had become the first awakened person ever to return to Earth this quickly. Then the system window showed him the total. 1,910,213 karma points. His jaw fell open. Was it really possible to receive that much karma just for sending the avatar through? With that single move, he had gained an amount of points equal to what would normally take 10 whole years to earn. The system explained that karma was awarded according to a person's influence in another world. Good deeds, evil acts, killing, or simple hard work all counted the same in that regard. Any karma he built up could then be used either to strengthen his abilities or to buy a return to Earth. Han Songhyun wondered whether the whole thing might be some kind of error. What if he still had to go back to that other world after all? Then he gave a crooked little smile and said, "Honestly, I never thought this would work, but whatever, I'll take it." Looking back at the system window, he thought that spending karma to return to Earth made no sense when he was already here. The system instead suggested 2 other choices: upgrade his unique skill for 300,000 karma or browse other status enhancements. Curious now, Han Songhyun asked to see the details in the status upgrade section. When he opened the tab, one of the first things he saw was an option to enhance regeneration for 10,000 karma. Regeneration? He murmured to himself. Curious, he pressed the button, and the very next instant a strange sensation spread through both of his legs. Han Songhyun lowered his eyes and stared down in amazement. His legs were completely healed. The injuries that had shaped his entire life, the pain that trapped him and shut him away from the world, had vanished without a trace. That wound had never been just a simple inconvenience to him. It had been the mark of the day he lost his family, and the reason he turned his back on the outside world. And now, in this moment, it felt as if that terrible damage had never existed at all. The system then updated his status and informed him that his regeneration ability had risen beyond the normal level 1 standard. As a result, he had obtained a new skill called Super Regeneration, a power that greatly boosted his healing ability. Later on, Han Song-hyun smiled to himself while working his legs on the training simulator. Thinking about everything that had changed, he was amazed that the karma he earned had not only healed him, but was already making him stronger than before. As he watched himself train so effectively, he could not help admiring the strength now flowing through his legs. And with so much karma still remaining, he began wondering where he should spend the rest next. When he noticed the option to upgrade his unique skill, he clicked it right away with clear excitement. As the system window opened, he spoke out loud in curiosity, wondering just how far improving the avatar skill could actually take him. Sometime later, Han Song-hyun stood in front of his newly upgraded clone with a wide grin on his face. "You're a proper man now," he said with obvious satisfaction. The double looked over its improved body and commented that he must have put in a lot of work. Han Song-hyun gave a small laugh and replied that it was all the result of hard training. After awakening the avatar skill, Han Song-hyun discovered that his consciousness had split into two, letting him move far more freely than before. Along with that, he also gained a new ability that enhanced his weapon skills. The system window explained that with the Mind Center, he could decide exactly what information he wanted to receive. Hearing that, Han Song-hyun realized this meant he would no longer suffer that awful disorientation, and even if an avatar got injured, he would not feel the pain himself. With a grin spreading across his face, he picked up a gamepad and said that now he could explore another world while staying cozily at home under a blanket. As he thought about the level of control he now had over the avatar, Han Song-hyun remarked that it honestly felt exactly like playing a video game. But that was not the only thing that had changed. He now had 3 avatars instead of just 1. Thinking it over, he wondered aloud whether their number would keep increasing as the skill continued to develop. "This is going to get confusing," he muttered. "I can't keep calling all of them avatars forever. I need to give them names." As he searched for inspiration, his eyes drifted over and stopped on a ketchup packet sitting on the table. The first clone, he declared, will be called Hans. The system window updated at once, listing Hans's abilities, general skills, Mind Center, Super Regeneration, and the individual skill Mana Attraction. The first avatar is Han Song-hyun. Then he turned toward the second clone and decided to name him Heinz. The system displayed Heinz's abilities as well, general skills, Mind Center, Super Regeneration, and the individual skill Survivability. The second avatar is Han Song-hyun. Han Song-hyun could not help blurting out, Mana Attraction and Survivability? What kind of strange combination is that supposed to be? Then he broke into a grin and said that it was finally time to tackle the quest he had been waiting on for so long. Settling comfortably onto the couch, Han Song-hyun started controlling his clones. He sent Hans off to teleport into the other world, while Heinz picked up a bag of trash and stepped outside. When Han Song-hyun shifted his focus over to Heinz, he saw sunlight pouring down outside and was surprised to realize that he felt no fear at all. The Mind Center is doing exactly what it should, he thought. By now, Hans must already be in the other world. Switching over to Hans, Han Song-hyun saw that it was night in a forest that looked calm on the surface. "It's so quiet," he murmured under his breath. Then, without warning, a black panther slipped out from the thick brush. Startled, he blurted out, "Where did that thing even come from all of a sudden?" The panther pounced immediately, but Hans reacted fast, pulling out his sword and jamming it straight into the beast's open mouth. Han Song-hyun watched with satisfaction and thought, just like I figured. No fear, no pain. It really does feel exactly like a game. Hans pulled his sword back out and finished the panther off. Then he sat beside its dead body and muttered that maybe things felt this hard because he had not leveled up yet. If another monster showed up now, he knew he would be in serious trouble. As he looked around more carefully, he noticed a small settlement off in the distance. A little while later, Hans reached the village, where a villager named Glokali came out to greet him. With a warm smile, Glokali welcomed him and praised him for making his way through a forest full of monsters so late at night. Hans grinned and motioned to the injuries on his body. He asked whether, since he was hurt all over, he might be allowed to stay in the village for the night. Glokali nodded kindly and said of course, adding that people should always help one another. Hans let out a breath of relief and thanked the elder with sincere gratitude. Not long after that, they were walking through the village past rows of houses. The elder remarked that he had never seen clothes or equipment like Hans's before and asked whether he had come from a distant place. Hans gave a small chuckle and said he had gotten a little lost, kept walking, and somehow ended up here. The elder smiled even more warmly and said it had been a long time since someone new had come by. Then he suggested they share a drink together at the tavern. Later that night, Hans lay on a bed with a faint smile on his face. They even gave me a room, he thought. The more time he spent there, the more he found himself dwelling on just how kind the villagers had been. How long has it been since I felt this happy just talking to people? He wondered. Today really was a good day. Meanwhile, back at home, the protagonist sat on his couch with a mug of alcohol in his hand. This is amazing, he said out loud, fully enjoying the moment. Eating chicken after a shower is pure happiness. Traveling the world like this is incredible. Then a small pang of guilt hit him, and he admitted that he felt a little embarrassed since Hans was the one doing all the hard work out there. He reflected that Hans was out there building up his survivability. I have no idea when I'll need to send him out again, so it's a good thing he's getting ready, he thought. With a satisfied smile, Hans Songhyun concluded that this really was fantastic. But no matter how much his clones managed to do, he still needed to learn more about that other world. What kind of place was it really? Still smiling to himself, he opened his laptop and thought that he was going to make a great leader. Then, all of a sudden, a system window appeared with a cold message. Avatar is dead. All skills and data acquired by the avatar will be reset. Hans Songhyun froze on the spot in horror. Hans was dead. Pointing at the system window in panic, he blurted out that Hans had died in that village. Could that old man have done it? He wondered in shock. Did he put something in the drink? He shook his head in frustration at his own carelessness. Then another thought suddenly struck him. Wait, am I reconnecting to the avatar? At that same moment, back in the village, Glokali was standing beside Hans's lifeless body with another man. I thought he might be useful, Glokali said, but in the end he turned out to be nothing more than an empty shell. He made it through the forest alone, so I thought he had real promise. But it turns out he's just another elite skeleton after all. As Hans Songhyun started regaining control of Hans's body, he thought in stunned confusion, what is going on here? Then the system window popped up again. Race changed to undead. New skill acquired, decomposed heart. Hans's updated profile now read, race, undead. General skills, mind center, super regeneration. Individual skills, mana attraction. Note, the mind center prevents mental damage. Hans Songhyun's thoughts spun in panic. What is happening right now? As he glanced to the side, he noticed a huge number of skeletons packed behind a glass wall. A chill ran through him as the truth started to form in his mind. Could these lunatics have turned all the villagers into undead? Just then, a living man walked down into the basement. Who is that? Hans Songhyun wondered. Wait, isn't that the guy who was at the tavern yesterday? The man looked irritated as he grumbled about how much longer he was supposed to stay in that miserable dump. Then his eyes shifted to Hans's body lying on the floor, and he stared at it for a long moment. Hans Songhyun felt his nerves tighten and wondered what exactly the man was looking at. Did he seriously notice that I came back to my senses? The man pointed at Hans's body with annoyance and complained, why is this idiot still here? Why do I always have to redo what everyone else already did? Move that skeleton's body over there. Hans Songhyun felt a jolt of panic. Even without a heartbeat, it felt like he had almost just suffered a heart attack. He felt some strange power trying to drag Hans's body against his will. By focusing hard, he was able to resist it, but he decided it would be smarter to go along with it for the time being. The man muttered in irritation, asking why that old man always made him inspect these freaks and complaining that it was such a painfully meticulous job. Hans Songhyun thought to himself nervously, this force, it feels way too familiar. It's exactly like the one that moved my dead body earlier. Could it be connected to the mana attraction skill? He wondered as his thoughts raced. If that's true, then maybe I can learn how to control it myself. And if I really learn to control this force, then maybe I can command the other undead as well. 1 week later, Hans's undead body was sitting quietly on top of a pile of wooden crates in the dark basement. A faint trace of magical energy flickered through his bony fingers as they twitched slightly in the gloom. Not far in front of him, another skeleton lay collapsed in a heap on the floor. With a single push of Han Songhyun's will, the skeleton jerked upright, moving stiffly like a puppet being pulled by unseen strings. Han Songhyun broke into a grin. I finally pulled it off. I can control other undead now, though this is not exactly what I pictured. I can only influence one undead at a time, not control a whole group at once. I guess an elite skeleton like me still has pretty clear limits for now. Just then, the sharp squeak of a rat suddenly caught his attention. He lunged forward at once and snatched the tiny creature up in his skeletal hands. So you're the little pest that's been chewing around my feet all week? You're quick and slippery for something so small, aren't you? What an annoying little thing. Then, all at once, an idea came to him. What if I use my magic on something small and fast like this rat instead of trying it on a person? He gathered his mana and focused, and in the next moment the rat's eyes shone with a strange red glow. Han Songhyun gently set it back down and smiled to himself. Operation Night Watch starts now, he murmured. Let's see what kind of secrets this little spy can bring me. Outside the warehouse, looking through the rat's glowing eyes, Han Songhyun watched a man pacing back and forth outside. Why is this guy complaining so much? He thought with quiet amusement. A moment later, the man pulled open a heavy wooden door, exposing a second warehouse lit only by dim, murky light. The rat quickly darted ahead, slipping toward the newly opened path. Then, out of nowhere, a powerful wave of energy surged through the air and stopped it in its tracks. Even with the mind center dulling his emotions, Han Songhyun instinctively recoiled. That energy is way too strong. I can't afford to get any closer than this. From inside the warehouse, he caught part of a conversation. A sharp-featured man named Jeffrey asked impatiently when the maturation process would finally be finished. He complained that the fragment of the immortal king felt like it was draining part of his soul every single time he went inside, and asked if it would be over soon. Another man answered more cautiously that it should not take much longer, adding that their teacher had already been shut inside there for several days. Then he let out a dry laugh and said it was almost funny how heavily they were guarding the place, with traps spread across the whole village and even around there. Not even a mouse should have been able to sneak in. Han Songhyun's mind started racing. A fragment of the immortal king? So that must be the thing they were protecting in secret. But if I can't get in there, where else am I supposed to gather information? And where did that old man go? A few moments later, a sudden burst of magical power pierced the rat's body and instantly severed the connection. The elder stepped forward, calm as ever, with an expression that was almost amused. Just a mouse, he said lightly as he brushed at his robes and looked down at the remains. From a safe distance, Han Songhyun seethed. This damn old man. He even noticed a tiny spy like that. This is going to be harder than I thought. His thoughts kept spinning as he wondered if they had actually discovered him. The old man crouched down a little closer and examined the rat's dead body. An undead, he muttered in confusion. I don't sense any black magic, but dark mana is overflowing from its body. Could simple mana influence alone have turned a rat like this into an undead creature? There is only one place around here overflowing with that much dark mana. He turned sharply toward the nearby man and asked, Jeffrey, you're the one in charge of the warehouse today, aren't you? Watching from afar, Han Songhyun felt a small stab of guilt. I'm sorry, little rat. You did well. I'll make them pay for killing you, I swear. So keep watching over me from wherever you ended up. Some time later, Jeffrey came storming into the basement with his face twisted in anger. A rat? All this noise over one damn rat. That senile old fool, he snarled as he paced around furiously. Then he turned to Hans's undead body and barked. Hey, why the hell are you standing around like that? Follow my order and stand up straight. When Hans's undead body did not respond, Jeffrey's temper flared even more. He stalked over with a threatening look on his face and raised his fist. Didn't I tell you to stand up straight? He snapped through clenched teeth. Then he grabbed Hans by the hair and violently yanked him forward. Aren't you the idiot who dared to stand up to me? Didn't you say you'd kill me if I laid a hand on your family? Go on then, say it again. A cruel grin spread across his face. Oh, right. That's because I tore your tongue out, didn't I? Jeffrey sneered and threw Hans to the floor like he was nothing more than a broken doll. You should be grateful I even let you live after we wiped out every last fool in your pathetic little village. And your wife? She's here too, isn't she? What about your kids? I'll wait and see. Maybe they're mixed in with the other families by now. Then the tables turned. Without warning, Hans's undead body suddenly sprang up, lunged at Jeffrey, and buried its teeth deep into the man's neck. Jeffrey let out a terrified scream as he crashed to the ground. What's happening to me? He cried out. Stop, he stammered, his whole voice shaking with fear. He desperately stretched out a hand and began casting magic, but before he could finish, another undead figure leapt onto him from behind, the reanimated body of Hans's wife. Together, the two undead made sure Jeffrey would never speak again. Controlling Hans's body, Han Song-hyun felt a cold, satisfying thrill. Their revenge was only beginning now, and this was where his bold plan truly started. At the same time, Han Song-hyun switched over to Heinz and walked up to the guards at the village entrance. My brother lives in this village, he called out, and the guards immediately frowned at him. Your brother? He left a while ago. Why would we let some stranger walk right in? They asked suspiciously. Heinz only smiled and said that if that was the case, they should bring him to the village elder, because the elder would know who he was. A moment later, Glokali arrived, looking calm but clearly curious as he asked what the problem was. Heinz greeted him politely with a slight bow. Elder, it's good to meet you. I believe my twin brother Hans is somewhere in this village. Inside, Han Song-hyun smirked to himself. Having two avatars really was useful at times like this. While Heinz kept Glokali busy, Han Song-hyun used Hans's body to slip into the warehouse and move closer to the fragment of the immortal king. The fragment throbbed with dark, unnatural power, and that energy seemed to resonate with every undead creature around it. Is it feeding on energy from the undead? No. It feels more like it's restoring itself with that power. That would explain why the people here are unnaturally strong. So the warehouse where I was being kept before must have been nothing more than a disposal site. And these idiots still walk around acting superior? Fine. They will understand soon enough. Han Song-hyun activated his power and began pulling the fragment toward himself. A violent burst of energy rippled through the village and shook the ground itself. The elder immediately understood that something was wrong. Back at the gate, Heinz kept up the act and said with a sly smile that twins were connected, that they always knew where the other one was. Glokali's frown deepened as his suspicion continued to grow. Hard to believe, he muttered under his breath. Then his eyes suddenly widened in alarm. He sensed the disturbance at once and shouted that something had happened to the fragment. Kill this fool right now. In the next instant, Glokali transformed into a monstrous dark form and shot toward the source of the disturbance, his face twisted with fury. The guards, startled by Heinz's sudden disappearance, lifted their spears in confusion and looked around in panic. Meanwhile, Han Song-hyun found himself overwhelmed by the flood of emotion pouring out of the fragment. The negative energy was so dense and irresistible that even with the mind center filtering it, it still crashed into him like a tidal wave. Could anyone really endure something like this and stay sane? Then a tremendous explosion of energy tore through the area, and a system window appeared in front of him. System notification. Your essence satisfies the required conditions. Information unlocked. Immortal Magician Demolic. Rank increased through the power of the fragment of the Immortal King. The dark magic hidden inside the fragment has now fused with your essence. New skill acquired. Demonic Wisdom. This skill grants complete mastery over dark magic and a natural understanding of how it works. Han Song-hyun was stunned by the new power. Demonic Wisdom. Just by seeing dark magic once, I can use it like I've understood it forever. This changes everything. Back in the basement, a man stood near the aftermath of Jeffrey's final struggle and muttered bitterly to himself that Jeffrey had been such an idiot that he could not even deal with a zombie rat, and now someone else had to clean up the mess. Before he could do anything more, the elder's voice thundered through the place, ordering him to check the fragment immediately and find Jeffrey at once. Still grumbling, the man walked toward the cage where the fragment was being kept. Why is it this quiet? He muttered as he leaned in closer to look. Without warning, A swarm of undead burst out from the darkness and clawed their way toward him. The man panicked and shouted that this made no sense, asking how they could possibly be doing that. But before he could finish, Heinz's voice cut through the chaos. His tone was calm and dripping with sarcasm as he remarked that the weather was lovely today, wasn't it? The man's eyes went wide with horror. How is he talking? The undead clung to him, but he still managed to release a small burst of magic that threw them back for a brief moment. But then the cage broke apart, and a flood of monsters spilled out into the basement. Heinz smirked and spoke with exaggerated politeness, asking if he was really going to ignore someone's greeting like that. How rude. Looking through Heinz's eyes, Hans Songhyun marveled at the sheer ease of the new power demonic wisdom had given him. Dark magic felt as effortless and natural as breathing now. The knowledge was so complete that it seemed like it had always existed inside him, just waiting to be unlocked. Outside, a massive explosion shook the village as undead creatures poured into the streets. Heinz commanded them with absolute authority. Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all. Then came the confrontation with Glokali. A skeleton's body dropped to the ground between Heinz and the elder, and Glokali stepped forward with a face full of cold rage. You were supposed to be nothing more than an elite skeleton, he growled. What did you do with the fragment of the immortal king? Heinz greeted him with a grin and said, Glokali, it's been a while. By the way, thanks to you, I ended up losing my heart. Luckily for me, I found a new one in your warehouse. Glokali's face twisted violently with rage. You dare to fuse a fragment of the immortal king into a pathetic body like that? You've gone far beyond your place. He raised one hand and began casting a powerful spell. Finger of Death. A violent wave of dark energy shot straight forward. It slammed into Heinz hard enough to tear one of his arms clean off. Heinz looked down at the severed limb with more irritation than pain. Jumping someone right in the middle of a conversation? Seriously, where did your manners go? For a brief second, everything went still. Then Glokali roared in rage. Do you have any idea how much time, effort, and resources I poured into this fragment? I spent an entire year preparing it, and you've ruined all of it. Glokali's eyes burned with pure fury. I was only one step away, he growled, from taking hold of a power greater than anything that exists. And now you've reduced my masterpiece to this pathetic mess. Heinz only smirked, dark magic swirling around him like a living storm. What's wrong, old man? Can't even handle a rookie? Demolic? Darkthorn? Glokali bellowed as tendrils of shadow magic twisted through the air toward Heinz. Heinz laughed at him. Using high-level magic on a beginner? You really must be getting desperate. His voice turned sharp and cold as he pushed back without effort. I'm the only one who can truly control the fragment, and you know that. Glokali sneered. You may have escaped after your body was destroyed, but I'll tear this one apart and use it for my experiments. Let's see how you survive destructive ectoplasm. Heinz frowned in disgust. Stop announcing your skills like some amateur. Then his voice rose, dripping with contempt. And just die already, Alfred. The elder stiffened at once. Alfred? Suspicion twisted across his face. How do you know that name? Did you come into this village on purpose from the very beginning? But before Heinz could answer, a blast of dark magic shot at Glokali from behind. The elder reacted instantly and knocked the attack aside with ease. Then he narrowed his eyes. You're getting used to dark magic fast. Is that because of the fragment? It doesn't matter. I don't have time to keep dragging this out. As he lifted one hand, Glokali activated another spell. Pact of Destruction? The battlefield darkened as the souls of the dead black magicians gathered together, spiraling around Glokali like a violent storm. A crown of darkness formed above his head, and the pressure of his power swelled even further. Heinz watched him carefully, eyes hard. You're really offering up the souls of your own allies for this? That suits someone like you perfectly. Glokali snarled, his voice booming across the field. If I had been able to use the fragment's full power, I would have crushed you already. But it doesn't matter now. Flame of souls drowned in darkness. A tremendous wave of blazing dark energy burst forward and rushed straight at Heinz. It was meant to be the finishing blow. But just before the spell could strike, a sharp streak of magic tore through Glokali's chest. The elder staggered, his face locked in shock and disbelief. Heinz stood there, looking completely unimpressed. You finally tired yourself out, huh? Honestly, I was about to fall asleep listening to you chant all those flashy spells. Then, with a faint smirk, he added, by the way, thanks for throwing me straight into dark magic. I think I've got the hang of it now. Blood slipped from Glokali's mouth as he dropped to his knees. How could I end like this? So pointlessly. Heinz watched in silence as the elder collapsed and lay still on the ground. Then he slowly lifted his eyes to the sky and muttered, Alfred, I hope you were watching all of this. Your revenge is finally over. Rest in peace. I swear it. In a vast cathedral, Ristar knelt before an enormous statue, her hands folded tightly in prayer. The trembling candlelight cast a soft glow across her solemn, unwavering face. A knock at the door broke her meditation. She rose quietly and opened it, finding Martin standing there with a pale, urgent expression. Are you done praying? He asked. Yes, she answered in a calm voice. What happened? Martin hesitated for a moment before speaking quickly. We've detected signs of the immortal king's resurrection in the west. Ristar's eyes widened just a little, though her expression remained controlled. The immortal king? Martin gave a grim nod. I'll call the council together immediately. After he left, Ristar turned back toward the statue, her face growing colder. The one who spread terror across this continent centuries ago. I will never allow that nightmare to return. On the battlefield, Heinz looked over the ruins around him, with the remains of battle scattered in every direction. What a disaster, he muttered. Hundreds of undead gone. But then a grin slowly spread across his face. Losses like that can always be replaced. There's no reason to grieve over them. He turned as dark magic pulsed from his body with a new and heavier strength. After all, this is only the beginning. Standing amid the wreckage, Heinz gazed over his work and thought that the greatest thing about necromancy was simple. It let him turn corpses into soldiers. His eyes moved to his missing arm, and annoyance crossed his face. First things first, he muttered. I need to deal with this hand. He had already spent a long time walking through the battlefield and examining what remained. Before anything else, his thoughts settled on repairing his own body so he could keep moving forward. As he looked around, Heinz spotted a lone skeleton not far away, its bones still fresh from the battle. Without any hesitation, he ripped off one of its arms and inspected it. This should be enough. He fixed the arm onto his shoulder with practiced ease, then covered the spot with his remaining hand and released his energy over it. Super regeneration, he murmured. Then he clenched and flexed the new hand, testing how it moved. Perfect, he said, clearly satisfied. It took a little time for the regeneration to finish, but before long the arm was firmly attached, and his body was as complete as it could be for now. So where do I begin? He wondered. He stepped forward and stretched out his hands, focusing his magic. The skeleton standing before him was about to become his first experiment. In a firm, commanding voice, he spoke out loud. You will become my subordinate. From deep within his mind, the voice of evil wisdom whispered to him, the fragment of the immortal king now fused with his soul. Its presence filled him with power and quietly guided him toward what he wanted. Return the remaining magical power to your body and cleanse it of those lingering fragments of thought. But the moment he focused, something went wrong. The skeleton abruptly collapsed, its bones breaking apart and crumbling into dust. What? Heinz lifted his hands in confusion. It failed. Silence settled for a moment as Heinz stared down at the pile of bones with his arms folded, thinking it through. Then he muttered under his breath as understanding slowly came to him. I've been doing this the wrong way. After several more tries, something finally clicked. His gaze shifted toward the village chief's body, which was still lying where the battle had ended. A darker thought began to take shape in his mind. He raised a hand toward the corpse and spoke slowly. Should I turn you into a souled undead and pull the information out of you that way? Grabbing Malcolm's lifeless body by the clothes, Heinz pulled him up for a closer look. What? He blurted out, surprise creeping into his voice. This old man doesn't have a soul. Malcolm's body had been emptied of every trace of life, leaving only the magic circle burned into his chest. Heinz studied the symbol for a moment and narrowed his eyes. So this is how they were controlling everything. Tossing Malcolm's body aside, Heinz gave a faint smirk at the flaw in their plan. For an operation this large, it's strange they overlooked something this small, he muttered. Still, it doesn't matter. I can make use of this. With his focus returning, Heinz gathered energy into his hand. If the soul is already gone, then I'll just have to work with whatever is still left behind. He poured his energy straight into Malcolm's body, deciding on the spot that the old man could still be turned into something far more useful. A high-level undead with awareness and combat ability. Heinz's magic coiled through the corpse, corrupting the last traces of its magical power and wiping away any lingering scraps of thought. A few moments later, the body gave a twitch, and Malcolm slowly rose to his feet, reborn as an obedient death mage. The undead mage stood before Heinz, waiting quietly for orders. His voice came out hollow, yet strangely clear. "I await your command." Heinz looked him over with open curiosity. "You're talking? I wasn't even expecting that," he muttered, genuinely impressed for a moment. Then his face turned cold again as he addressed him directly. "Your name is Malcolm. From now on, you obey me." Without a second thought, Heinz slammed his hand down against the undead mage's skull. Malcolm flinched at the blow, but immediately answered in a desperate voice. "I will obey." Heinz smirked as he rubbed the swelling on Malcolm's head. "Even if your memories are gone, your sins are still yours. I'm going to enjoy this." Then his eyes drifted to Malcolm's cane, and he remarked casually, "Not bad. That actually looks pretty decent." Malcolm's bones trembled, his fear impossible to hide. His new life as a death mage was not freedom in any sense. It was fear, submission, and servitude. The power of the immortal king's fragment flowed through Heinz, bringing with it authority over life, death, and everything caught between the two. Heinz's grin widened further. "You're going to be a very useful tool." As the protagonist stood there looking over the gold he had gathered, his thoughts drifted to the mountain of corpses left behind. Among all the undead, one especially young zombie stood out, a grim reminder of the battle that had just ended. That young zombie, the one who killed Jeffy along with him, he thought. He placed a hand on the zombie's head in a strangely respectful gesture. He should rest in peace with his family. Then he set it ablaze. The crackling of fire in the distance became the only sound around him as the protagonist briefly reflected on the destruction he had caused. There's no turning back now. Later, back in his hideout, the protagonist sat at the table in comfort, his stomach full after a satisfying meal. Leaning back with an easy smile, he let out a breath. "Huh, I ate too much," he said to himself lightly. "Seriously, that was good." He picked up his phone, curiosity starting to rise. "What's the gold price today?" he muttered as he tapped at the screen. That village had been full of magicians, and people like that always had a thing for treasure and hidden wealth. So there was no way the gold left behind would be small in amount. Just thinking about how much they must have piled up made him pause. Maybe I should take a proper look at everything that's left. With a deliberate motion, he reached out and muttered, "Summon Hans." In the next instant, his avatar appeared before him, and a dark, oppressive aura spread through the room. The pressure was immediate and overwhelming, so intense that it felt like the entire room had grown too small to breathe in. The protagonist's eyes flew wide in panic, and he recoiled at once, raising his hands to shield his face. "Cancel the summoning," he shouted in fear. Just as suddenly as the avatar had appeared, it disappeared again. He gasped for air, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. "I seriously thought I was going to die," he muttered under his breath. "What am I supposed to do now?" He scratched the back of his head in frustration, trying to steady himself. "I need to summon Hans, but maybe I should strengthen my unique skill first." As that thought settled in, he focused inward and turned his attention to the Karma shop, the place where he could improve his abilities. A moment later, a system window appeared in front of him. Looking over it, he let out a quiet sound of surprise. "I earned more than I thought," he murmured. The last time he checked, he had a little over 400,000 karma, but now the amount had grown even higher. Without hesitation, he chose the option to upgrade his unique skill and spend a huge 300,000 karma. A message immediately appeared on the screen, informing him that his skill had improved. The number of avatars you can possess has increased. His mental strength rose beyond its previous limits, and as the information settled in, he clenched his fist while a rush of energy surged through him. Serenity. This was a skill that would shield him from outside stimulation and protect his mind from mental attacks. For what lay ahead, it was exactly the kind of upgrade he needed. Later, he began stuffing gold into a paper bag while thinking through the possibilities. In my normal state, Hans can benefit from serenity too, unlike when everything is concentrated in the mind. It really was incredible how he always seemed to end up choosing the exact skill he needed at the right moment. Once the bag was packed full of gold, he smiled in satisfaction. Great. Time to sell this gold. He quickly carried the filled bags, along with a backpack stuffed with gold, and set them down on the table in front of the committee. As he laid the bags out one by one, the workers couldn't hide their shock. They gasped and squinted against the rich gleam pouring off the gold. The protagonist simply gave a calm nod and said, "Please deposit the full amount into my account." After that, he turned and walked outside, leaving the rest to the employees. They bowed repeatedly, thanking him for placing his trust in them. Han Song-hyun answered with a small smile and wished them well before leaving. As he walked away, he glanced down at his shadow and remembered how Hans had hidden it with dark magic, just in case anything happened. Maybe I worried for nothing, he thought. The shadow was concealed so well that it was practically impossible to notice. Just as he was about to leave the area completely, an explosion erupted behind him. The building shook violently, and debris burst outward into the air. Wolf stood in the middle of the wreckage with a huge grin on his face, calmly taking in the destruction around him. "Looks like we really hit the jackpot," he said, his voice full of satisfaction. Holding a bag of gold in his hand, Han Song-hyun also grinned as he looked at the treasure they had gathered. "Who would have guessed there'd be this much gold hidden in a place this remote?" he said, clearly pleased with the haul. His grin stayed for only a moment before the bandit beside him snapped, "Stop talking. It's time to run." They immediately rushed forward, sprinting through the streets without slowing down. "I know," Wolf shouted back, his confidence untouched as they ran. Up ahead, they spotted Han Song-hyun. He looked at them in fear and shouted, "Villains! Someone has to report them. These criminals are using their awakened powers for evil, and the people who are supposed to protect citizens from them are." His words were cut short when a heavy blow smashed into his cheek. Wolf, the one who struck him, barked out, "Shut up." His voice came like a harsh order, cutting Han Song-hyun off before he could say anything more. The protagonist touched his bruised cheek and thought to himself, "The guards will probably go after them soon. There's nothing I can do right now." Meanwhile, Wolf kept running ahead with confidence, saying, "Good. Everything's moving exactly the way we planned." The bandit clinging to his back added, "We've got enough time. The guards will get here in about 3 minutes. We just need to make it to the portal." "Is she there?" But when they got close to their destination, they suddenly stopped short after seeing a girl lying unconscious on the ground. Wolf halted and shouted, "The portal? What happened to her? She needs to wake up." Urgency sharpened his voice. The bandit nervously looked around, then turned to Wolf and said, "Look over there." His voice trembled as he pointed, and Wolf followed his hand, only to see a masked figure standing in front of them, glowing ominously in the distance. "Hans," Wolf muttered, unable to understand what he was seeing. Then he asked, "Who is that?" "The guards?" The bandit shook his head and whispered, "That bastard isn't one of them." As Hans came closer, he slowly raised a hand and removed his mask. Han Song-hyun won't be able to do anything, Hans thought, but he knew that he, as the Avatar, was a completely different story. The bandits stared at him in fear, then quickly raised their hands as if surrendering would somehow save them. Time passed, and before long the guards from the South Korean Returned Association arrived at the scene, their boots pounding hard against the ground as they rushed in. The guard in front shouted with confidence, "Here?" Then he looked back at the others and urged them on. "Are we going to miss him again?" When they got there, they stopped cold in shock. "What on earth happened here?" the guard asked. He looked across the scene where the bandits were sprawled on the ground, completely defeated. Wolf, still half-dazed from the fight, had even lost his mask in the chaos. The lead guard quickly assumed that someone else had already taken care of the villains, though whoever it was couldn't have gone very far yet. He turned to the others and gestured sharply around the area. "Search the surroundings carefully." Meanwhile, Hans moved through the area like a shadow, swift and silent. He slipped right past the guards and headed straight for Han Song-hyun. When they met again, Han Song-hyun couldn't help but smile. "Looks like you warmed up nicely," he said, clearly pleased that their plan had worked so well. Even so, tension still lingered in the air, as the consequences of what they had done and the approaching guards were only just beginning. Hines strolled through the parking lot with both hands in his pockets, feeling strangely satisfied. Letting off stress like this once in a while really wasn't a bad thing. For the moment, his mind felt clear, and the ordinary surroundings gave him a rare sense of peace. At the same time, Hans, his second avatar with the unique skill vitality, stood at the entrance of a city in the eastern region. Smiling faintly, he lifted a hand to block the sunlight and looked out over the unfamiliar skyline. "So I finally made it here," he said, with a small note of excitement in his voice. He thought back to what Malcolm had told him about this city, and after seeing it with his own eyes, he had to admit the old man had not been lying. As he stepped into the city, Hans said to himself, "So this is my debut in another world." But even while he took in the busy streets around him, something felt slightly off. "There's still a lot ahead of me," he murmured, glancing around with growing suspicion. The deeper he went into the city, the stranger it felt. Why was it so empty? And even the people who were around barely paid attention to him. Everyone moved along as if strangers arriving here was perfectly normal, and not a single person spared Hans more than a glance. Just then, in a nearby alley, a robber turned to his companion Diana and snapped. Was this supposed to be some kind of joke? He jabbed a finger at her, his face dark with anger. "I warned you." Diana trembled as she clasped her hands together like she was praying, apologizing and begging for a little more time. The robber's voice only grew harsher. "I want 2 silver coins from each of you," he demanded. "You have 3 days. If you don't pay, then we do this the hard way." Hans caught the whole thing from the corner of his eye and thought to himself, local thugs and a young girl getting pushed around. How cliché. He was ready to keep walking and stay out of it, but things did not go that way. As Diana suddenly turned and tried to run from the robbers, she crashed straight into Hans. She stumbled back and quickly lowered her head. "Sorry," she muttered at once, having no idea who he was. "Let's talk," Hans said calmly, sizing her up as he spoke. "How well do you know this city?" It was obvious to him already that he needed someone to guide him around. "Who are you, uncle?" she asked, startled by the stranger's sudden question. Hans grinned and raised 2 silver coins in his hand. "I'm a potential employer," he said, his smile broadening. "So, want to discuss the terms?" Diana's eyes widened the moment she saw the silver coins, and the sight of real money immediately caught her attention. She agreed without much hesitation, and the two of them headed through the streets toward an inn. When they arrived, Diana pointed at the building. "This inn is one of the best places you'll find around here," she said, sounding oddly proud of her choice. "What do you think?" Hans nodded as he listened, beginning to understand more about her circumstances. From the way she spoke, it was easy to tell that life had not been kind to her. She had barely been surviving, trying to care for her sick brother after losing both of her parents, and on top of that, she had not been able to pay the local tax. In response, Hans handed her a silver coin, and Diana's eyes lit up with gratitude. "Good," Hans said with a smile. "Come to me tomorrow as soon as you wake up. We'll talk about your pay then." Diana agreed right away, and just like that, she became his guide, earning 2 silver coins a day. That night, Hans lay back on the bed at the inn with his hands tucked behind his head, settling in as comfortably as he could. "Well," he thought, "I'll just pretend I'm doing a good deed, even if she's secretly planning to rob me." He let out a quiet chuckle and closed his eyes, letting his thoughts drift as he prepared for whatever tomorrow might bring. Hines sat up in bed and scratched his head in irritation. The bed was horribly uncomfortable, and no matter how hard he tried, sleep just would not come. He tossed and turned for a while, until a sudden sneeze from outside made him pause. His curiosity immediately stirred, and he got up to the window, placing a hand against the glass as he looked out. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw Diana sitting outside on the ground with her back resting against a box. "Wait, is that her?" he muttered. Diana looked up, her eyes widening for a second before she smiled and waved at him. "Hello," she called. Hines stared down at her in disbelief. "What are you doing there?" he shouted, clearly annoyed. "Why are you waiting for me?" A little later, the two of them were seated at a table eating breakfast together. Hines frowned as he took a bite, his irritation not fully gone. "Don't do that again," he said, trying to sound stern. "Next time, come closer to lunchtime." Diana nodded absent-mindedly while chewing. "Yes, uncle," she replied. Heinz shot her a sharp glare. I already told you not to call me that, he said, his voice edged with annoyance. She looked at him, then at the piece of bread left on his plate. Are you full? She asked. Yeah, I'm fine, Heinz answered. If you're still hungry, you can have it. Smiling brightly, Diana took the bread and slipped it into her bag. Thank you, she said, sounding genuinely grateful. The town they were in was called Ozintu, a small village sitting on the western edge of the kingdom of Talia. As Heinz and Diana walked through the streets, something strange caught Heinz's attention. He ran his hand over a drawing on the wall. The place looked like an ordinary medieval town at first glance, but the same symbol kept appearing again and again all over the village, and something about it felt wrong. This symbol, it's strange, he murmured, growing more curious. Heinz leaned in for a closer look and said, It looks like paint, but something about it is off. Diana stepped closer to inspect it too, and her expression immediately darkened. It's blood, she said in a serious voice. Heinz blinked, clearly unconvinced at first. He leaned in and sniffed the mark, then gave her a doubtful look. Really? He asked. Diana answered without missing a beat. Didn't you eat venison soup yesterday? Heinz turned to her in surprise, blinking hard. How did you know that? He asked. With a small smile, Diana pointed to her nose. I have a really good sense of smell. Heinz found that unexpectedly interesting. A strong sense of smell? He thought. Is that her special ability? They kept walking through the streets while Heinz turned that over in his mind. Then he asked, What does this symbol mean? Diana hesitated briefly before answering. It's the mark of the Varkalak Guild, the group that controls this place. But before she could say anything more, she suddenly froze, her face draining of color. Slowly, she backed away until she bumped into Heinz. What's wrong? Heinz asked, alarmed by how quickly her expression had changed. Diana's eyes flicked nervously around them. That smell, she said tightly. Heinz frowned. What smell? He asked, unsure what she meant. Diana took a deep breath and closed her eyes, focusing completely on the scent in the air. Then she suddenly turned, fists clenched with urgency. Freshly baked bread, she said. I have to try it. Heinz looked at her, confused but faintly amused. Didn't you just eat? He asked. Diana pointed straight ahead, her face glowing with excitement. I'm hungry again, she said, completely drawn in by the smell. Following the scent, they went down a narrow alley until it led them to a door. When they cautiously looked inside, Heinz felt his stomach sink. A corpse lay behind the door, its lifeless body sprawled across the floor. The smell of fresh bread still lingered in the air, but with that body lying there, it was obvious something dark was going on. A few days later, Heinz stood with his back against a wall and his arms folded, waiting with growing impatience. She's never been late before, he muttered. Something's wrong. Just then, a bandit walked up to him with a smug grin on his face. Hey, buddy, he called, making Heinz turn toward him in surprise, unsure what this was about. The bandit folded his arms and said with an arrogant look, We need to talk. Heinz felt a flash of irritation and thought to himself, has it really come to this now? In the very next moment, he pulled out a handful of silver coins and handed them over with a polite smile. Take this, he said, trying to keep his voice calm. It isn't much, but I hope it helps keep some kind of public order around here. The bandits exchanged glances, and one of them picked up a silver coin with a grin spreading across his face. Looks like we found common ground pretty fast, he said, clearly amused. Heinz thought to himself, good thing I brought money for exactly this kind of mess. Then his eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed something important. There was a mark on the bandit's neck, and it looked almost identical to the emblem Heinz had seen painted across the town earlier. His thoughts immediately darkened. Diana told me to stay away from the alleys. We need to get out of this place as soon as we can. And thinking of that warning, Heinz couldn't help wondering just how scared she must have been to fear those thugs that much. The bandits started to walk away, but one of them turned to the other and asked, Why'd you grab that brat? The other answered carelessly, How should I know, idiot? We're just doing what we were told. The words hit Heinz hard. Brat? He thought. Don't tell me those bastards took Diana's little brother. Before he could stop himself, he shouted after them. Hold on a second. The bandits turned around at once, looking at him with puzzled expressions. Heinz clenched his fist tightly. Damn it, timing matters in situations like this. If it gets dangerous, I can always cancel the summon. He forced an easy smile onto his face and tried to sound calm. There was something I wanted to ask you. At that exact moment, Diana's voice suddenly called out to him, and Hines turned in shock. Huh, Diana? The bandit flexed his fist with an irritated look and muttered, So what is your little friend curious about? Hines gave an awkward smile, trying to keep the mood from turning worse. Was the silver I gave you not enough? A little later, one of the bandits came back carrying a bag in his hand. They took all of it, he said casually, tossing the bag aside before facing Hines again. Then his expression hardened. So where's the rest? You were supposed to show up a long time ago. Hines glared back at him. Do you even know how much I already gave you? At that moment, Diana's face crumpled, and tears began gathering in her eyes. My little brother is gone, she sobbed, her voice shaking badly. He was finally starting to get better. He could eat again, but now I can't find him anywhere. Hines's thoughts raced as he remembered the words he had overheard from the bandits earlier. Were they talking about Diana's brother? With suspicion creeping into his voice, he asked, Could this be Varkalak? Diana looked up at him, her face full of terror. No, she whispered, shaking her head in despair. Hines frowned and asked more gently, What do you mean? Tears streamed down Diana's face as she choked out the words. They really took him. Aaron will die if they hurt him. Hines felt his heart sink as he watched her break down right in front of him. Kneeling beside her, he tried to comfort her as best he could. Don't panic, he said softly. If they want ransom money, I'll pay it. You're not dealing with this alone. But Diana, barely able to get the words out, whispered again in disbelief, They really took him. Aaron will die? The moment those words sank in, Hines felt a cold jolt run through his chest. Blood, she had said. Hines repeated the word in disbelief. Why blood? He asked, struggling to understand what she meant. Diana, still trembling, managed to sit upright. This city, she whispered shakily, is a warehouse for living blood bags. For vampires. Hines's mind reeled as the full weight of that answer hit him. Before he could even sort through it, a voice came from above and cut through the silence. A vampire stood on the rooftop, his figure outlined against the fading evening sun. The smell of dark manna is strong, he said with a low, cruel smile. Did they kill each other over the immortal king's fragment? What a shame. I wanted to destroy it after it fully matured. The vampire folded his arms, his grin widening as he went on. I don't know who stole it, but I know where it's headed. So finding the thief won't be difficult at all. Hines, still trying to process how absurd the situation had become, looked at Diana with a confused expression. A vampire? With tears still running down her face, Diana nodded. Yes, vampires. Varkalak, and all the other groups in this city, they're all controlled by vampires. Even if we somehow escape this city, none of us will live. They're all connected, and they'll hunt us down no matter where we go. She buried her face in her hands and started sobbing harder. We've been trying so hard just to survive, but one by one, we're all getting taken. In the end, I know exactly what will happen to us. Hines reached out, gently took her face in his hand, and made her look at him. Listen to me, he said firmly. If everything you're saying is true, then we don't have much time. Do you know where they took your brother? Diana hesitated and stared down at the ground. Then she looked back at him with uncertainty in her eyes and whispered, I don't know. But if you try to help me, it'll be dangerous. You won't survive either. Hines smiled despite the heavy tension in the air. Don't worry about that, he said with steady confidence. I know how to deal with scum like them. We'll get through this. At that moment, the mission had truly begun in his mind, saving the girl and uncovering the rotten truth behind the city's sinister operations. Sometime later, in a dim tavern, a group of bandits sat gathered around a table, laughing loudly as they played cards. One of them tossed a pile of silver coins onto the table and shouted, All in. The man across from him grinned and asked, Where did debtor like you get that much money? The first bandit leaned back with a smirk. I robbed some idiot this morning. Easy profit. Just then, the tavern doors slammed open with a loud crash. The bandits turned in surprise, only to see Hines striding into the room with a hard, determined look on his face. One of the bandits stood up with a sneer. What's this supposed to be? He said as he walked toward Hines. Who's this idiot? Another one snickered. Some new fool who thinks he can take us on. The first bandit lifted a hand to stop him, looked Hines up and down, and said, So you're the idiot we robbed. Did you come back to hand us even more money? Heinz didn't flinch at all. He stood his ground, his eyes hard and steady. Near the tavern entrance, beneath the wall marked with the vampire symbol, blood dripped slowly from a wound. A guard was slumped there, his broken body hanging against the wall. One of the bandits sneered at the sight. "What happened to the guard?" he asked mockingly. "Did you pay him off with a coin too?" Heinz's expression turned colder as he locked eyes with the bandit. "I won't ask again," he said quietly, but there was a deadly edge in his voice. "Where did you take the child?" The bandit's face twisted in disbelief. "What?" he snapped, pointing at Heinz. "Are you insane? Do you even know who you're talking to?" In the blink of an eye, Heinz pulled a knife from his belt and drove it straight into the bandit's throat. The man gasped, eyes stretched wide in shock as blood poured from the wound. "I know exactly what you are," Heinz said coldly, watching the life leave the bandit's eyes. "You're filth. You feed on helpless families just to satisfy your own greed." As the bandit collapsed to the floor, the rest of the tavern went completely silent, staring in fear. Heinz stood over the fallen body, his knife catching the dim light as he prepared himself for whatever came next. This mission was nowhere near finished. A moment later, Heinz stood in the middle of the downed bandits, breathing heavily as the weight of the fight finally settled over him. A knife was still buried deep in his shoulder, yet not even then did he flinch. Blood kept seeping from the wound, but he didn't have the luxury of worrying about it. There were still far too many enemies left around him. "Why the hell are there so many of them?" he muttered under his breath. By now, he had already lost track of how many bandits he had cut down in the chaos. Each one had fallen quickly, and his combat ability, along with the magical tools he had brought, gave him a clear advantage. But then more footsteps thundered down the stairs. With a grimace, he ripped the knife out of his shoulder and swept his gaze across the room. A couple of fresh bandits appeared at the top of the stairs, staring down at the bloodbath below. One of them shouted, "What's with all the noise? Who the hell is this guy?" Heinz paused for a brief second, annoyed at himself. Damn it, he thought. I talked too much again. This wasn't the kind of situation where careless words helped. More screams rang through the building, louder and louder as the fight spread. The bandits kept coming one after another. 6, 7, 8. It felt like there was no end to them. Eventually, Heinz was left standing alone among the fallen bodies, breathing hard with sweat running down his forehead. His shoulder pulsed with pain where the knife had struck, but there was still no time to stop and think about it. His attention settled on the one bandit still alive, groaning at his feet. Heinz walked over and planted his foot firmly on the man's head. "Hey, big guy," he said with a cold sneer. "Where's the boy you took today?" Still dazed and writhing in pain, the bandit glared up at him. "You think I'm just going to tell you everything?" he snarled. "You're an outsider, aren't you? You don't even know who's behind this. You're going to regret getting involved." Heinz's face went cold, his eyes hard as steel. "I don't care who's behind it," he said in a low, steady voice. "I'm finding that boy, and I'm ending your filthy little game here." The bandit tried to struggle under Heinz's foot, but Heinz gave him no room at all. Leaning closer, he whispered, "Tell me where he is, and I'll make it quick. If not, we'll see how long you can keep enduring this." The bandit growled through clenched teeth, but the fear in his eyes gave him away. For all his bluster, he was terrified. "I don't know where they took him," the bandit spat out, "but the leader does. He's the one who knows everything. He's got a place near the old mill. Go there if you want to find the kid." Heinz narrowed his eyes. This was the lead he needed. The mill. Got it. He lifted his foot from the bandit's head and turned toward the door. As he walked out, one thought stayed heavy in his mind. This still isn't over. They've taken too much from this town, and I'm putting a stop to it. He left the tavern with the burden of the mission pressing on him. There was no turning back anymore. Some time later, Heinz pushed open the door to a room. The moment he saw the boy sitting on the floor, he asked, "Is this Aaron?" Trembling in fear, Aaron clutched his head and begged for mercy. The avatar knelt down, held out a hand, and tried to calm him. "Don't be afraid. Your sister asked me to save you." Aaron looked confused and asked, "Do you know my sister?" At that very moment, a vampire in bat form flew into the room. Heinz turned to Aaron and said, "It's true. I'll explain everything once we get out of here. But first, we have to move." The vampire landed on the window frame and shifted smoothly back into human form. Staring at Heinz, he sneered, "Who are you? How dare you touch my food inside my restaurant? Heinz froze for a second as he felt the sinister pressure behind those words. The vampire mocked him again. Are you one of those oath breakers who thinks disobedience means freedom? Pulling Aaron close by the shoulder, Heinz thought grimly, a vampire. The vampire continued with a cruel smile. Or maybe you're the boy's brother. Do you know what happens to people who defy us? Smirking back, the avatar answered me. I'm just some outsider your trash robbed. Then, while shielding Aaron, he added, helping this kid was nothing more than coincidence. The vampire stretched out a hand and scoffed. Really? How boring. I prefer prey that struggles. Both of you are going to die here. The vampire fired a magical blast that tore through the room, shattering everything around them, and Heinz threw himself in front of Aaron, shouting, run. The avatar crashed to the floor in the middle of spilled alcohol, gasping for breath. He pushed himself up, caught the sharp smell in the air, and muttered, alcohol? Is that a barrel? He patted Aaron on the head and asked, are you okay? Listen, this is your chance. You need to run outside right now. Just then, the vampire landed nearby and sneered, you dodged? You're quicker than I expected. Good. That'll make dinner a little more entertaining. The vampire lunged forward with his claws spread wide, but the avatar shoved Aaron toward the door and shouted, run, and don't look back. Drawing his sword, he blocked the attack, but then he noticed the vampire's claws stretching even longer. Those claws pierced straight through his body as the vampire mockingly praised his regeneration. Heinz clenched his teeth, instantly realizing that the gap in power between them was enormous. Licking his lips, the vampire remarked, unexpected, but you'll still make a delicious meal. Even through the pain, Heinz thought, if I hesitate now, I die. He swung his hand, but the vampire cut it off with ease and laughed. Oh dear, I'll carve you up piece by piece before I feed. Lifting Heinz into the air on his claws, the vampire declared, this is where your resistance ends. As the vampire leaned toward his neck, Heinz thought desperately, if brute force won't work, then we both die here. Then he opened his mouth and released a hidden fire spell, blasting the area in flames. The vampire recoiled in shock and shouted, what is this? A fire magic tool? You were hiding something like that? Thrown back onto the floor, Heinz noticed the alcohol still spilling everywhere around him. In that instant, a plan flashed through his mind. The vampire screamed in alarm, you're insane. Are you trying to burn both of us alive? Then the vampire attacked again, slashing into Heinz's body without mercy. Laughing like a madman, he jeered, such fragile flesh. But Heinz slammed his forehead into him with all his strength and sent him flying back. You said it yourself, I have a tough body and strong regeneration. Tough enough for you now. He growled. The vampire screamed in panic, no, stop. But Heinz pushed ahead, and in the very next instant, a violent explosion swallowed the entire building. In the middle of the roaring fire, Heinz collapsed onto the floor and let out a faint murmur. Impressive. So I made it out alive. Being powerful really does come with its own problems. Then a notification window appeared before his eyes. Mission complete. Save the unfortunate girl. Outside the burning building, Diana held tightly onto her brother as she stared into the blazing wreckage. Uncle, she cried out helplessly. At the same time, a system message appeared. Avatar Heinz has died. The avatar will respawn in 7 days. Diana stood there in weary silence, drained from all her work, brushing the sweat from her forehead as she watched the man disappear into the distance. She had spent what felt like forever polishing his shoes, and now that it was finally over, she could at last breathe for a moment. The money left behind on the table was only a small comfort, but it was still enough to help her get through tomorrow's expenses. Before long, her mind wandered back to everything that had happened earlier. The building that had once erupted in chaos had now been reduced to a smoking ruin. She had heard that the avatar, Heinz, was swallowed by the fire, and ever since then she couldn't stop thinking about the man who had saved both her and her brother. Then the air around her seemed to waver, and a familiar figure appeared in front of her once again. It was Heinz. Alive. He stood in the middle of the street as though nothing had ever happened. His body was wrapped in bandages, yet the fierce presence surrounding him made it obvious that he had somehow returned. Diana could only stare at him with her lips parted. Her heart jolted hard in her chest. Uncle? Heinz looked at her with gentler eyes and gave a faint smile. even though the pain on his face was impossible to hide. "I told you I'd come back," he said in a rough, hoarse voice. At that moment, another system window appeared in front of him, announcing that Avatar Hines had been reborn after 7 days. His resurrection was complete, and along with it came a renewed sense of purpose and another mission waiting for him. The explosion, the fire, the confusion, and all the danger tied to that moment were now behind him. But Hines understood better than anyone that this was only the beginning. No matter what had happened or what was waiting ahead, he was ready for it. And this time, he had no intention of failing. Diana slowly stepped toward him, her eyes trembling with shock and relief. "You're really here? You're alive?" Hines gave a small nod and answered her with a calm, reassuring smile. "I told you I'd keep my promise." He reached out his hand to her, carrying both gratitude and quiet resolve in the gesture. "Let's keep moving forward together." And with that, the two of them began walking side by side, prepared to face whatever came next. Some time later, Hines sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the system window with a deep, thoughtful look. It showed that the interdimensional transfer would require 10 full days to finish. "That's longer than I thought," he muttered under his breath, "but it doesn't really matter." Without warning, the wall exploded inward, and Virik charged into the room before seizing Hines by the throat. He smashed him hard against the wall and snarled, "This was your doing, wasn't it? The trail from the forest leads straight to this place." As Hines struggled to breathe, a thought flashed through his mind. Vampires. Did they already figure it out? Virik curled his lip in contempt. That outsider fell under the jurisdiction of my dead kin? He threw the accusation at him coldly. Even while resisting, Hines couldn't find the strength to strike back. What a monster, he thought bitterly, grinding his teeth. Virik leaned in even closer and inhaled near Hines's neck. "I don't smell dark magic on you. Nor do I sense my king's blood," he said, almost as if thinking out loud. Barely able to force out words, Hines rasped, "What are you even talking about? I don't understand any of this. I was asleep." Virik's grin grew darker. "You don't understand, huh? Then let's test that." Yanking Hines closer, he drove his fangs straight into his neck. "I'll ask you again, and this time I'll do it slowly. Lies won't get you anywhere." Hines's body shook violently from the pain, and all he could think was, "This is completely insane. Why does this keep happening to me?" The system window suddenly flashed with a new notification. "Entity appearance has changed. Vampire." Virik let go of him and stepped back just as another message appeared. "Special skill acquired. Legacy of Lesser Blood." Hines's super regeneration had now been downgraded and replaced with simple regeneration. Still giving off that crushing, overwhelming presence, Virik stared at him and asked, "So tell me, are you truly unrelated to the vow of disobedience?" Hines could feel the suffocating authority of a higher vampire pressing down on him, his very blood demanding that he submit. He swallowed hard and answered, "No, Lord Virik. I'm nothing more than a passing traveler." Even with that instinctive urge to obey rising inside him, Hines knew that his center of the mind ability was blocking the compulsion. Virik turned his back and muttered, "Was I wrong?" Then he gave a sharp order. "Follow me. There are important matters that need attention." A faint smile touched Hines's face. "Fine. I'll go. Might as well gather some information while I'm there." Not long after, they arrived at the Azanta branch of the Vargalak clan. Inside, the vampires greeted Virik with open respect, though the looks they gave Hines were full of suspicion. One of them sneered openly. "What's this? New blood?" A female vampire covered her mouth and looked at him with disgust. "What were you thinking, bringing trash like this here?" Before Hines had the chance to respond, Rosalicia appeared with a glass of red liquid in her hand. Smiling brightly, she stepped forward and grabbed his arm. "Hello, little blood. It's been a while," she said brightly. Her cheerful attitude caught Hines completely off guard. Who was this drunk woman? He wondered. Then she flashed him a wide smile and introduced herself. "I'm Rosalicia. And you are?" After a brief pause, he answered, "Hines." Rosalicia held out the glass to him. "Don't be so stiff. We're both lesser bloods, aren't we? Here, it's freshly drawn blood. Go on, drink." Hines stared down at the glass for a moment, weighing his options. "If I drink it, maybe I can avoid drawing suspicion." The moment he took a small sip, a fierce wave of thirst rushed through him, strong enough to break through even his mental filter. His eyes widened in alarm. This is bad. Drinking this could be dangerous. Quickly blocking out the taste and smell, he tipped the glass back and swallowed the rest in one gulp. Delicious, he said in a flat, unreadable voice. With a playful grin, Rosalicia traced a finger lightly along his cheek. I like you. If you were human, I'd drain every last drop from you, she teased. Heinz let out an awkward laugh before asking, You called me lesser blood. What exactly does that mean? Rosalicia tilted her head and pressed a finger to her chin. Huh, you seriously don't know how vampire ranks work? She asked, sounding genuinely shocked. Lesser bloods are basically the same as knights in the human world. But pure bloods are different. They're the aristocrats. Someone like Lord Vieric, for example, Rosalicia explained. Above the clan leaders are those known as the true blood, and beyond even them is the sacred blood. She paused for a second, then added, Well, it's basically like a god. The avatar raised an eyebrow. A god? He repeated. Rosalicia nodded. Our prophet, the one we're meant to obey without question. Just then, Vieric, standing on the second floor, tapped a spoon against his glass to pull everyone's attention to him. Looks like everyone's here, he announced. Let's begin. The room fell silent as Vieric continued. The fragments of the immortal king have gone missing. Across the room, Perita, a pure-blood vampire, casually brushed back a strand of hair while watching the gathering. Vieric went on. We've confirmed that the fragments were last being transported into the city. But somewhere along the way, they vanished completely. Teeple, another pureblood, stood with his arms folded as he listened to Vieric speak. It's possible the fragments have already been brought into the city, Vieric suggested. Heinz looked up, clearly interested. The fragments of the immortal king? He asked. Rosalicia let out a small sigh and gave him a look. You really don't know? Dark mages from a certain village were raising the fragments of the immortal king. Heinz frowned slightly. And where does the vow of disobedience fit into all this? Before anyone could answer, Vieric addressed the room again. Starting today, each of you will investigate your assigned areas thoroughly. Report anything suspicious the moment you find it. Later, while holding an umbrella over herself to block the sun, Rosalicia grumbled, Walking around in daylight is terrible for my skin. Beside her, Heinz adjusted the hood of his cloak and replied, Sunlight weakens us. So that's not surprising. Sweat glistened across both of their faces. Rosalicia went on, Even Lady Perita, a pure blood, is out searching. We can't just sit around and do nothing. She let out a tired sigh. Still, it really is strange that the fragments disappeared. Moving those things was always a huge pain. Heinz turned toward her, his interest sharpening. You mean your side actually had the fragments of the immortal king? She nodded as if it were no big deal. The black magicians used to cultivate them. We were thinking about combining them with ours. Heinz's fists tightened at once, his thoughts spinning. What incredible luck! He fixed his eyes on her and suddenly grabbed both her shoulders. Where are they? Do you know where the fragments are being kept? Rosalicia laughed at him. Me? How would someone like me know that? Just then, a voice spoke up from nearby. I think I might know, Diana said as she kept eating. Heinz turned to her in surprise. What? The fragments of the immortal king? You know where they are? Diana nodded a little uncertainly. I think so. But it was a long time ago, she said, stopping for another bite before continuing. About a year ago, I was put in charge of cleaning the tomb. Every Friday, people from the Vargalak Guild would come and enter the stone chamber inside. And every single time, there was this awful smell coming from in there. Heinz's thoughts sped up immediately. I need to check this out. Sitting nearby, Aaron let out a sigh as understanding hit him. So that's why you always told me not to go near the tomb. Heinz rose from the table and gave a firm nod. Thank you, Diana. That information helps a lot. I'll investigate it myself. For now, it's better if the others stay out of sight. Diana reached out, caught his hand, and turned toward him. She told him he smelled different now. Could he really explain the reason to her? Han Songhyun answered while showing his fangs that her nose was not wrong, but that it had simply turned out this way. It would not harm her, so she did not need to worry. Diana stared at him in shock. Still holding his hand with a gloomy expression, she asked if he had become sick. Then Diana suddenly cried out and bared her neck, saying that if it was necessary, it was fine with her if he drank some of her blood. Trembling, she stretched a hand toward him and said he just should not drink too much. The protagonist could only stare at her in stunned disbelief. He shouted and smacked her lightly on the head, telling her to calm down already. Han Song-hyun said angrily that he had already had enough, so she needed to stop that and tell him where the place was. Sometime later, cries of pain rang out through the cemetery. "Stand still," Teeple ordered coldly, his voice edged with menace. "Do you really want to die here?" A cruel smile spread across his lips. "I'll give you one chance. Show me your best attack. After that, I'll kindly send you back home." The man was shaking with fear, but he still gripped his weapon tightly, let out a desperate scream, and charged straight at the vampire. Teeple didn't even flinch. With a mocking smirk, he activated his ability. "How cruel of me," he said in a taunting voice as blood-red threads appeared and wrapped tightly around the man's body. The man struggled in panic, eyes wide, and pleaded, "You don't have to do this." But as the blood was drawn out of him, his pleading quickly turned into screams. "Stop! Please stop!" Teeple let out a slow sigh, sounding genuinely unimpressed. "This is getting painfully boring." He turned toward a servant nearby and snapped, "Clean this trash up and bring me someone stronger for the next sacrifice." "Yes, master," the servant answered respectfully as he lifted the man's dead body in his arms. But then he suddenly stopped and stared at the ground, shock spreading across his face. "Wait, what is that?" Without a moment's warning, a swarm of skeletons lunged at the servant and tore him to pieces. Teeple roared furiously at the sight. How did these filthy corpses get in here? And as even more skeletons came flooding in, his rage only deepened. "Servants, destroy these disgusting creatures right now." In the middle of the chaos, a dark figure slipped through the battlefield, cutting enemies down with sharp, precise movements. "Who are you?" Teeple demanded, glaring fiercely at the figure. "Are you some necromancer from the Oath of Defiance? How did you even learn about this place?" The figure stepped out of the shadows. It was Han Song-hyun, controlling Han's body and using dark magic as if it were second nature. Teeple's irritation grew even sharper. "So you're not planning to talk willingly, are you?" He gave a cold sneer. "Fine. Then I'll tear your head off first and ask questions afterward." At once, he unleashed a storm of blood attacks that ripped straight through the skeleton army. Han Song-hyun smirked back, using his magic to reshape the shattered skeleton remains into crude weapons. "So you're going to leave my head intact?" he muttered with a faintly amused look. "Let's see how well that plan works for you." Teeple ground his teeth in frustration. "That spell is too fast. I won't be able to dodge it." Right then, Han Song-hyun moved in and intercepted one of Teeple's attacks. Teeple froze for a second, clearly caught off guard. "Reinforcements?" he asked, surprise creeping into his voice. Then a twisted grin spread across his face. "You came at the perfect time. Did you already report the ambush here?" Hines immediately shouted back, "I already did. Lord Viric's forces are gathered outside. I came in first to back you up." Teeple's face twisted in anger at the news. "Wonderful," he snarled with heavy sarcasm. "Then make yourself useful. This demonic is strong enough to keep us pinned down. We need to hold out until the reinforcements arrive." Then, all at once, the younger vampire acting as the protagonist sank his fangs into Teeple's neck. Teeple jerked around in total shock. "What blood are you doing?" he shouted. "Have you lost your mind, you idiot?" Through Hines, the protagonist cast dark magic. "Dark magic?" Teeple gasped, his eyes opening wide in disbelief. "You betrayed me? How could something like this even happen?" His voice turned frantic. "Stop this madness right now." Teeple screamed in horror as his strength began slipping away. "How can you drink the blood of your own kind? That's a terrible sin. It clouds the mind and stains the soul." His voice shook and then broke as he collapsed to the ground. "No, this can't be happening." Hines wiped the blood from his lips and gave a crooked smile. "Clouds the mind, does it? Well, I seem to be thinking just fine." A system window appeared before him with a new message. "Skill acquired, blood magic." Hines grinned at the sight. "This is incredible. With this power, breaking through the blood barrier will be easy." Hines cut in at once. "We don't have time to waste on that." "Then I'll just smash my way through it," Hines replied with a sly, confident smile. A thunderous explosion burst upward and shattered the roof of the tomb. Standing in the middle of the falling rubble, Han Song-hyun smiled with quiet confidence. "We found it." Hines gave a short nod, his eyes narrowing as he looked ahead. "This is exactly what we came for." Gesturing toward the glowing object in front of them, Heinz said. The second fragment of the Immortal King. Heinz reached out toward it, all clear in his voice. Another fragment, unbelievable. As the fragment's power poured into him, he thought, even with center of the mind filtering out the negative thoughts, this fragment contains far too many of them. He gathered the mental strength of all his clones and focused it entirely on protecting his core personality. Then, without warning, a massive pillar of dark energy shot straight into the sky. Watching from a distance, Virik looked up in shock. What is this fog? Are we already too late? Then he suddenly froze, his eyes locking onto the floating skeleton wrapped in dark energy. That silhouette, why does it look familiar? Virik immediately shouted an order to those around him. Bring it down. The vampires answered at once, firing a rain of blood arrows straight at the figure. Heinz struck back with dark magic, blasting one of the attackers down with overwhelming force. A system window flashed before him. Skill evolution. Regeneration immortality. Skill acquired. Forbidden knowledge. Personality status. Heinz Archlich. Meanwhile, the holy paladins reached the outer edge of the cemetery. What is this? One of them asked, raising an arm to shield his face. Smoke? Fire? It looks like it's coming from a Xanthu, he said, coughing as the dark energy pressed down on him. Tuscan climbed down from his horse, his expression hard as he studied the gray residue scattered around. We're going back, he said at once. This isn't normal, Ash. Then another paladin asked nervously, what are we supposed to tell the saint? Tuscan lifted his eyes toward the sinister pillar of energy and answered grimly. Everything. This changes the whole situation. That ominous power swelled through the air, dense and suffocating, heavy with dread. System notification. The rebirth of the Immortal King is drawing near. Heinz stood perfectly still, overwhelmed by the flood of power surging into him. This is unbelievable, he thought as his mind raced. I've become 5. No, 10 times stronger than I was before. A system window appeared before him, listing the changes one after another. New skills acquired. Power of the Immortal King fragment. Rapid rank advancement, plus 2/3 rank. Secret dark magic energy amplification. Traits gained. Evil wisdom. Grants insight into forbidden knowledge. Unconditional understanding of dark magic. All secrets laid bare. As long as my source remains unharmed, I can revive forever, he thought. An existence that cannot be killed. Dark energy rushed through his body like a violent tide, and Heinz released it all at once in a devastating blast. Streams of shadow shot toward the vampires surrounding him. Virik's eyes widened in alarm. What is this smoke? Is this some kind of trap? What are you trying to do? One of his subordinates hurried to his side. My lord, we need to fall back and recover our strength. But before the words had even settled, the dark energy swallowed the subordinate whole and erased him instantly. Virik went rigid, staring at what remained of his servant in horror. This is an attack spell? From the shadows, black thorns burst out and drove straight through Virik's chest. He let out a scream of agony as his strength began draining away at a terrifying speed. Through the avatar Heinz stepped forward and fixed the pureblood vampire with a cold stare. You're stronger than the rest, he said calmly. But right now, to me, you're nothing more than a bag of blood. Virik clenched his teeth, his voice shaking with rage and disbelief. Where did power like this come from? Did you really absorb the fragment completely? How did you survive that much darkness by yourself? Heinz gave a faint smirk as he stepped closer. By myself? He repeated mockingly as he leaned in. Who told you I was alone? Before Virik could even react, Heinz sank his fangs into the vampire's neck and drank deeply. Virik's body convulsed violently. Then all strength left him and he collapsed to the ground. System notification. Conditions fulfilled. Skill growth has been activated. Legacy, minor blood legacy, pure blood. Heinz wiped the blood from his lips, his smile sharp and dangerous. So I'm a pureblood vampire now? He murmured, savoring the feeling. The realization hit him like a flash of lightning. By devouring other vampires, I can grow even faster. A dark laugh escaped him, filled with cruel triumph. Let them wait. I'll devour every last one of them, one after another. Sometime later in the forest, Rosalicia cried out that they needed Perida. Trembling with fear, she asked what they were supposed to do now. With tears gathering in her eyes, Rosalicia said that if Lady Perita had been there, they never would have been crushed by the enemy so easily. Perita answered that Vieric had already been defeated, but she warned them not to underestimate this opponent. As she touched the lingering traces of dark magic, she noted that the fragments held an overwhelming amount of power, proving just how dangerous their enemy truly was. As dawn slowly began to break, she urged everyone to return to the base at once and call for reinforcements. Elsewhere, a man ran wildly through the city streets, shouting curses as he fled. Leaning against a wall to catch his breath, he snapped angrily, "They aren't really going to chase me to the bitter end, are they?" He blamed everything on the vampires, cursing their arrogance even after seeing them destroyed in an instant. Then he cursed himself too, for being foolish enough to trust them in the first place. Then Heinz suddenly reached out from the shadows, grabbed the man, and dragged him away. A terrified scream rang out from the alley. Meanwhile, Han Songhyun reflected on how he had left Hans in the city to deal with what remained of the Vargalak clan. He had also arranged for Heinz to be tied to a small merchant guild so he could escort Diana and her brother safely out of the city. Later, in the forest, Heinz stood there holding a frying pan and joked that with enough pepper, he could turn it into a special steak. Diana and her brother looked at the food with shining eyes and thanked him for making such a delicious meal. The protagonist smiled at them and assured them that it was healthy and perfectly safe to eat. Han Songhyun quietly thought that their smiles came from finally being free from danger. Then, with a gentle smile, the protagonist asked whether they had an uncle who ran a store in eastern Lapilus. Diana gave a nervous nod, unsure whether her uncle would actually be happy to see them. He told her not to worry, while Han Songhyun considered giving them some money himself if things ended badly. A sudden sadness washed over him as he thought about the moment they would have to part ways. When had he last felt something like this? Maybe he really had changed after coming to this world. Diana called out to him and reached toward him with worry in her eyes. "Are you okay? Do you need blood?" she asked carefully. The protagonist laughed and told her he had already had plenty, after draining the vampires that were left in the village. At the same time, Hans, carrying another side of the protagonist within him, was raising the vampire corpses in the cemetery once more. He decided it was about time to wrap things up and retreat to their safe space, quietly marveling at how limitless and convenient that place really was. He wondered whether forbidden knowledge might let him create a similar subspace back on Earth. Without warning, blood magic came crashing down on him. Then Over, a pure-blood vampire of the Vargalak clan, stepped forward and confronted him in a fury. "You're still lurking in our city? Do you really look down on us that much?" she demanded, using blood magic as she accused him of being part of the Oath of Defiance. Hans only smirked and introduced himself as an honorary member of the Oath. She charged him with stealing the fragment of the immortal king and destroying their hideout. Raising a weapon shaped from her own blood, she coldly declared that none of that even mattered anymore. He was going to die here. Her strike came fast. Hans barely avoided a lethal hit, but in that brief exchange, he fully felt the terrifying strength of a pure-blood vampire. As he was slammed against a barrier, he immediately realized it had been created by the blood mages of her clan. "Did you really think getting away would be that easy?" Over sneered at him. The protagonist quickly studied the barrier and understood that he could break it, but he would need a little more time to fully adjust to his newly gained power. Over swore that she would crush his skull herself and personally take back the fragment. Grinning at her, the protagonist told her to remember his name and said he was from the Oath of Defiance. "I am your death," he added with dramatic flair. Even as he chose to retreat for the moment, he made it clear that he would come back. Like a true villain making his exit, he theatrically withdrew and summoned Hans to escape. Over was stunned when she saw him slip past the barrier, while one of her subordinates muttered that leaving like that was absurd. Then suddenly, an arrow flew in from behind and pierced one of Over's servants. It was a holy silver arrow fired by the paladins. Realizing they had been surrounded, Over clenched her teeth in rage and cursed the lich for holding her up. No matter where he had run off to, she swore she would hunt him down. In a furious shout, she vowed that she would find him and kill him no matter what. Sometime later, back in the protagonist's room, Han Songhyun let out a long sigh of relief. "I'm still alive," he muttered to himself. Hans commented that the recall ability was basically a cheat, once again proving just how absurdly useful it was. Han Song-hyun cringed the moment he remembered the dramatic line he had thrown out right before using recall. Swinging his legs off the bed, he muttered to himself, "Why did I have to say something that sounded like such a cliché villain line?" He groaned and covered his face with one hand. "Am I insane? What on earth made me say that?" Taking on Hans's tone for a moment, he tried to justify it to himself. "You're proud of your power, aren't you? You took down a whole group of evil vampires, saved a helpless girl and her little brother, and even protected an entire city." At that thought, Han Song-hyun smiled a little. "Now that I think about it, I kind of do sound like a hero." Stretching his body, he added, "I've probably earned myself a decent amount of karma points for that, right?" He opened the karma shop, then stared at the system window in disbelief. His balance showed 731,002 points. "How do I already have more than 700,000 points?" He blurted out. "Didn't I spend everything on upgrades before?" Letting out an uneasy laugh. He guessed that provoking both the vampires and the dark mages must have boosted his karma by a huge amount. He decided not to dwell on it and tapped the system window instead. "I'll think about that later. For now, should I upgrade my special skills again?" Just then, a notification appeared. The limit on the number of avatars he could summon had increased. Smiling to himself, he noted that his avatar count had gone up. But had he gained any new skills too? The system answered by revealing a newly acquired special skill. Persona. Han Song-hyun's face lit up. "This is exactly what I needed. Is persona something like center of the mind? I should read it properly." After going through the description, he realized that the skill allowed his avatars to become vessels for emotion, changing and developing according to what he needed. It was obvious that the system had judged this skill to be absolutely necessary for him. "So that's what it means," he thought at last. "I've been building connections, defeating powerful enemies, and actually changing things out there. But the truth is, I've spent the last 2 years shut away in this room. Everything over there feels like a game sometimes, but the truth I've kept avoiding is still here, right in front of me." He quietly thought about all the loneliness, sadness, and anger he had buried deep inside, feelings that had only piled up over time. Turning toward Hans, he said, "I need to move these awful emotions into a vessel." The moment he did, he felt an odd sense of relief, as if all those emotions had been packed away into a sealed box. Curious, he wondered how Hans was handling it now that he was the one carrying all of that weight. Hans reassured him calmly, "Don't worry about me. Pain and despair have always stayed by my side. Feelings like that don't bother me." Even so, Han Song-hyun noticed that there was a faint but undeniable change in Hans's tone. Hans let out a small laugh and said, "So you noticed?" In that moment, Han Song-hyun finally understood something clearly. An avatar that was filled with emotions could slowly grow into a being with a personality of its own. Before Han Song-hyun could respond or say anything else, a sudden blast-like noise thundered from outside. "Was that an explosion?" he asked at once, hurrying over to the window. "Don't tell me there's another villain. Right here in the city again." He let out a tired groan and covered part of his face with his hand. "Just let the Guardians deal with it. It's not happening right in front of me like last time," he muttered, trying to turn away from it. "So it's not my problem." Hans cut in without hesitation. "Do you really need a personal reason before you wipe out evil?" Han Song-hyun looked straight back at him, and in that instant, the answer became obvious. Ever since he had handed his darker emotions over to Hans, his thoughts had started to feel far less clouded. Avoiding things had always been the way he lived. Even though he truly wanted to crush evil, he had never quite found the courage to step forward and do it himself. Hans, now giving off an air of cold resolve, spoke like someone who had already made his choice. "The order of this world is falling apart. Criminals are crawling everywhere. Then I'll become the law that judges them." With that, he drew on his power, put on a mask, and stepped out to meet the spreading chaos head-on. At the scene of the explosion, local residents had already gathered in a crowd, voices rising with anger and exhaustion. "How many times is this now?" someone shouted. "Why haven't they brought in reinforcements yet?" Not far away, Hans watched everything in silence. From what he saw, he concluded that the villains were no longer acting alone. They had formed an organization, and they were running short on time. This time, He had no intention of walking away empty-handed. Drawing on dark magic, he formed a new surveillance tool, the Eye of Darkness, a fresh network of spies born from shadow. "You will become my eyes and ears in the dark," he thought, preparing to drag every hidden sinner into the light of punishment. In a nearby alley, a group of schoolchildren had cornered one of their classmates and were tormenting him. "Bring him an ashtray," one of them sneered. The others burst into laughter as a boy pressed a lit cigarette toward another child, mocking him and calling him the perfect ashtray. Pinned down and unable to get away, the schoolboy screamed and begged them to stop. At the same time, elsewhere in the city, a woman held her child tightly against her chest and asked in despair where they were even supposed to run. In front of her, a drunken man swung his belt wildly and shouted that she was lying to him. Elsewhere, a masked robber smashed through a store window, climbed inside, yanked open the register, and declared that this was all he needed. Hans took in every one of those scenes, his expression hidden, but his thoughts grim and unshakable. To him, trash like these villains deserved no mercy, and he decided they would all be punished. The punishment he imagined was not simple pain. It would be a terror so deep that it would leave scars etched directly into their souls. They would never forget this day, and if evil ever began to grow inside them again, then darkness itself would return to find them. Before long, screams of fear started echoing across the city from one place after another. Hans could feel himself getting more familiar with his powers as the night went on, but even that wasn't enough. Not even close. There was still far too much filth left in the city to be washed away. He needed to cleanse every corner of the city and strip all evil from it completely. By the time night was nearly over, Hans stretched his body and remarked with satisfaction that clearing the shadows of hidden garbage felt surprisingly good. Still, even though the Eye of Darkness had been useful, its flaws were impossible to ignore. Whenever it entered bright areas, its power weakened until it disappeared entirely. He needed a better, steadier way to locate enemies. But he also couldn't just release undead monsters into the middle of the city. So what other method was left? Hans Songhyun grumbled in annoyance after birds dirted his clothes, joking bitterly that maybe he should kill every last one of them and turn them into his servants instead. Then he lifted his eyes and watched the birds gliding through the sky, and suddenly paused. Hans immediately pointed out that an invisible, freely moving eye that could watch over the whole city sounded like a perfect idea. After thinking it over, Hans Songhyun remembered that familiars were a type of enslavement magic dark mages used to dominate animals and make use of them. Surrounded by fluttering birds, Hans frowned and asked why that kind of magic still refused to work properly for him. Hans Songhyun decided to test different approaches to creating a familiar, though every attempt up to that point had ended in failure. Hans reflected that the ideal result would be familiars that looked completely ordinary while still carrying infectious properties. But if he reduced the magic power to make them appear natural, their ability to infect weakened too much. Only then did Hans Songhyun fully grasp how difficult this problem really was. It reminded him of debugging, the kind that made programmers grit their teeth in frustration. Still, he had prepared a new version of his contagious enslavement magic, revised once again and ready for another test. Will this one finally work? He wondered quietly. But the moment a mutated cat sprang out of the cage, disappointment hit him all over again. Even after 3 full weeks of research, he still hadn't achieved any major breakthrough. Clicking his tongue in irritation, he stared at the last bird left in the cage and muttered that this one had better succeed. Carefully controlling the exact amount of magic power, he grabbed the bird and cast the spell on it once more. Then he let out a long breath of relief and said that he was finally finished. But when the bird slipped free from his hands and flew off, he looked up in surprise and asked, "What is this supposed to mean?" Watching it more carefully, he realized that this time the bird looked completely normal. Now only one thing remained, testing whether its infectious ability was still intact. The bird descended among the others, and a trace of dark energy spread out from it. Hans Songhyun's eyes immediately lit up. "It worked," he declared. "This one is a success." These infected creatures would become his eyes and ears throughout the city. Reaching out his hand, he gave the order, "Go. Fly out and find every enemy for me." Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, Lysias knelt down and placed a hand on the ground, remembering the words Hans had spoken when he used the recall skill. Tuscan walked up and reported that his knights had finally arrived. Sounding annoyed, Tuscan added that after questioning the surviving vampires, they found out those prisoners had nothing to do with the descendants of the immortal king. Lysias answered that they still needed more proof. The immortal king was clearly recovering his strength, even if they had not faced him directly yet. Using the magic sealed inside his cross, he opened a line of communication and respectfully asked whether any new information had come in. A saint replied through the magical transmission, saying that traces of the immortal king had been discovered inside a cave to the northwest of where they were. Clutching the cross firmly, Lysias thanked them and vowed that he would not fail their expectations. At the cave, Han Songhyun thought back on how he had finally trained his familiars well enough to report whenever they came across monsters. Now all that remained was to verify whether the information they brought him was trustworthy. But something immediately felt wrong, because the ground familiars were not moving the way they normally did. Instead of guiding him forward, they looked like they were trying to run away. Were they scared? If they had simply found a monster, they would have reported it at once. If they were reacting like this, then it could only mean one thing. Humans, he wondered. Why would people be all the way out here in a place like this? A bad feeling crept in. Could this be an ambush? But that made no sense either. How could such a large group hide themselves so completely without giving off the slightest trace of their presence? Then suddenly, one of his familiars was cut down on the spot. Tuscan stepped forward and coldly declared, "You are one of those bound by the oath of disobedience. Those pitiful tricks of yours won't work on us," Tuscan said firmly. "No evil can hide from the eyes of the saint. You are not leaving this place alive." As he drew his weapon, he demanded surrender and declared that divine judgment would fall here. Han Songhyun recognized them the moment he saw them, holy knights. He had learned that symbol during his training in Brokaslak. Since divine power directly opposed dark magic, he knew this fight would not be an easy one. Hans, still calm and unreadable, asked how servants of the church had managed to track him down in a place like this. Tuscan answered by striking at him sharply with his weapon, cutting his words off at once. "You have no right to speak," he snapped back. "Don't think for a second that your words can deceive me." Han Songhyun muttered under his breath that this opponent was stubborn to an unbelievable degree. Would it be better to trick them somehow and escape while he still could? Tuscan seemed to see right through that thought. Raising light magic, he said, "Petty tricks won't work on us. You cannot deceive the servants of the saint." A weapon wrapped in light drove into Han Songhyun, and pain immediately twisted across his face. "Do you really think punishing villains is a crime?" he asked. "Tell me, is that truly evil?" But the only answer he got was silence. Tuscan shouted back as the light around him grew even stronger. "From the moment you accepted forbidden power, you became one of them. A villain all the same." Han Songhyun activated dark magic and shot back. What kind of logic is that? But at the same time, he felt his body weaken in a strange way. Recently, something had been disrupting his magic. Then the anthem of the Holy Knights began to ring out, and with every note, more of his strength was drained away. Tuscan immediately ordered the singers to continue without stopping. The hymn was steadily eating away at Han Songhyun's energy, yet he still could not bring himself to attack innocent people just to silence the song. He let out a frustrated groan, and in that instant, a weapon stabbed into him from behind. "Now," Tuscan shouted, "this is our chance. Restrain him." Han Songhyun instantly realized where he had gone wrong. He had let his guard down for too long, and now heavy chains had already wrapped around him. These were no ordinary restraints. They did not just limit his body, they shut down his magic as well. "Not bad," Han Songhyun admitted with a faint grimace. "I'll give you that. Catching me was impressive." Tuscan gave a small, satisfied smirk. "Just as expected. No evil being has ever escaped these chains. Are you still planning to resist?" With a grin, Han Songhyun answered, "Like I'd make things that easy for you." By then, he already understood there was no point trying to reason with them anymore. Then this was where they would part. If they wanted to believe they had already won, he was willing to let them think so. Tuscan, suddenly on guard, raised his light magic again. "I don't know what you're planning, but I'm not going to stand here and let you try it." And with that, he launched another attack. But Han Songhyun only smiled to himself. The chains no longer mattered, because Hans had already slipped free. Tuscan's eyes widened in shock. He broke the chains? That's impossible. Who exactly is this man? Later, back in bed and completely drained, Han Song-hyun let out a long sigh. No matter where he went, trouble always seemed to find him in the end. First it was the Shadow faction and the Oath of Defiance. After that came the Varkalak vampire clan. And now even the Paladin Order, one of the strongest powers on the entire continent, had become his enemy too. He pulled up the system window, his mind spinning with one thought after another. There had to be some reason he kept building up all this karma. Was it because villains from all over the continent kept finding their way to him? Letting out a groan, he pushed the thought aside and decided to stick to his original plan for the time being. Sometime later, back in the city, Han Song-hyun got ready to test the results of everything he had been researching. In theory, controlling the core of black magic itself was not that difficult. If he used his familiars properly, they could become his eyes and ears and monitor even a place as large as Seoul without much trouble. But before he could continue thinking, a terrified scream suddenly cut through his thoughts. A young woman, crying so hard her face was soaked with tears, begged desperately for mercy. "Please, I'll do anything," she pleaded. "Just let me go." Then she spotted someone at the window and cried out again, "Help me. I'm trapped here against my will. Please, don't just walk away." The man restraining her only sneered and yanked her hair back even harder. "Go ahead and scream," he said with a grin. "No one's going to hear you except me." He smugly explained that his ability erased both sound and visibility from others' notice. "So scream louder," he taunted her. "I want to hear more. You've got a really cute voice, you know that?" As he lifted his weapon to strike her, he boasted that she would easily rank among the top 3 in his collection. At that very moment, Hans came crashing down through the ceiling, dark magic surging around him. The man holding the knife stared in confusion. "How is this possible? My power hides sound and makes us invisible. That should be perfect." Han Song-hyun glared at him with an icy expression. "That kind of filth won't work on me. What you've been doing ends here." The man's face twisted in anger. "Who the hell are you? A guardian? And how did you even find this place?" Pressing the blade against the woman's throat, he snarled, "Take one more step and she dies." Han Song-hyun immediately activated dark magic. "Is that right?" he said coldly, pulling the woman away in a burst of power and catching her safely in his arms. "Then what are you going to do now?" The knife-wielding man gasped in shock. "Heir attorney? You dare steal my prey?" Enraged, he shouted that he would kill her along with him and lunged forward, only to be seized in an instant by writhing strands of dark energy. From those words alone, Hans could already tell this was not the first time. As he bound the man tightly in dark power, he raised 2 fingers and pressed them against the man's forehead. "You won't mind if I check for myself, right?" Han Song-hyun muttered. Using necromancy, he activated the Cry of the Dead skill and began searching through the man's memories. What he saw were vivid, brutal scenes of torture and murder, one victim after another. "So you're a serial killer," Hans said grimly. "That's enough. I don't need to see any more." His voice turned even colder after that. "I sentence you to death." The man's scream tore through the room as dark magic flooded into him and consumed him completely. Han Song-hyun muttered under his breath that even death felt too merciful for someone like this. Then he paused for a brief moment. "But I do need an undead servant for my work. You'll be useful." With a cruel smile, he cast a spell that drained every drop of blood from the man's body. A system window appeared in front of him, announcing that a new undead had been created. Gasped. Looking satisfied, Han Song-hyun said that he would need to prepare a subspace portal as well. It would definitely be useful later on. Then his eyes fell on the unconscious woman, and Hans thought quietly to himself. What was he supposed to do with her now? Clean up the scene first? Or maybe just call emergency services and leave it there? A short time later, the police arrived and quickly sealed off the area around the crime scene. Park Han-cheol, the head of the Special Ops Bureau's criminal investigation team, stood outside and stared through the window at the scene within. An officer in a suit walked over and reported that they had checked the footage. It was definitely the serial killer they had been tracking. Clearly irritated, Park Han-cheol asked, "And the one who stopped him?" "A returnee," the officer answered with a nod. "That part is confirmed. But the killer's body is gone." There were traces of dark magic and blood all over the scene. Someone had clearly died there. The whole thing was a disaster. This case is a complete nightmare, Park Han-cheol muttered. A vigilante playing hero. Do they think the law means nothing? Meanwhile, Han Song-hyun stood on top of a rooftop, quietly looking down over the city below. A passerby on the street glanced up and pointed. Is that guy sleepwalking or something? Who even is that? Hans gently stroked the cat sitting beside him and wondered what people would say if they ever saw his real face. Elsewhere, at the Seoul South branch of the South Korean Citizens Repatriation Association, a secretary stepped into Yoon Ji-yoon's office. Sorry for interrupting, the secretary said, but something urgent has come up. Still suffering from a long night, Yoon Ji-yoon let out a groan. What time is it? Yoon Ji-yoon asked groggily. And what's happening now? The secretary stepped forward and handed her a file. This came from the Special Ops Bureau. They're investigating the serial killer case, and Yoon Ji-yoon quickly skimmed through the file before muttering. So the dark mage in the long coat and mask has shown up again. Public security is already falling apart as it is. She let out a long sigh and dropped a tablet over her face. We should just pass this to that guy. The secretary stared at her in shock. That guy? You mean the murderer? Yoon Ji-yoon slammed both fists onto the desk. Exactly. He gets results. If we can bring him under control, he'll be a very useful asset. The secretary frowned even more. You want someone like that to become a guardian? Are you actually serious? Quit whining and get back to work. Yoon Ji-yoon shot back, pointing at the mountain of paperwork still waiting to be done. Then, throwing her hands up in frustration, she snapped. At this rate, I should just go tear those villains apart myself. Later on, Han Song-hyun stood by a window and stretched his body. With a pleased little smile, he murmured, punishing villains really does feel good. His eyes slowly swept over the busy streets below. There are still a few more pests I'll have to deal with soon, he thought. The villains' organization was continuing to tear things apart and plunge the city deeper into chaos. After putting the situation together as best he could, Hines decided it might be time to turn his attention back to the other world for a while. When he arrived there, Uncle Diana and Aaron were already in tears, calling out his name the moment they saw him. The children ran straight to him and threw their arms around him tightly. Looking at them warmly, he told them they had been through so much. We're okay. The children cried out, their faces bright with relief and happiness. Watching them reunite, Hines smiled quietly, feeling genuinely glad to see them together again. Their uncle seemed truly kind, the sort of man whose words and actions gave Hines no reason to doubt him. If he had shown even the slightest sign of suspicion, Hines might have resorted to threats, but that no longer seemed necessary. The uncle reached out and grabbed Hines's hand, thanking him over and over for bringing the children back safely. Hines simply waved it off and said he had not really done much, only what needed to be done. Diana stepped closer, her eyes shining with gratitude. Thanking him softly, she wrapped her arms around him in a tight hug. I'm so happy, she said, and he gently patted her on the head. This isn't the end, he told her. I'll come visit often, so stay healthy and behave yourself until then. Still crying, Diana admitted that she felt a little uneasy. He seemed to be changing more and more. Even so, her belief that he was still a good person gave her comfort. He paused at that. Am I really changing? He wondered to himself, feeling unexpectedly unsettled. Maybe it was because of the influence of his persona skill. Hines had originally been shaped from negative emotions, from a craving to be acknowledged, a nature that tried to pull attention through mystery and manipulation. And yet now, that personality felt strangely calm and stable. Diana looked at him sadly and asked where he planned to go next. He answered that he would seize every chance he found and set out on a pilgrimage. Some time later, Hines arrived in Teleria, the capital of the Kingdom of Talia, a city known as the center of the Church of the Goddess and the place where its grandest temple stood. As he walked through the streets, he observed everything around him with sharp interest. Once he slipped into a quiet alley, he carefully checked that no one was watching before using his abilities to summon his fourth avatar, Heinrich. This avatar had been designed around several important traits: a steady mind, a proper persona, super regeneration, and a calm, controlled temperament. Its special quality, the spirit of a warrior, gave extra bonuses to skills and experience earned through battle and hard training. Handing a bag over to Heinrich, Heinz told him that walking through the holy city as a vampire would be far from ideal. He ordered him to take the bag and step into the light instead. Heinrich then approached an elder seated in a chair with subordinates gathered around him. "Next believer, step forward," the elder called out. In answer, Heinrich dumped the entire bag of gold at the elder's feet, leaving everyone around him stunned. The elder immediately began counting the coins, stacking them one by one with wide eyes. "How much is all this?" he asked in disbelief. "This is everything I own," Heinrich declared, placing a hand over his heart. "I wish to offer it all to the goddess and serve as a paladin in order to carry out her will." Thinking back on his earlier avatars, an undead, a dark mage, and a vampire, Heinrich reflected that this time, he would become a figure of light, a paladin admired and respected by everyone. The elder slammed his fist down onto the table so hard that coins bounced and scattered in every direction. Instructor Marcos stepped in with a booming laugh. "A sincere young man like you would make an excellent paladin." But the elders still hesitated and said they could not simply accept a complete stranger as a paladin, no matter how great the offering was. Marcos calmly reassured him, "Don't worry. Training always exposes what kind of person a recruit really is. Are you ready to show us yours?" Heinrich nodded at once. "I am." Several weeks into the brutal training, Heinrich was gasping for breath with sweat pouring down his face. "Water!" he cried out desperately, just before a huge iron ball came flying toward him. What kind of insanity is this, he thought, forcing every bit of strength out of himself to stop the iron ball. By then, exactly 1 month had passed since he first began training. At first, he had imagined the Paladin Order as something noble, elegant, and dignified. Instead, it turned out to be packed with relentlessly intense, muscle-brained warriors. The entire training hall rang with loud cries and fierce encouragement as paladins pushed their bodies to the limit. One fellow paladin walked up to him and scolded him by his number. "Number 12, you're losing focus. Did you forget the rules? You're not allowed to stop praying during training." Then the paladin dropped to one knee in front of him and shouted, "Good. Now focus properly and recite the prayers again." Number 12 started again, chanting with full devotion as he lifted the iron ball once more. The coach nodded in approval. "Good work. Stay focused. Let your prayers bring your strength back." Watching from the side, Heinrich had to admit that the repeated prayers, exhausting as they were, really did strengthen both faith and divine power. Nearby, 2 paladins were pounding on a third with sledgehammers, while the one being hit shouted happily that his back felt amazing today. Seeing that, Heinrich could only think that the whole thing was completely insane. If anything, they looked like they wanted to hit him even harder. Not far away, another paladin stood firm and tried to crush a spiked iron ball with the strength of his bicep alone. Around him, the others shouted praises to the goddess, proudly declaring that their faith kept growing stronger. From where he stood, Heinrich could not help wondering if training really had to be this extreme. Up on the second floor, one of the trainers walked over to Marcos and asked about the new recruit. "Is he just a simple fool?" the trainer asked. Marcos only smirked. "And if he is, so what?" The trainer gave a low chuckle. "Even before baptism, he can already lift weights like that. His shoulders and lower body are already absurdly strong. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of monster baptism turns him into." Hearing that, Heinrich felt deeply uncomfortable. Why are they staring at my body like that? He tried to swallow down the unease. The last thing he wanted was to draw more attention from this crowd of apparent muscle fanatics. Time kept moving, and Heinrich went on enduring the endless, punishing training. During one especially brutal session, he stopped for a moment and gasped for air. 3 whole months had passed since he started. Without wind instrument and super regeneration, he would have collapsed long ago. His body and stamina had improved a lot, but dealing with the group's endless strange behavior was the real test. Marcos came over and planted a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Done with lower body training? Then let's do chest next." He pulled off his shirt and flexed dramatically right in front of Heinrich. Startled, Heinrich let out a strained scream. Then another trainer joined in and struck an exaggerated pose of his own. "What a beautiful day. Don't you think it's perfect for some proper back training?" Heinrich felt his discomfort spike so badly that he nearly shuddered. Why are these muscle-crazy lunatics all targeting me? Later, Heinrich sat beside a building with another paladin and rolled his stiff neck. I think I'm actually starting to lose my mind, he muttered. The other paladin laughed and said not a single day passed without someone asking him to train too. That's because the elders expect so little from themselves, he said as they talked. Just then, a group of smiling paladins walked past, laughing together as if nothing was strange at all. A moment later, two figures stepped out of the building, Archbishop Lysias and Tuscan. They raised a hand toward the paladins, and their presence immediately drew everyone's attention. Then one senior member announced that orders had come for an expedition with a full force of crusaders. The obvious question followed. When were they leaving? Heinrich caught sight of one of the paladins and narrowed his eyes. Wasn't that the same man who had pointed his sword at Hans? That meant the group that had returned must have been out searching for Hans all along. Had they really spent all this time hunting him down? Not long after that, the recruits were assembled inside a grand hall. At the altar, an elder stood before them and began to address the gathered group. We are gathered here today for the baptism ceremony of our most promising recruits. Because of special circumstances, the ceremony has been moved up earlier than usual. We ask for your understanding. One recruit whispered to another, asking why they were holding a ceremony that normally came only once every 6 months, and why it was happening now of all times. Heinrich already had a guess. They needed reinforcements badly if they were going to continue pursuing the heir of the immortal king. But for him, this was also the perfect moment to put his plan to the test. The elder called out, Max Veroin. Max stepped forward, and the elder asked whether he was ready to devote his life to the goddess and serve as one of her paladins. I am, Max answered without the slightest hesitation. Heinrich watched the process in silence, carefully considering each part of it. Those who received baptism gave up all their mana to the deity and lost the ability to cast magic with it afterward. In exchange, the deity granted them a sacred blessing with tremendous power, and that blessing's strength depended entirely on faith. The purer and more unwavering a recruit's belief was, the stronger that paladin would become. Then the elder called the next name, Heinrich. Smiling faintly, Heinrich stepped forward and thought to himself that he was lucky to have come up with such a brilliant plan. Up to this point, he had mostly used center of the mind to dull outside stimuli and keep his emotions under control. But then he realized it could be used in the opposite way as well. If he combined it with persona, he could create the illusion of perfect faith in the goddess. As the high priest drew out his mana, Heinrich planned to filter away every trace of doubt or mistrust, leaving behind only clean, flawless energy. The moment the high priest began the ritual, an intense holy light started filling the hall. Gasps spread through the room, followed by a wave of shocked whispers. This has never happened before, someone cried out in disbelief. The sacred power is rising all the way to the head of the goddess's statue. Startled, the high priest placed a hand on Heinrich's shoulder. You were only just baptized, and yet your sacred power already rivals that of a priestess. Such pure and unwavering faith, truly remarkable. Inside, Heinrich smiled to himself. His plan had worked exactly as intended. After that, Heinrich kept training diligently, a small smile on his face as he thanked the people around him. Then suddenly, a system window appeared before his eyes and informed him that he had gained the holy baptism skill. It allowed him to distribute spiritual power among his avatars more efficiently. As he looked down at his hand, he quietly wondered if this was really the full extent of holy power. Even so, the result gave him some relief. He had honestly doubted that fake faith built on an illusion would produce anything at all. Still, it seemed the skill had not revealed its full potential yet. Thinking it over more carefully, he came to one conclusion. The church's deity felt closer to the system itself, like a personal god directly tied to the individual. Earlier, when he opened his mind, a strange feeling brushed past him. If he had to put it into words, it felt like curiosity from somewhere far away, a presence quietly observing him. So this is what it feels like to be watched, he thought. Power like that, he decided, should only ever be used for something righteous. Later, inside one of the meeting rooms, Latius and Tuscan stood over a tactical map, shifting pieces across it while they discussed their next move. This whole situation is a disaster, Tuscan said in a heavy voice. We've spent an entire month searching, and we still haven't found a single village tied to the heir of the immortal king." Lacius let out a tired sigh. "I have nothing I can offer to the deity." Then he looked toward Tuscan and added, "On top of that, I can feel the kingdom of Talia pulling back its support. The vampire group hiding inside their borders is almost certainly part of the reason." Tuscan moved several pieces across the board before answering. "As we kept chasing Hans, the issues surrounding Vampire Slope and the Oath of Disobedience only became harder to contain." Lifting one of the pieces in his hand, he went on, "The assassination squad hasn't produced any real results. Pressure from the state keeps growing, and they're using this entire mess to corner us." Frustrated, Lacius struck his own head with his palm and said, "Enough. The assassination squad will be dissolved. My men will bring everyone back to the capital." Tuscan gave a quiet nod, accepted the order, and stepped out to carry it through. As he walked off, the weight of their unstable position stayed on his mind. "We're boxed in from every direction, and the number of paladins we have is no longer enough. What am I supposed to do with what I know now?" His eyes drifted out toward the training yard, where the new recruits were clashing with one another in practice bouts. "Are those the ones who were baptized today?" he wondered. Then, all at once, something on the field drew his eye. One of the recruits had just landed a strike on Heinrich with a weapon. Heinrich reacted at once, driving his elbow into the recruit's face and knocking him flat onto the ground, his weapon flying from his hand. The trainer raised his voice and announced, "Heinrich wins this match." At that moment, a system window appeared before Heinrich, informing him that his avatar had reached enlightenment through repeated training. He had successfully unlocked the Crusader fighting technique skill. As he remained standing there, Heinrich noticed that one of the wounds on his body was already closing at a shocking speed. With his super regeneration and the sacred power he had just awakened, the injury vanished completely without leaving a trace. The recruit who had lost wiped the sweat from his face and asked, "Did you let me hit you on purpose?" Heinrich reached out and pulled him back to his feet. "It was worth taking the hit," he said with an easy smile. "Fighting smart suits me better." But inside, Heinrich was thinking something else. "This still isn't enough. If I want to become stronger, then my abilities need to evolve even further." Just then, Tuscan approached with a serious look on his face. "Your sacred power is extraordinary," he said. "At this point, you're already on the level of an instructor or even a high-ranking paladin." The defeated recruit stared in open shock after hearing Tuscan say that. Tuscan continued, "Even so, you still lack the experience needed to be considered a true paladin." Heinrich tilted his head slightly, puzzled. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Tuscan answered with a knowing smile. "You've probably felt it more clearly than most people, haven't you?" He held out his hand toward Heinrich. "I can make you far stronger than you are now. Come with me to the Rosalia Temple." The protagonist asked what business there was for him at the Grand Temple, and the answer came back in the form of another question. Was there some reason he could not go? Heinrich reached out without hesitation, saying there was no problem at all and that he was willing to come along. Wearing a displeased expression, Tuscan turned and started walking, saying that if Heinrich intended to follow, then he should move right away. The protagonist quickly hurried after the paladin and asked for a moment to collect his things, but Tuscan told him to leave that task to someone else. Soon after, the two stepped into a room and stood atop glowing runes. Tuscan placed a hand on the protagonist's shoulder and admitted that everything must feel sudden. He told him not to worry, promising that the full explanation would come later. The protagonist gave a small nod, showing that he understood. Not long after, they arrived at the famous Great Temple of Rosalia, the church's largest sanctuary, built at the very center of the continent. This holy place was the very core of the faith, the land where both the father and the goddess had once stayed. Inside, Ristar welcomed them with gentle warmth and said she hoped their long trip had not been too difficult. They immediately knelt before her and offered their thanks with deep respect. As the protagonist stepped into that sacred space where the goddess herself resided, he felt certain it was a place where he could grow tremendously. He believed there could be no better ground for sharpening his skills and earning recognition as a true paladin. With firm resolve, he decided he would improve himself there while also taking care of secret work with Hans' help. Meanwhile, Hans sat on top of a rooftop with corpses scattered around him, scrolling through reports on his phone about the saint. Seeing how famous he had become, Hans noted that the remaining pieces of a human trafficking ring had already been wiped out. Still, one strange detail caught his attention and made him pause. The defeated criminals kept mentioning something called the Divine Retribution Society. Again and again, they cursed him and shouted that the society would never forgive anyone who failed to move against him. Hans began to suspect that this society was connected to several different groups. Stretching his body as he rose to his feet, he decided he would dig deeper into it while continuing to tear through their operations one by one. At the same time, his thoughts drifted to how he should split his earnings, now that he had more money than before and needed a better way to handle it. Later, Hans walked down the street in a mask, thinking carefully about the danger of unloading large amounts of rare and suspicious valuables while acting under the Ha-Ho mask identity. If he made any sudden move now, he could easily become the first person people suspected. After entering a discreet shop, he handed over a bag of money to one of the employees and stated that he had come to sell something. The employee gave a mocking scoff and asked whether Hans had mistaken the place for some ordinary pawn shop. But Hans calmly poured out everything inside the bag, exposing the valuables within. The employee's expression changed at once, and he hurriedly started checking the items with shaken eyes. He soon recognized that the badges came from a trafficking-related trade syndicate. He had already heard rumors that a masked man had destroyed that very organization. The protagonist looked at the man in front of him and asked plainly whether he wanted to make the deal. The man immediately became tense and told him to use the back door, warning him not to even think about leaving through any other exit. Following those instructions, the protagonist eventually made his way to the proper destination. There, another masked man greeted him and asked if he had come to sell something. Hans gave a short nod, then asked whether the payment could be made in something other than cash. Hans passed over the bag, and the masked man immediately started checking what was inside. As he looked through it, he asked whether Hans wanted goods instead of money, and if so, what kind. Hans told him he needed a winning lottery ticket, preferably one tied to a top prize that could be cashed out right away. Cash itself meant nothing to him, he said, unless he could actually use it freely. What he really needed was clean, legal money under his real identity, Hans Songhyun, and a lottery ticket was the easiest way to create untraceable funds. The masked man said a lottery ticket could be arranged, though the commission would be high. Hans calmly said that wasn't a problem and asked how much one could be sold for. The masked man answered that the split would be 6-1, and the redemption period would last 4 months. Hans asked for 2 tickets, but the masked man shook his head and said the payment on hand wasn't enough for that. Hans didn't look bothered at all. Telling him not to worry, he reached into his subspace storage and pulled out several gold bars. He asked if that would be enough. The masked man froze in shock, touched the bars, and asked in disbelief, "Is that a subspace storage item? Who exactly are you? These materials are incredible. Where did you even get something like this?" Irritated by the man's nosy attitude, Hans brushed him off, complained about being grabbed, and made it clear he wasn't there for small talk. He told the masked man to stop wasting time and finish the transaction. Apologizing at once, the masked man agreed and pushed the deal forward. As the exchange wrapped up, Hans sharpened his senses and caught a faint trace of blood in the air. So it really wasn't just his imagination. Stepping a little closer, Hans said this definitely wouldn't be their last trade. At this rate, he figured they'd be seeing each other a lot from now on. Later, Hans stepped back outside with a smile, glancing down at the checks now resting in his hand. He muttered to himself about how he had used his dreams to win the lottery, then started wondering what he should buy first. Having subordinates would make things far easier. Running around and handling every little errand himself was getting old fast. He paused for a moment and let the cool night breeze wash over him while he looked out at the lively streets. Just a few months earlier, those same streets had been disturbingly empty because of the human trafficking syndicate. Now the city had its life back, and the streets were full again. Maybe it was because of all the rumors he had heard, but he felt a quiet sense of relief knowing he had played some part in bringing peace back. Then, without warning, Gamma slipped up behind him and whispered into his ear, asking where he had come from. Startled, the protagonist spun around at once. "Who is this?" he thought. "And how did he get this close without me noticing at all?" Noticing how tense he had become, Gamma tried to ease him down and said there was no reason to be nervous. He only wanted to talk for a bit. Still on guard, the protagonist asked what Gamma was even talking about. He had come up behind him out of nowhere and even sniffed him. So what was his deal? Gamma asked him outright if he was a vampire. The protagonist went stiff. That's it, Gamma said, as if he had confirmed something important. He was level 6, one born through Demir's transformation. Gamma kept pressing. What's your name? And when did you return to Earth? Thinking that another vampire traveler from a different dimension had shown up, the protagonist realized he needed to make something up fast if he wanted to escape this situation cleanly. But before he knew it, answers started leaving his mouth on their own. It felt like his mind had been dragged under some kind of hypnosis. Against his will, he heard himself say, "My name is Hines, and I haven't been back on Earth for very long. Why am I answering him so easily?" He thought in alarm. Is this his mind control? Gamma smiled with satisfaction. Good, he said. So you're a newcomer who only recently returned to Earth. Then let me introduce myself properly. With that, he handed the protagonist a business card. I'm part of the Blood Pack, the organization that manages all vampires on Earth. My role is to track down those who've recently come back. The protagonist accepted the card, still trying to process everything, and asked, is an organization like that actually real? Gamma let out a sigh and explained that if the protagonist wanted to stay alive, sticking together was the only realistic option. There really wasn't much room to choose. Still looking doubtful, the protagonist then asked, by the way, what exactly did you mean by level? Seeing his interest growing, Gamma suggested they move somewhere else before continuing. If you're really curious now, let's talk somewhere private, he said. Then he pulled out his car keys and asked if the protagonist wanted to visit the organization in person. After seeing the sleek car waiting nearby, the protagonist agreed and went with him. Meanwhile, Soren had been watching the entire exchange quietly from a distance. She sent the update back to headquarters through her earpiece. The target is moving exactly as planned. We are following him. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination. Gamma told him not to hesitate and urged him to head inside. Curious now, the protagonist asked what kind of place this was supposed to be. Gamma explained that every vampire possessed a unique vampire factor, and that factor was what determined their overall strength. Those factors were measured and classified by level, and with the help of a magic circle, they could determine a vampire's level with precision. Gamma then led him into a room crowded with vampires and covered in strange runes. Hines stared at the sight in shock, wondering if that really was a genuine magic circle. The whole scene felt deeply suspicious to him. Gamma pointed toward the circle and urged him to step into it without wasting time. The protagonist hesitated, telling himself he could always back out if things started to look dangerous. But then his attention was caught by a skull radiating dark magic nearby. When he examined it more carefully, he realized this wasn't ordinary dark magic at all. It was a twisted fusion of shamanism, curses, alchemy, and several other occult systems. He couldn't help wondering how something like that could even exist. Even though returnees had started appearing around 20 years earlier, magical tools were still rare, and magical technology had barely progressed. That was because the laws governing energy were different across abilities and dimensions. And yet, this organization had somehow managed to fuse all those completely different powers together. The Blood Pack was clearly far more formidable than he had first imagined. One of the vampires told him to hold out his hand. Then he made a small cut across Hines's palm and warned him that it would sting for only a moment. To Hines's surprise, the blood that spilled from the wound began to float into the air and separated into 5 distinct spheres. One of the vampires remarked that this meant he was level 5. Looking more closely at how tightly the blood orbs were linked, they added that his regenerative ability seemed unusually strong. The protagonist silently compared that result to the purebreds from Alterica, guessing that most of them would probably rank somewhere around level 5 or 6. Gamma gave a knowing smile and said he was already getting nervous. After coming from some unheard-of dimension, Hines had only reached level 5, which made him hardly worth much. At that level, there was no need to go as far as cutting off limbs. The vampires around the room all seemed to agree, and one after another, they activated their abilities. Alarm shot through Hines at once. He realized this ritual had another purpose behind it. It was far too elaborate to be nothing more than a simple level check. He needed to call for help immediately. Right then, A sudden knock at the door made everyone flinch, and Gamma's expression visibly tightened. The door flew open a second later, and Soren stormed in, ordering everyone in the room to freeze where they stood. She announced that she was there to arrest Gamma, a level 6 vampire from the Blood Pack, on charges of kidnapping and murdering other vampires. Gamma didn't look shaken at all, and simply questioned her rude entrance. The protagonist felt that Soren looked strangely familiar, though he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Soren said that when she first heard rumors about vampires being abducted, she hadn't fully believed them, but now the proof was right in front of her. She ordered Gamma to release the captured vampires and surrender peacefully. Gamma only laughed at her and called her a naive dog of the Blood Pack. He demanded to know why vampires had to keep living in chains, obey human laws, and stay hidden beneath the surface. Furious, Soren shot back that it was because of violent vampires like him that their kind had been forced into hiding in the first place. Gamma brushed her argument aside and asked whether the vampires standing behind her truly felt the same way she did. At those words, hesitation spread through the group behind her. Startled by the shift, Soren turned and questioned where their loyalty had gone. Then one of her own allies suddenly betrayed her, activating his power and striking her down without warning. As she fell, she demanded to know why he had chosen to turn on her. The traitor answered that in his own dimension, he had once been a mighty lord. But in this world, he had been reduced to working the door at a nightclub. Not every vampire, he said, could live the way she wanted them to. Gamma leaned closer, and Soren, still struggling, asked what his real objective was. Was he abducting vampires because he planned to raise a rebellion against the Blood Pack? Gamma smirked and called her foolish. Something like that would take centuries to achieve. Instead, he revealed that they had found a way to become stronger in a much shorter time. To prove it, he lifted the body of a vampire and hinted that they had crossed a forbidden line. Horrified, Soren accused him of creating mad vampires all over again. Watching closely, Heinz realized that what she meant was vampire cannibalism. It wasn't something practiced on Earth, but when vampires from different dimensions devoured one another, their vampire factors could fuse together and raise their strength. The price, however, was terrible. It often shattered the mind, a cursed inheritance passed down from their ancestors. If someone lost control during that process, they became a mad vampire, a creature driven insane by endless thirst. The first time such a being appeared, it had been treated as a threat to the entire world. Gamma, however, only smiled with confidence and told them there was no need to worry. After long research, they had finally found a way to erase the leftover bloodlust. Suddenly, Gamma's victims started screaming in agony, crying out that they were being used as test material. The protagonist studied the scene carefully and realized the magic circle was doing far more than simply separating vampire factors. It had actually been designed to inject a drug into vampires while preventing harmful side effects. Minion reminded Gamma of the promise he had made, saying he had taken a huge risk by secretly following him this far. Gamma kept his word and tossed a pill over to him. Minion swallowed it, and almost immediately his body began to change, swelling larger and growing visibly stronger. Grinning in amazement, he reveled in the surge of power and could hardly believe what his body had become. Then he grabbed Soren by the throat and demanded more pills right away, threatening violence if he didn't get them. Pretending to panic, Gamma told Minion to calm down. He said he was glad to see the power working, but patience was still necessary. After all, there was another guest who had arrived before him and was still waiting. Asking him to wait just a little longer shouldn't have been so difficult, should it? The protagonist slowly rose to his feet and calmly stated that there were 2 purebreds and 4 half-breeds present, which was proof enough that cannibalism truly worked. Gamma stared at him in shock. Filled with fresh power, Heinz said he wanted to find out just how far that strength could really go. The moment he prepared to absorb the others, the room fell into chaos. Screams of fear and confusion burst out from every direction. Then, all at once, Heinz and his forces burst into the room. Looking over the group, he mocked how hard they had tried to stay hidden, then scolded them for being careless enough to neglect their own safety. From this point on, he declared, no one would be leaving this place without his permission. His army immediately launched its assault, and Minion panicked on the spot. He turned toward Gamma and demanded to know who these attackers were. Gamma shouted for everyone to stay together, warning them that anyone who got separated would die. Then, activating his power, Gamma charged straight into the fight and aimed directly for Hines. Hines watched Minyun's strange transformation closely, noting to himself that vampires from different dimensions often ended up with very different forms. Then Hines slammed his staff into the ground, and a cluster of magical spikes shot up, piercing straight through Minyun's body. With a smirk, Hines said that keeping casualties low was part of his plan from the start. He jumped into the middle of the fight and mocked Minyun's flesh-based transformation, saying it wasn't enough to threaten him. As he bit into Minyun, Hines thought there would still be plenty more prey waiting ahead. Minyun screamed in pain and confusion while Hines drank his blood and heard his thoughts pouring into his head. Minyun agonized over the betrayal and clung desperately to his will to survive, refusing to accept that this was how he would end. Wiping his mouth, Hines muttered that madness was even worse than he expected, since he could hear every twisted, obsessive thought flooding through Minyun's mind. Then, to his surprise, his teeth began falling out, a clear sign that his vampire factors were evolving and fusing together. A system message appeared, informing Hines that he had gained a special ability called hybrid evolution. The skill greatly boosted his physical abilities whenever he absorbed new vampire factors, and it also allowed him to steal traits from the target's bloodline. Turning his eyes toward Gamma, Hines remarked that this power was honestly quite impressive. If someone ever lost control while using it, they could become monstrously dangerous. Now what he needed was an organization that could carry out his will. The Blood Pack could either become useful to him, or they could join his undead army instead. As the fight raged on, Hines devoured the rest of the vampires one after another. Another system notification appeared and told him that he had obtained a new vampire trait. Insight. It was a skill that let him read an enemy's physical condition and basic stats at a glance. At first, Hines brushed it off as only mildly useful, but then he realized vampires possessed a supernatural ability called heritage, something deeply tied to their origin. And with hybrid evolution, he could master that power too and steal every one of their abilities for himself. Gamma, now pinned up like a crucified prisoner, demanded to know how Hines had managed to stay sane after devouring his own kind. Grinning as he walked closer, Hines taunted Gamma and asked if he really wanted to know how to resist corruption. The trick, he said teasingly, was simple. Just ignore the voices whispering to you while you do it. Gamma screamed back in panic, unable to believe what he was hearing. His protest quickly turned into a cry of agony as yet another system message appeared, announcing that Hines had gained a new skill. Camouflage, a skill that allowed him to hide and erase his presence. Looking over Gamma's altered state, Hines smiled faintly and remarked that Gamma must have been relying on camouflage this whole time. Not bad at all, he said, clearly enjoying how much stronger he was becoming. There were all kinds of ways to use this skill now. Should he dig deeper and dive into this bastard's mind? Gamma's thoughts were full of research, cooperation, support, and the retribution technology. He also remembered a promise he had made to someone called Mr. Beta. The protagonist tensed up in alarm, wondering who the hell that was. Was this the real backer standing behind Gamma? And once again, the Divine Retribution Society came up. It seemed this complicated ritual had also been arranged by them. Just what were these people planning if they were supporting the Blood Pack like this? Later that night, Hines and Soren were driving through the city together. Glancing over at her, Hines asked if she had finally calmed down and started thinking straight. Startled, she snapped at him at once, called him trash for throwing his life away, and demanded to know where he was taking her. Grabbing him by the throat in anger, she shouted furiously, and Hines choked out for her to stop and look around. They had captured him too, and if she didn't let go, they were going to crash. Soren reluctantly let him go and apologized, then asked him to explain what had happened back there. Hines asked if she had ever heard of Haho Mask. He said that masked figure had escaped during the chaos, right when a group of vigilantes suddenly burst in. Resting a hand against her chest, Soren thanked him sincerely and said that even in the middle of all that chaos, Hines had still gone out of his way to save her. As Hines studied her more closely, both her face and her voice felt strangely familiar. But no matter how hard he tried to place her, he still couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen her somewhere before. He asked why members of the Blood Pack were fighting among themselves, and Soren explained that the organization was split into radical and moderate factions. She said her team had found evidence that the radicals had kidnapped one of their own, so they infiltrated territory controlled by the radicals to investigate. She sounded relieved that they had managed to escape alive and even uncovered the radicals' plans. She intended to report everything to the higher-ups and make sure it was stopped. But Heinz remained skeptical. In his mind, this wasn't something that would be solved so easily. Chances were high that even the radicals' top leadership was already involved. Then Soren, sounding much brighter, asked who Heinz really was. As her savior, what kind of person was he? He seemed unbelievably strong. Heinz answered that she could call him whatever felt natural to her. When she asked if she could just call him Appa for convenience, he nodded and said he had only recently returned to Earth and still hadn't formed any close ties. Heinz explained that he had followed Gamma simply because he was curious about the Blood Pack. Soren smiled at that and suggested he join the organization, adding that most vampires already belonged to it. She assured him that moderate vampires didn't deal in shady business and got steady blood supplies through cooperation with blood banks. Heinz showed interest, and Soren promised she would show him more for himself. After some time, the two of them finally arrived at their destination. Inside, a little girl named Nahi ran straight to the door as soon as she heard them come in. Soren greeted her warmly, and Nahi threw her arms around her, asking in a worried voice if she was okay. Smiling gently, Soren reassured her and introduced Heinz as their friend and a new member of the Blood Pack. Nahi looked a little nervous as she greeted Heinz, and he waved back at her with a friendly smile. Soren patted Nahi on the head and asked her to stay there and play for a while she showed Heinz around the room. Nahi agreed, but softly asked her to come back soon. As they headed upstairs, Heinz commented that Nahi looked very small for her age. Soren explained that it wasn't only about her appearance. Nahi wasn't a returner at all. Confused, Heinz asked whether all vampires weren't supposed to be returners. Soren told him that wasn't the case. Nahi had been born and raised on Earth, but her father, who was a returner, had turned her into a vampire in order to save her from a chronic illness. That made Heinz think about why the government wanted to keep such tight control over vampires. In a lot of ways, they really were like an infectious disease. Soren went on to explain that turning someone on Earth required far more power than it normally would. Nahi's father had already reached his limit, but he still wanted her to live with confidence, even under the sun. Not long after, they arrived at a room. Soren opened the door for Heinz and told him to call her if he needed anything at all. Since it was already late, she suggested that he get some rest. Then she said goodbye with a very particular gesture. Heinz went still for a moment, caught off guard. That gesture, along with her voice, felt strangely familiar to him. Pointing at her, he asked in disbelief, "Are you the streamer Orchid?" Soren's eyes flew wide open, and she let out an embarrassed scream while covering her face. Stammering badly, she asked if he had really just mentioned her stream. Blushing furiously, she admitted that a moment from one of her streams had been stuck in her head, then nervously asked if he happened to be one of her subscribers. Heinz gave an awkward wave and quickly denied it, saying her videos had only shown up in his recommendations a few times. She let out a long sigh of relief and said that was a good thing, because she had nearly died from embarrassment just now. Then she explained that she had once been a trainee, but after quitting, she felt lost and ended up trying streaming. Heinz asked how old she had been back then. She told him she was 22 now and had awakened when she was 19. Then she asked how old he was and when he had awakened. Feeling strangely awkward, Heinz hurriedly shut the door and called out that he would tell her another time. She blinked at the closed door in surprise and wondered aloud if she had said something wrong. Inside the room, Heinz let out a deep breath and realized she was much younger than he had first assumed, which explained why he had spoken to her so casually. Since he himself was only 20, it felt oddly surprising to learn that she was actually older than him. Lying down on the bed, he muttered that no matter what, she still felt familiar. She was pretty famous as a streamer. Maybe he should look her up online. When he opened her streaming page, he found a notice saying she was on a recent hiatus. In the post, she explained that she would be away from streaming for about a week because of work, but promised to come back as soon as she could and hoped to see everyone again soon. As Heinz scrolled through the updates, a thought crossed his mind. Did she go straight to the crime scene right after posting this? If he hadn't stepped in, that might have ended up being her last post. The idea left him uneasy. Things had been far too close for comfort. The next morning, Heinz woke up to the sound of Soren yelling into her phone. She was shouting in frustration, demanding to know how there could be no evidence. How could they possibly have found nothing? Groaning from the headache, Heinz got out of bed and wondered what kind of commotion was happening this early in the morning. As he headed downstairs, he heard her raise her voice again. He's saying there's no proof of any of this. How does that even make sense? When Soren noticed Heinz, she paused the argument and asked if he was already awake. Pulling the phone slightly away, she explained that her colleagues had gone to the crime scene yesterday, but the whole place had been burned clean. There was no evidence left at all, and now they had no way to move against the radicals. Heinz clenched his fist and thought, they've really gone too far. Were they trying to erase every trace of me too? Out loud, he said it was unfortunate, then asked her something more carefully. Could she tell him where the radicals' base was? Her eyes widened right away. Why do you need to know where the radicals' base is? She asked. Then she raised her voice and added, don't tell me you're against the blood pact too. Heinz quickly lifted both hands to calm her down and said that wasn't it at all. He explained that the radicals were dangerous, so it would be safer for him to know where they operated and avoid those places. After taking a deep breath, Soren nodded and placed a hand over her heart. That actually does make sense, she admitted. She pulled up some information on her phone and handed it over to him. Here, keep this with you. As long as you stay away from the marked places, you should be safe. Heinz studied the screen and memorized the map points. While he was looking at it, Soren offered to make him something to eat since he was already up. He waved his hands and politely turned her down. No need to go through the trouble, he said. I'll just grab something nearby. There are plenty of good places around here. Looking at the marked spots on the map once more, Heinz licked his lips and muttered that this was exactly why he felt like going out for a walk to find something good to eat. A moment later, he was drinking vampire blood as if he were enjoying a full banquet at a restaurant. Suddenly, one vampire who was still barely alive cursed him as a bastard and warned that he wouldn't get away peacefully. The clan leader would hunt him down and leave not even a trace of bone marrow behind. The protagonist asked whether they even knew who he was and thanked them for the warning. Then he added that after stealing the concealment skill from these vampires, they were now no better than blind idiots. So for the moment, he wouldn't have any trouble at all. Then he demanded that they tell him where the rest of their friends were hiding. By placing a hand on the vampire's head, he searched through their memories and discovered that there would be a gathering at a secret location the next day, and their leader would be there as well. To the protagonist, it sounded like the perfect chance to wipe them all out in one go and feast. After killing the last vampire still breathing, he said it was time to clean everything up. Using the blood bloom skill, he spread blood outward and formed a burning flower, a flame that would not go out unless the caster wished it, and that burned only the chosen target. This new technique, stolen from the vampires, was perfect for erasing every trace he left behind. As for magical traces, he would cover them with his concealment skill. With those two abilities together, nobody would be able to track him. Then suddenly, the protagonist felt his heart begin to pound violently. That sensation told him everything. His body was starting to evolve again. As he spat out blood and groaned through the pain, new abilities began to awaken inside him. The special skill Bloodline, pure blood, evolved into Bloodline, true blood. Under the influence of hybrid evolution, he reached a new level of understanding and gained the skill blood flow amplification. His healing power had gone beyond its old limits, and skilled regeneration had now evolved into hyper-regeneration. At last, he had become a true blood and gained several new abilities. Now it was time to see what those powers could actually do. He cut himself deeply, and within seconds, even the severed artery healed completely. Now he can command blood itself, and his regenerative power has become completely ridiculous. In the middle of battle, he can draw in his enemy's blood and heal himself, which makes him feel almost impossible to defeat. If true blood alone grants this much power, then just imagine how overwhelming holy blood must be. In the next scene, we see Soren thanking someone for donating 1 million cheeses. In her eyes, that donor just earned 1 million points. She happily thinks this contribution means she can buy plenty of blood packs without stressing over the cost. Then, all of a sudden, the protagonist walks into the room. Their eyes meet, and both of them instantly blush. He quickly apologizes for barging in and tells her to go back to what she was doing. Flustered and embarrassed, Soren yells at him to knock before coming in, then punches him. After that, Soren asks him what happened. He tells her that they received a letter addressed to her. Inside the letter are pictures and detailed information about a group of criminal vampires. Whoever sent this dossier remains a mystery, but the information inside is incredibly valuable. She honestly has no idea who could have sent something like this. Could it possibly be that famous masked figure everyone has been talking about? But the only person she had ever talked about this with was Mr. Hines. And these details only started coming in after she shared the location with him. So are those two secretly working together, or is this all just a strange coincidence? The next day, Hines watches a house from a rooftop. A secret meeting is supposed to happen there, where they plan to discuss how to deal with the masked figure and the recent attacks. Hines uses a skill to look inside the house, but he immediately notices a barrier made from blood magic. On the first floor, he spots several high-ranking vampires giving off an intense and dangerous aura. All right, let's move in. Hans will take the shadows, and I'll come from above. We'll break in together and wipe every last one of them out. Hines crashes in through the window like something straight out of an action film. Get ready, you filthy criminal bastards. But the moment he looks around, the first floor is completely empty of vampires. Then the wall suddenly starts cracking, and a voice says it would have loved to catch the masked one, but some random vampire showed up instead. No matter. We'll just kill this mosquito instead. Beta 1, Beta Shin. Do either of you recognize this vampire? We don't know him. He looks like level 7, but we've never seen him before. It seems this vampire came from somewhere completely unknown. Hines remembers the name he managed to pull from the memories of the vampire whose blood he absorbed. Their leader is called Alpha, and the others are divided into betas and gammas. And today, both betas are here. The real problem is those masked members. Maybe they belong to the secret divine society I've been trying to track down. I can't feel their presence at all, so they must be using a powerful concealment skill. For now, get this bastard out of my sight, and the one lurking in the shadows too. They point straight at Hans, and Hines is caught off guard that they even noticed someone hiding in the shadows. Since you're this desperate, I'll finish you right here, Hines says, irritated as veins rise across his body. Using blood flow amplification and acceleration, he lunges at the vampires with incredible speed and starts draining their blood. The other vampires stare in shock as Hines devours the blood of his own kind, something they see as absolutely unforgivable. At the same time, Hans calls forth skeletons from the darkness in the shadows. One vampire tries to run while begging for mercy, but Hans appears right in front of him and calmly says that they are not the only ones capable of creating barriers. From this point on, we begin the dance of death, and there will be nowhere left for you to escape. And with that, the dance of death begins. One after another, the vampires start losing their lives. Beta 1 is left stunned by the overwhelming strength of this unknown vampire. This kind of power makes no sense. He's only level 6 or 7, so there has to be some kind of trick behind it. One of them rushes at Hines, but Hines responds by extending his claws and driving them straight into him. But one of them hardens his skin into something like crystal and manages to stop the attack. The moment Hines realizes his strike was blocked, he boosts his strength even more and slams a brutal punch into the enemy's chest. The enemy is horrified to see his crystal armor break apart, because that had never once happened to him in battle before. After recognizing that Hines far surpasses him in both strength and speed, he orders the other vampires to jump in and help. Hines mocks them, asking if they really think trash like these small fries can stop him. With both hands spread wide, Hines unleashes streams of blood that shoot forward and pierce straight through the subordinates around him. Furious, one takes advantage of the brief opening while Hines's hands are occupied and cuts off one of Hines's arms with a sharp, clean strike. But in the end, it does not matter at all. Hines immediately draws in the blood of the fallen vampires and regenerates his severed arm on the spot in an instant. Then, after gaining a new skill called invisibility, Hines vanishes right in front of one, only to reappear behind him and drive his hand deep into his body. And, in a strangely comedic way, it is described as going straight into the vampire's butt. Checkmate, Hines declares coldly as he starts absorbing the vampire's blood. New vampiric factor acquired. The skill Blood magic now evolves into the special skill Mystery of Blood. Mystery of Blood then absorbs the subordinate skills Blood Bloom and Blood Flow Amplification. Hines feels a violent surge of power run through him, and now he can control all of those abilities with pure will alone while using them far more quickly. Beta Shin curses Hines for feeding on his own kind, calling him a tainted bloodline and blaming those unnatural powers on that corruption. Hines fires back, so what? Are you planning to stand there and scream nonsense all day long? Why not come at me the way your brother did? Or are you too afraid to try? Provoked by that, Beta Shin rushes at him in a rage, shouting, "Bastard." But Hines activates Mystery of Blood and binds Shin in place with chains made of blood. Even then, Shin keeps cursing and yelling that these kinds of tricks are unfair. Unfair tricks? Hines answers with a mocking smile. That one stings a little. Let me say something to you too. Checkmate. With that, he cuts through the vampire's neck. As Hines absorbs Shin's blood, the other vampires are left trembling in fear, whispering that this vampire is insane. None of them expected the masked figure to have such a terrifying helper. Prepare the orb. We have to deal with him right now, one of the assistants says in panic. One of them quickly casts a spell and fires it straight at Hines. At that exact moment, Hans appears and says that is an interesting spell, then sends it right back at the vampire who cast it. The other assistant, now completely shaken, says the enemies are far too strong. There is no hope. We have to run. But when he hears that, the leader coldly declares that they are not retreating, then uses a skill on the subordinate, and says he has been useful so far, but he will be even more useful dying for the Society of Divine Retribution. Go die for freedom. Right after saying that, the leader uses a spatial manipulation skill and escapes. Hans immediately notices that something feels off about the vampire who was left behind. An auto-destruction mechanism? And you abandon your own subordinate like this? What a completely irresponsible leader. So he thought this spell would force me to step away from the battlefield. What a shame. It is nothing to me, Hans says. As he inspects the vampire's body more closely, Hans notices that 2 energy orbs are attached to it. If those are removed, Hans continues, reminding them that he controls the laws of death in this place. Do you really think you can escape death while standing before me? Meanwhile, the leader is teleported away to some unknown location. Escaping that powerful barrier was not easy, and the magic did not activate the way it was supposed to. Still, he says, it was enough to keep me alive. But then Hans suddenly appears behind him and calmly says, "So this is where you were hiding, leader." Hans briefly considers toying with the leader for a while, but decides it is smarter to finish things quickly before he gets another chance to escape. So Hans places his thumb against the leader's forehead and tries to read his memories about the Society of Divine Retribution. However, a defensive mechanism activates at once, some kind of unknown memory technology created by the Society. In the next moment, Hans is pulled into the mental realm. A mysterious voice echoes through the place, saying it never expected Hans to make it all the way into this realm. Hans questions it, asking if it has been watching this entire spectacle from inside its own mind. Then he realizes that this being is the leader of the Society of Divine Retribution. That is correct, Ha-Ho Mask. So why not join us? The entity asks. Hans pauses to consider it for a moment, then asks what the Society's true goal is. The mysterious entity answers simply, freedom for the returned, and a world ruled by them. Hans presses back, asking how an organization formed so recently could already be chasing goals that ambitious. Recently, the entity replies, we have existed for a very long time. We have fought without end for our freedom. Hans pushes further and asks if that means they have been carrying out acts of terror for ages. Answer me. A system alert suddenly goes off. Warning, Mind Hub is regulating emotions. The same warning repeats again and again, saying the Mind Hub is regulating emotions, and Hans can feel his heartbeat starting to race. The entity speaks calmly and asks whether that even matters, then says it hopes the masked one will make the sensible choice. Hans throws a punch at the entity, but his fist slams into an invisible wall. So that is the choice you made? The entity says. In this mental realm, mental strength matters more than magical power. You will never be able to defeat me here. Hans laughs and asks if mental strength is really what decides everything in this place. If that is true, then once all of our consciousnesses are combined, you are the one who stands no chance against us here. Meanwhile, Heinrich continues his brutal training. 1,021. 1,022. He murmurs, still lifting a heavy gargoyle statue as if refusing to stop. At last, a system message appears before him. The entity has fulfilled the required conditions and obtained the special skill blessing, Sturdy Body. Through constant training, the entity has also gained the skill out Erika's sacred art, reaching a level of power equal to that of a high priest. Heinrich reflects in surprise that he never expected simple physical training alone to push him beyond his natural limits. With these new powers, I have finally gained the qualifications needed to become a holy knight. Maybe now it is time to talk about what comes next. Just then, he suddenly hears a soft feminine voice nearby. It is the saint standing in the flower garden. Even though she possesses the greatest divine power among them, she looks just like an ordinary young girl. "Hello, Sir Heinrich," she says with a warm smile. But the brilliant divine aura around her makes it impossible to mistake her for ordinary. Heinrich greets her politely and asks why she is alone in a place like this. The saint replies that she was simply watching a ladybug in the flower field, and that the tiny creature was so cute she completely lost track of time. Heinrich had assumed she was admiring the flowers, only to realize that her attention had actually been on the little ladybug. Then the saint notices that something about him has changed. "Sir Heinrich, you finally received the blessing. Congratulations." Her sharp perception leaves him genuinely amazed. Blessing, Sturdy Body is not something that can be gained through outside help, she says as she praises his achievement. Heinrich thanks the saint for her words. "Well then, it is time to get back to work. Shall we head to the chapel together, Sir Heinrich?" she asks. "Of course, saint," he answers without hesitation. Through everything he learned while studying history, Heinrich came to understand why the saint is so deeply fixated on Hans. Long ago, the first immortal king turned half the continent into a land ruled by death. In order to stop him, several nations had to join forces and fight together. But even then, his heart was stolen by one of their own allies, a black mage. That led to his reincarnation as the second immortal king, and in the process the great Western Empire collapsed. Although the chosen of the order succeeded in destroying his heart, it split into 3 separate pieces and was scattered across the continent. And every single time a crisis involving the immortal king appeared, the great divine order was always the first to stand at the front lines. They understood better than anyone the terrible price of those battles, with countless lives being lost along the way. For the saint, who sees all of her followers as family, that deep hatred and obsession toward the immortal king feels only natural. For now, though, Heinrich thinks there is no real reason to worry too much. The current immortal king is unexpectedly gentle and even kind at heart. Alright, now back to the main issue. Let us focus my mental strength on Hans. When the scene shifts again, we see a vampire coughing up blood. "Your Excellency the Arbiter, are you alright? Get out of my way. You are disturbing my concentration. This cannot be happening. Me, getting pushed back in a battle inside the mental realm? How could something like this even be possible?" Hans starts hammering the mysterious entity with a relentless stream of punches. At first, Hans had full control over the fight, but now the entity is growing stronger at an explosive rate, almost beyond control, as if it is drawing power from several minds at once. How did I lose? This is not just a difference in the mental realm. Is it a difference in skill itself? There is no way my mental abilities are inferior. This is not the time to waste thinking about that. An urgent order is sent out to the Soul Branch. Stop all operations immediately, destroy every trace of information, and go into hiding. For the Korean branch in particular, this has become the highest priority at this moment. Notify the commander. A monster is in Korea. Even with Mind Hub and Serenity in play, Hans was never an easy opponent to deal with. His toughness is something that will need much closer study later. Still, losing track of him like this is deeply frustrating. Then the system sends out another notification. The entity absorbs someone else's karma, and as a result, the skill black magic evolves into the special skill path of sorcery. So this fragment is the leftover remnant of something that had been scattered throughout the mental realm. If I absorb its karma, my own growth will come from the weakening of that fragment. That is perfectly fine with me. By reading the memories left inside this fragment, I will trace every hidden member of the Society of Divine Retribution. So this is the Korean branch of the Divine Society, hidden deep inside the forest. I will not give them even a single chance to run, Han says as he melts quietly into the shadows. Now I am going to drag every one of your secrets into the light. Then, all of a sudden, a scientist appears and says they were told to evacuate as fast as possible, but no one warned them that a monster like this would be coming. So the evacuation order had already gone out? At least that means my effort here was not a total waste. Look at you, desperately trying to save a single sheet of paper with data on it, only to deliver everything straight into my hands. Now then, let me see what exactly you have all been doing for so long. Wait, this incident. I will never forgive you, Society of Divine Retribution. You are the ones who stole my life from me. I will hunt down every last one of you and kill you all without exception. Heinz refines the excess blood stored inside his body into blood crystals, planning to use them to strengthen the vampiric factors of other vampires. That refined blood links those vampires directly to Heinz, forming a hybrid clan that answers only to him. Anyone who resists will simply be crushed. The next day, Soren is left speechless when she hears that Heinz wiped out every vampire in the region and now plans to meet the leader of the moderate faction. Wait a second, this is too much to take in at once. I need to confirm all of this first, Soren says. Confirm it? Then what do you think of this as proof? Heinz cuts in, showing off a glimpse of his overwhelming power. Soren is shaken by the sheer force of that display. She knew Heinz was strong, but not anywhere near this terrifying level. He must be at least level 7, maybe even beyond that. I cannot even measure his strength properly. Fine, I will contact them right away. To think that you personally killed every vampire out there and now plan to absorb the rest as well. This proposal is extremely unusual, and to be honest, it is starting to feel a little unsettling. I have no intention of giving out ridiculous orders. The only goal is to preserve peace and order, trace the links to the Society of Divine Retribution, and wipe out every one of its members. Do you not think those two goals clash with each other? That depends entirely on where you choose to draw the line. It seems she is not going to be convinced so easily. If she refuses in the end, then we will have no choice but to use force. Fine, it is a deal. What exactly are you trusting to agree this quickly? What am I trusting? Naturally, I am trusting myself. I will help you absorb all of the remaining vampires, Mr. Heinz. You can begin with Soren. She will serve as the bridge between us. Very well, that is exactly what I wanted too. But I doubt the others will feel the same way. All right then, we should start by sharing the details of this discussion, including how we will absorb the vampires and what this new faction you mentioned will be. Let us begin with the plan to absorb the remaining vampires and establish a new faction under our control. That will be the very first step toward taking control of the Blood Pact. Stay still. If you move, you could get hurt. All right, now let us begin. Heinz inserts a blood crystal into Soren. She feels the refined blood enter her body, healing it from within and making her own blood race faster through her veins. Her muscles and even her bones begin to expand and change. This sensation is like being reborn completely. She no longer feels like she is even inside her old body. The refined blood crystal reaches an enhancement limit of 30%. That is already far from a small amount, yet it still continues. Soren then asks what they should do next. Lord? Heinz repeats. Yes, Lord. You are creating a new clan now. Since a bloodline has finally been stabilized on this land, we will need a new name for our clan. Do you already have something in mind, Lord? A name? I want something that stands out, something truly different. The vampires who accept those blood crystals are given a new name, Heterosis. That name reflects the hybrid strength born from Heinz's blood. Then he declares, listen well, all remaining vampires. I will hunt every one of you down and turn you into the strongest beings within the Blood Pact. Back in the original Avatar, Heinz's current problems are being dealt with, but even that still is not enough to bring down the Society of Divine Retribution. They may have disappeared from Korea, But this is an organization that stretches across the entire world. He will need far more preparation, enough to wipe them all out in one blow the moment they reveal themselves again. For now, that means expanding his influence in the other world as well and gathering more karma. Things like war and terrorism would be examples of that. Wait, what the hell am I even thinking right now? If I go that far, innocent people will die because of me. Is there some way to create incidents without anyone getting hurt? Maybe I should just abandon that idea entirely. Then, as the protagonist glances over at a book, a new idea suddenly begins to take shape. The demon king Hans will seek to destroy humanity, while the hero Heinrich will rise up to protect it. Hans will use corrupt nobles to spread his evil influence and build his forces, while Heinrich will fight against wicked organizations and grow into a true hero. It is the perfect story, earning karma points from both evil people and good people alike. It is a win-win kind of game. All right, let us move forward one step at a time. Harley, it is time for you to act. A system message appears. Harley is the fifth avatar, created through Hans Songhyun's adaptation. He is capable of adapting to extreme conditions with remarkable speed and efficiency. When I first created him as a new avatar with an extended limit, I planned to strengthen him properly over time. In the meantime, I want to push his adaptation even further. There may be a way to do it. Yes, this is the right direction. After the remaining members of the Society of Divine Retribution were exterminated, experiments were carried out in an underground facility. They were implanting demon bodies into humans, creating something very close to chimeras. And among all those samples, the thing I had been searching for was this. Something that could improve absorption, produce stronger traits, and drive evolution even further. Dragon blood. If Harley can adapt to this process, and if I apply a few discoveries I have made, he will become a living weapon. A true biological monster. Several days later, beneath a rainy sky, the saint is shown staring up at the dark clouds as if something is weighing heavily on her heart. What could possibly be troubling the saint like this? Ah, Sir Heinrich, why do you look so worried, standing here like this even in the rain? I am not completely sure, Sir Heinrich. Maybe it is just this gloomy rain making me feel this way. I just feel strangely suffocated, as if my instincts are warning me about something, like there is a heavy weight pressing down on my chest. Even so, Saint, it would be a serious problem if you caught a cold. Please come inside the temple. All right, the saint replies softly. In the next scene, it becomes clear once again just how remarkable the saint is. Even deep in these remote mountains, with double barriers strengthened by dark magic surrounding this hidden refuge, she can still sense that something is wrong. Fortunately, though, it does not seem that she has discovered what is truly going on here. With this dose, we can move forward and push the experiment to its maximum scale. Dragon blood continues to evolve without stopping, taking on the traits of whatever prey it consumes. Now combine that with the research data stolen from those bastards in the Society of Divine Retribution, my own forbidden knowledge, and finally the perfect test subject. Let us begin, Harley shouts, clearly thrilled by the thought of it. Sir Heinrich, you are the sword and shield that will protect the righteous. Do you swear to become a holy warrior of the great divine order and defend the innocent? Yes, your grace. Then from this day on, I hereby name Heinrich a holy warrior of the great divine order. At that moment, the system sends out a notification. The blessed one has fulfilled the necessary conditions and reached enlightenment, acquiring the special ability Blessing Leap. At the same time, Heinrich's necklace begins to shine with a brilliant light. Oh, such grace, the bishop cries out, stunned by the powerful glow. To receive a divine blessing during the ceremony itself, this is proof that God is watching over us and blessing us. May God protect us. Once again, it has happened. For the briefest moment, Heinrich feels something touch his shoulder. A divine sensation echoes through his body, just like what he experienced during his first baptism, as though the divine itself is looking at him directly. Why does this keep happening? Could it be because I came from another world? It does not feel like a human emotion. Is it something more like curiosity? Well, no matter. I should focus on what actually matters right now. What kind of ability has the divine granted me this time? Blessing Leap. It allows me to move beyond space itself. What? Beyond space? Is this basically a teleportation skill? There is no mention of any limit on usage or distance either. This ability is absolutely top tier. As expected of a god, so generous as to casually grant a power like this. Thank you, God, for showing such mercy to a sinner like me. I am deeply moved by your grace, and I offer up my prayers. Thank you for continuing to watch over me. Meanwhile, the other devotees are brought to tears by Heinrich's devotion to God. A young man like him is truly faithful. That is true, another man says. I could not agree more. From this point on, the next step was deciding which Holy Knight Order Heinrich would enter. Congratulations, Heinrich. You've now been officially acknowledged as a Holy Knight. For the time being, you'll be placed with several Holy Knight orders on a temporary basis. The representatives of each one are here to personally invite you. Every order focuses on different weapons and fighting styles, so take your time and choose the one that suits you best. Pleasure to meet you. I represent the Order of the Sky Shield. Our specialty is defending the outer walls and fortress boundaries with long-range spear techniques. I'm with the Order of the Sun Wolf. We lead the charge on the battlefield and specialize in devastating greatsword techniques with overwhelming power. I serve as a veteran of the Order of the Thunder Claw. Our duty is maintaining the fortress's internal security, and we focus on balanced combat using sword and shield together. So then, which of these orders would you like to study under? I don't think I need to choose just one. I'll train with every Knight Order. What? With my warrior spirit and accelerated growth ability, my body has no real limit. I'll take in every combat technique the sacred warriors possess. But that man standing off in the corner, isn't he part of a Knight Order too? Then why hasn't he introduced himself or said a single word yet? Ah, him over there. Well, obviously, the man suddenly cut himself off as he was speaking. Our order accepts only the finest of the finest. But now that I look at you more carefully, you're not bad at all. With divine power at that level, you may actually qualify to take the test. Heinrich's divine power was exceptional, reaching a level that could even stand beside that of high priests. What kind of standards does this Knight Order have? Just come with me. Our Knight Order exists for one purpose alone, to guard the most important thing inside the fortress of the Great Temple. The most important thing? What exactly do you mean? That. If you pass the test, I'll tell you. A moment later, they stepped into a room hidden in the castle dungeon, a library buried deep below. Inside, a man in a bizarre mask sat beside a dark statue, with a sheet of parchment in its grasp. That hood, that mask, he's a heretic inquisitor. All you have to do is read the writing placed on the table. Read it aloud and clearly, so the divine may hear your prayer. How strange. Is this some kind of tool for exposing spies? This is bad. Could Heinrich's true identity end up being revealed here? What is this supposed to be? I find it insulting that my faith would be doubted like this. It's only a formality. Is there some reason you're unable to read it? Damn it. I am the messenger and the blade of the divine. Therefore, I swear that no matter the circumstance, I will remain silent in order to protect this secret. I would cast myself into the flames and even carve the mark of faith into my own flesh. The instant he finished, Heinrich felt his tongue flare with burning pain, and a sacred mark suddenly emerged. It burns. You now have permission to enter. What exactly did you just do to me? Some kind of vow that prevents me from speaking? A vow? No, this is a blessing. The blessing of silence shields you from ever revealing the secrets of this place, whether by force or by your own will. That's just a prohibition with a nicer name. Let me explain it properly. We are the Order of Radiant Knights. Our duty is to guard the underground sanctuary of the Great Temple and protect it with our lives. This will be the first time, and also the last time, you are ever allowed to see this place with your own eyes. So look carefully and remember exactly what it is we are protecting down here. Without warning, two soldiers drew their swords and drove them into the door, activating the hidden defense mechanism. As the heavy doors slowly creaked open, Heinrich finally saw what was hidden beyond it. He had already sensed that something was off, but even he had never imagined a secret this enormous. This was why the Order had stationed its strongest forces at the temple. This was why there were such extreme security measures, blessings, and vows of silence. In the deepest part of the Great Temple rested the final fragment of the Immortal King. The sight of the Immortal King's last fragment left Heinrich utterly stunned. Still, The Grand Divine Order was one of the greatest powers on the entire continent. After spending centuries searching, there was no chance they hadn't managed to secure at least one fragment of the Immortal King. Heinrich clenched his fist, fighting the urge to snatch that fragment for himself right then and there. But the entrance to the temple was being guarded by the 4 strongest sacred knights. Not even Hans could steal the Immortal King's fragment from the deepest part of this place. Heinrich needed to think very carefully about what he would do next. Then another knight explained that, because of the blessing placed on Heinrich's mouth, he would never be able to reveal what he had seen, not even under torture or at the moment of death. He stated it formally once more anyway, that this truth must never be disclosed to anyone. Understood, Heinrich replied. Don't worry. I swear this information will remain known to me alone. Haha, the final fragment. What a beautifully unexpected piece of luck, Hans said with a dark laugh as he stared at his experiment. However, Harley's condition was far more unstable than Hans had expected. A worried look crossed his face as he cried out, "What's happening? Why is this going wrong?" According to the theory, everything should have worked perfectly. At the same time, Harley was coughing up blood. It felt as though something inside his body was boiling violently. The dragon's blood had unquestionably been infused into his body, but maybe the power output needed to be driven all the way to its absolute limit. Hans reached out and pulled the lever down hard. Harley screamed in pure agony as his whole body shook violently, and smoke began rising from his skin. Then, all at once, he went still. Harley? Had it gone too far? Had his super regeneration finally been pushed past its limit? If so, Hans was about to lose everything, Harley, and all the research he had built around him. Damn it! There was no turning back now. Hans made a reckless choice and poured every last drop of dragon blood into Harley, desperately hoping it would do something. Harley's body suddenly twitched. His eyes flew open, burning with a furious red light. A horrifying scream tore out of him as his jaw twisted and reshaped into something monstrous. Crimson lightning burst and crackled across the room, while Hans stood there frozen, unable to move. And then Harley stopped moving again. Shit, so it failed after all, Hans muttered under his breath. Damn it, Harley. Just as Hans turned around to leave, a system window suddenly popped up in front of him. System notification. Caution. Exclusive abilities have evolved. Your abilities have grown. The number of avatars you can create has increased. Hans's eyes widened. Increased? What do you mean, increased? He stared at the motionless body lying in front of him. All I'm looking at is a corpse, not growth. Then, without any warning, Harley's body suddenly convulsed. His muscles bulged and rippled, and in the next instant he tore through his restraints as if they were paper. System notification. You have acquired a new ability. Physical mutation. Your recovery ability has surpassed its former limits. Super regeneration has evolved into regenerative adaptation. Harley let out a low, guttural roar, his voice filled with pain and something even stronger, raw power. His whole body was mutating in real time, shifting, changing, evolving. System notification. Skill adaptation has evolved into special ability mutation. Hans could do nothing but stare, first in awe, then in terror, as Harley tore apart every chain that had held him down. So the mind finally connected. Then this gamble really was worth it. Ah, so this is what the mutation ability does now? Harley said with a laugh as he looked over his transformed body. It had changed drastically, thicker muscles, sharper teeth, and even dragon-like scales forming across parts of his face. It feels like I've turned into a mix of several species at once. Meanwhile, Hans was scribbling notes like a madman. The good news just kept piling up. He had actually increased his number of avatars through natural growth, without even using the karma store. This is something completely unprecedented. He grinned, eyes shining with excitement. I can think about how to use this new avatar later, but first. Before he could finish, Harley cut in. Want me to test these new abilities? He asked with a wicked grin. Hans answered with a smirk. Go right ahead. Deep in the forest, Harley stepped into the thick wilderness, taking in the strange beauty of everything around him. His body had become the perfect weapon for killing. Every sense was razor sharp, and his instincts had grown unnaturally refined. Then he caught it, the faint sound of breathing, so slight most people would never notice it. But his new senses picked it up instantly. Something was hunting him from the shadows. A black panther was crouched in the dark, muscles coiled tight, its eyes locked firmly on its prey. It lunged forward in a blur of claws and muscle, but Harley barely moved. As the beast rushed closer, his eyes suddenly widened. Wait a second. The realization hit him like lightning. You're the same kind that attacked me the moment I came to this world, aren't you? A crooked smile spread across his face. Well then, nice seeing you again. Crack. Before the panther could even react, Harley's hand shot out and wrapped around its throat with a terrifying grip. The beast thrashed wildly, but it made no difference at all. Sorry, but with one brutal motion, he slammed the panther into the ground so hard the earth shook beneath them. That single blow was enough to cripple it, but Harley still wasn't done. His blood was boiling. His strength kept surging. Using only his bare hands, he drove his fingers straight into the panther's stomach and tore through its flesh with terrifying violence. The beast gave one last miserable gasp, and then everything fell silent. To make the mutation ability work more efficiently, he needed to get his hands on monster crystals. More precisely, he needed to eat their cores, the things most people called magic stones. That was the quickest and most effective way to evolve further. The moment he bit into the monster core, his body immediately started going through small changes again. A system window appeared right in front of him. The entity has achieved enlightenment through repeated actions. Let us further solidify its concept with physical mutation. At that very moment, his body visibly began to evolve again. His muscles swelled larger, his height shot upward, and in just moments he was standing close to 2 meters tall, with a body that looked overwhelmingly powerful. A big, muscular frame really is a huge advantage in battle, isn't it? Another system alert appeared. You have acquired the ability Gluttonous Feast. It was a new skill that let him consume and digest anything with ease, making it possible for him to keep eating without issue. But after using mutation so much, his body had been drained badly, and now he was starving. Without the slightest hesitation, he ripped a chunk of flesh from the dead beast with his bare hands. With this new Gluttonous Feast ability, eating this meat shouldn't cause any problems, right? Harley thought, as saliva dripped from his mouth. The second he bit into it, his whole body shuddered. The meat was unbelievably tender, and the blood on his lips sent a strangely refreshing sensation through him. Is this because of mutation? He couldn't hold back his laughter, or the urges rising inside him. To anyone watching, he would have looked completely insane. The way he was acting had become utterly primal. Primal, huh? That single word lingered in his mind. He remembered the rumors about an isolated barbarian tribe living somewhere in the southern part of this land. In that case, Harley thought with a smirk, licking the blood from his fingers, maybe it's time for a class change. The country of Tulek Kingdom, Turok. The scene shifts to the entrance of the guild in that city. What the hell? A barbarian from the south? What's someone like that doing all the way out here in the west? The air was so tense it almost felt heavy. Ah, welcome. Everyone around seemed completely on edge. Well, that made sense. This body looked stylish, but also intimidating enough to make people nervous. Harley had wondered if it might be a bit excessive, but in the end, it suited him perfectly. Still, he wasn't here just to draw attention to himself. He had a much bigger goal in mind. He wanted to become a hero who could shape the fate of the entire continent, someone whose legacy would be so great that no one could ever erase his name. So, what does our honored guest need? The guild receptionist asked carefully. Harley leaned forward with a smirk. Isn't it obvious? He said, slamming his hand down on the counter. I came here to wipe out the monsters in the northern mountains, near the steel fortress. That's what this city exists for, isn't it? The guild worker flinched for a second, then quickly pulled himself together. Oh, of course. I'll register you for dispatch right away, rookie mercenary. Harley grinned. Good. Then let's begin. Meanwhile, back at the temple, a grand duel was reaching its final, dramatic moment. Heinrich stood victorious at the end, wiping his blade clean with a cold expression. Damn, that bastard was stubborn. One of the people watching muttered under his breath. Heinrich had really done it. He had learned every weapon style and combat technique used by the Sacred Knights. The entity has achieved enlightenment through training. You have acquired the skill. Comprehensive weapon mastery. At long last, it was finished. Now Heinrich could handle any weapon with flawless precision. There was no doubt this experience would also become a huge advantage for his other avatars. As he savored the feeling of victory, his eyes suddenly landed on the Saintess. But something about her seemed unusual. She was wearing full ceremonial robes. Why is she dressed like that? What exactly is she planning? Heinrich wondered. He walked over to her. Saintess, what are you doing? She turned and greeted him with a calm, gentle smile. Ah, Heinrich, we meet again. Whenever it rains, worms always crawl up from the earth. Heinrich followed the direction of her gaze. She was blessing worms with divine power. Blessed worms? Filled with holy energy? They're not about to turn into giant monsters like something out of an old fantasy story, are they? Heinrich thought, feeling uneasy. But his attention soon returned to her clothes. There's some kind of ritual about to happen, isn't there? The Saintess gave a small nod. Yes. In fact, it is a very special event, one that can trace the Immortal King. It will begin very soon. The Immortal King? Just how powerful was this guest if they could trace Hans, even Hans, who had hidden himself behind countless layers of barriers? I'm not sure I can explain it well, but if you're interested, would you like to join as an honorary guardian warrior? Heinrich didn't hesitate even for a moment. Yes, Saintess. Please allow me to participate. Inside the temple, a voice rang clearly through the hall. Lord Granwood is entering. Then a noble figure stepped inside, followed by a grand entourage. Heinrich's sharp eyes swept across the unfamiliar group. Someone powerful enough to trace Hans. I need to see this with my own eyes. Then even more guests arrived, and the entire room fell silent. A formal greeting echoed across the hall. Salutations to the Saintess. But then Heinrich noticed something strange. Those ears, a high elf. His heart began to pound. The guest everyone had been waiting for was none other than Rayfury Granwood, a high elf from the Elven Kingdom. In the next scene, the setting changes to a luxurious shop packed with magical tools, ornaments, and fine jewelry. Oh, so this is bronze. The texture is quite fascinating, an old man murmured. A shopkeeper walked over, keeping his tone polite, though a little firmer than before. Sir, you're welcome to browse and admire the goods, of course, but you've been here for 2 hours now. Are you planning to buy something, or are you just going to keep looking? My deepest apologies, shopkeeper. My knowledge is still far from sufficient, the old man replied. At that moment, the story introduces the protagonist's sixth avatar, Hubert. Hubert, the sixth avatar gained thanks to Harley's progress in the earlier scenes, possessed the initial ability known as appraisal. This skill allowed him to view detailed information about items. Material, ruby. Weight, 12 grams. Material, bronze. Weight, 480 grams. However, his proficiency with it was still low. At the moment, he could only see very basic information about objects. But if he kept sharpening this ability, he could eventually become the merchant who ruled the entire continent's market. Of course, before reaching that point, he would first have to deal with resistance from the merchants already in power. To make that future possible, Harley's heroic influence would need to keep growing, so that later on, the two of them could support each other. The scene shifts again, this time to a vast expanse of towering mountains covered in snow and ice. At last, Harley had arrived at his destination. So you're the one? The biggest threat hiding in these mountains? Before he could react any further, a massive bear lunged at him, wasting no time as it launched a savage attack. Harley gripped his axe tightly and met it head-on, swinging with brutal force and managing to wound the beast enough to drive it back. The moment he saw an opening, he jumped up above the bear, preparing to smash down a deadly blow onto its head. But the instant his strike landed, his axe shattered cleanly in two. Before he even had time to curse, the bear's huge paw slammed into him with full force and sent him crashing several meters through the trees. Damn it! So the axe wasn't enough. As the bear came charging at him again, Harley made a snap decision and activated his body mutation ability. Dragon scales spread across his arm, hardening it and greatly boosting his strength. He clenched his fist, planted himself like a fighter in a boxing ring, and drove a full power punch straight into the bear's open mouth. The impact was tremendous, and the bear was blasted backward through the air. TSK, fighting with my bare hands is definitely more effective than using weapons. But if I keep using power like this, there's no way anyone will see me as a hero. A thought began to form in his mind. Could he draw out the vitality of monsters without changing his body itself? If that were possible, it might become the key to controlling his own evolution. Wanting to test it right away, he focused on pulling only the beast's energy into himself, leaving its physical traits behind. At that very moment, a system notification appeared. The entity has met the conditions and achieved enlightenment. A special ability has been acquired. Aura. It worked. A blazing orange aura began to spread from Harley's arm. At last, he had gained a power that let him grow stronger while still keeping his human form. But before he could fully understand this new strength, something else began to approach. A gigantic monster slowly emerged from the freezing mist. Without the slightest hesitation, the creature kicked Harley and sent him skidding across the frozen ground. Just what you'd expect from the northern mountains. First a bear, and now an ogre? Harley smirked as he cracked his knuckles. Well then, this feels like the perfect chance to try out my new ability, he said, letting out a dark laugh. The ogre stomped down on Harley and let out a deep, guttural laugh, clearly convinced it had already crushed him. But then it felt something grip it firmly. Harley was still alive, clutching the monster's foot with one hand. You think this is funny? Then let me show you something really funny. With a grin, Harley started lifting the ogre's leg as if he were casually doing a strength exercise. Let me entertain you a little. With one final shove, he threw the ogre off balance, then used that opening to spring up onto its back. In his hands was a new weapon, shining with fierce power. Like he was calling on the strength of a war god, Harley roared out, "Sleeping ogre of the forest, wake up." And with those words, he tore into the monster, ripping deep and savage wounds across its body. Again and again he struck, hacking it apart until nothing remained but a broken, lifeless carcass. As Harley stood there in victory, his eyes drifted toward the new axe in his hands. With this, I'll become a hero. But then a vile stench spread through the air. It was disgusting, yet oddly familiar, like the rotten smell of an untreated wound. Harley slowly turned toward where it was coming from, deeper in the forest. From the darkness, two armored legs stepped forward into view. So, it was you after all. Oath of rebellion. Harley's voice turned cold and sharp. I don't know what kind of scheme you're running in a remote place like this, but I know exactly who you are. His hand tightened around his weapon. And I'm going to rip out this corruption at the root before it can spread any further. Then, in a burst of overwhelming speed, he launched himself forward. Meanwhile, in a distant place far more elegant and refined, an elf lifted his teacup and spoke. Exquisite. This tea truly is exquisite, he said with clear satisfaction. We are sincerely grateful for your generous hospitality, Saintess. The woman smiled softly, clearly honored by the compliment. I'm glad to hear the tea suits your taste. Our great divine church is also deeply grateful for your presence here. The church's newest ally was no ordinary elf. He was a high elf from the kingdom of elves on the continent of Enamel, where the elves worship the world tree. Though their beliefs were not the same, the great church of the supreme god and the elven kingdom had acknowledged each other for a long time, maintaining a steady exchange of culture and knowledge. After all, recognizing another people's existence and sharing the same object of worship were two completely different matters. High elves stand at the very top of elven society, the highest rank in their kingdom. If someone like him has come all this way, could they really be planning to use the power of the world tree to find Hans? No matter what, it was incredible. Those pupils, shaped like stars. Ah, have my eyes caught your interest? The high elf asked with a knowing smile. The Saintess, slightly embarrassed, quickly looked away. Oh, was I staring that much? My apologies. I didn't even notice. It's quite all right. Honestly, it makes for an interesting conversation. These eyes are the sign of a high elf. Elves born with these heavenly eyes become priests, serving as a bridge between the world tree and their people. But such births are exceedingly rare. At most, only 2 or 3 are born in a single generation. And even among those, most have been elderly in recent generations. That is why the birth of a new high elf is seen as a matter of great urgency and hope. So this urgent plea for help, is it connected to that matter? Correct, the high elf answered. Not long ago, we received a divine revelation. A child with tremendous potential was born on the continent of Ion. However, before she could be placed under protection, slave hunters captured her and sold her off as a sacrifice to a dark sorcerer. That is why we came to seek help from the great church of the Supreme God. We must find her before it is too late. That's terrible. Do you have any clue where she might be? Her trail was last traced to the northern mountains. We know she is somewhere deep inside that dangerous region. The northern mountains? That place is remote and extremely dangerous. Do you have any description of the child? Meanwhile, in the middle of those very mountains, Harley had already arrived. As he looked over the bleak landscape, his eyes suddenly fixed on a girl. Pointed ears, chains wrapped around her body. Back at the church, the high elf continued the explanation. She has not awakened her celestial eyes yet, so for now, she would simply appear to be an ordinary elf. By human standards, she would look like a teenage girl. Her hair is light green, and her eyes are a shade of orange. A sharp breath escaped him. Then came a sudden realization. Wait, that can't be right, Heinrich thought, his expression instantly changing. At that very same moment, deep in the mountains, Harley stepped closer and looked at the girl in front of him. "Kid, what's your name?" he asked. The girl hesitated for a moment, then answered in a quiet voice. "Cecily. My name is Cecily." In the next scene, screams rang out across the frozen forest. Harley was running with the girl strapped to his back, while lifeless bodies lay scattered all across the ground behind him. Two desperate men shouted in panic. "Damn it! Keep him away from the storage room." "I know that, but how are we supposed to stop a monster like him?" Harley kept charging forward, smashing his way through the men in black hoods. "So this is the storage room you were talking about?" "Yes," the girl answered, her trembling eyes unfocused as if she might be getting dizzy. "Hey, stay with me. You said there was something we absolutely had to take before we escaped." "Yes, sir." She gave a weak nod. "There, that's it. The branch from the world tree." "Ah, that branch. That's right. Hold on to it as tightly as you can. Things are only going to get rougher from here." "Understood. Thank you." "All right then, let's move." "Okay, but before that, I have one request. Please slow down." Before the elf girl could even finish speaking, Harley burst forward at full speed. She nearly slipped from his back as she clung to him, tears streaming down her face. "Slow down, please." Meanwhile, back at the church, Heinrich finally spoke up with a suggestion. The high elf decided to hear him out. "This is about that child, Cecily. I think I know where she is." "What?" the elf shouted. "Is that true? Do you possess some kind of blessing that lets you track specific people?" "No, not exactly that, but I can feel her presence." "Sir Heinrich," another guard protested. "In a situation this important, we can't rely on something so uncertain." Before he could finish, the saintess raised her hand, asking everyone for silence. "Please explain in more detail, Heinrich," she said, her eyes serious. Back to Harley. "I found it. We finally found the exit. That bastard is getting away with it. Call it now." "Yes, sir." One of the men quickly blew into a flute. In the next instant, Harley and the girl felt the ground shaking beneath their feet. Then, bursting up from the earth, a massive worm appeared, just like the kind Heinrich had feared, one that could be strengthened through the saintess's divine power. "Well, no helping it now. We'll have to force our way through." Harley planted his feet and steadied himself. "Don't stand in our way. Move." With a violent kick, he slammed into the monster. But the creature endured the hit and lunged forward, trying to swallow them whole. That was when Harley noticed something. Inside the worm's mouth was a strange symbol. What the hell is that? So that's how they're controlling it? No wonder something felt off. A creature that normally lived only in the desert showing up here? Now it all made sense. "All right then," Harley said with a smirk. "I'll save you like a real hero would." He grabbed hold of the worm's fangs. "Go flying far away from here, back to the place where you belong." With a tremendous heave, he hurled the worm several kilometers into the distance. "From now on, don't get caught again. Live a long life." He grinned, while the girl on his back looked like she was about to throw up from the nausea. Then, without warning, wolves appeared and surrounded them. The number of monsters was ridiculous. These bastards just keep throwing more and more obstacles at him. What the hell are they planning now? Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. I'll just kill every last one of them. As Harley got ready to fight, a group watching from above began whispering among themselves. "Who the hell is that man?" "Tomorrow, I was supposed to present that half-elf as a candidate and offer the World Tree's branch as a sacrifice. Even after using a sealing artifact to hide them, how did he manage to find this place and get here?" But this is where it ends. At that moment, We are introduced to Oath of Rebellion's elder, New Rape. There's no way he can take down that many monsters. That bastard's finished. Just as one of the wolves leaped at Harley, he transformed his arm. Scales burst across his skin, and the wolf's teeth shattered the instant they struck him. Sure, their numbers were overwhelming. But still. Harley crushed one of the wolves with his bare hand and ripped out its magic stone. The moment he swallowed the crystal, his stamina became practically endless. Then his body began to change once again. Interesting. Even with flawless control over his body, the way he moves still feels raw, almost like pure instinct is guiding every step. His shape twists and changes, his body turning into something like a savage werewolf. He fights by himself. He feeds by himself. Then he lets out a thunderous roar, declaring his supremacy to everything around him. The being has met the conditions and reached enlightenment. The advanced wild instinct has been obtained. This can't be real. That thing is a monster. The men murmur in fear as Harley rips through the wolves one after another. What should we do, Elder New Rape? If this keeps up, they'll smash through our encirclement by force alone. Activate every summoning circle. What? You can't be serious. I am. It's humiliating that we have to expose this to the world this early, but we've run out of options. If we don't do it now, then we're dead. Set those two free. Ha ha ha. Yeah, I really do love this kind of savage fight. Harley grins wickedly. Should I finish this battle right here? Just as he moves to deal the final blow to the last wolf, he pauses. What? Two sharp projectiles suddenly stab into his arm. What the hell? He lowers his gaze. Crystal arrows? Then the arrows pull themselves free from his flesh and drift back through the air, returning to the grasp of a figure that catches them firmly. What the hell is that thing? Harley squints, his eyes sharpening. A valuable individual? From the gemstone lodged in that figure's body, he can sense an overwhelming wave of telekinetic power. Before he can respond, another monster drops from the sky above. Sir, above you, watch out. The girl cries. The beast slams into the ground with terrifying force. You won't be taking another step, you filthy half-breed. In its hand is a sword burning with fierce flames. Harley lets out a mocking scoff. So now demons are joining the party too? But raw power by itself won't ever be enough to bring me down. Harley roars and gets ready to counterattack, but another crystal arrow flies in. This one drives straight through his ribs. And before he can recover, the demon crashes a vicious punch into his face. Give it up, half-breed. You cannot win. The girl calls out anxiously. Sir, are you all right? The demon lifts its flaming sword high. You're finished. Then the blade comes crashing down. Yeah. This really is the end, Harley mutters under his breath. Looks like even a demon can tell the truth sometimes. Then a blinding light suddenly pours down from the heavens. It burns brightly in the space between Harley and the demon. What? Where is all this overwhelming holy power coming from? Harley smiles through the pain. You made it just in time, Heinrich. Back in the past, my lady. Are you truly going to place your faith in nothing more than a theory and a vague feeling at a moment this important? How can you even say that? Sir Heinrich is someone the Church trusts without hesitation, but he has never received divine grace in matters of exploration. Since the divine has taken interest in him more than once, then he must have been given some kind of revelation by our God. The elf's irritation flares. She rises sharply to her feet and slams her hand against the table. I don't care whether this is truly a revelation or just another guess. That changes nothing. If it can lead us to the child, then I will follow any choice. Lead the way, Sir Heinrich. Back in the present, a fierce battle rages deep in the mountains. Sir Heinrich stands against the demon wielding the flaming sword. Their blades collide, but the moment Heinrich pours divine power into his sword, he unleashes a precise, perfect strike and cuts the demon cleanly in half. As it dies, even the demon mutters in disbelief, so strong. Both this holy power and his swordsmanship. This paladin is far from ordinary. The crystal-covered creature notices its fallen ally lying on the ground. But before it can do anything, Harley suddenly appears in front of it, his fist already ready to crash down. Where the hell do you think you're looking? He mocks. But just before Harley can hit it, the creature coats its whole body in crystal arrows and fires them into multiple points of Harley's body at once, even piercing his eye. Not bad, Harley says, grabbing the creature by the head. Then he curls his lips into a grin. Since you took one of my eyes, I'll be taking yours as compensation. Then he starts crushing the creature's head with all his strength. Cracks spread little by little across it, until at last the gem-like skull bursts apart completely. Grinding his teeth and groaning from the pain, he swiftly but carefully pulls the arrow lodged in his eye free. Since you were the one who tore out and ruined one of my eyes, he mutters darkly, I'll just replace it with yours. With that, he pushes the gem into his empty eye socket. The moment it settles in, a system message suddenly appears before him. A new body part has been transplanted. Skill acquired. Jewel eye, psychokinesis has been unlocked. Huh. Ha 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 ha. Laughter bursts out of him. Now he finally has a way to strike from afar. As the gem fully fuses into his eye socket, it shines with eerie power. I can't believe this. Those two actually got beaten? But who the hell is that paladin that suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Don't do anything reckless, a voice warns coldly. They are only one man and one child, nothing more. Start the ritual, prepare the remaining monsters, and make ready to retreat. But then, a sudden noise breaks in. Elder Nureb? A sickening thud rings through the air. One of the cultists is smashed by an iron club without warning, and his body folds to the ground on the spot. I'll bash your skulls in, you filthy heretics. The paladins come charging in on horseback, their battle cries shaking the air. The Holy Knight Order. Damn it. One of the cultists cries out in panic. Elder Nureb, what do we do? Should we start preparing a teleportation spell and run? To hell with that, Nureb snarls. There's no going back anymore. Grabbing the arm of one of his loyal followers, he begins the ritual at once. One after another, their souls are ripped away, and their empty bodies drop lifelessly onto the ground. With a twisted smile on his face, Elder Nureb offers up every remaining soul as sacrifice. Descend before us, incarnation of greed. At those words, a giant pentagram slowly starts to spread across the ground. Burn them all. The elder gives the order as he finishes the ritual, his voice carrying a chilling sense of finality. Slowly, a monstrous shape begins to crawl its way out. Turn every last one of them to ash. But before the creature can fully emerge, a brilliant light tears through the darkness. An overwhelming, absolute divine force slams straight into the demon and wipes it out before it can even take complete form. Forgive me, but the only one burning today will be you, heretic. With those words, the paladin calls down the light once again. This time, it blooms right beneath the elder's feet. A massive explosion tears across the mountain peak, so violent that even the people far below can hear the impact. Looks like things are pretty much finished here, a voice says. Hey, kid, you can stop hiding now. Come on out. Then come the sounds of shaky little footsteps. A trembling voice answers. That was terrifying. It was so suffocating. I think I'm going to throw up. Haha, that just means you're still healthy, Harley says with a chuckle. As long as you're not hurt, that's all that matters. The girl lets out a small laugh of relief. Sir Heinrich, it seems we arrived at exactly the right moment, and it was all thanks to you. Thank you, Paladin Tuscan, Heinrich replies. But the high elf standing nearby still looks deeply unsettled. You were completely right about the location, Heinrich. But how did you know the girl would be here? I'm not sure, Heinrich admits quietly. I just knew. Then, all at once, the elf calls out. Lady Cecily. For the first time, he sees her with his own eyes, and his voice trembles with emotion. It is an honor to finally meet you, Lady Cecily. He drops to one knee before her, his face solemn. I am Rayfury of the Elven Kingdom. Cecily stares at him, clearly confused by the sudden formality. Harley watches the scene carefully, quietly reading the mood. So this is what the gaze of a high elf feels like. Ah, I'm truly glad you were able to return safely to your people, Harley says. It was an honor to help you, warrior Cecily. Cecily gives him a warm smile. All right. Thank you so much, warrior. The elf then turns his eyes toward Harley. How could I ever repay you for protecting Cecily? Ah, no, Harley says, waving a hand. I didn't do this for some reward. You truly are an admirable man, Rayfury says with respect. Still, since I have received your help, I must repay you properly. That is the custom of my people. Harley grins at that. Well, if that's how it is, then I'd be honored to accept. All right, Sir Harley, could you lower yourself a little for a moment? The elf still looks visibly awkward as he says it. Then Cecily leans forward and gently presses a soft kiss to Harley's forehead. May the blessings of nature remain with you. A glowing mark appears on Harley's forehead, and a tremendous wave of energy rushes through his body. It feels like the presence of the world tree itself is pouring into him. This is a blessing that only high elves can give, Rayfury explains. The blessing of nature, a high-level enchantment that can only be used a limited number of times. He glances toward Cecily. Cecily is not a high elf yet, so the effect will not be at its fullest. But once she awakens her true sight, she will be able to strengthen the enchantment for you even further. Then Rayfury's expression turns solemn once more. And of course, I must also offer you a proper gift. Please, hold out your hand. Harley does as asked, and Rayfury places a small, finely crafted token into his open palm. This is our elven symbol of promise. If you ever need our help in the future, we will answer your call. Seriously? Harley blinks, genuinely surprised. Thank you. You really didn't have to go this far. Still, I'll accept these gifts with gratitude. Here, take this too. One last thing. Harley looks at the extra item, a spark of curiosity rising in his eyes. Meanwhile, another conversation is taking place nearby. That young man. He has a remarkably impressive physique, Rayfury remarks. He's every bit as capable as you, isn't he? You know each other? No, this is our first time meeting, Rayfury admits, then smiles faintly. Still, I feel this will become a valuable connection. If that's your intuition, then I trust it completely, Heinrich says. The Order must also repay this debt properly. Heinrich draws a slow breath, his thoughts racing. We've now earned the favor of both the Elven Kingdom and the Grand Divine Order. Then a voice calls out, Lord Tuscan, thank you for resolving this matter so quickly. Now it is our turn to lend you our strength. Just hearing those words gives me courage, Tuscan replies. We ask only one thing. For the peace of this island, please find the immortal king. Heinrich lets out a slow breath. So in the end, was contacting the High Elves all meant to lead to this? He lifts his eyes toward the sky. The world tree is the source of all trees. Through its power, the High Elves can sense energy anywhere life exists, anywhere that trees take root. But, Rayfury adds, we will still need some kind of support. Support? I need information about the energy we're trying to trace. The energy of the immortal king. All right, then come with me. They use teleportation magic and return to the church. Heinrich never thought he would be back in this place so soon. Yet no matter how many times he saw it, the view still left him in awe. A gigantic holy barrier stood before them, so complex that even he could not fully grasp it. And by bringing outsiders inside, the church had warped the route even more, turning it into a maze of tangled paths. Even someone like Hans would need a great deal of time to break through a barrier on this scale. We've arrived. Even if an intruder somehow slipped inside, the holy knights and high priests stationed throughout the building would move immediately. And now then, this is a fragment of the legendary Immortal King? All right, then let's start tracing the flow of its energy. The High Elf would follow Hans's trail. At the same time, elite forces would be assembled, ready to confront him once again. Wait a moment. So that means there is a path after all. Fine. On that day, with my own hands, I will claim the final fragment of the Immortal King. In the next scene, an empty chair sat there with an ominous presence. It's time. Have all the representatives gathered? A vast chamber came into view, lined with rows of chairs and wrapped in an eerie glow. The flickering purple flames threw uneasy shadows across the room. The challenge vote. The executive meeting chamber. The first voice came from a pink flame shaped vaguely like a person. The representative of the Empire is present. Next, a deep violet silhouette flickered into sight. The representative of the East is also present. And as for Nurabe, he is dead. He will not be attending. A heavy silence settled over the room. You've all heard the recent news, a voice finally said. We still have no idea how the Order and the High Elves managed to track down and eliminate Nurabe. First it was Marcos, who was cultivating a fragment, and now Nurabe, who had gone into hiding, yet was still found and killed. Haven't we all grown a little too careless? Another shadow shifted. The Order's renewed movement must be connected to the appearance of the Immortal King's heir. Another voice spoke up thoughtfully. This heir of the Immortal King. Couldn't we make use of him instead? You're saying we should join hands with the same fraud who's been driving us into a corner? There was a brief pause, and then a low laugh echoed out. Now that's an interesting thought. No matter how many layers of barriers I put up, no matter how deep in the mountains I hid, they still found my location. It seems the saint used my fragment to trace me down. If that's the case, then all I have to do is hide the fragment inside the subspace I created. But the instant I tried to send it there, it was pushed right back out. Damn it. Did it fail? Looks like this fragment can't be stored in an ordinary subspace. But if that's true, then what if I place it inside Hans's body instead? Would that be enough to hold it? Would that let me carry it around without anyone sensing it? Then Hans himself would become one with the fragment. And when he absorbed the fragment into his own body, it worked. Now he could draw out its full power while completely hiding every trace of its energy. Perfect. Now that this problem is solved, my biggest headache is gone. Now all that's left is to wipe away the scene of the crime. Let's burn everything in this room to ash. With nothing more than a snap of his fingers, flames burst out everywhere, swallowing the entire space as though the gates of hell had opened. Now everything is ready for the performance. I'll remove every barrier. My scent will spread across the land. Come and find me. I'm right here. Great divine order, come to me now. Hans released a massive surge of dark energy into the sky. I will take the last fragment of the immortal king with my own hands. As that overwhelming power spread outward, the sacred tree finally found him. The high elf had followed the trail all the way. The immortal king is in the monster forest to the west of the continent. Gather every available paladin at once. We begin the hunt immediately. Bring every archbishop currently at our disposal. Then suddenly, a mysterious paladin stepped forward. Well, I have to admit, I'm a little offended. You really didn't think to invite me to something this important? I've already heard the important parts. Pyrii, paladin of the great temple of Jaren, will be joining this mission. Cardinal Pyrii, one of the most powerful figures in the great temple of Jaren. His presence was deeply reassuring. This expedition had been made up of nothing but the strongest. Archbishop, this time I will go. The saint declared it with complete firmness. That won't be necessary, saint. But even the cardinal is going. Saint, you are the pillar of the great divine order. You must remain here. Heinrich, yes, Archbishop. This time, you will stay behind and protect the great temple together with the saint. Understood. If anything happens to me during this mission, the saint will be entrusted to your care. Understood. Don't worry. While all of you are away, I'll make sure everything here is properly taken care of. I'll make certain the saint remains safe. But the only one who will remain safe is the saint. Soon, we will once again stand before the nightmare that has haunted our continent. But in the end, a nightmare is still only a dream. The divine watches over us and keeps us under its protection. For the peace and salvation of all. For the peace and salvation of all. The troops began marching toward the church's teleportation gate. As they left, the protagonist and the saint remained where they were, silently watching them depart. Don't worry so much, saint. I'm sure everyone will come back safely. Really? Did the divine show you some great revelation? Not exactly, but for some reason, I just feel like that's what will happen. Meanwhile, Hans appears. His dark mana was stretched to its limit, sensing every little thing around him. Standing before the church, he could not see through the divine barriers, but he could clearly feel them. They were woven into the walls themselves, like chains wrapped tightly around the whole structure. Even if he used a skill to slip past the outer layer, the barriers inside would still remain. In that case, I'll drag them out to where I am, and buy myself some time. Raising both hands, Hans fired off several spells into the night sky. They exploded overhead like fireworks, turning midnight into a spectacle of destruction. What the hell is that in the sky? One guard shouts. Another stares with wide eyes. Look down there. We're under attack. Sound the alarm. Call everyone here now. From the darkness, a legion of undead began pouring toward the church. Meanwhile, deep in the forest beneath the cover of night. This is getting messy. We've searched every part of the place where his presence was detected, and there's nothing here. The high elf could not bring himself to believe it. He was certain this was the right place. If Hans had moved, the world tree should have warned him. But wait, did he realize he was being tracked? Was this all set up to lure us away? Everyone, return to the great temple immediately. That's an order. This was his trap. The whole thing was a distraction. By the time they made it back to the church, it had already been devastated. The ground was covered with the bodies of soldiers, skeletons, and undead. And standing there, waiting for them, was Hans. Finally, at last we meet. The final fragment of the Immortal King. The moment for the Immortal King's resurrection begins now. With those words, Hans started drawing the final fragment into himself. Move, now. The bell is ringing. That's the signal that we're under attack. The undead are closing in. Hurry. Looks like they're in real trouble now. Well, good luck to them. Heinrich has been told to guard the garden, so all he needs to do is wait for the right moment and slip inside unnoticed while Hans handles the rest. Everyone, move this way, a soldier shouts. Don't stop. Hurry up. But Heinrich is beginning to feel uneasy. There are more of them than he expected. He spots several paladins, warriors, and other figures he has never seen before. Still, no matter what, they don't know that Hans has already reached the deepest part of the dungeon. They'll be too busy dealing with the undead both outside and inside the castle. But then, someone appears above Heinrich. Something almost angelic. The figure opens their mouth and speaks. Everyone listen. The undead outside the castle are only a distraction. The heir of the Immortal King has already reached the depths. All of you, head for the sealing chamber now. Heinrich is stunned. Who the hell is that? Wait, that's an inquisitor. How did they figure out our plan this fast? Damn it. Heinrich rushes toward the soldiers. He has to step in before this becomes a total disaster. If they reach the chamber too quickly, Hans won't be able to take the last fragment of the Immortal King. The seal starts breaking apart little by little. The saint stares in shock. She cannot believe it. How did an intruder reach the sealing chamber without anyone noticing? Are you saying they, the enemy, teleported straight into our temple? She asks. We still don't know that part yet. Someone answers. The saint begins to panic. The Immortal King was this close the entire time, and we never realized it? Because I wasn't good enough to sense him or track him. Oh God, this is all my fault. So many people are going to die because I failed. If the Immortal King really returns once all the fragments are brought together, then what can we even do? Nothing. Tears pour down her face as she cries. By the time we apologize, it will already be too late after so many lives are lost. Then one of the soldiers speaks to her. The road was too crowded, but Sir Heinrich is here now. From this point on, he will take command. The saint, who had been crying in despair only moments earlier, now begins to cry for an entirely different reason. A bright smile breaks across her face. Sir Heinrich, you have no idea how relieved I am that you're here. Please, lead us with your strength against this evil. Back to Hans. Judging by how many undead from his army they have already managed to cut down, they are proving tougher than he first expected. Countless skeletons are scattered across the ground, along with the body of an inquisitor. One of them has an especially angelic face. Malcolm was no ordinary enemy. He felt more like an elite boss standing at the end of a brutal stage. Rest well, Malcolm. You fought with everything you had, right to the very end. After searching through the battlefield scarred by war, Hans finally finds it. The last fragment of the Immortal King lies right in front of him. At last. Come to me now, fragment. He immediately begins drawing all of its energy into himself. The Immortal King's final inheritance is about to become Hans's alone. He keeps pulling in every last trace of power left inside the fragment, consuming it completely without leaving anything behind. But the moment it ends, something feels wrong. What the hell is this weakness? Even after devouring the final fragment, he doesn't feel stronger at all. Could it be that the fragment's power needs time before it fully settles into him? Then he catches the sound of movement. An intruder. Two paladins come flying toward Hans, weapons raised, ready to cut him down on the spot. Hans reacts at once, casting a spell that blasts them backward with overwhelming force. They slam into the ground, and everyone watching is left staring in shock. A nun rushes straight to their side, and immediately uses healing magic, driving out the lingering dark energy with divine power. Heinrich decides this is the moment to step in. He can't just stand there and watch the fight unfold like this any longer. But the saint grabs his hand and stops him, telling him he cannot move yet. They first need to analyze the Immortal King's power. They cannot afford to act recklessly. Do not rush in alone, Heinrich. Hold your position a little longer. Understood, my saint, he answers. But inside, Heinrich is deeply shaken. His whole plan was to buy time by pretending to fight Hans. Give up, servants of the order. The fragment is already mine. I have absorbed it fully, completely. Witness my power. Hans declares as dark energy floods the entire chamber. Don't listen to him. Keep attacking. Hit him with everything you've got, someone shouts back. Hans knows this battle would be far easier if he simply released his full strength on them. But he cannot bring himself to kill the innocent. Then suddenly, radiant swords pour down from above and strike him cleanly in the chest and left shoulder. This attack, could it be the saint's enchantment? It's unbelievably fast and powerful. The saint's face is filled with deadly focus. If Hans hadn't boosted his regeneration the instant it hit, he would have been in real danger. If he wants to avoid casualties, then he can't let this fight drag on any longer. He makes his decision. He'll take down the command tower first. Without a moment of hesitation, he unleashes a rain of spells aimed at the saint and everyone around her. How dare you raise your hand against our saint? He's reacting this fast? Not only did he block my attack instantly, but he's already striking back without even a pause. They're moving with complete confidence, like they're certain he won't take them down. Is someone among them reading my strategy and passing it along? Maybe it's time to look inside their minds. Then one of them snaps at him. Where do you think you're looking? Hans has been mentally affected, so he still hasn't fully absorbed the fragment's power, the saint realizes. Everyone, stay sharp. This is our chance. We can still do this. As she fires several beams of light at Hans, the warriors charge him at full force. They are trying to crush him with enchantments and sword attacks at the same time, leaving him no room to regenerate. Such a predictable move. Hans instantly casts a barrier and sends one of the warriors flying backward. Go on then. Let's see if you can stop this next attack so easily, another warrior yells. You're really trying to provoke me with something this slow? Hans sneers coldly. Then he summons a spectral hand with binding magic, trapping the soldier inside it like a cage. Damn it! How the hell did this happen? How is he reading every one of our moves now? He shouldn't be able to block psychic intrusion. Forgive me, Senior, one of them says hesitantly. Since Heinrich couldn't help, he must have read the plan from his mind, and that's how Hans knew what was coming. If it's come to this, then the soldier is. But before he can finish, Hans cuts him off with a burst of laughter. It's too late, you pathetic fools. You were far too slow. Inside him, the fragment of the immortal king has finally fused into one completely. A vision appears, like a heart pounding violently inside the darkness. Hans begins laughing uncontrollably as the air around him grows heavier and thicker, filled with the crushing energy surging out from within him. No, this energy. The saint stares in shock, unable to understand what is happening before her eyes. Meanwhile, Heinrich cannot hide the joy spreading across his face. This can't be real. The saint stands frozen, unable to move, and then tears start running down her face. We were too late. The immortal king is truly returning. Hans slowly begins to transform before their eyes. You dogs of the order, tremble in terror. System notifications begin appearing one after another. You have experienced death, endured it, and conquered it. You have now transcended. Achievement unlocked. He has returned. The immortal king. The calamity of the sidereal dimension. The immortal king. Hurry, quickly. We're almost at the sealing chamber now. We have to reach her holiness and support her at once. But the instant the guards rush inside, the scene before them leaves every one of them frozen in stunned silence. That figure. Could it really be the immortal king? Is it truly him standing there? Have we already come too late? Han Song-hyun stands before them in an entirely new form. He looks far more human now, no longer a mere skeleton wrapped in death, but a being covered in flesh, and the pressure pouring from him is clearly far greater than before. There is still time. This is holy ground, a sacred place meant to suppress the immortal king's power. Even if it costs us our lives, we will stop that monster here. Pion. Everyone, prepare yourselves. We strike together. You really think you can stop me? Han says with a cold, mocking scoff. Since none of you can see the status window, I suppose it's only natural for you to cling to such foolish fantasies. Achievement unlocked. Rewards granted. Immunity to instant death acquired. Special abilities Decayed Heart and Immortal have evolved into Immortal Heart. Hans has now become something beyond ordinary life, a truly mystical existence that can even slip free from death itself. At this point, he is virtually unstoppable. Fine then, come at me, all of you. I'll show you with my own hands what the power of the immortal king really looks like. He raises both hands to his face, covers his eyes, and activates the power known as the Eye of Darkness. In an instant, every soldier is caught by its effect. With nothing more than a single look, he floods his enemies with crushing fear and madness, while even lower-ranking demons are forced under his control. The guards begin to lose their grip on reality, overtaken by horrifying hallucinations. Some of them even start seeing worms crawling out of their own flesh. That is the legendary Eye of Darkness. Do not meet his gaze. No matter what, never look directly into those eyes. Now it's your turn. Hans gathers dark energy into his hand. Rise again, my legion of the dead. Return from death and take the souls of our enemies. Bones and mangled corpses begin gathering all around him, slowly fusing together into something grotesque and monstrous. Be careful. That thing is a corpse golem. If one of its attacks lands, you're done for. Don't try to block it. Dodge. The skeletal golem surges forward like a disaster unleashed, smashing through everything in its path, and leaving nothing behind but destruction and chaos. What a miserable sight, Hans says with contempt. Let's put an end to this. The saint is cornered by desperation. She knows she has to act, and she has to choose now. If she hesitates even for a moment here, not only the church, but the entire continent will be dragged into catastrophe. Her hand tightens around the cross on her chest, and in that desperate instant, an idea flashes through her mind. Heinrich. Yes, my lady. She decides to place her trust and her token in his hands. Please, take this and retreat at once. You must survive, grow stronger, and one day stop the immortal king with your own hands. Everyone, listen carefully. We must open a path for Heinrich. Protect him with your lives if you must. Make sure he escapes this place safely. Understood, Your Holiness. Everyone move. Go after the immortal king and stop him no matter what. You noisy little insects, Hans snarls. I'll wipe all of you out in one blow. At that very moment, one soldier tries to slip in a surprise attack from behind, but Hans notices him instantly. So you tried that same failed trick on me again. How utterly stupid. It doesn't matter, the soldier says, even as Hans's magic coils around his throat and begins to tighten. Our objective has already been achieved. What? What objective? Hans snaps back. If saving Heinrich, the last hope we have, means throwing away this battered bag of bones again and again, then I would do it without hesitation. Very well, you fool. If that is your wish, I'll grant it. I'll crush this skeleton into dust right now. But before he can finish the job, a sudden punch slams into his face and sends Hans flying backward. It is Heinrich, striking him head-on with a powerful blow blessed by holy power. Without allowing Hans even a second to recover, Heinrich draws his sword and follows up with a storm of fast, precise slashes. Hans watches with open admiration. Your movements are impressive, he admits. But Heinrich's blade is far too dull. It cannot cut through him, let alone kill him. Hans counters at once, firing several black spears of energy straight at Heinrich and driving them through his chest. And yet, they fail to truly injure him. Because although Heinrich feels the force of the impact, the spears have only torn through his armor and never pierced his body itself. This is the turning point. Hans releases another spell, and a massive explosion tears across the battlefield. The saint lets out a cry of despair. Heinrich. Then her voice breaks. What have you done? I told you the future had to be entrusted to you. She drops to the ground in tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Why didn't you run? I did not join the church just to protect my own life, Heinrich answers. How could a man who turns his back on comrades, on people prepared to face death and offer themselves for a greater cause, ever claim he has the right to protect the world? The cross-shaped token in his hand suddenly begins to glow with a fierce, blinding light. Immortal King, you said my sword was dull. Heinrich declares, even if this blade shatters today, I will kill you here and now. You have reached enlightenment after fulfilling the required conditions. You have obtained the special ability, Blessing, Rod of Light. This is the third blessing. Excellent. Then shall we move on to the end of this story? Heinrich surges forward and drives his attack straight into Hans's chest. That was an excellent line, Hans says with a chuckle. The emotion in it was perfect. Now then, let's finish this with our closing remarks and say goodbye to the audience. Everyone can only stare, stunned and speechless at what just happened. Servant of the church, tell me your name. I am Heinrich Landgard. How dare you injure me? The ability immunity to instant death has been activated in response to a fatal strike. I will remember that name. And then, right before their eyes, Hans disappears. Damn it. So after all that, he just escaped in the end. A moment later, Heinrich suddenly loses consciousness. Before he can hit the ground, another paladin catches him. To think he actually managed to wound the immortal king's heart, even under those conditions. This is the moment. The chosen one has risen at last. A heroic story, so moving it could bring anyone to tears. In the end, Hans was reborn as the immortal king, while Heinrich became the one destined to defeat him with the blessing of the gods. A flawless rivalry, like that of a hero and a demon king. Now the only thing left is to collect what is owed. Shall we settle the entrance fee? That much money? It went up by nearly $1 million. There is really no need to overthink what to do next. Looking over the system window, he chooses exclusive skill enhancement. Your unique ability evolves, opening the way to new possibilities. You have obtained the special ability, customization. Customization? So this is what it really feels like to play a game. A complete customization window opens for Hans. Colors, horns, outfits, every available model is laid out before him. The newly gained customization skill gives him access to two entirely different options. One is creating an avatar for the updated feature, and the other is modifying an avatar for the new feature. First, with avatar modification for the new feature, he can see every possible change that can be made to Hans. Hair, body shape, and even some status details like SRT, INT, DX, and POW. In other words, he can now adjust both the appearance and the stats of avatars that already exist. On the other hand, the avatar creation function allows him to decide the look and the stats from the very beginning, including things like hair and eyes. More than anything else, the biggest difference here is the gender selection option, which lets him choose whether the avatar will be male or female. A little excited, he quickly tells himself he is not thinking about anything weird or inappropriate. He is only pressing it out of pure curiosity. After all, he has to know what the difference is. So in the end, he presses the button to become a woman. But it does not work. The system informs him that the option is currently locked, leaving male as the only available choice. Even so, a new selection appears below it. And what is this down here? Media selection. You can create a related species by consuming a specific medium. A medium connected to a species? Could it be the branch from the world tree that Cecily gave him before? He had grown fond of that item as a nice eco-friendly air purifier, but it seems there is no helping it now. To make an elf, this should be enough. World tree branch detected. Generating his elf. Then the process begins. What takes shape is a tall elf, like a storybook protagonist, with short hair and long pointed ears. Impressive. And just like that, the elf avatar is completed. Now that customization is available, he adjusts the face to make it more beautiful and refines the arms and legs into a longer, slimmer shape. Since elves are elementalists, the most important part of their stat distribution is their natural affinity with nature. His name is Harris. Harris. Species, Yelef. Individual trait, child of the world tree. Then we see a beautiful elf with long golden hair, tall in stature, and carrying the presence of royalty. Special notes. Born as an elf through the use of a branch from the world tree as a medium. Due to the child of the world tree effect, the growth rate of nature affinity is greatly increased. That lean, well-shaped body and that beautiful face. Haha, just what you would expect from an elf. But then the new avatar suddenly reacts. This feels awful. He says it with a face twisted like he is about to throw up. But what is going on here? Hans's dark magic makes it feel as though Harris is being torn apart from the inside, like a tender young sprout being crushed and killed by something toxic and unnatural. Oh, damn it. Why did he not think of that sooner? He had grown so used to Hans that the possibility never even crossed his mind. Hans, cancel the summoning. Since the mental core is not functioning properly, Could this be because of the elf's natural affinity? He almost lost the new avatar before he even realized what was happening. For now, he decides to put Harris aside and save him for later. After that, he walks to the shelf and pulls out a book called Conan the Baba. Maybe this time, it was finally the right moment for him to start writing the story of the mercenary king. Meanwhile, back on Harley's side, he looks unusually excited. He really seemed to love that floating ear feature. The young woman laughs and tells him it is a relief, adding that it actually suits him very well. Thanks for the support. Hubert had managed to find exactly the kind of item he needed. Turok truly deserved its reputation as a city of artisans. Around them, people moved through the streets as usual, giving the whole place the feel of a perfectly ordinary town. Come to think of it, he had heard that some people had been stirring up trouble at Hubert's shop. Maybe he should head there and teach them a proper lesson. Then a group of 3 starts running their mouths. What's with those ragged clothes and tattoos? No wonder people call the South a nest of savages. It's all because of Southerners like them. Harley tries to brush off the nasty comments, but in the end, he just cannot let them slide. Hey, what the hell are you idiots talking about? Which bastards were just insulting the Southerners? Was it you? Or was it you? You trash better be careful. I'll beat some sense into all of you. But the moment one of them swings at Harley, the wooden club explodes into pieces the instant it hits his arm. What an idiot. He really shattered his own weapon against nothing but Harley's body and bare arm? Harley starts thinking to himself, for this avatar, that kind of thing is actually pretty unusual. These guys really do look like proper Southern warriors. The tattoos, the powerful builds, the fierce eyes, all of it fits. That means the answer is simple. He needs to live among them and start building ties with them. The great hero of the South, along with the loyal companions who stand beside him. In other words, maybe he really could become a true Southern warrior after all. Anyway, hurry up and put on some proper clothes. Outfits like that are supposed to be worn only during traditional festivals. People still do not wear things like that these days, right? Harley asks. The other man's face twists immediately with irritation. That bastard. He cannot stand listening to him for even one more second. Then he challenges Harley to a traditional Southern duel, striking a stance full of cultural pride. Oh ho, a Southern-style duel. Their custom is to fight barehanded, right? Sounds good to me, but I have one condition. All 3 of you come at me together. For a second, they can hardly believe what they just heard. You want the 3 of us to attack you at once? Are you mocking our honor? Fine, then send just 2. The third one can stay back and help carry the other 2 after they hit the ground. As he says it, his eyes shine with a crazed look, like he is fully prepared to beat the 2 of them half to death. All right then, come at me now, you cowards. Try and bring me down. Then the sounds of heavy blows ring through the city, followed by a trail of wreckage and destruction. 2 of them are already lying unconscious on the ground, while the last man still on his feet mutters in disbelief. That bastard is insane and unbelievably strong. He is not a Southerner. If he is that skilled, then how can he not have even a single warrior's mark? Right? Those marks were supposed to be proof of a Southern warrior, were they not? So how exactly is he supposed to explain this away? Brothers, I am a Southern warrior. There is just a reason, a whole story, behind why I bear no marks. What do you mean? It all began 20 years ago. A duel had been held to decide the next chief of the tribe. The scene shifts to an arena, where 2 warriors clash fiercely as the others watch from the sidelines. Harley's father, the strongest warrior in the tribe, emerged victorious and claimed the championship, drawing admiration, cheers, and praise from every tribe member gathered there. Congratulations, the king said. By tribal tradition, you are granted one wish. Speak. What is it that you desire? But from the very start of the tournament, his wish had already been decided. I will not marry the chief's daughter. What? The entire crowd is left stunned. Outrageous. How dare you make such a ridiculous request? Explain yourself at once. Well, he did have a proper reason for saying it. The reason was simple. He and she were related by blood. They were siblings. What? She is left completely speechless. Father, are you really going to let someone say something so outrageous and walk away without punishment? My dearest daughter, I sincerely beg your forgiveness. But everything that man said is the truth. You are not my blood-born daughter. Long ago, I took you in and raised you as my own. Guards, kill that insolent fraud at once. My love, He will hold them off and buy us time. So you must run. Quickly go now. At that time, his mother was carrying him in her womb, which was why she could not stand and fight beside his father. So his father fought alone with everything he had, protecting his wife and unborn child. In the end, he felt like a hero while holding back the tribe's warriors. His mother escaped the hunters chasing her and hid deep inside a remote cave, where she raised him by herself. But not long ago, even his mother died from illness. That is why he bears no warrior's marks. At that, all three men burst into tears. How could anyone have lived through such a heartbreaking past? They immediately apologize for doubting him and accept that he truly is a Southern warrior. They never imagined there could be such a tragic story behind him. Of course, everything Harley had just said was an obvious lie, but the way he sold it was absolutely unbelievable. All right then, let's drink to our new brother. Everyone lifts a huge mug of beer and cheers together. By the way, Hyungnam, this place is pretty far from the south, isn't it? So what brought you all the way out here? Well, there's another story behind that too. After his mother died from illness, he was left completely alone in this harsh world. He had nothing but his own body to rely on. He was lost, with no idea how to survive, what to do next, or which road he should take. And then, while everyone else walked right past him, one person stopped and asked, "Excuse me, do you need help?" That person was a young merchant named Hubert, and before long, the two of them became very close. Now they are best friends. Hubert was the only one who truly stepped in, the one who worked hard to help him settle down. He was both a benefactor and a real friend. But later, he learned that Hubert had fallen into serious trouble. Some bandits were threatening him, apparently. There was no way he could ignore the suffering of the man who had once saved him. That was why he came all the way here, to help him. One of them slams his hand on the table. That's unforgivable. Anyone who makes an enemy of our brother makes an enemy of all of us. We'll help our brother's brother too, no matter what. Right, everyone? Thank you all. I truly appreciate your help. Harley throws his arms around them in a warm embrace. All right then, once I use these guys to shut down the idiots threatening Hubert, it'll finally be time to launch my real creative economy project. His plan is to import huge amounts of pimenta de terra, since in this world it is a rare spice with tremendous value. In return, he will distribute magical tools, which are common here but extremely hard to find on Earth. A perfect win-win trade where everyone gains something. And on top of that, he can secure a massive profit for himself, then use that money as the foundation for even greater growth later. Very well, Hyungnam. First, let's head to your friend's shop. We'll make sure it stays protected. You can leave it to us. All right, then I'm counting on you guys. Having dependable subordinates really does make life easier. Now that Hubert's issue will be handled by them, it is finally time for him to move ahead and make his debut as an elf. Then the scene shifts, and we see someone standing in front of a castle. Good morning. This is the Great Temple of Rosalia, correct? My name is Harris, a skilled mercenary and close friend of Harley, who is also a close friend of the Holy Knight Order. I came here after hearing that the elf envoys are currently staying here. Would it be possible to arrange an audience for me? Of course, he also brought a proper letter of introduction with him. Then we are shown the paper itself, with a short message written on it. This elf is definitely my friend. He'd appreciate it if you let him in. That ridiculously sloppy, no, freely expressive, handwriting, along with the messy scribble beneath it, makes it obvious that this handwritten introduction came from Harley himself. Please, come inside. They then lead the elf to the lodging prepared for the elf envoys. Here we are. We have already informed Rayfury, so please wait here for his arrival. All right, thank you. Excuse me. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Rayfury Granwood, a high elf of the Elf Kingdom. Please, have a seat. I heard you are a fellow mercenary and a friend of Harley? Yes, I am Harris. Thank you for taking the time to meet with me today. It is honestly getting a little difficult to keep pretending not to recognize familiar faces every single time. But more than that, it is genuinely fascinating. Seen through the eyes of a high elf, his eyes seem to shine even more brightly than before. The longer he stares, the stronger the pull becomes, as if he is being drawn straight into them. What a strange feeling. This must be because I'm inside an elf's body now. He had heard that Harris was someone very close and dear to Harley, especially after seeing the bracelet Harley had given him. It really does seem to be true. Then, all at once, the bracelet starts to glow. I'm sorry, he says. I accepted this gift because it came from one of your people, but if it offends you in any way, I will return it immediately. No, not at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. I'm happy, honored, even, that one of my kin is wearing it. More importantly, I heard there is something you wish to ask me. Yes, that is true. It is nothing urgent, but he wants to learn how to draw on the power of nature and make contracts with spirits. Since he spent nearly his whole life alone, he never had the chance to grow as an elf, form contracts, or become stronger. I understand, he says quietly. There is no doubt about this person's potential. An overwhelming power seems to spill from his body, as though he were a living vessel of the world tree itself. All right then, would you like to step outside and get some fresh air? Oh, of course. That would be an honor. You asked me to teach you, but unfortunately, I will not be able to do that. I will be leaving this place very soon, so there simply is not enough time for me to help you properly. However, would you be willing to come with us to the Elf Kingdom instead? Pardon? The Elf Kingdom, the homeland of the elves, lies on the enchanted continent. That is where the Institution for High Elves is located. It would be a great honor for him, but are there any special qualifications or conditions he would need to meet? Yes. Normally, it is a place reserved only for the children of High Elves. Only they are permitted to enter. But there is one exception. Ugh, this pressure is intense. And that exception is someone who possesses the qualities of a High Elf. You feel something when you look directly into my eyes, don't you? Then look at me now straight on. It is happening again. This feeling, what exactly is it? It feels as if something is pulling him inward, like he is being drawn straight into those eyes. Where is this place? Is this some kind of mental world, like the one where he fought the Society of Divine Retribution? No, the energy here is completely different. It feels far purer and cleaner than that place ever did. Then suddenly, something catches his eye, and he can hardly believe what he is seeing. Could that really be? A beautiful elf with pink hair. Could that possibly be the elf goddess? No. Is that the world tree itself? Then the elf slowly descends from the tree and gently walks toward him. Hey, wait a second. The elf softly reaches out and touches his face. Why is this beautiful elf doing something like this? Why is the goddess treating him this way? Oh, poor child. Come to the realm of the elves, the beautiful elf says in a strange language, gently stroking Harris's face as she speaks. And then, right before his eyes, she disappears. That leaf, that presence, was she the world tree itself? More importantly, what did she even say? He could not understand a single word of that strange language. Maybe it was the language of the elves. Hey, wait a second. I have no idea what that meant. Don't just leave like that. Before he can finish speaking, he is suddenly pulled back to reality. What was she trying to say? And with that thought, he returns to the garden. She is already gone, isn't she? What the hell is happening here? He clearly felt the presence of the world tree. He saw an elf. Was that really the world tree? So that was the form she chose to appear in. It seems she greeted him in the most familiar form she could take. It seems the world tree has taken a special interest in you, Harris. Seriously? Hold on a second. First the divine, and now even the world tree is paying attention to him? What the hell is going on anymore? The next day, we see a shop open for business. Hey, didn't he make himself clear last week? He told him to shut down the shop and get out of town. 3 men with strange tattoos stand there threatening Hubert, yet somehow he is still here. Well now, please forgive their rudeness. This week, a truly exceptional tea has just arrived. So how about it? Would he care to sit down and share a cup with him? Hubert truly looks every bit the gentleman, dressed in formal clothes, wearing gloves and glasses. So, it seems he did not understand a single word that was just said. Then he lightly taps the cup. He will be giving up this place and leaving town today. Or does he really want to die here at their hands instead? My. So they do not like tea, huh? Well, even if they do not, it seems his friends enjoy it just fine. What the hell is this bastard even talking about? Before he can finish the sentence, Harley drives a solid punch straight into his chin. The man is sent flying by the blow. Get the hell out of our sight, you piece of trash. What the hell are these guys? With a single punch, he took down our leader. Where the hell did they suddenly come from? Then Harley and his friends rush straight ahead, without hesitation. The two enemies get beaten down so badly they look utterly pathetic, their screams ringing all through Hubert's place. So in the end, everything worked out. All right then, cheers. Thanks to you guys, Hubert is safe now. Tonight, all the drinks are on him, so eat and drink as much as you want. A huge feast is spread across the table, piled high with meat, barbecue, beer, and fresh bread. That felt way too easy, didn't it? More importantly, after seeing him fight today, he's completely sure now. He really needs a crest. A crest? Yeah, one like his. The moment he pulls off his shirt, a strange tattoo comes into view. A true warrior's crest. He heard there's a shaman from the south here in Tarek who knows how to carve them. So what do you say? Why not go ahead and... Luangya, what the hell are you doing? Let's go find her right now. Harley suddenly bolts off with Luong tucked under his arm. But he hasn't even managed to finish one full drink yet. Elder, you old fool. Has age ruined your hearing too? He's sure he told her to have the protection money ready by today. The same three idiots from earlier are back again, now shaking down an old woman who seems to make some kind of magical potions. Didn't she already tell him that amount was far too much? Where the hell is she supposed to get money like that? This old woman really has no clue what kind of mess she's in. As he grabs her by the blouse, he snarls, asking if she can see his face clearly. He's already had more than enough trouble today. It's been a completely rotten day. And now what? She still doesn't have the money? Then she'd better find some way to get it. He doesn't care how this useless old hag does it, as long as she brings him his money. Otherwise, he swears to God that. But then something suddenly catches his eye. Hey, what the hell is that rushing over here? It's that bastard again. What the hell is he doing here now? Then Harley comes charging straight at them, nearly running them over with his overwhelming momentum. Greetings, madam. He's here because he wants a crest carved. Meanwhile, Luong is turning pale from Harley's insane speed. What about those thugs? All of them. They'll wake up later and drag themselves away on their own, so it doesn't matter. What a damn disaster. Anyway, come inside first. So, he came here because he wants her to carve him a warrior's crest? Yes. Can she do it right away? She hopes he understands that while a crest grants tremendous power, it also consumes a great deal of a person's life force. Of course he knows. That guy already explained all of it to him. It's been a very long time since she's seen someone with such monstrous vitality. With endurance like his, he might even be able to withstand the supreme crest, the warlord's mark. Warlord? Hell yeah. Put that one on him right now. Harley shouts so loudly that the poor old woman nearly jumps out of her skin. But that's impossible. She doesn't know how to carve that one. It's a lost technique, something nobody has been able to do for hundreds of years. And if this keeps up, all this yelling is going to ruin her ears. Come on, don't kill the mood like that. Well, if that one really isn't possible, then he guesses she can at least carve the great warrior crest Luong mentioned. That's a problem too. What the hell? She's short on materials. It's been ages since she last carved a crest, and more than anything else, she simply can't do it. To receive a crest, there's one thing that's absolutely necessary. A warrior's achievement. In other words, a deed worthy of legend, like slaying a dragon or saving an entire kingdom. If he wants the great warrior crest, then at the very least, yes, beyond the Iron Fortress in the northern mountains. He would need to defeat the ogre that rules that place alone and kill it with his own hands. An ogre? Does she even realize what kind of monster that is? No sane person would willingly stand against something like that. Is she seriously trying to send his brother to his death? Just that monster's head is bigger than his brother's whole body. So how the hell is he supposed to kill that thing by himself? But while they were still arguing, Harley had already started digging around in the portal. Did she mean this? And then, a gigantic skull suddenly appears. That's the ogre's skull? Don't tell her he hunted that monster all by himself. Of course he did. An ogre is nothing to him. Fine, she admits he's an extraordinary warrior, but even so, he should come back in a few days. Recently, she's been drained of energy, and her body hasn't been in good shape at all. She needs strength to carve a crest, but lately, she hasn't even been able to eat properly. Food. Leave that to him. Restoring someone's vitality is exactly what he's best at. What is he talking about? Then before she can even process it, he's already disappeared from right in front of her. He really just ran off. Sigh. She can only hope he doesn't stir up even more trouble. You little bastard, it's him again? We really do keep running into each other today, huh? You again? Then he drives another punch into the thug, making him let out a pained groan. What the hell is this guy? Who sent him? Why is he doing this to them? You picked the wrong people to mess with. You're the ones who put your hands on our shaman. Huh? Shaman? That old witch is the southern shaman? Sorry, we didn't know. We thought she was just some old village healer or something. Harley lifts his fist again, threatening to punch him one more time. But this time, he smashes it into the ground instead. All right, we won't do it again. Please, just stop. Yeah, you'd better not. Make sure you keep that promise. Hyungnam, I finished taking care of my side too. So what are we doing now? He figured a bandit hideout like this would definitely have supplies lying around somewhere. Luong, get over here and help carry these crates. Tonight, we're having a full barbecue feast with that old lady. When they make it back, they find the old woman outside, quietly sweeping the street. Grandma, we're back. She looks up, clearly startled by how suddenly they returned. Good Lord, what in the world are they carrying all that for? What does she mean, what for? It's all meat and booze, so they can eat and drink together. So what does she think now? Isn't that more than enough for Grandma to eat well, recover her strength, and stay healthy? Then a flashback appears, and for a moment Harley seems to overlap with another young man from her memories. What a painful thought. If her son were still alive, he would probably be around Harley's age by now. At her age, meat? Seriously? She can barely chew properly. So what? Is she saying she won't eat it? Well, maybe she'll have just a little, since he went to all that trouble for her. Then we see the old woman tearing into a piece of meat and emptying a whole bottle of wine all by herself. They had heard women from the south could really eat, but even so, she finished everything by herself and didn't leave a single bite for them. That really hit the spot. The food was amazing, and the drinks were just as good. All right then, now that everyone's eaten their fill, shall we start carving Harley's engraving? You do know the engraving process hurts like hell, right? So she lays Harley down on the bed and begins preparing the needle she'll use to pierce his body. Is Harley ready for this mentally? Of course he is. No need to worry, old lady. He's been through plenty of painful procedures on a bed before. It's a clear reminder of the experiments Hans used to perform on his body. But before he can even finish that thought, the old woman suddenly stuffs a teddy bear into his mouth. Her son bit down on that same toy when he had his own engraving done, so she already knows how much this is going to hurt. That's why she tells him to keep it in his mouth, because she's about to begin. All right, here we go. The instant she presses the needle against his body, it snaps in half. Damn it. His skin is so absurdly tough that the needle broke before it could even pierce him. Unbelievable. Is there really no other way to carve the engraving onto his body? He already knew Hyungnam was abnormally durable, but this is just ridiculous. There is no way they're switching to some other method. She tells them not to worry about that. Then she adjusts the angle of the needle, and the markings running across her arms begin to glow even stronger. She's going to make absolutely sure all that meat and alcohol she ate gets paid back in full. With every mark on her body activated, she begins forcing the needle through and carving the engraving directly into his flesh. Now it's time to show them what a first-rate tribal shaman chief from the old days is truly capable of. Then we finally see the mark she carved. A blazing sun-shaped symbol burning brightly across his skin. System notifications. The entity has fulfilled the conditions and attained enlightenment. He has acquired the skill, Chaco-style combat symbol. Current symbol, Great Warrior. A large marking now covers the right side of his chest. This really is incredible. It's far more efficient than strengthening the body through bio-aura. At this level, even without using his body mutation ability, he could probably beat an ogre to death barehanded in a straight fight. This is perfect. The old woman, on the other hand, looks completely drained, exhausted down to the bone. Even Harley starts worrying about how she's doing. What's wrong? Is she okay? Is she feeling pain anywhere? Don't worry about her. It's only because it's been so long since she last used that much power in those engraving techniques. She's just rusty and worn out. Once she gets some rest, she'll be fine. Luong, brother, we just found ourselves more work to do. And what kind of work would that be, Brother Harley? Meat. He grabs the old woman and shakes her in panic as he shouts. We need to get more meat. She can't be allowed to suffer if we're going to finish the rest of the crests. We have to keep her alive and in good shape. That damn stubborn bastard. At least let her rest for a while before pushing her any further. In the next scene, we see Heinrich lying in bed, his whole body wrapped tightly in bandages. At the same time, someone stands beside him, praying softly while reciting words of divine power. A paladin walks up from behind and quietly asks if she's still praying for him. Cardinal Pion, if she keeps praying and pouring out divine power without proper rest, it's certain to do serious damage to her body. So please, she needs to take it easy. Yes, she understands the consequences, but her heart simply won't allow her to rest. She still can't forget what she saw that day. The final image burned into her mind. In that moment, he stood his ground against the immortal king and refused to retreat until the very last second. Yes, it truly felt like watching a brand new hero being born right before her eyes. Wait, Sir Heinrich, a new hero? The saint's face turns faintly red at those words. Oh, your eminence gives me far too much praise by saying that. Sir Heinrich, you're finally awake. We were all worried. You've been unconscious for many days. Can you bear the pain? Thanks to the saint's devoted care, his body is recovering well. Sir Heinrich, from this moment on, we proclaim you not only as a champion of our great divine order, no. We now proclaim you as the hero of Out Erica. Finally, Heinrich says with a sly, satisfied smile. Now he can finally say that both the hero and the Demon King have officially taken their places as the two leads. Let's create a Taoist, the one who will take the role of the Demon King, Hans. Now that the hero has finally been born, he believes the time has come to carry out his true duty as the Demon King. With the perfectly honed power of his contagious ministry magic, he plans to spread his terrifying name farther than ever before. Now he can see them clearly at last, the filthy stains left behind by sinners. He quietly gets ready to begin his hunt in the dead of night. Every last one of them will be dragged straight down into hell. Hurry up, move and keep it going. This patient came in first, so get out of the way. Damn it, what the hell happened this time? Looks like that bastard with the ha-ho mask showed up again. So, do you have any idea what happened here? One thing is certain, they crossed paths with someone unbelievably dangerous. On Xiangjin, a dark mage dispatched by the skill management department. They messed with the wrong person, stepped onto the wrong road, and ended up dead like this. That freak in the ha-ho mask, whatever he is a completely deranged monster. This kind of pure dark magic is beyond anything a human should be able to understand. That body is basically nothing more than an empty shell now. He would bet the victim's soul has already been enslaved. If he were ever caught by a monster like that, he would choose that ending without hesitation. As if saying something like that helps, especially from the man called Korea's greatest dark mage. He is nowhere close to that level. And having a dark mage of that caliber as your enemy, that is what it truly means. No way. He said the culprit was the ha-ho mask, right? Then let me take a closer look at the curse. He then casts dark magic onto the dead man's head. But in that instant, he feels a crushing force, as if something is staring directly at him. The moment that feeling hits him, he drops to the ground in shock. Hey, what the hell just happened? What's wrong? Did he find something? Team leader, he looks like he's about to die right now. What the hell are you talking about? That bastard. The ha-ho mask. You saw him. The ha-ho mask noticed him. He tampered with the spell himself, so if he gets marked now, he's absolutely finished. No question about it. At this point, there is only one choice left. Is he really going to fight the masked ha-ho? If he just throws himself off this building now and dies, maybe he can cross over peacefully to the other side. Hey, stop it. Don't do anything stupid, you lunatic. The masked ha-ho only hunts down villains and kills them, so if you're innocent, you'll be fine. Just calm down and breathe. All right. Hearing that makes him feel a little relieved. Thank you so much. After all, he really is innocent. Is this bastard an idiot, or what? Then, little by little, he starts to feel the tension leave his body, until he blacks out completely and collapses to the floor. Hey Xiangjin, what the hell just happened? Nurse, please help us, he just passed out. Meanwhile, Hans watches the whole scene from a distance. Interesting. That man seems capable of using dark magic, even if only at a very basic level. He does not sense any evil aura from him, so meeting that man again someday should not be a problem. The next day, we see a blog packed with all kinds of posts and speculation about the masked Heijo. Hans's popularity has exploded so wildly that it is starting to spiral out of control. What kind of abilities does Heijo even have? A vigilante of justice, a dark hero. Some have even started calling him the Shadow Hero. But it is not as if Hans is actually pleased by all the attention gathering around him. Later on, this could easily turn into a serious problem. What a headache. How the hell is he supposed to keep operating like this from now on? Just then, a knock at the door cuts through his thoughts. Who could that be? Your fried chicken delivery is here. Wait, what? Kong Tae-san. It has been such a long time since he last saw him. How has he been all this time? Hey, just look at this guy. Damn. It has been years since this Hyung came by, and that is how he greets a guest? Oh, what do you mean, the way he reacted? Even if he is technically his friend, tonight he is the very last person Hans wants to see or talk to. Skill Management Bureau. Criminal Investigation Division. Kong Tae-san. Even so, Tae-san is still the only real friend he made in childhood. Through all those years when he shut himself away in his room, Tae-san was the one person who kept coming to find him and try to help. He is truly a precious friend. But honestly, Hans seems different now. He cannot quite put his finger on it, but it feels like Hans has finally found a reason to live again. Well, he cannot stay trapped in the past forever, can he? People who live only in the past belong in museums. And deep down, he knows his parents would never have wanted him to keep living shut away from the world like this. Yeah, damn, he's right. He really said that well. Does he even know how long he's been worrying about Han Song-hyun this whole time? Staying shut in for that long, without talking to anyone, was never healthy. Come on, it wasn't that bad. He actually went outside a few times over the last couple of days. Really? Tae-san asks, his eyes widening in honest surprise. Thank you, my friend. Back when he was drowning in grief and struggling through depression, Tae-san kept coming to see him and did everything he could to help. Then he cracks open a can of beer, seeing that things finally seem to be getting better for him now. It makes him feel like maybe he can finally share a secret. What is that supposed to mean? He knows, doesn't he? The real reason Tae-san joined the Criminal Investigation Division. Of course, he had been like family to Hans Song-hyun's parents, almost like their real son. And after they died in that accident, Tae-san entered that division. Yes, it all comes back to that case. Everyone believes it was just a random attack by an awakened person. That is what people have thought all this time. Well, at least until recently. But now he no longer believes that was the true cause of the case. There is a group that has been moving in the shadows for a very long time, calling themselves the Society of Divine Retribution. They are a pack of bastards, and they work with terrifying care. So far, they have not been able to connect the dots or even catch the faintest trace of them. But he has been following the news, right? That masked figure known as Haho has finally given them a lead. For the first time, they have a real clue. Haha, even feeding hints to the skill management department. Did he go a little too far with that? Anyway, he'll let him know the moment he learns anything new. But he better not go around blabbing about it. What? Does he want to see him thrown in a cage? Haha, like he even has anyone he could tell. Still, from everything he has heard, the masked Haho has been pretty incredible. So why is the Bureau trying to chase him down? Exactly. That is the part bothering him too. Why the hell are they going after someone who is actually doing a decent job? Yes, exactly. Han Song-hyun feels genuinely happy hearing Tae-san speak in favor of the masked Haho. After all, the one carrying out all of that investigation work is his own clone. Anyway, tonight they are going to drink until they drop. A celebration for Han Song-hyun's fresh start. Then, after several drinks and more than enough chicken, their conversation naturally drifts to other things. Just give up on becoming a writer. What's wrong with that? A hero and a demon king? Come on, that's way too cliché. And naming the demon king Hans? Haha, Tae-san bursts out laughing. That is painfully boring. It does not even sound like a name someone came up with over coffee. What is that even supposed to mean? This is a classic, and there is nothing wrong with a story like this. This is not a classic. This is what people call cringe. If it is something people have already seen 1,000 times, then why not pretend it is short for something? Hans could be an abbreviation for a name like Hannibal Strauss. Oh, that was actually a pretty good suggestion, right? If he really becomes a writer, he should remember he can always ask his Hyung here for help. While they were in the middle of talking, Tae-san's phone suddenly started ringing. Oh, would you look at the time? He has to get going now. Seriously? It is still so early. The leader of the Dawn team told him he has to show up today, So he is leaving. All right then, Tae-san. We'll talk later. Ah, right. There was something he forgot to ask before. Your grandmother is doing all right, isn't she? Tae-san pauses at the door for a moment, looking strangely uncomfortable. To be honest, her condition has gotten much worse lately, and there are still no signs of improvement. Maybe it is already time to start preparing himself for the worst. Wait, Grandma is really that sick. Is there anything he can do to help? Anything at all? Hey, dear writer, just focus on writing your story. Do not worry, he'll figure something out somehow. Those words hit the protagonist with a heavy weight in his chest. And then we are shown a flashback of someone gently holding his hand. Is this enough? If you want to eat anything else, just tell your grandma, all right? To Tae-san's grandmother, his friend was no different from a real grandson. He knows that. Yes, Grandma. Tae-san's grandmother. Back when he used to go out with Tae-san, she always looked after him and cared for the little things. Those moments became some of the few warm memories he still carries with him. And now that he knows she is seriously ill, sadness washes over him. A friend who has always stayed by his side is going through something this painful, yet he cannot do a single thing to help. Hey, wait a second. How could he be this stupid? A brilliant idea suddenly flashes through his mind. There is something he can do. Kong Tae-san, you seriously owe him an apology for mocking his naming sense. Because those characters with names you said sounded ridiculous are the very ones who are about to help you. Then we see the protagonist summoning Heinrich, a paladin who would be absolutely perfect for a situation like this. Then a system window appears, showing the paladin Heinrich. To heal someone, what he really needs is a healer, someone like a priest. And doesn't he already have the perfect one for that? A familiar whose faith is recognized even by the archbishops, and whose divine power is overwhelming. We see that Heinrich truly became someone extraordinary in that other world, a figure revered as one of the greatest people of faith. Heinrich really can heal Tae-san's grandmother. But wait, how is he supposed to make Heinrich disappear for a while? If Heinrich vanishes right after officially becoming the hero, people are bound to misunderstand. Even the saint has her eyes on him now. Well, with night falling and the day almost over, it is better to wait for now. Until the right chance comes, it is safest to hold off on slipping away from the original world to heal the grandmother. Then in the next scene, we see a child singing softly while carrying apples, dressed in neat and very formal clothes. The city is lively, with people filling the commercial district as they move back and forth. The girl asks the boy if he is all right, whether the bag full of apples is too heavy. Yes, sister. It is fine. It is not heavy. But in one brief moment of carelessness, one of the apples slips out of the bag and falls away. Ah, stop rolling. Wait, do not go running through the city like that, Aaron. Then the apple comes to a stop right at the feet of a stranger. Oh dear, you need to hold on to this more carefully, the man says, picking up the apple in his hand while the children stare up at him in surprise. But then, the girl finally breaks into a bright, joyful smile. So it really was him all along. Heinz. Hello, everyone. How have you all been? You're all doing well, right? The boy stares at him in amazement. Is that really Heinz? He looks nothing like he did back when he helped him escape from the vampires. Yes, it's definitely him. Time really has changed his face a little, hasn't it? Uncle, why are you only showing up now of all times? It's been forever. Haha, that's true. It had been nearly 7 months since his last visit. Heinz apologizes, explaining that he had been caught up with one thing after another and stayed busy the whole time. All right then, but if he came all the way here in person, that must mean he has business to handle too, doesn't it? Haha, she really sees right through him. Heinz looks genuinely startled. How did she figure that out already? No, he says. He really did come because he wanted to see them first. It's fine, Heinz. We're comfortable with this, so just say what you came to say and keep it brief. But really, you should come visit us more often, the boy adds. All right, honestly, there's no way he can win against both of them at once, so he decides to stop dancing around it and speak plainly. After rummaging through his clothes for a moment, he finally presents his proposal. Diana, would she be willing to work for him again? He says he wants to borrow her talent for gathering information and places 2 gold coins on the table as payment. Yes, of course. I'll help you, Uncle Heinz, Diana answers with a bright, easy smile. A little later, as the afternoon is nearing its end, we see a house and the garden around it, while someone nearby calls out Soren's name. Also, keep an eye out for places that sell magical tools like these. On the table, all kinds of expensive-looking goods are spread out, from jewelry to fine magical tools. Wow, my lord, where in the world did he get so many items of this quality? There's always a method when you really need to acquire certain things. Thanks to Diana, he was able not only to secure top-quality magical tools from the store in Talia, but also to get fresh information from Brokaslack, who had been keeping quiet for quite some time. The pepper he asked for has already been piled up in the storage room. Great. Her friend is planning to sell it for him. And the purge is over now. The purge? What exactly is he talking about? The ones who only pretended to surrender, and the ones who tried to hide themselves away. He found every last one of them and executed them all, he says with a dark, twisted laugh as he tosses cards marked with his dead targets onto the table. At last, our clan will finally return to normal and become stable again. All right, from here on, all they need to do is keep exchanging magical tools and pepper on a regular basis. So from now on, he's counting on her to take responsibility for managing the administration of Heteros. Soren goes blank for a moment, completely thrown off by what she has just heard. What in the world did he just say to her? She has never handled anything like this before, so naturally she's unsure whether this is really a good idea. Can she honestly manage the clan properly all by herself? Soren, he says, is someone capable, someone he truly trusts. If it's her, then he has no doubt at all that she'll do a fine job. Oh, so the master truly believes in her. Flushed by the weight of that trust, she blushes and vows that she will absolutely live up to his expectations. It really is ridiculously easy to fool this girl and win her trust. He's really throwing around dramatic lines at every opportunity. Still, when he thinks about it carefully, they're basically no different from a small or mid-sized company now that trade between the two worlds has begun. Let's stop circling around it and get to the point. Shall they begin the clan conquest in earnest now? Then, back in the original world, night has already fallen, and the city is still full of life. People stroll through the streets under the moonlight, chatting, listening to music, and enjoying the evening air. Using the information he and Diana gathered together, he investigated personally and finally managed to locate the place. This is the source of his blood. He is now certain that this building is the base of the Brokaslack clan, with 2 guards standing watch outside like sentries. Then he tosses something near the guards to pull their attention away, and in that same instant he slips through the back door like a shadow, silent and fast. Why did that thing just fall over by itself? Was it the wind or something? Then we see a beautiful woman with a glass in her hand, tilting it back and draining the whole thing in one smooth motion. This is wonderful. Such crisp, refreshing blood. The young vampire lady looks deeply satisfied as she savors the taste of her drink. But really, how much longer does she have to keep living like this? Drinking all by herself like this feels unbearably lonely. Looks like nothing has changed after all, just the same drunk Rosilica as always. Who's there? So many familiar faces are appearing today. Conceal skill release. Forgive me, but who exactly are you supposed to be again? He's Heinz, a vampire she met some time ago. She apologizes, saying her memory isn't very good. So who was he again? As she says that, she casually starts pouring more blood into her glass. Still, now that a guest has come all this way, she has to show proper hospitality. But while she pours the blood, she lightly slices her own fingers and lets a little of her blood mix into the drink. Here, freshly squeezed blood. Please, have a drink. No, that's all right. The moment her offer is rejected, unease flickers across her face, and that discomfort quickly starts turning into irritation. This is high-level blood magic. How dare he barge into the sanctuary of Brokaslack like this? In the next instant, she hurls the blood-filled glass and manipulates the scattered blood itself, launching a fierce attack at Heinz. She has no idea who this bastard really is, but she has no intention of letting him walk away. So she throws everything she has into the fight and attacks with full force. And yet, Heinz only lets out a laugh, as if the whole situation amuses him. Then he strikes back by seizing control of the very blood she was using. How is her own blood being used against her? To manipulate another person's blood so freely like that, that has to be a power at least within the realm of true blood. He then shapes the blood into a rope and binds her completely, leaving her unable to move. This is Brokeslack territory. An outsider breaking in here is a direct violation of the treaty. This girl really doesn't recognize him at all, does she? Well then, instead of clearing up the misunderstanding, maybe he should just use it to his advantage. What violation of the treaty is she talking about? He belongs to an indirect branch of Brokeslack's bloodline too. Don't lie to me, you coward. You tied up a girl like this, so there's no way what you're saying could be true, right? But now that she thinks about it, she vaguely remembers hearing long ago about a clan that had once been persecuted. Could he actually be telling the truth? Yes, he says, he comes from that very clan people used to speak of. So now she will cooperate willingly, and in return he will grant her power. Even if he really is from a branch family, though, she still sees no reason she should obey him. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood, she says. Then he grabs her by the mouth without hesitation. She has no choice now. She will obey him and carry out exactly what he commands. With a crystal clutched in his hand, he forces it into her body, and a pained moan escapes her lips. It was loud and strange enough that even people near the house started to wonder what was happening inside. Then we return to the room. She is completely lost in ecstasy. What is this feeling? It is far too intense. The crystal is settling into her body, pouring even more energy and power through her veins. At the same time, she can sense that something about her master feels different now. Now he wants to see whether she can spill everything she knows. Damn it, her body won't let her resist his order. The true blood who rules over this part of Thaleria is Phrygia. And if there is one trait that defines her above all else, it is her mastery over demonic eyes. Then we are shown a stunning woman with pale white skin, blue eyes, and slightly pointed ears that give her an almost elven appearance, calmly taking a sip from her cup. The butler offers her another cup of tea and politely asks, "Lady Phrygia, are you enjoying the human world again today?" She answers without hesitation that watching it is always interesting. She speaks about how humans struggle on with such frail bodies. Then we see that they are seated far above the houses and streets, high in the mountains, overlooking everything below. Still, he mentions that he has heard the recently growing Protestant denomination has been spreading its influence through Raffalashi. She tells him not to worry. This kingdom is already in the hands of Brokeslack, hidden behind the faces of human nobles. A little pressure on the kingdom would be enough to settle everything quickly. But before she can even finish speaking, the butler's head is torn clean off, and blood erupts into the air. "So you're Phrygia?" he says. Her expression shifts at once, and now she starts to question him seriously. She has never laid eyes on this vampire before. To her, he is a complete stranger. True blood? No, he does not seem like true blood at all. Meanwhile, Heinz calmly savors the butler's blood, and she figures he must belong to some branch bloodline. Humph, a lowly branch blood like him dares to challenge her without even knowing his place. She curls her lips in contempt and lets out a light breath. She decides to make him understand exactly what kind of mistake he has made, and the moment she activates her demonic eye, it turns completely black. But the protagonist brushes the attack aside with shocking ease, as though it were nothing. That should have been impossible. How did he avoid the power of her demonic eye? He already understood how her ability worked. And more importantly, he knew it simply would not work on him. She understands exactly what that implies, doesn't she? So now, who is the one that failed to know their place? Oh, so he really is true blood after all. But to attack here, in the very heart of Brokeslack territory, what exactly is he after? She demands angrily. His goal? Isn't it obvious? He says, laughing as if the answer should be clear. Everything Brokeslack possesses. He intends to seize it all for himself and rise as the new king of the vampires and the cities alike. The moment she hears that, she bursts into loud, uncontrollable laughter. She cannot tell whether he is simply stupid or unbelievably bold. Fine, she has heard him clearly. But there is one thing he needs to remember. She is true blood too. Then she opens both of her eyes fully, and her speed surges at once. Even Heinz cannot properly follow her movement, and a brutal punch slams straight into his stomach. Her hand is strengthened through both magic and martial skill, and the impact makes him cough up blood. Did he really think that kind of ridiculous talk would work when he is so weak he cannot even dodge? She mocks him with a laugh. Then we see her swollen arm, thick with veins. Wait, is this woman actually a martial artist? What the hell? Since she uses demonic eyes, he assumed she would mainly rely on magic, but this is nothing like what he expected. Then she draws blood from her umbrella and launches a blood strike straight at the protagonist. The attack hits him dead on. So she is a close combat fighter too, huh? He is being pushed back hard now, blood spilling from his mouth. Impressive. Even after all that, he is still standing. Then let's see if he can stop this as well. She rushes him head-on, swinging her umbrella with full force. And on top of that, she handles it like a sword with flawless technique. So that umbrella was never just decoration. He desperately tries to evade the rapid chain of attacks. But dodging alone will not save him forever, especially when each exchange leaves him a little more wounded than before. Alright, this next strike should crush him for good. There will be no room left for him to escape. Then she calls forth a sea of blood and sends it surging toward the protagonist. Is this some kind of area attack? If that is what this is, then he will just carve his own path straight through that blood tsunami. Even so, something about this feels wrong. She has disappeared from his sight. Where did she go? Then all at once, his vision twists, as if the angle of the world itself has suddenly shifted. And in that instant, she appears and drives an elbow into Heinz hard enough to snap his neck. The blow from this vampire woman sends him flying several meters away. Just look at the size and force of that arm. How irritating. So this is where it ends? Heinz lies sprawled on the ground in blood while she stands above him, looking down coldly. But then he starts rising back to his feet and answers, "The end? What the hell are you talking about? Who said she gets to decide when this ends?" Then we see Heinz's head beginning to regenerate from the damage. For him, this is not the end at all. The real fun is only starting now. He looks completely fine, as though nothing had ever happened to him. What? His neck was definitely broken. So how is this possible? But for him, injuries like that recover in an instant. She watches carefully and realizes he possesses something known as hybrid evolution. This is ridiculous. Other than the master, she can count on one hand the people who have taken her attack head-on and still lived through it. She is genuinely stunned. He openly admits it. She has real talent and some impressive tricks. Sure, she still has flaws, but with eyes that beautiful. He cannot help thinking that if she walked his path, he could make her far stronger than she is now. Have you ever considered following me instead? What kind of garbage is that? How dare he say something so insulting to her of all people? She swears she will turn him into a pincushion, full of so many holes that he will never rise again. But just before she can strike, her body suddenly stops moving. What is this? Then we see a huge pentagram drawn across the floor in blood, layered with profane magic. If it has come to this, then he has no choice. He will have to force the matter. And with that, he begins to move the blood around him. Blood magic using the blood on the ground. When did he set this up? Before she can process it, strands of blood coil around her neck and bind her. It is true, he is nothing like a martial artist the way she is. He is more of a blood specialist, almost like a vampire mage. And now those bloody strands are wrapping around her entire body. And on top of that, he can do something like this. He turns one finger into a magical crystal, and the moment it pierces into her neck, her body starts to mutate. Raffalashi injection. She immediately cries out, screaming that it hurts. The pain is unbearable as the crystal begins taking total control of her body. He apologizes, but for a high-ranking vampire like her, a tiny dose would never have been enough to control her properly. Then her transformation deepens even more, and a massive red aura bursts out from her body. At last, it is over. She collapses onto the ground, completely wrecked. What the hell did he do to her, without even asking? No matter what, she will never forgive him for this. TSK. How ungrateful. Instead of whining, she should be thanking him. Can she not feel it? That sensation, that power, as if she has been reborn from scratch. He is right. Every sense in her body feels completely different now. Her strength, her reflexes, even her flexibility have all changed. Every physical trait she had has not just improved, it has evolved to an entirely different level. So, is she starting to feel grateful now? She thinks she is going to thank him, all right, by using that power to finish him off. She throws a fast, direct punch at Heinz, but her body freezes before it can reach him. She cannot move. What the hell is going on? Her body refuses to obey her. Just what did this bastard do to her? It feels as though her entire body is shackled in iron chains. No, more like chains made of blood. This is the power of his blood domination. She has no options left now. Her body will move only the way he wants it to move. No, that should be impossible. Not even sacred blood should be able to do this. Too bad for her, because he can. And now, at last, he can ask the question that matters most, the whole reason he came to see her. Frisia, where's the clan master? Does he really think she would answer something like that so easily? It is Duke Bright's mansion. Wait, what? What the hell was that? Her mouth moved on its own. Good, very good. What an obedient little servant. The protagonist has gone and picked himself up a nice slave. Haha. You bastard, get your hand off me. So the goal is Duke Bright's mansion. Huh? There is no way a clan lord would fail to notice that a true blood has been captured. That means it is time to finish this fast and clean. Time for the massacre to begin. Then, under the cover of night, they arrive at the Duke's mansion. Master, it is Frisia. She has something urgent to report. May she come in? Yes, come in. Seriously now, could he not at least light a candle or a lamp? Is it not a bit too dark in here? But he is not human. He has no need for things like that. He can see perfectly well in the dark. More importantly, she said she had something to report, did she not? Yes, well, never mind. She thinks he already understands anyway. It is because of that uninvited guest who came after you, isn't it? So he had already noticed. As expected from a clan master. Excellent senses. Well, yes, that much should be obvious. It would be pathetic if the head of a clan could not notice even that. Deactivate concealment ability. What a letdown, he says with disappointment as he closes the book he had been reading. Frisia. Oh, beautiful woman, why would you do this? And just like that, she has become a traitor. A murderous aura spills out from him. He is fully prepared to kill both of them where they stand. He is bitterly disappointed in Frisia. To think she would dare betray him and choose to serve another master. Mullo is seething with rage, his body nearly transformed all the way. Frisia tries to calm him while Heinz quietly watches everything unfold. Mullo, this is a misunderstanding. Please calm yourself. A misunderstanding? They both came to his house in the middle of the night to attack him. And on top of that, the scent coming from her is different now. Frisia, you treacherous woman. He spent a full 100 years with her. Did she really think he would not notice that her blood scent had changed? That something inside her had been altered? That foul stench of betrayal is now polluting his study. How could he possibly stay calm after that? Then he lunges straight at Frisia. Die, traitor. But before he can strike her down, Heinz steps in and blocks the attack. That is not happening. She belongs to me now. She is my subordinate. Mullo is caught off guard, and honestly, it is humiliating. Heinz stopped his punch with just one hand. He had hoped to settle this in the most peaceful way possible, but it looks like that option is gone now. At this point, only violence will do the talking. But who the hell is this arrogant vampire? Peacefully, he really dares to speak so casually in front of him. As Mullo talks, he gathers a sphere of blood in his left hand, as though it is swallowing everything around it. He is going to tear out that forked tongue of his, along with the traitor. Then a huge circle of blood spreads open above them. Just like Heinz, he is a vampire who specializes in magic. Come forth, children of Brokaslack. One after another, several vampires begin emerging from the magic circle, called forth by his spell. Go. Go and devour the blood and flesh of these traitors. Kill them for him. Offer the blood of the traitors to Mullo. How pathetic. Beings like these do not belong here. They are nothing more than puppets pretending to be vampires. Then Frisia starts cutting them down one by one with her umbrella. Something feels wrong. There are only around a dozen summoned here. And yet, he had hundreds of vampires stationed all across the capital. Is he really supposed to believe this is all that remains of his subordinates in the capital? The weight of that thought visibly shakes Mullo. Meanwhile, Frisia keeps slaughtering the weaker vampires without pause. Frisia, what exactly did she do in the capital? What happened to all of his followers there? Frisia says nothing. After all, she serves a new master now. I am sorry, Mullo. Then, leaning lightly on her umbrella as a sign of respect, she speaks. Most of them now serve Heinz, and they have sworn eternal loyalty to him as their new lord. He cannot understand it. Is she saying his own subordinates accepted a new bloodline that easily, without even resisting? that is no different from their own kind devouring each other. With his hands hidden behind his back, he starts casting another spell. Then, as he brings both hands together, a black sphere of blood begins to take shape. If this keeps going, he is going to lose his mind. Is she truly certain she wants to follow a man like that? A man who is bound to go insane sooner or later? Well, the only reason any of this was possible is because Heinz comes from a collateral bloodline of Brokeslack. A collateral bloodline of Brokeslack? What a joke. Do they really expect him to believe something that absurd? As if he were some fool. Brokeslack, magical blood technique. Blood mist. Bear witness. He is clearly shaken by the fact that he has lost all of his subordinates in the capital. So this is the infamous barrier used by a blood sorcerer of Brokeslack. What is this crushing pressure? Is this Mullo's domain? It feels like his skull is being squeezed apart, and his whole body suddenly weighs twice as much as usual. You are getting surprised far too early, Heinz. No matter the time or place, they will always answer their master's call. Then, by offering a bit of blood to the magical seal on the ground, he summons something else. A vampire holding a scythe begins rising up from beneath it. Serve your master, Obeer. Ah, what a pain. Being dragged awake so suddenly is giving him a headache. Then we see the truth. It is actually just a vampire child, gripping an enormous scythe in both hands. Why did he summon him here so suddenly, Lord? He can already see blood all over the floor and vampire corpses scattered around. But what the hell happened here? And why was only a child like him summoned this time? Damn it. Obeer instantly realizes this place is a complete disaster. There is no time to chat. Obeer, kill those two bastards right now. Leave nothing behind. Erase them completely. All right, he gets it. Just give him a second. He is still shaking off the deep sleep he was in, but he quickly snaps awake and suddenly appears behind Phrygia and Heinz, both of them startled by his sheer speed. So this is Obeer, huh? Heinz immediately notices how insanely fast he is, which means he must be some kind of pure-blood assassin. Obeer goes for Phrygia first, but she manages to evade the sudden strike. But he cannot afford to get stuck here, so he activates his ability, acceleration. In the next instant, it is Heinz who appears behind Obeer, leaving even him surprised by that speed. Heinz catches him with a blood claw. What is this? A binding spell? How is he using blood magic inside the Lord's domain? At the same time, Heinz rushes straight toward Mullo, who is also caught off guard by his acceleration ability. But Obeer tears free from the claw and yells after him, asking where the hell he thinks he is going. Their fight is not over yet. He instantly swings at Heinz again, but Heinz barely slips away from the raging arc of the scythe. Damn, he was right in front of him. If it were not for that damn kid, he could have killed Mullo right there. Looks like there is no choice now. He will have to take care of that brat first. So he activates acceleration again, and the two start clashing all across the room. All anyone can see are rapid flashes streaking through the area. Not even Mullo can clearly track what is happening anymore. Unbelievable. Obeer's agility is on a level they have never seen before. Not just within Brokeslack either, but compared to every vampire they have ever known. And even with that, this other vampire is still keeping up with his speed? Seriously, who the hell is this man? Then, in the middle of that chaotic clash, while the two are locked in combat, Phrygia sees her chance and launches a surprise attack at Obeer. And this time it works, letting her completely overpower Obeer. That damn child. She never liked his disrespectful attitude, not even back then. Now feels like the perfect chance to settle things properly. He should learn not to overstep his place. Maybe she should have a little fun with him first. She has been dying to kill him with her own hands. But wait, something is wrong again. Even Phrygia is managing to keep up with Obeer's speed? That should be impossible. After all, Mullo knew both of them well and understood every trait his subordinates possessed. What the hell is happening here? And she is even taking down the other subordinates by herself now? Where the hell did she get power like that from? Does he really think he has the luxury of lowering his guard right now? Heinz catches the opening and comes down with a surprise attack from above. Mullo is startled for a moment, but in truth, this was exactly what he wanted. Did Heinz really think he stepped into this barrier by chance? What a joke. Inside this place, there is no way he can avoid his attacks. Then, forming signs with his hands, Mullo unleashes a powerful strike. But Heinz is laughing. Dodge. He was never planning to dodge in the first place. In the next instant, His arm is violently torn away, and even so, he keeps charging straight toward Mullo without stopping. And at last, he succeeds in driving 3 fingers directly into Mullo's chest. That bastard actually gave up his own arm just to force a win in this fight and get close enough to reach him. It is almost as if he already knew exactly how cautious and calculating Mullo really is. But Heinz's arm quickly grows back. He was never reckless enough to truly lose a limb for good. What does he mean his arm regenerated instantly? Even among vampires, only a tiny few can heal at that kind of speed. There is no need to worry, Mullo. He has no intention of killing him. Not killing him. Then what the hell is he trying to say? What the hell? What exactly is he trying to do? Isn't it obvious? He is taking over his lordship. Then he begins drinking the blood of the former lord. In the next scene, we are shown a winding staircase leading downward, all the way to a coffin resting at the bottom. It looks like a fairly classic chamber, with 2 guard statues standing watch nearby. But then the coffin slowly creaks open, and a girl rises from within. She is a beautiful vampire with long dark hair and ears that resemble an elf's. Her arms stay drawn close to her body, and she is dressed in an incredibly elegant gown, with a crown of thorns resting atop her head. She lets out a quiet yawn before finally getting up. She is still so tired and wishes she could have slept a little longer. Then we get a clearer look at the coffin itself, broad and massive in size. But she knows she cannot stay asleep anymore. Something has happened. While she rested, something changed. Then we see her eyes, completely red and unlike anything shown before. At a glance, it is obvious this vampire is someone truly powerful. Something has happened to her son, and now, it is finally time for her to move. Then the scene returns to Mullo's castle, where a noisy commotion is breaking out. Step forward. Do not move yet, just stay still. Then we see him summoning more magical crystals. Raffalashi injection. Both Mullo and Frisia watch the process. One they have already gone through themselves, but now the same thing must be done to the rest of the remaining subordinates. Those who are finished, step back. There is still plenty left to do. Next. Finally, it is done. It took forever to finish marking all the remaining subordinates. So this means every subordinate in the capital has now been dealt with? That is right. The rest can be summoned in order after this, which will make things much more efficient. What? Watch that tone, all right? Ahem, it will be more efficient. Heinz takes the chance to tease him a little. As expected, having a clan lord around really does make everything easier. That comment visibly irritates Mullo. So his theory about the marks turned out to be correct. Injecting a Raffalashi into a high-ranking vampire seemed far too dangerous. So he forcibly drained their blood first, which ended up lowering their level. And after that, he finally extracted the Brocaslack, the very source of their bloodline. It feels like only yesterday that he was bitten and turned into a vampire by pure accident. And now he has climbed from the very bottom all the way toward the top of the hierarchy. It really does feel like he has stepped into a completely different world. Along the way, he has gathered all kinds of useful allies, from ordinary vampires all the way up to ladies and lords. Hey, Mullo. Yes, he will be in charge of gathering the remaining Brocaslacks from every region. Understood. And one more thing. Damn it. Fine. What else does he want him to do now? Then Heinz reaches out and begins moving the globe on the world map. He wants Mullo to begin collecting information across the continent. Wait, information on the whole continent? Yes. He wants him to build an intelligence network of his own, or strike a deal with one that already exists. How he chooses to do it is entirely his decision. This is an important assignment, so he is trusting him to see it through. As Heinz starts to leave the room, Mullo still seems uneasy, and at last he speaks up. He heard from Frisia that he said he would unite all vampires and become their king. He has already proven his ability more than enough, Heinz, so he is willing to give him his full support. Good to hear that. Then he will be counting on him. As Heinz leaves the room, he pauses for a brief moment, suddenly lost in thought. Why the hell did he say something like that, about becoming the king of vampires? He probably just blurted it out in the heat of the moment. Still, having more subordinates under his command does not sound all that bad. Lately, he has been saying these kinds of dramatic lines a lot, whether with Hans before or now with Heinz. The path of the Vampire King. Maybe it is time to start putting together a real plan for it. A plan where he rules over all vampires and maybe even rises to become the holy blood. Then, snapping back to the present, we see our protagonist excitedly fiddling with something. Yes, yes, almost perfect. Sharpen the jawline a little more, and shape the orbital bones so they curve upward nicely. Ah, now that looks just right. He was taking advantage of the new customization feature to redesign Hans. After all, Hans was the immortal king, so the very least he deserved was an appearance fierce enough to match that title. All right, Hans's customization is finally finished, so now it's time to move on to the next thing. At last, it's really complete now, isn't it? Heinz's conquest of the Brokeslack kingdom was finally drawing to a close. Or rather, this wasn't truly the end at all, but only the first small step towards something much bigger. And that meant the long-awaited time to cash in had finally arrived. Karma Shop. The moment he opened the Karma Shop, it became clear that Heinz's conquest had earned him an enormous amount of karma. Just as expected, he had piled up a massive amount. Then again, taking over an entire clan was the kind of achievement most people could never even imagine. So what kind of upgrade would he choose this time? He paused to think for a moment, then selected the option to upgrade exclusive skills. But this time, something unusual happened. Two system windows appeared at the exact same moment. Two status windows? Did that mean he was getting two separate updates this time? What was going on? The usual increase in avatar count wasn't there. Instead, a completely different window had appeared in its place. Media selection. The avatar's potential would rise dramatically, and the entity's growth speed would become even faster than before. He could hardly believe it. This enhancement cost 900,000 in the Karma Shop, after he had spent days carefully saving up all that hard-earned karma. It felt ridiculous. He had only just started enjoying the fun of collecting different races too. What a waste. Then he turned his attention to the second update he had received. What was this? Entity projection. Entity projection. It could be used once per day, and it allowed him to project one of his avatars directly onto his own body. Wait, what did that just say? Did that mean he could directly wield the power of every clone he had created so far with his original body? Seriously? Caught off guard by this new upgrade, which let him temporarily become one of his clones through their specific abilities, he started reviewing the information on all of them. Hans the Immortal King, Heinrich the Paladin, Heinz the Vampire, and even Harley and Harris. Every single one of them was available to use. Seeing them all lined up together filled him with pride. After all, he had built every one of them from nothing. He cleared missions, spent points, and changed parts of each world, sometimes for good and sometimes for evil. Entity projection. Usable once a day. It allowed the user to project one of his avatars into his own body and temporarily become one of his own clones. What an absurdly powerful skill. Wait, if he used it properly, didn't that mean there could be two immortal kings existing at the same time? That was completely insane. Two Heinrichs at once, or even two Heinzes. This was absolutely the kind of skill he would be relying on constantly in the plans he had ahead. Still, if he handled it carelessly, this could turn into a total catastrophe. So for now, Hans was out of the question. Having two of him at the same time might genuinely bring about the end of the world. Well then, as expected, the first one he would test this ability with was that man. He decided to transform into Heinrich. With that thought, he tapped the notification window. The moment he did, his body began to change. Even the armor and weapon were reproduced perfectly. The hair, the voice, every detail matched exactly. It was incredible. Still, not everything about it was flawless. His divine power was only around half of what it had been in Out Erica. So this was what it felt like when an awakened being returned to Earth. Then another notification appeared in front of him. Duration time, 9 minutes. It was a pity he could only maintain it for 10 minutes. Still, if he was just stepping out briefly, that should be more than enough. In the next scene, the story shifts to a hospital late at night. Inside one of the rooms, the familiar shadow of Hans quietly appeared. Then Hans and Hans Songhien stepped out from the darkness together. So then, shall we get started? Before Hans leaves, he gives a like. Just like you, subscribers of the channel, make sure to subscribe, like the video, and comment if you want us to keep making videos about this manhwa. Then the scene focuses on the hand of an elderly woman. Grandma, he's finally here. We can see just how frail she has become, relying on machines beside her bed just to keep breathing. He grips her hand tightly, his eyes nearly filling with tears. She still remembers him, doesn't she? He's Han Songhyun, the one who used to go out and fool around with Tae-san, her grandson. He had wanted to come see her much earlier, but only now had he finally been able to make it here. From today on, he planned to visit her more often, so she had better not get sick of seeing his face. Then he started to use entity projection. Target selected, Heinrich. So please, just hold on a little longer, Grandma. Let's activate the Uterican Divine Technique. Still holding her hand, he took on Heinrich's form and began to pray over her. Divine power started flowing from his hand and into her heart. Pour all divine power into restoring vitality, strengthening endurance, and cleansing the body. May God save this poor soul. As those words left his lips, the whole room began to glow even more brightly, as though a miracle were taking shape through Heinrich's hands. When the light finally faded, the grandmother was still unconscious, but even so, her skin already looked healthier and more alive than before. It seemed the 10-minute limit had run out, and his transformation began to fade away. Even divine power had its limits when it came to treating illnesses caused by old age. He looked completely drained. After all, forcing one of his powerful clones onto an ordinary body couldn't possibly be easy. Still, this should at least help improve her condition. Now all he could do was trust in his grandmother's own will to keep fighting. Grandma, you have to stay strong. Then the sun rises. He had remained by her side the entire night, watching over her, and quietly made a promise to himself. Next time, he would come back with Tae-san. Then the story returns to the world of Out-Erica, where we are shown scenes of a forest. We see the elves moving through the forest. So, is Harris one of Harley's friends? Yes, that's right. Cecily looks especially curious about the connection between the two, while the other elves keep walking ahead. It was only a short meeting, but they got along so well that they quickly became almost like family. Then she leans in and starts sniffing him. Is that why? She says she can sense a familiar scent coming from Harris. Harris is completely caught off guard. That's exactly the kind of thing Diana says to Heinz. They're not actually going to realize we're the same person, are they? The scent is similar to the one she noticed from the branch of the world tree. Since she had spent the whole day around it, she remembered that smell clearly. Ah, I get it now. What a relief. At least it's not because she figured out they're the same person. It's simply because this body was made from the same material. After all, it was created from the world tree itself. In any case, they should get along just fine. Since he's Harley's friend, she says she'll take good care of him. Yes, thank you very much. Ray Fury watches the whole exchange from a short distance away, letting out a faint smile, as if he were quietly watching two children meet and play. All right, let's stop here for a bit and get some rest. He still hasn't formed a contract with a spirit, right? Then how about we use this break to practice some spirit techniques? Cecily is obviously thrilled to have a new friend around, so the two of them head a little farther away to begin training together. Cecily works hard to summon a spirit, putting real effort into it, and after a struggle, it finally succeeds. She manages to call forth a water spirit. Cecily is overjoyed, since this is one of the first times she has been able to perform the technique properly on her own. Harris, look at this water spirit. Isn't it adorable? But Harris doesn't answer her at all. Instead, he looks completely dejected. What happened? What's wrong, Harris? Why isn't it working for him? Around him, all we can see is wind stirring and a single leaf dancing in circles. Even after his affinity stat reached the maximum value, it still didn't work. Was something wrong? Was it because he was a fake elf? Spirit mages and spirits are companions who grow side by side together. Ray Fury says he'll help them. Before summoning a spirit, the important thing is to form a bond with it first. Reveal the power of nature that exists inside you, and let the spirit see it clearly. Up until now, he had tried to build the bond after summoning the spirit, so it seemed he had the whole order backward. More than ever, he was glad he chose to follow the elves here. First, he focuses entirely on affinity and releases the overflowing force of nature within him. Then he begins to draw out nature's energy, and it appears in its purest state, shining with a vivid green glow. He starts gathering all the natural energy around him. But what is this? Why is he so skilled at it already? He said this was his first time trying. Interesting. He seems to have a talent for immediately understanding whatever he's taught. Maybe his potential is much greater than expected. Then suddenly, he feels something pulsing in his hand, like a sharp electric current. Right after that, system notifications begin appearing. Through repeated training, the entity has reached enlightenment. You have acquired the skill Spirit Magic. That's it. At that moment, an electricity spirit appears, and it looks almost like a Pokemon. At this rate, the two of you are going to be equals before long. He's improving so quickly that she almost feels a little betrayed. Ah, thank you. Just like that, he has taken another step forward as a spirit mage. From now on, its name will be What. That's a little reference to real life, since the Watt symbol, W, is the SI unit of power and measures the rate of energy transfer. All right, let's rest here for now. Then he places his hand against the tree. From this point onward, he says he will open the path. All forests and all trees are connected to the mother tree, the world tree. And among them, the high elves, who are closest to nature, can travel anywhere a forest exists. He begins opening a path that connects them all together. We see magic gathering around Rayfiri, reflected in the sharp intensity of his eyes. Cecily will definitely be able to do this too. Seriously, she can do that as well? Maybe not yet, but in the future, without a doubt. A path connected to every forest. In other words, it's basically a massive natural teleportation network. It's far more efficient than the portals used by the Great Divine Order, which still require physical structures to be installed. This is the power of the World Tree. All right, we've arrived. Harris is left staring in amazement at what now stands before him. There's no way this place can possibly be part of World 3. Before them stands an enormous tree, with a structure built around it and a bridge stretching directly toward it. Nearby, there are several houses along with other buildings clustered around the area. It's far bigger than I ever imagined. This is your first time seeing the World Tree too, right? But Cecily doesn't answer him at all. The moment she comes into contact with the true tree, she falls into a deep trance. Then, without any control over her own body, she slowly begins to float toward the tree, while Harris and Rayfiri can only watch in silence. She drifts closer to the tree, which is overflowing with natural magic. This must be your first time seeing this as well, Mr. Harris. Watch carefully and take it all in. This is the eye-opening ceremony of a high elf, a sacred event that even other elves rarely get the chance to witness. Cecily is awakening as a high elf. Her new eyes are just beginning to open. The eye-opening ceremony. What an incredible sight this is. It feels as though everything is being reborn at once, with an overwhelming force of nature gathering into a single place. Then several elf spirits begin to appear. Wait a second, what is that? It's the fruit of the World Tree. The elves place it directly into her hands. Then she takes a bite from the golden fruit, which looks very much like an apple. Cecily was truly in the middle of becoming a real high elf. But this was no time for him to just stand there in awe. He couldn't let this kind of pure natural energy pass by unused. So he immediately began to meditate and draw it in. Absorb as much as possible into your body. Make it yours. And at that moment, something about him caught Rayfiri's attention. The flow of energy around him was strange, almost unusual enough to stand out at a glance. Then new system notifications appeared. The individual has fulfilled the conditions and reached enlightenment. You have acquired the skill affinity with nature. There it was. Now he could grow stronger simply by absorbing natural energy, just like the other elves did. Mr. Harris. Sir Rayfiri, he wasn't just lying around resting or anything. Ah, don't worry about that. Just look beside you. Then we see a plant floating quietly near him. It seems the World Tree has taken quite an interest in you, Mr. Harris. Wait, is that really for him? Yes, it's a gift from the tree. Really? Normally, sacred relics like that are only given during the eye-opening ceremony. It's an incredibly rare event. Those relics can even be turned into weapons or accessories. Then that means you received a sacred relic during your own eye-opening ceremony too, Mr. Rayfiri. Could it be? No way. Was it that accessory he gave away? You should give it back right now. No, he's sure that's not it. His sacred relic had been transformed into a ring, and he used it to propose to his wife. After that, it was passed down to his daughter. Using a sacred relic to propose. Huh. Mr. Rayfiri is way more romantic than anyone would have expected. Look, the eye-opening ceremony is over now. Miss Cecily will probably stay asleep for a while. It's the period when all that rapidly increased energy settles down and stabilizes. Honestly, what a relief. He's already at the age where retirement starts sounding nice, and now a new high elf has finally appeared. Well, of course, he's not retiring right away since they're still short on people. So there's no need to worry. No, that's not what he meant. Retirement age? Just how old is that guy anyway? In the next scene, we arrive at Drasha, the capital of the Elf Kingdom. After the eye-opening ceremony, he ended up staying at the academy with the help of Mr. Rayfury. But once he got there, the place turned out to be very different from what he had imagined. He had pictured everyone here living like real fairies, peacefully and quietly among the trees and nature. That was his image of an elf village. But what is this supposed to be? It's an elf from the continent. Harris, you're from the continent, right? Tell us stories about it. He's instantly surrounded by female elves who want to know everything about him and the continent. After all, most elves stay isolated in this land forever. She heard the continent is so wild that it's basically impossible to live there. That's terrifying. Didn't humans also kidnap Miss Cecily? So the humans from the continent are all completely evil, right? They keep firing questions at Harris one after another. If he says the wrong thing here, won't they hate him from day one? Well, yes, it definitely could get dangerous. Still, he had good companions with him. So companions? He was traveling with others? Yes, during his days as a mercenary, he met quite a lot of people. It's way too noisy. She can't even focus. Hey, can you all keep it down a little? Then we see a beautiful elf with blue hair, one hand resting on her hip, carrying herself with clear authority. Sorry, Lady Shapiron. We were getting a little too loud, weren't we? Sorry about that. See you next time, Harris. Finally, things got a little quiet again. Thank you. And thank you as well. Then she cuts in sharply. How low class. Bringing in some worthless mercenary from who knows where. Why is she so irritated with him already? Right? Every school setting always seems to have at least one person like that, doesn't it? Is he really going to be able to fit in here? Or maybe she's just the classic tsundere type from a manhwa. Elf Kingdom Royal Capital. And that concludes the report regarding our contact with the Great Divine Order. We also shared information about the new immortal king with the other races of the enameled continent. An immortal king who can move freely through space. That means this time, he may even be able to cross over to our continent. Even so, it's a real relief that Lady Cecily has appeared now. For me, and for His Majesty as well, isn't it about time we started thinking about retirement? Indeed. Thanks to her, one of our greatest worries has now been resolved. Then we see the ruler of the elves, a beautiful elf with yellow hair and golden eyes. Her skin is pure white, and flowers decorate her hair. Now that she thinks about it, she heard the one who arrived with Lady Cecily is also quite extraordinary. That's true. He has already drawn the attention of the world tree itself. His talent is exceptional, and his growth speed is unbelievably fast. If he receives proper education here in the Elf Kingdom, he will no doubt grow into someone remarkable. Sir Rayfury, you seem unusually enthusiastic about him. Do I really seem that way? For now, he is also scheduled to complete his basic training at the academy. Oh no, the academy? That means Sir Rayfury's academy. Let's just pray everything is going well for Harris. If he's really that kind-hearted, then I'm sure Mr. Harris will end up being a great help to you. Then we return to the school near the great tree, where Harris is already starting to feel drowsy. What a beautiful day. Maybe it's all thanks to the blessing of the world tree. The weather is perfect, the air feels fresh, and the elves sing so beautifully. It's pure healing. At this point, maybe he should just give up on everything else and keep living as Harris. Hey you. Suddenly, books come falling out of the sky and crash straight onto Harris's head. You really don't have the luxury to just lie around here, drunk on the world tree's presence, you know? Drunk on what exactly? Since he used to be a mercenary, she figures he probably doesn't know even this much basic common sense. This place is the closest point to the world tree itself, which is basically nature in its purest form. Elves with strong sensitivity to nature are especially likely to get intoxicated by that comfort and harmony. And once that happens, they become lazy. So that's what this is. It's because Harris has such a strong affinity with nature. As soon as he realizes that, his eyes start feeling heavy again. Are you even listening? Yes, he is. He's listening. He still probably doesn't know much about being an elf or how to deal with the world tree. So because of that, she says she'll lend him her book. She even organized everything neatly so that an elf with no roots like him could understand it easily. So listen carefully. If the class average drops because of him, she says she'll never, ever forgive him. That's terrifying. Do you understand what I'm saying? And just like that, we get one of the earliest tsundere moments in this manhwa. Goodbye. Still, at least she doesn't seem like a bad person, or so he thinks. That ring. He can sense the energy of the world tree coming from it. There's no way a sacred relic would just be left around carelessly. Is she from some noble family or something? She did seem oddly familiar from the start. For some reason, he gets a strange feeling of déjà vu. Then he remembers what Rayfury told him. He said he gave his relic to his daughter. Wait, that can't be right. Could she really be his daughter? Why are you putting your hopes on that idiot father? Then Harris starts thinking about it more seriously. No, this is getting ridiculous. Shapiron is Rayfury's daughter? Their personalities don't resemble each other at all, do they? He's calm and gentle, but she feels more like a wild beast locked in a cage. Well, she clearly doesn't like him, but her explanations are surprisingly kind. At this point, it almost feels like he's getting private lessons on spirits. All right, should he try doing it like this? Then he starts gathering magic into both of his hands. Wind and fire begin to appear, taking shape as two core forces of nature. The fire spirit is called Kali, a lowest grade fire spirit. The wind spirit is called Pascal, a lowest grade wind spirit. Now that he understands the trick, it doesn't feel that difficult anymore. Even what, the spirit he summoned last time, has already advanced to a lower rank. Low-grade lightning spirit, what? To think they could grow this quickly. Coming to the elven realm really was the right decision. Alright, from here on out, all he has to do is keep his head down, settle in properly, and avoid causing trouble. Well, as long as he stays out of Shapiron's way, there shouldn't be any real problem. Or at least, that's what he thought before somehow ending up seated right beside her, like two stubborn kids stuck together. Somehow, he really got dragged into this mess. Then we get a flashback. 10 minutes earlier, the teacher had begun explaining the lesson. Let me say this again. Forming a bond with spirits is extremely important. And traditionally, there is a secret method for strengthening that bond as much as possible. That method is dance and song, just as their ancestors practiced in the old days. Dance and song. That's a pretty interesting idea. There will be a festival soon for the new High Elf, Lady Cecily, right? On that day, one of the main stages in the capital will be rented out for evaluations. It will be a performance that Cecily herself will get to watch. Since it's been a while since he's done anything like this, wouldn't it be better to show his coolest side? Now then, as everyone already knows, we have a transfer student. So this time, we'll be doing a group project centered around the new student. Each group will prepare and create its own performance together. That day, your ability to connect with spirits will be judged on stage. They seriously can't believe this is happening. Then we see the two of them grouped together with two other elves, making a team of 4. Wow, we get to work with celebrities? Lucky us. I'm Timer Coffin. And the other elf, looking extremely shy, quietly says, "Nice to meet you, Kiri." Well, things have already turned out like this, so there's nothing else to do now. So then do you know how to dance or sing at all? If not, we'll adjust things to fit your level. He has absolutely no idea what to say. I'm in. Me too. They're being so openly dismissive that now he's actually starting to get irritated. From what he heard in class earlier, as long as it helps build a bond with spirits, it doesn't necessarily have to be traditional elf music or dance. In that case, thank you for being considerate. At that moment, a song he used to sing often back in his hometown comes to mind. Since it's a song from his hometown, that means it's from another continent, right? Yes. His parents loved that song too, so it became something he could never forget. He's confident about this, isn't he? Of course he is. Even though he spent a long time living like a shut-in, there was once a time when he never scored below 90 at karaoke. Now it was finally time to show off the skills he had polished in karaoke rooms. But even while he acted confident, Shapiron still looked at him with obvious suspicion. She still couldn't approve of him at all. What would a mercenary like him know about elven music? And how could someone like that be acknowledged by her father and even by the world tree? All these eyes on me are seriously burning holes through me, Harris thinks. But even so, she still refuses to accept any of this. Fine then, prove what you're worth. But if you ruin this, You will take responsibility for it. All right then. Still, he has one condition of his own. A condition? If they get good results, would she be willing to teach him more about elven culture? There was still too much he didn't understand. What a strange kind of request. All right, that's a fair request. But only if they actually achieve a good result. Then he begins to sing a song from Earth itself. By my light, find my light, to the paradise that I will find. I will hold you close, the one that will never fade away. As he played the instrument, the spirits started dancing along with the melody. Then a system notification appeared. The entity has reached enlightenment through repeated training. Acquired the skill Melody of Harmony. Melody of Harmony, huh? The sound definitely feels steadier and more refined now. It almost feels like the power of nature itself is stabilizing his vocal cords. It's the first time they have ever heard a song like this. And those instruments? They've never seen anything like them before. Wow, congratulations. The shy elf claps happily, while Shapiron stays silent with her head lowered. This is absurd. Her spirits actually responded to that rootless, foundationless song. They really connected with the music of an outsider? Shapiron, what's with that expression? You were moving your shoulders a second ago. When did she do that? Then another system notification appeared. The spirits are evolving in sync with the melody. Low-level fire spirit. Low-level wind spirit. So now Callie and Pascal have evolved too, just like what? Then he suddenly starts hearing a strange sound coming from the forest. What the hell is that? It feels like something is calling out to him. Wait, could that possibly be a sound spirit? He begins channeling magic into the palm of his hand, trying to trace that call. Then suddenly, a magic portal opens right in front of him. A spirit had manifested in the physical world. That was something you almost never got to witness. Their resonance had become so deep that even a sound spirit answered the call. All right, its name is Decibel. Sound spirit Decibel. It looks like a tiny ghost-type Pokemon, almost like a little Jengar. What an incredible result. Shapiron says that spirits from the phenomenal realm can handle a wide variety of tasks. Who would have thought there was a song capable of moving the hearts of spirits like this? Let's go with this one. This is definitely going to be a huge success. She thinks so too. Sound spirits are only drawn to truly beautiful sounds. So what did you think, Miss Shapiron? All right, I admit it. The sound was very beautiful. Great. Then shall we start organizing the rehearsal schedule and stage production plans for the performance day? Yes. Well then, could he teach her how to play the instrument he used earlier? It seemed pretty interesting. Haha. With a playful look on his face, he says, Of course I can help, miss. What is with that expression? That is not appropriate behavior for elves, so stop it immediately. Now then, shall we divide the parts first? Then at last, the day of the main event arrived. Your daughter is in the same group as Mr. Harris, right, Mr. Rayfury? That's right. You must be feeling very nervous. Not at all. Why would he be nervous over a simple performance? Aha, so he really is nervous after all. Then, shall we hear the song Mr. Harris prepared? Up on the stage, the four members take their places. Harris grips his guitar, while Timer Coffin settles in behind the drums. And then, at last, the performance begins. Harris strums the first notes on his guitar, and the sound is so lovely that even the spirits nearby begin to sway and dance along. Timer Coffin and Curie quickly fall into the rhythm, matching the beat without missing a step. And of course, their dear elf Shapiron joins in on acoustic guitar, playing with a shy, almost timid touch. Harris notices her hesitation right away, so he plays with more force, drawing the crowd's eyes and lifting the mood of the whole stage. Among the green bushes, if we run side by side, the spirits will surely lead the way. As Shapiron and Harris continue singing together, the audience is completely captivated by how good they are. Even Ray Fires can't help but fall under the spell of the song. The beautiful singer pours all of her talent into the performance. Even though this is the first time she has heard the song, it still makes his heart pound faster. The melody is just as beautiful. In search of the miracle that binds us together, let's go find it on this new journey. Shapiron can make an expression like that. What song is this? It's her first time hearing it, and yet it's unbelievably good. My ears are sensitive, but even so, this music really is wonderful, isn't it? Walk beneath that light, and take my hand. Sir Rayfury, look over there. To think they would use the spirits in a way like this. It's truly amazing. All of them are up there together, singing, smiling, and putting on a real show. Then, just as Cecily was about to speak to Ray Fury again, she realized he had suddenly disappeared. Where in the world did he go? That child over there is my daughter. Yes, that's my daughter. The woman can only stare in confusion. Who would have guessed he had such an overprotective fatherly side? Let's walk together toward a brand new light. I'm not afraid. Shapiron played a huge part in making the stage production so impressive, and she also helped tune the instruments perfectly. Just what you'd expect from an elite. Her knowledge of spirits is truly on another level. Because we're together. After acting so irritated before, she's somehow the one enjoying all of this the most now, isn't she? The song continues, and everyone happily gives it their all, putting on a grand performance for the entire elven realm. When the show finally ends, the crowd bursts into loud applause. Sing another one. Again. Again. Her breathing was steadier than usual, and the music flowed with ease. No one would have expected her to get this completely absorbed in it. System notification. Melody of Harmony skin is now active. Target, Shapiron. So it works well on other people too. He had used that new skill to support Shapiron from the shadows. So even her father had come to watch her perform. Shapiron is deeply moved. Shapiron, what are you trying to say? This is... Sir Harris, she had misunderstood you the whole time. She's sorry for being so rude to you before. In the end, she lost the bet. Just hearing that is enough to calm his heart. It's incredible that music alone can touch so many people this deeply. You are definitely going to leave a great mark on the Elven realm, Sir Harris. Then the scene shifts back to the Holy City. There, the Saintess is sitting quietly in her office, going through a stack of documents. Lady Saintess, it's Heinrich. Ah, so he's already here. Please, send him in. Come in, and make yourself comfortable. Welcome, Sir Heinrich. But what really catches his eye is the book lying on the floor. The Hero and the Saintess's Adventure. He decides it would be better to act like he never saw that. Please, have a seat. She called him here today because there was something important to discuss. Something important? Perhaps you've already heard of the Sacred Sword. The Sacred Sword? The exclusive weapon said to be the strongest of all, the very one fantasy heroes always wield. He doesn't know every detail about it, but he does know it has always been considered the traditional weapon of the hero. A decree regarding it was passed with unanimous approval from every member of the church. What do you mean? What kind of decree? Sir Heinrich, I want you to challenge the trial of the Sacred Sword. The trial of the Sacred Sword? Am I truly worthy of such an honor? Jackpot. You really are the best, Lady Saintess. The meeting was called in haste because of the resurrection of the immortal king, but even then, not a single person objected. That is because Sir Heinrich is the new hero of the Grand Divine Order. Ah, that praise is far too generous for me. The place where you will face the trial is the Great Temple of Pickle in the western part of the continent. If it's the Great Temple of Pickle, the Salb Empire was destroyed 300 years ago by the second immortal king. After its fall, 4 nations rose on that same land, each claiming to inherit the empire's bloodline, and together they formed an alliance of kingdoms. Charlotte Steel Fortress, Talia Tulk Lesk. Among those 4, the southernmost kingdom was Lesk, and that was where the great temple known as Pickle was built. It stood on the very ground where the hero once brought down the second immortal king. The previous hero managed to defeat the immortal king, but he could not completely destroy his heart. Before long, the abyss spread out from it, and the land was slowly corrupted. Only when the hero drove his sacred sword into that place was the corruption finally purified. The great temple of Pickle was built directly over that sacred ground. The previous hero arranged it so that only the one meant to succeed him would ever be able to find the sacred sword. But if he pulls out the sacred sword, wouldn't that break the seal on the abyss? 3,000 years have already passed. The land has been purified enough by now, so there is nothing to worry about. And so, the time has finally come for the hero's weapon to be passed down once more. Leave it to me, Lady Saintess. So when is he supposed to depart? Right now, she answers with a bright smile on her face. And just like that, he sets out for the great temple of Pickle. Wow, it's magnificent. Truly magnificent. The sight before him leaves him in awe. The whole place gives off an atmosphere completely different from the great temple of Rosalia. This is the great temple of Pickle. A massive structure stands there, surrounded by thick trees, countless crosses, and the beautiful temple itself. Ah, so you must be Heinrich. Yes, that's right. Then the man speaking to him must be Cardinal Donovan. Wait a second. What kind of body is that? The man looks less like a priest and more like a wall. Yes, that's Donovan. He's the one here to challenge the sacred sword, right? Ah, yes. He knows you're busy, so he appreciates you coming to greet him yourself. The priest is easily at least 6'7", and with that mountain of muscle and all those scars across his face, he looks overwhelming. No. You're the new hero recommended by the saint, aren't you? Of course he had to come in person. Just like the rumors said, he gives off a solid, dependable presence. They say he used to be a paladin, and it shows. His build, even the sheer force in his handshake, are no joke at all. If he had known becoming a cardinal meant he wouldn't get to see the saint freely anymore, he never would have accepted the position. Donovan, you look like a worm. It turns out the saint has adored worms since childhood, and for some reason, she also seems to have a strange fondness for Donovan. Sir Heinrich, he'll be honest with him. He had been seriously worried that some reckless brat might come along and start flirting with her. Can he understand the heart of an old man like him? If anyone like that ever appears, he will personally step in and handle it himself. Yes. But before all that, what about the sacred sword? Ah, right, excuse him. He completely lost track of that for a moment. Then he lowers Heinrich back onto the ground as casually as if he had been holding a child's toy. Before they go any further, there is one thing he needs to make clear. The trial of the sacred sword can only be attempted once each year. Countless paladins have already taken on this challenge, and every one of them failed. So does he truly believe he can do this? There's no need to worry. He will face the trial with faith, believing the divine is always watching over him. To think there is still a young man left in this world with faith that deep. Yes, he really does have everything needed to become the next hero. Oh, Divine One, you'll help him this time too, won't you? He places his trust in you. Meanwhile, the image of the angel appears, looking unsure how to respond to such a request. After that, the two of them begin making their way down into something like an underground labyrinth. Donovan uses sacred light to guide Heinrich through the darkness. It's much deeper than he expected. Maybe that's because this place was originally built to keep something sealed away. Now that he thinks about it, Sir Heinrich, does he actually know what the trial involves? Yes, he heard about it from the saint. She told him the contents of the trial change depending on the challenger. That's correct. Some people finish in only a few hours, while others are trapped inside for weeks. Since every trial is different, there isn't much advice he can offer. At last, they finally reach the destination. If he wants to lose his nerve and run, this is his last chance. So this is it, the Gate of Trials. It's enormous and mysterious, and just standing before it, he can feel a strange power waiting behind the door. Then, with a calm smile on his face, he makes up his mind. No matter what happens, he will claim the sacred sword. So that is your answer, Sir Heinrich. May God watch over you. The moment you step through that gate, the trial will begin. The light in his hand begins to shine even more brightly. May fortune be with you. Then the great door opens, and Heinrich walks straight toward it. Behind him, a quiet prayer is offered for the new hero's success. Then a system notification suddenly appears. The first trial of the Holy Sword. They said every person's trial would be different, but even so, this is strange. Another system message appears. Reach the destination within the time limit. And right from the start, there's already a problem. The door he used to enter has completely disappeared. And now there are paths stretching out both in front of him and behind him. So it's telling him to make a choice, huh? He's literally standing inside a labyrinth, like some Minotaur's maze. So before moving, he does a few light stretches to loosen up. All right, for now. Blessing. Leap. This is going to be a contest of speed. In the next instant, he launches forward at blinding speed. Leap. Leap. He tears through the maze, rushing past walls, hidden passages, and doorways one after another. But after a while, he starts to notice something strange. Something feels off. At this speed, he should have already crossed a distance equal to several cities, and yet the end is still nowhere in sight. Even the trial's objective feels frustratingly vague. Reach the destination within the time limit. But where exactly is that destination supposed to be? Could there be some other answer hidden in all of this? Then the saint's words suddenly come back to him. They say the trial of the Holy Sword is different for every single person. She said she believed that was the clearest sign of the divine's will. Really? Of course, it's written that way in the scriptures, you know. The divine is always watching over us and only gives us trials that we have the strength to overcome ourselves. Trials we are meant to overcome on our own. Right. This is a trial given to him by the divine. So this isn't simply about reaching the end before the time runs out. It's a trial designed to push him all the way to the very edge of his limits. In that case, using leap nonstop isn't efficient. If the goal is to burn through his energy as fast as possible and hit his limit, then maybe bunny hopping is the better choice, he decides. Ha ha ha. This feels like he got dragged into military training or something. Then, after a long stretch of suffering, a system notification finally appears. First trial cleared. Proceed to the next. Even so, it still took Heinrich a full 40 days to finally reach the door after that. That's completely absurd. By the end of it, Heinrich is lying flat on the floor like a dead man. He had pushed himself past the limit of his own limits. 40 days? Isn't that way too extreme? He only figured it out halfway through, but time inside this place flows differently from the outside world. In Out Erica, the ratio is 10-1, while compared to Earth, it's 100-1. He only noticed because his avatars let him keep track of the time difference. But honestly, he had been this close to giving up on the trial. For the paladins who had no way to sense the flow of time, this must have been one of the cruelest ordeals imaginable. Once he passed the halfway mark, it started attacking his mind too. All kinds of words kept surfacing in his head. Give up. You won't make it. Weak. Just quit. You're not worthy. If not for Mind Hub, even he might have gone insane in there. All right then, time to move on to the next stage. The moment he reaches for the doorknob, a golden light starts spilling out from his hand. Everything has been restored. His whole condition is back to perfect. Maybe it's because he broke past his limits and then fully recovered. But he can clearly feel it now. He's stronger and tougher than he was before. Wait a second, if time inside moves 10 times slower than the outside, doesn't that basically make this a training event with 10 times more time? Hell yes. It's basically the Dragon Ball Z training room. He's going to spend 10 more days doing bunny hops before he moves on. Then the scene suddenly shifts, and all we see is blood and the sound of someone screaming. Hey, is it ready? Almost done. Two unidentified men are talking calmly while murdering someone over a circle of black magic. Very soon, this entire continent will be swallowed by darkness and set on its own path toward destruction. Now that the immortal king has been resurrected, all it needs is one small push. After that, he will take care of the rest himself. The Abyss. If the Abyss opens once more in this land, then at last we can bring this world to its knees. Everything they are doing is for the sake of the oath that stands against the heavens. Then the two of them cast their spell together, and from the darkness, a shadowy hand begins to rise. Back to Heinrich. He keeps moving ahead toward the place where the second trial awaits him. The moment he steps into the area of the second test, he looks around and freezes in surprise. Is this a chapel? If the trial is happening inside a chapel, then the second trial of the Holy Sword. Pray to the deity. Pray? Well, if that's what the system is telling him, then all he can do is follow it. So he quietly lowers himself and kneels down in a proper posture of prayer. This trial resembles the kind of questions that used to appear on past exams taken by veteran priests. It's a test of faith and of how much divine power he can direct toward the deity. Well, with divine power somewhere between a bishop and an archbishop, this should practically be a free pass for him, right? All he has to do is completely fill the divine symbol with divine power, and he should pass. How about this? Even while praying, he still couldn't meet the requirement. Unbelievable. Even pouring in all of his faith wasn't enough. So he starts praying again, but this time he activates his skills as well. Mind Hub and Persona. Using them, he gathers all of his personas and alter egos into a single unified mind, sharpening the focus of his prayer even further. He draws on all of his mental strength and turns every bit of it into faith. Still not enough. Then, as a final measure, he decides to add the power of his main body too. His whole body starts glowing as though it has turned to gold, and his level of faith rises dramatically. Then a system notification appears. Conditions fulfilled. Enlightenment attained. You have acquired the special ability, Blessing Amplification. The divine power that had been overflowing wildly now settles down at last. The maximum amount of divine power his body can endure has now increased. With this, he could almost stand on the level of an archbishop now, couldn't he? You have cleared the second trial. Proceeding to the next stage. Great. Everything has been going smoothly so far, hasn't it? The trial continues without pause, and he steps through the next door. The setting for the next trial is a place wrapped in darkness, heavy and ominous. Crows circle overhead, and ruins lie scattered in every direction. Then the system delivers its command. Eliminate the enemy. So we're just jumping straight into this without any warning? Then he notices something strange above him, a cloaked figure hanging in the sky. It feels oddly familiar. Where had he seen a figure like that before? A moment later, the figure slowly descends to the ground. One of the former immortal king's subordinates. An archlich. So a hunter from the church has made it this far, huh? How did you even manage to come this far? He looks a lot like Hans before his awakening. Still, it would be dangerous to look down on him. Even a paladin would think twice before facing an archlich alone. So, if he has no intention of answering, the archlich slams his staff down against the ground. Die, dog of the church. At once, he summons a whole group of skeletal soldiers, some of them still shaped like humans. The archlich by himself was already bad enough, and now he has to deal with an entire army of undead too? He was probably counting on exactly that kind of reaction. But unfortunately for you, dear creator of this trial, why is he suddenly muttering to himself like that? Like a man about to die, your resistance ends here. Go, my subordinates. But Heinrich starts cutting down the soldiers with surprising ease. He slips past their attacks and answers with plain, direct strikes. But each one is still more than enough to shatter them. How is he dodging every single one of them? Damn it, just crush him already. Then all of them rush him at once. That archlich shouldn't assume that dodging is the only thing he can do. So Heinrich draws his sword, already filled with holy power, and starts cleaving through the enemies, cutting them clean in half. That divine power. Are you an archbishop? Who would have thought an undead creature could understand what fear feels like? How absurd. Honestly, he's just happy he finally gets to fight without holding back. So this is where it ends. The archlich begins gathering a massive spell. Let's see you block this too. Several ghostly skulls are summoned and sent flying at the protagonist. Even then, Heinrich keeps defending and counterattacking with a single clean strike. You stopped all of that with one blow? Impossible. The archlich stares at him in total shock. You saw through every one of my moves, asks the defeated archlich from the ground, almost sounding like he's begging to be spared. Sadly for him, Heinrich doesn't have any convenient cheat ability like that. What he does have, though, is a ridiculously gifted tutor, the strongest hands-on instructor among the undead. And that instructor turns out to be Hans. Some tutor or whatever, huh? All you ever do is run your mouth and spew nonsense. He's honestly curious how much longer that noisy mouth of yours is going to keep moving. Then let's see if you can dodge this. With that, the archlich starts casting yet another spell, and a magic circle forms above, locking onto him from the sky. Even Heinrich has to admit, it's an impressively powerful spell. Deathbolt Ring. Black bolts of lightning pour down on the protagonist, leaving him almost no room to defend himself. The archlich bursts into laughter, convinced that he has finally won. Ah, there was no way you could have blocked my secret technique. Farewell, arrogant holy knight. Then a voice reaches him from somewhere in the distance. Oh, so that was your final move? What? He's still alive? How is he still alive? Of course he's still alive. Your attack never even touched him. Heinrich says it with a bold, defiant smile still on his face. That makes no sense. How could a mere holy knight avoid his technique? It shouldn't be possible. No, this is absolutely impossible. Then the archlich unleashes his secret technique once more, but Heinrich moves through the storm of black lightning without the slightest trouble, dodging every strike. In fact, he's even laughing as he slips through the barrage. Yeah, from his point of view, it probably makes no sense at all. Even with the type advantage, no normal person should be able to completely evade that kind of relentless bombardment. But now that Hans's knowledge is his, Heinrich can see every flaw and weak point hidden inside that dark magic. So he closes the distance in an instant and calmly tells him that this is the end. Then, with one swift and precise slash, pouring all the holy power he can gather into the blade, he cuts the archlich clean in half, purifying even the ground beneath the strike. And yet, even though he looks dead, the Archlich keeps talking. Not bad at all, holy warrior of the Order. But you'll never truly kill an Archlich. As long as you fail to destroy the core, he will keep coming back, regenerating over and over again. A stream of dark magic drifts away, slipping toward a hidden passage in the ground. Fufu. The Order really has raised an impressive holy knight. But once he is reborn, you'll learn what real hell feels like. Then a purple egg appears. Inside it is something like a black hole, a void filled with stars. He swears he will make you pay for this humiliation. The Order too. Got you. Heinrich suddenly appears. With dark magic spreading around that openly, there was no way he would miss it. He got there first and had been waiting all along. What? Wait. All right then, goodbye. With one clean motion, he slices the egg into pieces. Then a system notification appears. Third trial cleared. Proceed through the gate to the place where the holy sword rests. A new door appears right in front of him. As expected, defeating monsters and getting rewards really is the proper flow of things. All right then, time to head inside. The next moment, he finds himself teleported to a completely new place. Several statues stand in silence around a sword embedded in the ground, with 7 tombstones surrounding it. Heinrich is struck speechless by the sight. So this is the legendary holy sword. It's a beautiful weapon, with golden inscriptions running all the way from the hilt to the blade. The place where the sword is stuck is the abyss that was created by the immortal king. Remove the holy sword and be acknowledged as its rightful master. All right, let's do this. The moment he starts pulling on the sword, all the sacred energy in the area begins to twist and warp. Something starts pouring out without end. Are these the battle records left behind by the previous heroes? Techniques for using the holy sword, tricks for controlling energy, even methods for dealing with unique monsters. This is the accumulated knowledge passed down by every past wielder of the holy sword. It all rushes into his mind at once, as if he is inheriting the wisdom of all his predecessors in one breath. Even so, their emotions are pouring into him as well, so it's better to stop here. He activates the Mind Hub skill at once. Another holy knight might have been overwhelmed by it, but not him. This is already more than enough, so he puts more strength into pulling the sword free. Come out quietly. Partner, you have fulfilled the condition and attained enlightenment. Excellent. Special skill acquired. Blessing. Holy sword. A stigmata appears on his palm, shaped like a cross. Then the sword shines with an intense light and suddenly disappears. So he can store it in a subspace like this, huh? That'll make drawing the holy sword much more convenient. You have fulfilled the condition and attained enlightenment. Skill, Paladin's combat techniques, and comprehensive weapon arts have merged and evolved into the special skill, Logia's Holy Warfare. Then he calls the sword back out from the subspace and immediately starts training with it. This is incredible. To think he has inherited the perfected combat techniques of all the previous wielders of the Holy Sword. Just through enlightenment alone, his strength rises and his movements become even sharper. At last, he looks down at his reflection shining on the blade. We have reclaimed the Holy Sword, my lady. Then the scene shifts. In a mountainous region on the western continent of Ion, between the kingdom of Talia and Lesk, an abandoned house stands deep in the forest. Inside that house, there are scattered scrolls and skulls everywhere. The dark mage from the mountains, what is your name? Before them stands Hans, now wearing an entirely new face. His name is Victor Nolan, sir. He remains on his knees, his whole body shaking uncontrollably with fear. Victor, this is Hannibal Strauss. He knows exactly who that is, doesn't he? Yes, of course he does, sir, the immortal king. He will obey whatever command you give him, so please spare his life. He had only come here to gather capable people, so there was no reason for anyone to be this terrified. He had even spoken in a fairly gentle tone. But he had forgotten that the Eyes of Darkness skill was still active. As he spoke with Victor, a strange warning suddenly brushed against his senses, almost like a sixth sense sounding an alarm. But what exactly was it? Victor, clearly confused, hesitantly asks, "What is it, my king?" Someone has openly carried out sacrificial rituals, and not just in one place. They were performed at the same time in both the western and southern regions of the Kingdom of Lesk. Those reckless idiots actually dared to move on their own, plotting something this bold without first consulting the immortal king. What exactly is he planning to do now? Then dark energy starts pouring out from his entire body in waves. Naturally, he has to hear their reasons directly from their own mouths. Meanwhile, the secret organization presses on with the ritual, dragging even more people into it as it continues. The pentagram becomes brighter and more vivid, its colors deepening as an even greater surge of dark power begins to spill from it. Everything is unfolding exactly as planned. It appears there are no problems in any of the other locations either. 30 years. They spent a full 30 years preparing for this unbelievable moment. At last, the time has come for all of that suffering and effort to be repaid. But then the elderly man, his body already worn down by age, suddenly coughs up blood. What is happening? The magic circle is disappearing. Even after all this, he still failed to fully complete the great spell. But there is no turning back now. Things have already gone too far. He reaches out and tightly grabs a necklace set with a purple gemstone. If that is what it takes, then he will offer up his own body as the sacrifice. The necklace shatters, and black flames immediately begin eating away at his body. He merges with the pentagram itself, offering the last of his remaining life to bring the spell to completion. Another member of the sect watches the scene with satisfaction, clearly moved by such absolute and terrifying devotion. So, in the end, he has finally accepted even the seed of madness sleeping inside his own body. He will never forget this moment. Of all the vow-bearers he had ever recognized, this man stood above the rest. In both flesh and spirit, he was a complete madman. But that madness will soon be rewarded. Very soon, just as he desired, this world will begin to collapse into ruin. Outside, Hans stares at that overwhelming burst of power as it rises so high it seems to reach the clouds themselves. Something impossible has just taken place. The abyss, the existence said to hold enough power to destroy the entire world. That abyss is opening once more, for the first time in 1,000 years since the era of the first immortal king. He had never once imagined a variable like this entering the situation. By the time they finally traced them down, everything was already too late. The vow of defiance had already been set in motion. Now it is time to settle things with those bastards. But before he can even finish the thought, a sharp pain suddenly tears through his heart. Whispers begin crawling through his mind. Death to the world. Vengeance. Let this continent be swallowed by death. Wipe out every living creature that still remains on this land. March quietly toward destruction, and then sleep forever. They are the voices of the former immortal kings. Are these the fragments of thought left behind by the immortal kings who once lay within the abyss? But more importantly, what the hell is he doing right now? Then, all at once, a former immortal king appears before him. He calls for him to come along, saying they must cover the world in death. You think some dead relic from the past gets to order me around? He freezes at his own words. What the hell did he just say? He has no intention whatsoever of following the commands of a loser. A laugh spills out of him, wild and twisted, almost like a demon's. So, you broke free from the will of death, did you? Even after becoming an immortal king, you still managed to preserve your own mind. This junior of ours really did turn out to be a genius. That realization makes their blood burn with rage and jealousy. They are still bound in the chains of death. Bound, huh? Hearing that, he feels like he finally understands something. That foul impurity he had been sensing in his heart this whole time. Was that actually the lingering thoughts they left behind? We are shackled by resentment, unable to escape it for all eternity. We too desire liberation, O new immortal king. Liberation. Liberation from these emotions. These bastards are seriously getting far too loud. Wait, emotions? So in the end, he really is still being restrained by the emotion of death itself. Why don't all of you just shut up already? Fine, he'll grant your wish. He'll wipe out every last trace of you himself. If granting them true eternal death counts as a gift, then that is exactly what he will give them. The one thing they should have possessed, yet never did. Something they should have had, but never managed to obtain? What the hell is he even talking about? Well, either way, he is about to find out for himself soon enough. He activates the skill called Persona. Persona is a skill that allows someone to directly control specific emotions. He sets its target on the lingering thoughts buried deep inside the heart and begins forcing those remnants out of the body. They are breaking apart. They are being wiped away. At long last, eternal death is finally drawing near. Farewell, you miserable old fools. He finally succeeds in erasing every trace left behind by the former immortal kings. And the moment that happens, black words start rushing toward him. He draws those words in through his hand, absorbing them one by one and gaining even more knowledge in the process. He has to admit it, this really could be called a gift. Who would have guessed that traces of the immortal king's legacy had been scattered all over the place like this? The first immortal king devastated half a continent, and the second brought an entire empire to its knees. No matter how overwhelming someone's power may be, feats like that could never be accomplished alone. Of course, there were followers who served under him. An undying army marched at the front, carrying out the immortal king's will. Most of them were destroyed by the order, but thanks to the decisions made by their commanders, quite a few managed to escape. And the method many of them chose was to seal themselves away at the very edge of the abyss. And now, it seems the first of those buried legacies has started crawling back into the world. Back to Heinrich. He had only just obtained the Holy Sword, and right as he was about to leave, he sensed a strange and unsettling energy nearby. Then the ground split apart. The abyss had opened once again. Royal Guard of the Immortal King, Dwell McCain. The Archlich, the very same enemy he had just fought, rose up from the abyss once more. Those filthy order bastards. He cannot let things end like this, not after finally returning to the world of the living. Then he looks up and sees it. The very same knight who had defeated him not long ago. We've met before, haven't we? What rotten luck. Seriously, he had only just made it back to the world of the living. Coming back at a time like this really is the worst. So Heinrich kills the Archlich once again, and just like before, it drops the same stone that had appeared in the other world. So the source was caught between the Holy Sword and the abyss, was it? Normally, he would destroy that source on the spot. But this time, he decides to be generous and hand it over to Hans instead. Make sure you serve him properly as your new master. After all, he really is a very good boy. Not long after that, Hans finally arrives at the place where the explosion happened. But there is no one left there. So the ones called the Vow of Defiance have already made their escape. Huh? This has to be the source of the abyss that shot up into the sky. He is certain of it, because the energy is far more concentrated here than anywhere else. To think they managed to open an abyss so massive that it pierced all the way into the sky. But when he lowers his eyes to the ground, he spots a fragment of some strange object lying there. After taking a closer look, he realizes it is nothing more than a broken piece of metal. Did those bastards drop this? The energy around it is too unstable for him to trace where it came from, but for now, he decides to keep it. Meanwhile, the flow of energy leaking out from the abyss continues to grow stronger. The madness seeping out of the abyss is starting to resonate. Even if this gate is unstable, that alone will still have a massive effect on the entire continent. He activates the skill, Eye of Darkness. Well, so this is the true source of the dark magic resting inside the Immortal King's heart. If he handles this carefully, he might actually be able to bring it under control. Then he starts gathering all of the abyssal energy at that location, compressing it into his hand, just like when he absorbed the ancient knowledge left behind by the Immortal Kings. He is going to compress all of that power into a single point and then absorb it. He merges himself with every strand of energy filling that place. He can feel it now. The abyssal energy is clinging to his heart and sinking deep into his bones. It feels as though his power has increased tremendously. Those bastards from the Vow of Defiance have actually done him a huge favor. Should he go ahead and add them to his list of villains? Just as that thought crosses his mind, a sudden presence catches him off guard. Something starts rising up from the floor of the abyss. Wait, could that really be? A dragon made entirely of bone comes bursting upward, tearing the ground apart as it emerges. Yes, is that the bone dragon in Trejo? It erupts from the ground in spectacular fashion, flames pouring from its mouth as it appears. Or at least, it looks like something like fire is leaking out from its body. Excellent. This is absolutely magnificent. Even so, it still does not recognize Hans as its new master. What is this? You do not recognize your master, Trejo? Then, as Han stares straight into the dragon's eyes, dark energy overflowing from him, the dragon finally accepts him. Ah, yes, yes. It has finally acknowledged its new master. Now that he takes a proper look at it, it is actually kind of cute. It almost feels like having a pet. And this is still not the end of the Immortal King's legacy. That only makes him even more excited for what is coming next. Then once again, he feels that strange sensation, almost like a sixth sense warning him. You felt it too, didn't you? Some people seem jealous of our little meeting, and they are already on their way here. The timing could not be worse. He still has not learned nearly enough about the Abyss. Under these conditions, running into the Great Divine Order is a bit troublesome. No, even in real life, when you buy a new car, you call a friend and take it out for a test drive. An abyss opened for the first time in 1,000 years, and now a bone dragon has appeared. This is the perfect chance to gather an enormous amount of karma. He has been through so much in such a cramped, suffocating place. Then the dragon slowly begins to spread and flap its wings. Now go on and fly as much as you want. Show them what kind of creature you really are, Han shouts. Meanwhile, the paladins come riding in on horseback. We need to hurry. The evil energy is still lingering around the abyss. Yes, even though we are an elite unit, we left in such a rush that our numbers are small. If the enemy can unleash energy on this level, then we may need to brace ourselves. The sky has gone dark. Could this be because of the abyss? But one of the paladins keeps his eyes fixed on the sky above. No, that is not it. Everyone, prepare for battle. It is the bone dragon. Look up above it. It is the Immortal King. What brings the Order's henchmen all the way out here? Immortal King, we came after hearing that the abyss had been opened. I see. And what exactly do you plan to do about it? Are you serious? After the disaster that swept across the continent just to force open the abyss, tens of thousands were offered up and sacrificed during the ritual. Tens of thousands. He knew rituals had been taking place all over the continent. But those bastards from the Vow of Defiance are even crazier than he expected. And that is not even the end of it. The damage the continent will suffer from the abyss's influence is beyond imagination. And of course, all of this is your fault. No, it was not. He wants to know the truth about that too. But here, he has to keep playing the role of the villain. That is not even a question worth answering. Who else but him could possibly pull off something like this? As expected, then we will pass judgment on you right here and now. Do not get carried away, dogs of the Order. Today, he only intends to give you a warning. A warning? What kind of nonsense is that? Let us shut that mouth of yours for good. Everyone, stand down. Archbishop Lacius. What are you talking about? Have none of you noticed? He has been keeping the exact same distance from us in the sky this whole time. The Immortal King would never come here just to have a calm conversation with us. This is obviously a trap meant to kill us. Wait, what the hell is this lunatic even talking about? What kind of warning could the Master of the Abyss possibly be trying to give us? The Holy Knight Heinrich, the one who pierced his heart. This warning is meant for him. What? A warning? What is that supposed to mean? What kind of warning does the Immortal King want to deliver? Wow. Maybe it is because of their faith in Heinrich that even the heavens are helping me out. It is almost ridiculously easy to slip into character. This is his win. A warning for Heinrich? Yes. I, Hannibal Strauss, acknowledge his strength. The next time you meet him, he will take your life and make you serve beneath him. You dare speak of the god's hero that way? That is something we cannot possibly tolerate. Oh, for the climax, he really needs to make sure Heinrich's name stands out. And of course, his own name too, Hannibal Strauss. Maybe it is about time to bring this little commotion to an end. That should be enough for now. After all, every one of you has a role to play in this as well. Intrizio, show them what your power looks like. Get your defenses ready. At once, all of the paladins begin to pray, drawing out divine power through their faith. Faith will triumph over every form of evil. The bone dragon unleashes its unique skill, Breath of Death. A black beam tears toward the paladins, and Lacius steps forward first, trying to take as much of the damage as he can. Hold your ground, Knights of the Gods. Sir Lacius, if you take any more of this, then suddenly, the black beam is stopped in its tracks. We stopped it. We are still alive. We actually survived. Do not let your guard down. Return to formation immediately. Sir, the Immortal King, he is gone. What? Damn it. Did he really think the elites of our great divine order would fall to a single breath attack? He clearly looked down on us. Immortal King, what exactly are you scheming? What kind of twisted plan are you preparing now? In Trezzo, that smoke display was beautifully done. How did you manage to produce such a perfect breath? Thanks to that, we managed to build up a fearsome reputation while still keeping innocent people out of harm's way. Company. The immortal king who opened the abyss, and the dragon guarding his side. Once again, that grand little performance ended in complete success. But then, yet another surge of dark energy suddenly appears. Even so, it looks like another legacy has awakened now. Another abyss opens, and black pillars of energy shoot straight up into the sky. Bony skeletal hands begin clawing their way up from the ground, and then an entire undead army starts rising out after them. He can feel the presence of his companions spreading all across the continent. All troops move out. Knight Dullahan. This is a county in the Kingdom of Charlotte. What the hell are those things? The abyss has opened here too. Everyone run. Damn it, he was wrong. We are completely surrounded. Surrounded? Undead should never be smart enough to move like that. That cannot be possible. Then suddenly, a scream rings out. An undead on an entirely different level appears, and one of the soldiers turns and runs for his life. The undead are moving together like a single unit. Save me. And then the soldier is cut clean in half by the undead. We have to report this to the Viscount right now. A Death Knight has risen again inside our kingdom. Meanwhile, in the new kingdom of the vampires, they ask about the current situation. The entire continent of Out-Erica is in a state of emergency. They say the abyss is opening all across the continent, and undead armies are being summoned from it. And what about our clan's home base, the Kingdom of Talia? Thankfully, Talia and the nations around it have not suffered any major damage. That is most likely because Hans has been dealing with all of the undead appearing nearby. But sir, is something bothering you? Have there been any reports on the madness coming from the abyss and what it is doing? Other than the undead, no one yet knows exactly what that madness really is. Nothing is certain yet, but more and more disputes have been breaking out over the smallest things. It may be because of the madness's influence. Is that not a bit too much of a stretch? Maybe people are simply tense. No, that probably is not it. How can you be so certain about that? Because it is not only humans. Even the monsters are being reported to be acting in strange and unusual ways. Even the monsters are growing more savage by the moment, which means this madness is affecting every living thing across the continent. Humans are dying more often, and even monsters have started slaughtering one another. Everything is steadily getting worse. From this point on, gathering information about the madness will be our highest priority. Understood, Lord Hines. He really does seem genuinely worried about all of this. Meanwhile, Hans is occupied with trying to gather the Immortal King's dormant army back together. And on top of that, he cannot leave his position. Right now, the place holding the most information is none other than the Grand Divine Order itself. In the end, Heinrich is the one who has to step forward and act. Then Heinrich finally reveals his beautiful, massive, thick sword before their saint. Haha, jokes aside, she is clearly impressed by Heinrich's holy sword. With a gesture straight out of the Prince and Princess stories the saint used to read, he offers it before her. Sir Heinrich, I knew you would succeed. He smiles and says he is glad he could live up to your trust, Saint. But he has heard that many things happened while he was away. They say something strange emerged from the abyss. That is correct. What came out of the abyss this time is madness itself. It seems unstable, but that only makes it more dangerous, because no one yet knows exactly what it truly is. So, should he investigate it personally? This is the perfect chance to make full use of the Grand Divine Order's information network. He has only just endured a harsh trial, so he should rest for a while. But now that he has received the blessing of the Holy Sword, he says he wants to fulfill his duty. Heinrich's eyes shine with complete confidence as he says he can gather information about the madness. The saint hesitates for a moment, then finally gives in to his request. You really cannot be stopped, can you? Very well, then she will leave it to you. Please uncover the truth behind this madness, Sir Heinrich. Yes, Saint. He will. Before that, however, there is a ritual he must undergo now that he has obtained the Holy Sword. Then he is led to a sacred place of consecration. There, Only the saint, several priests, and a handful of guards are waiting. It is clearly a gathering meant to remain known to only a very few. O Sword of the Divine, reveal your true form. Receiving the saint's blessing, Heinrich lifts the sword toward the sky, and at once it begins to shine brilliantly. So this is the Holy Sword. As expected, its presence is completely overwhelming. Just how much divine power is packed into this single blade? Then the saint takes out a necklace and brings it directly before him. He who has proven his worth in all things. Heinrich, I hereby appoint you as a high paladin of the great divine order. Yes, my saint, I accept. The necklace, marked with the symbol of a star and a sun, suddenly begins to shine with a brilliant light. The flash is so intense it nearly blinds him. Just by pausing his mental core for a single second, that pure divine power almost blows his mind apart. What kind of ridiculous power is this? His body is being remade from within. But what the hell is happening to him? Then, little by little, his hair starts changing color until it turns completely white. A golden aura rises and wraps itself around him. Scion Paladin. No way. This is a great blessing. The grace of the divine has descended upon him. The entity has fulfilled the conditions and attained enlightenment. Special ability acquired. Great blessing. Knight of Light. His hair turned white. He is giving off the exact same feeling as the saint. She, Restar, saint of the great divine order, formally bows in greeting before him. A saint? Saint Heinrich. No, a holy being. A holy being? Him? A great blessing can only be granted through the will of the divine itself, which makes it the clearest possible proof of holiness. Bring it. Wait, does this mean he now stands on the same level as the saint? Then the attendants bring him something else, something rather interesting. Could this possibly be the Guardian of Glory? It is a top-class set of armor, forged by the finest craftsmen in the great divine order. Every single part of it is made from rare metals such as mithril and orichalcum. And on top of that, it is covered with high-level holy enchantments and layers of divine barriers. It is practically a fortress that walks on its own. At this point, it could easily be called a sacred relic in its own right. The moment he puts the armor on, a crushing wave of divine power washes over him. Just wearing it is enough to make its holiness impossible to ignore. The Holy Sword, the ultimate weapon, and the Guardian Armor of Glory, the ultimate protection. Together, they are the finest arms one could ask for. Now, with this, his equipment is finally complete. There is nothing missing anymore. Looks like we'll be fighting side by side from here on out. That truly is an honor for him. He awkwardly tries to strike a heroic pose, fighting together with the saint. Honestly, he is not even sure he is worthy of standing beside her. So this is what things will be like from now on. Truthfully, she has been working herself to the bone, staying up until dawn every single day, and it has worn her down badly. That is why she is genuinely relieved to finally have someone who can share the burden with her. Until dawn every day? That sounds less like work and more like straight-up punishment. Or is that just what it feels like to him? Alright then, the Continental Summit should be reconvening again very soon. At that gathering, they plan to discuss how to wipe out the undead appearing all across the continent, along with the threat of the Immortal King. She says she will be depending on you, Sir Heinrich. He answers that he will devote everything he has, Saint. In that case, let us both keep pushing forward until the summit arrives, Hans. So, who do you think would win that fight? Heinrich or Hans? Share your thoughts, and see you in the next chapter. Then the scene shifts. We return to one of the very first places where the Immortal King's forces emerged. A village lies utterly ruined, swallowed by flames, while a demon walks slowly across the burned remains. They are pitifully weak. We finally get a better look at him, and in his hands is an enormous sword that gives off the same overwhelming presence as Guts from Berserk. Several men are already lying dead on the ground. Still, if the kingdom ever manages to unite all its strength, the balance could easily turn. Until that day comes, they need to keep building their power. Those arrogant humans will become subjects of the new kingdom before long. Then, with black magic flowing through both his sword and his spell, all of the dead humans begin to rise once again, returning as skeletal zombies. He is literally a warrior and a necromancer rolled into one. It seems he showed up a little late. Ickham, who just said that? The one flying over there? Could that possibly be? Karam, It is me. With only a brief show of power, he sends fear through everyone present. Ah, that power surging through his veins. There is no mistaking it. The new immortal king. Everyone drops to their knees before Hans. Our king. He has finally returned at last. The new immortal king has truly appeared. Karam. One glance is enough to tell that he is no ordinary figure, but someone of great importance. He possesses strength beyond that of a master swordsman, the charisma to command an army, and even the power of necromancy to raise the dead. There is absolutely no room for doubt about who he is. My lord, it is a great honor that you know who I am. But Karam, it seems you stirred up quite a disaster here. He immediately offers a deep apology, explaining that the place where he first awakened happened to be right beside a human settlement. What is done is already done. Right now, what matters is strengthening our forces and gathering more power. For the moment, we retreat. You will carry out that order. In an instant, he disappears like a gust of wind and is drawn into Hans's grasp. Not only him, but his entire army as well. After that, Hans starts carefully examining the situation around the ruined village. The destruction is far worse than expected. This whole area has been completely laid to waste. He cannot simply leave things in this state. If they do, they will only be hunted down and erased one by one. The saint said that another continental summit will be held very soon. But their forces are scattered in every direction, so gathering everyone before then will not be easy at all. With that in mind, he begins concentrating dark energy into his hands until it forms something like a black hole. He had wanted to avoid using this method because its side effects are severe, but at this point there is no other option left. By pouring black magic into the ground itself, he succeeds in linking his power to every member of the former immortal king's army. Hear me, my children. Your lord, the immortal king, stands here once more in the flesh. This will inevitably expose his location, but the order will still need time before they can properly analyze this dark magic. As long as everyone gathers quickly and they vanish before the enemy can react, that will be enough. Now then, hurry and answer his summons. Everyone present begins responding to the call at once, and a massive screen of dark magic starts to form. We obey the command of the Absolute One. We stand before the true Lord of the Undying. O new king, your servant will depart for your side immediately. He says he will move at once with the troops stationed in the southwest. He will immediately march with the forces currently stationed in the southwest. Yes, my loyal and faithful army. He will lead them into a new future, one unlike anything this world has ever seen before. And then he lets out a laugh that sounds exactly like a true villain's. The scene changes, and now we see two adventurers making their way through a forest in the middle of the night. Hey, Mike, are you really sure this is safe? He heard undead have been showing up everywhere lately. Come on, those are just rumors, nothing more. Let's stop worrying about nonsense and focus on delivering these supplies. Wait, what was that just now? Sigh, you coward. What kind of undead would sneak around without making a sound? It is obviously just some wild animal or something like that. Hey, seriously, look behind you this time. I'm not joking anymore. What is it now? It must be another animal, right? Could there really be something behind him? Before he can even finish that thought, a blade flashes out and slices clean through his neck. A savage ogre appears and kills him in an instant. Hey, what the hell was that? Monsters? There are monsters nearby. No doubt about it now. What the hell are these things doing here? They are supposed to stay deep in the mountains, far away from places like this. So why are they here now? He has never once heard of anything like this happening before. Monsters? Working together like this? Since when does that happen? Meanwhile, in another area, we move to another clone of the protagonist. This one is Hubert the Merchant from the Hubert Trading Company. What is this? A caravan was attacked by a pack of monsters from the northern mountains? So this madness is affecting them too. If this keeps up, even nearby Turok will be in danger soon. They did secure food and war supplies ahead of time, but that alone will not solve everything. Still, this is no time to think only about business. Small merchants chase money, but great merchants win people's hearts. And in times like this, what matters most is stepping in to help. With that in mind, he starts studying a map of the kingdom and the surrounding cities. Aonia County, the Fortress of Steel. But even then, where exactly should he go first? The Fortress of Steel is recruiting mercenaries on a massive scale. That is exactly the kind of news they needed. Mercenary recruitment? It looks like even the Fortress of Steel has been pushed into a corner. The monsters from the northern mountains are starting to move south, aren't they? And the tavern gossip keeps spreading. These are not normal monsters. They are moving like they have gone mad, and Harley's group ends up hearing every word of it. You all heard that too, right? So what are we going to do, Harley? What about you? Well, obviously, he is going to join the fight. There is no way he would let a chance like this pass him by, right? That is exactly the kind of man Harley is. So then, when are we heading out? Why are you even asking that? Harley, don't tell me. Of course, right now. With that, he rushes off in excitement, thrilled that he has finally found a real fight. But then his companions suddenly realize something important is missing. Did he pay for the drinks? No, not at all. Go grab Harley right now. Make that bastard pay for the drinks today no matter what. Turok Mercenary Guild. At last, Harley arrives at the place. Ah, Harley, welcome. Meanwhile, the others collapse on the floor, completely worn out from trying to make him pay for the drinks. And that guy who looks like a monster. Wait, this simple-looking man actually knows Harley? Of course he does. If you work in this line and still do not know Harley, then you must have come from another continent. Good, then this will be quick. He and these three are here to sign up for the mercenary recruitment, so process it fast. Sorry, but Harley's request is not something we can handle that easily. What do you mean by that? What is that supposed to mean? Does it make any sense for a mercenary guild to turn mercenaries away from work? Or does he just want the four of them to beat him up? No, that is not it. Harley has received a special nomination request. Then he is handed a letter, and it is a very elegant one, the kind that makes its importance obvious at a glance. A nomination request? He had already planned to head for the Fortress of Steel, so he had not even considered something like this. So he is just going to turn the request down. That is Harley for you. Decisive, simple, and kind of cool. Jim tells him that he probably cannot refuse this one. The client is Talmine Aeonia. Wait, Taloasis? Who is that supposed to be? No, it is Talmine Aeonia, the Lord of Aeonia territory himself, right here. This is the office of the Lord of Aeonia. He is waiting inside this room. The Lord is really here? Then he suddenly throws the door open and barges in, clearly trying to make an entrance. The Lord is here, and Harley has officially arrived on the scene. But what he sees is not what he expected at all. A knight standing by the window? So, maybe this is not the Lord after all. After all, a lord would hardly speak directly to some ordinary mercenary. The one before him is Knight Robin, the one officially entrusted with this mission. They have heard of Robin before, but seeing him in person is something else. He is huge, and his appearance is striking in a way that is hard to ignore. As Harley keeps staring, his eyes drift to the wolf ears, almost like the wolf version of cat-eared girls. All right, he gets the situation now. So what would a knight want with a mere mercenary like him? There is only one reason we specifically nominated you. We need someone to lead the assault into the northern mountains. The northern mountains? Isn't that the place crawling with monsters right now? The mission is to rescue an important VIP. The target's name is Jaonic Steelstone. He is a blacksmith from our territory, and his race is a dwarf. We are shown images of him inside a mine, digging up some kind of bluish crystal. Then the scene shifts again, this time to a hospital in Seoul. We should get going now, Grandma. Ah, she is fine, so do not worry about her. Go on ahead. He is relieved to see that she really is getting better, right? Even the doctors were shocked. At this rate, it sounds like she may be discharged very soon. Still, something about it feels strange. Really strange. According to the doctor, it is almost as if a high-ranking priest had been pouring divine power into her for days. So how could someone as ordinary as him possibly have connections like that? It was obviously him. Too bad he cannot reveal that yet, at least not for now. Maybe Grandma really pulled through with her own strength. She has always been strong, after all, right? Maybe their grandmother, who spent her whole life helping others, is finally being rewarded. All right, how is the moving plan going? He found a house out in the suburbs where life will be much quieter. Oh, a private house? Han Song-hyun really has made it now. But will it not be hard living so far from Seoul? That is a sacrifice he is willing to make. He feels a little sorry for making Tae-san worry, but now that the duration of his projection has increased, traveling long distances is no longer a problem for him. He is not planning to sell the old house either. He will keep it as a base. The biggest reason he managed to get a larger home is simple. He has no idea how many clones might appear in the future. That final page of the chapter really gives off strong solo leveling vibes. Then the next day arrives, and we see the snowy mountains with Harley moving forward alongside a group. Is it because this request came directly from the Lord himself? Everyone seems unusually motivated and ready to act. And that knight over there is seriously impressive. He did not just come to deliver the request, he is personally joining the mission too. A little farther ahead, and they will reach the last place where Jaonic Steelstone sent a transmission. He sent a transmission? Yes. The moment he realized the monsters were acting strangely, he hid inside a safe cave and contacted them using a magic device. Still, did Jaonic Steelstone really have to climb the mountain at a time like this? Well, it is not like he could have known things would turn out this badly. Dwarves chasing after rare minerals is hardly unusual. I see. These are all famous mercenaries from Turok. Using people this skilled just as guides, that really shows how incredible Jaonic Steelstone must be as a blacksmith. Careful. Monsters. A group of ice ogres suddenly appears right in front of them. Leave this to us. The two of them combine crossbow bolts with fire magic, creating a powerful attack together. They unleash it straight at the monsters from point-blank range. But to their shock, once the smoke from the blast clears, the monsters are still standing there, completely unfazed and seemingly unharmed. The deeper they go, the stronger the monsters become. Their toughness and vitality both seem way higher than they should be. Looks like he is going to have to step in himself. He activates the marks across his body, boosting his raw physical power, and then launches himself straight at the monsters with everything he has. He grabs both of their heads and smashes them together, killing the pair instantly in one brutal move. Two more monsters rush forward to attack Harley. But with just 2 punches, he crushes their heads without hesitation. Harley, behind you. Watch your back. 3 of them at once. Bare hands alone might not be enough here. If he unleashed his wild instinct, he could end this fight without much trouble. But if he did that, they might start thinking he was a monster pretending to be human. So instead, he pours strength into his legs and launches himself straight at the enemies. Gathering power into his hands, he drives his bare fist right through one of the monsters. At the same time, another one manages to carve a huge gash across his chest, while the last monster swings down with both hands together. He plans to finish all of this before his feet even touch the ground again. Invisible hand operation. What? He just struck down 3 of them at the same time? At this point, no one can tell who the real monster is anymore. Is something like that even possible? They have already seen him do absurd things several times today, and still they cannot get used to it. Then Harley starts eating the magic stones. Wait, Harley, what are you doing? Sorry. He was so hungry that he did it without even thinking. It was just a habit. A habit? That completely shocks them. He explains that it is a secret technique of his tribe. They absorb energy by eating magic stones. She has never heard of anyone being able to do something like that. There is no way eating those things should be harmless. No, he says he is fine. He is used to swallowing crystals like these. Still, this time, something feels strangely different. Then blood starts spilling from his mouth. So no, he is definitely not fine. What is this nausea? This is seriously irritating. It feels revolting. He wants to crush everything around him. Should he just destroy it all? Yes, kill them all. Those emotions are far too violent. Thanks to the mental link, he is barely holding himself back, but that is not the only thing happening. Every muscle and every sense in his body is becoming sharper and more active. Could it really be? He starts seeing a red haze rising from the monsters, almost like some kind of sinister aura. Madness. Madness is spreading through the entire forest. Then the scene switches to Hans. Quite a sight, isn't it? Several ghost soldiers, along with a woman dressed in black, are kneeling before the immortal king. She has offered her loyalty to the king. The Banshee Queen, Olivia, a high-ranking officer of the undead army, a Banshee Queen commanding a ghost unit. What an unbelievable force to have under his command. This is a lineup worthy of being written into history, just like Karam or Intrejo. Well done, Olivia. She has gathered far more strength than he expected. Just as the king ordered, she avoided unnecessary conflict with humans and brought the children together. Olivia, There is something he needs you to handle. Give the command, and it will be done. That human organization. Extract every scrap of information you can from the oath of reversing heaven. Her power is perfectly suited for a task like this. She says it is an honor, and Olivia swears she will do everything in her power. What is it that he wants most from them? Why, absolute obedience, of course. Hear me, my children. Hunt down every last trace of them and rip away their souls. Then offer everything you take to the king. Meanwhile, the vampire studies the latest reports. Hans managed to dig up this kind of information on the Banshee Queen, uncovering things most people would not even dare try to learn. He can get information about the state of the nation from the Brokaslack clan, hear about the underworld through the Banshees, and rely on Harley whenever the subject is madness. But then why is this feeling of fear creeping over him? It feels almost like a migraine pounding through his head. Just then, one of his subordinates rushes into the office. Lord Hines, what happened? A little while ago, a report came in from the Demon Forest saying the monsters have started attacking. He already sent 2 purebloods there, so it should be under control. But that is not the only problem. The monsters in the northern mountains have begun pouring south in full force. And the moment it starts, the spread reaches everywhere almost instantly. This is madness. Something invisible, as though it has mixed into the very air itself. Everyone is being tainted by that madness just from breathing it in. Wait, then what about his companions? The effect on them is weaker, but they are not completely immune either. At the very least, it seems to affect humans less severely. We are almost at our destination, so hurry. Just a little farther now. Even so, this is seriously dangerous, isn't it? His body will not stop twitching and spasming. His physical strength is surging at an explosive rate, but in return, it feels like control over his own body is starting to slip away. Then a system message appears. It says he is controlling the physical transformation through the skill body mutation. Without that skill, he would have already turned into a mad beast like the orcs. Everyone, stop. What? There are more monsters coming. At the very least, he already looks like one of them. Honestly, it suits me pretty well, don't you think? Then the plants around them suddenly begin to move. They are already here. He had been waiting. The blacksmith, Jaonic Steelstone, and one more person they do not recognize. He dug out a cave over there. He will lead them to it. He is curious, but there is no time to ask questions now. Harley, don't tell me. That is right. The monsters are coming. We need to get down there right now. Several orcs appear, each carrying different kinds of weapons, and every one of them is completely consumed by madness. Everyone, cover our rear while we make our way down the mountain. As they run, the dwarf starts falling behind. After all, with those short legs, he just cannot keep up. One of the orcs closes in, ready to strike him down. Someone, please save me. Harley appears in an instant and rips the orc in half with his bare hands, leaving the dwarf staring at him in shock and awe. They are so huge that cutting them down feels weirdly satisfying. Hey, this is no time to be enjoying yourself. At this rate, they will catch up to us almost immediately. Then Harley comes up with an idea. He will carry the dwarf and run, just like he did with the elf he saved months ago. How merciless. And those monsters are fast too. They are right. At this pace, everyone here will be wiped out. Except maybe him. Do not say something that terrifying. Isn't there some better way? Hey, Mr. Knight, he is running low on energy. Can he get his share of the magic stones now? What? He has no idea what Harley plans to do with them, but if it is necessary for the mission, then he sees no reason to refuse. So he hands over a bag filled with magic stones taken from monsters. Thanks. For now, he will leave this dwarf with them so they can keep him safe. Harley, what the hell is he trying to do? It is too dangerous. He needs to get out of there right now. Ah, but weren't they the ones who asked whether there was a better way? He opens the bag packed with red fragments and starts swallowing all of them in one go. He can feel a madness far stronger than anything from before. It seems each magic stone carries a different amount of madness inside it. If he can absorb the madness stored in the magic stones while keeping it under control with his skills, then in theory, he can keep getting stronger without limit. In that case, he will devour every trace of madness that has appeared in this world. He lets out a roar, and his voice echoes through the entire mountain. Then a system notification appears. The individual has fulfilled the conditions for growth. The skill Wildness has evolved into the special skill Frenzied Beast. His entire body begins to take on a faint red color, and even the tattoos covering him start growing darker and more vivid. When he opens his eyes, even his gaze and the breath spilling from his mouth seem to leak madness. He has gone a little mad, but he can still hold on to himself. All right then, now it is showtime. He grabs his 2 axes and charges alone straight into the entire enemy force. Let the slaughter begin. His whole body feels like it is boiling from the inside. It is unbearably hot. The feeling is just like Goku's first transformation. If anyone guesses it right in the comments, I will leave a heart. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kaioken. Then he charges straight into the monsters head-on. He tears through them so completely that they cannot even react before being destroyed. Die, every last one of you. He looks like a true barbarian unleashed. By the end of it, from that entire horde, not a single monster is left alive to tell the story. This is the power of the Frenzied Beast. She can barely even follow his movements with her eyes. How can someone be this strong? The rumors saying he was the strongest mercenary in Turok were clearly no exaggeration. Not just the strongest in Turok, the strongest on the entire continent. More monsters keep pouring in, but nothing can slow down Harley's rampage now. He plays with his enemies as he fights, handling the axe in ways so incredible that it almost looks unreal. That pretty much settles everything. Skill, Jewel Eye, Severe Winter. That was incredible, Hans. Is he going to be okay? The others immediately scatter, desperate to learn more about him. He has the courage of a true dwarf, even after crying for mercy and fleeing for his life. Yep. Then, without warning, Hans senses a strange and unsettling energy. Every part of his body is telling him to run. He has never felt this tense before, not even once. Hans, what kind of expression is that? Don't tell me more enemies are coming. Caw, this is seriously bad. If we run into the monster coming this way now, we will all be wiped out. Well, everyone except him. Still, we have come way too far to turn back now. Do something, my muscular friend. Oh man, the last time he saw those things, he dug himself a burrow and hid, didn't he? That's right. He very bravely dug that hole and hid in it. So now, can he make one big enough to hide all of us too? Within 10 minutes. 10 minutes? 5 is more than enough. Especially with that beautiful tool of yours, Alan. That pickaxe shines like it was carved from diamonds. Alan, it's sparkling just from being looked at. Is that some kind of magical tool? All right, everyone, get ready. Get ready for what? Yes. The moment he brings the pickaxe down in one simple swing, the entire ground begins to tremble. The earth is shaking. Thin cracks start spreading across the ground one after another. He swings the pickaxe again, and the ground gives way completely, making everyone cry out in panic and despair. And then, what do you think? It's actually pretty cozy in here, isn't it? While hiding from the monsters, they even managed to build a small bonfire. He made a place like this with only a few strikes of his pickaxe. He really is an astonishing dwarf. Then the system delivers a new announcement. A usable medium for skill customization has been discovered. A medium? An item here is on the same level as the branch of the world tree that created Hans. Medium name, Alan. A pickaxe reborn into a magical tool, carrying the secret soul of the dwarf craftsman Zeonic Steelstone, refined over 20 years. This thing is far more incredible than it first appears. It holds 20 full years of Zeonic Steelstone's life as a master craftsman. If that is true, then he will swallow it up somehow, no matter what. Even from several meters away, the dwarf can feel Hans's greedy intent. Small stones begin to fall onto the group from above. There's something loud moving overhead. Is it the monster he warned them about earlier? From the feel of its presence, it has already settled right above us. It is probably trying to feed on the bodies of the monsters we killed. Maybe we should escape while it's distracted. No, that won't work. It would catch us almost immediately. Ah, Hans. It looks like he has come up with an idea. The biggest problem is that thing sitting directly above us, right? Then what if he draws it far away from here? This time, it might truly cost him his life, and yet he is still willing to try. Yes. Hans, are you really sure you want to do this? Of course. As long as he has this. What? Why, Alan? It is just insurance, that's all he says. It will be incredibly useful if things turn dangerous. But that is a magical tool with only limited uses. What are you hesitating for, Zaonic Steelstone, you idiot? No matter how valuable it is, a life is worth more. All right, you can have it. Thank you. In truth, he does not want to hand over the pickaxe at all. But trying to fight Hans over it would be pure stupidity. Let go of it. He said he would give it to him. With those huge hands of his, he can barely use it like a mason's trowel anyway. In the end, he finally loses the struggle. Oh, he says he will use it well and bring it back. Probably. Alan. Sorry, but he really does not think it is ever coming back. Still, Hans did save his life, so let's call it even. With that, he safely obtained Alan. No, not just that. He basically obtained a dwarf. Soon enough, we may end up with a dwarf clone. Hans climbs back up from beneath the ground. Just as he expected, the air outside feels wonderfully fresh. Now then, shall we let the monsters get properly acquainted with each other? It seems something even more terrifying than he imagined has shown up. Even a superior species like a two-headed ogre can be driven mad. Judging from that swollen belly, it must have swallowed an unbelievable number of magic stones. From far away, the monster locks onto Hans. What is he trying to do? Don't tell me that thing followed him because of the sin of the magic stones he swallowed. Well, that is not necessarily bad. If he wants to send his dwarf friend back safely, then he has to get out of this place with him alive. Follow me. We should be far enough by now. No one should be able to spot us here. Good. Then let's begin. Skill mutation. Skill, physical transformation. Let's see a real monster against monster fight. His fingers change into razor-sharp claws, and he charges straight at the enemy, carving deep gashes into its body. Yes, this is it. This is the feeling. The raw thrill of tearing something apart with his own hands. It must have believed that madness had made it stronger. But there was one problem. It was not the only one that had swallowed that madness. The monster suddenly turns and starts running from Hans in fear. It was the first one to attack, and now it is the first one trying to flee. Hans grabs one of its heads and tears it off in one brutal motion. Honestly, don't you think walking around with two heads is a bit unnecessary? Then he slams it down onto the ground without mercy. The creature rises again, laughing, and even manages to speak. That smugness of yours will not last long. His underlings will be here soon enough to reinforce him. But the moment he glances around, he finds them all already lying dead on the ground. How the hell did it end up like this? Thanks to that, he was finally able to relax a little. He had only come here to finish a task, and to be honest, it had already started to bore him. He gathers blood onto his fingertip, then fires it out like a beam of light. And with that, the monster's final head is blown apart. Now, with both heads gone, the monster finally collapses for good. Oh, just as expected, having two was definitely more convenient than having only one. Good thing he called Heinz. Though, to be fair, that was not the reason he had called him in the first place. Still, the gift from Zaonic Steelstone is going to be very useful. While Heinz stores the pickaxe inside the dimensional gate, Hans is practically drooling with hunger. Just how much stronger would he become if he ate this? He should finish it off before the madness fades away. Very well then. Why not let it have a taste of blood tainted by madness too? But before they can enjoy that feast, something else suddenly draws their attention. What is this feeling? At that moment, the volcano atop the mountain begins to erupt. It is the exact same energy he felt from Intrizio. Then, from within the flames, a dragon slowly starts to emerge. The red dragon, Heredos. He will devour everything. Hunger, starvation, madness. He is losing himself completely. This is a true living dragon. In some eras, beings like this are worshipped as sacred, but this one has been completely consumed by madness. There is no use hoping for a sane conversation. A half-blood human and a vampire? What lovely little snacks. They might be enough to calm his hunger for a moment. So which one should he eat first? No, better yet, he should swallow both of them at the same time. They ready themselves to fight, and Hans and Heinz strike at the dragon's eyes at the exact same moment. Even so, the dragon only laughs. Just as expected of a dragon, it has already healed. Skin that thick, and regeneration on top of that? That is absurdly unfair. Inferior creatures. In his endless life, he has only ever been defeated once. Is that so? And who exactly defeated you? The King of Death. The King of Immortality. The one who condemned him to die. The immortal king? That is correct. But he died, and the curse binding him was broken along with him. They are laughing? What kind of reaction is that? Sorry, but while we were talking, we called a friend over. The two of us might not have been enough. We should probably apologize in advance for the trauma. The dragon cannot understand what they mean, but only a few seconds later, something appears right in front of him. A dragon corrupted by madness. He will make an excellent subject for experimentation. The third immortal king haunts. And then, one monster recognizes another. The dragon is instantly terrified when it realizes that the one standing before him is the new immortal king. A dragon consumed by madness. What a perfect test subject this will be. The immortal king has returned to this place. He can see him through the memories left behind by the previous immortal king. If even you could awaken from a sleep like death, then who is to say he cannot return from death itself? The dragon truly feels the pressure now and slowly begins to edge backward. But then its tail strikes against some kind of invisible barrier. Don't even think about running, and forget about flying away too. Inside this barrier, those wings of yours will get you nowhere. The moment it realizes it has been trapped, the dragon starts to lose its mind completely. Kill him. Kill him. The immortal king. Kill him. Avenge us. Then Herados begins gathering power. Unbelievable. He is absorbing all the madness in the air. Not even he could do something like that. A crushing, overwhelming power is starting to rise. Yes, that strange power is the will of nature itself, crying out for vengeance. He will erase you, immortal king. This will interfere with your plans. So the so-called immortal king runs in fear. He had planned to kill him neatly, even if it cost a little, but letting that much condensed madness go to waste would be a real shame. That bastard, what kind of nonsense is he muttering to himself now? So that is an option too. If they are not fighting on the same level, then he should step into his opponent's game instead. The immortal king starts summoning something out from his gate. Come forth. Entratio. That's right. Now this is going to become a war between dragons. He climbs onto the dragon made of pure bone and orders it to attack. Wait, is that a pure blood dragon? Entratio, make sure his flesh and bones stay intact. Strip away the curse and the rot before the battle begins. The bone dragon rushes in at full force and sinks its fangs into the fire dragon's throat, pinning him down in place. Now then, let us begin figuring out the best way to carve him up. Skill, gravitational chains. Skill, spatial lock. Skill, shock absorption. What cheap little tricks. Now, this is the moment. The two of them rush toward the trapped dragon. Such solid flesh. Just looking at it is enough to make him salivate. He is going to savor every drop of this precious dragon blood. The vampire fires off a blood strike, dealing devastating damage. Meanwhile, the barbarian, half crazed with hunger, is already there sinking his teeth into the dragon's flesh. An endless supply of dragon meat. He will eat until he is fully restored. But while the vampire is savoring the blood, he suddenly notices something strange on his tongue. It is him. The blood itself tastes good, but the madness mixed into it keeps ruining the flavor. Wait, madness. It seems our protagonist has just come up with some kind of idea. Herados actually manages to break free from the chains? Did those insects really think he would just sit there and watch? Breath. At this distance, there is no possible way to avoid it. But they never even try to dodge. He is not the only one here who has a breath attack. You keep pestering me like this? Then burn, you cursed dragon. Once both dragons had finished charging their own special powers, they unleashed them at the same time. One red breath, one blue breath. The clash triggered a massive explosion right in the middle of the frozen mountain. Meanwhile, the vampire quietly starts preparing something of his own. He gathers every last drop of blood inside his body and pushes the mysteries of blood to their absolute limit. Great sword of blood. Steeling himself, he activates his acceleration skill and brings that newly formed sword down on the dragon with terrifying force. It worked. A worthless insect. Worthless. A wound like this means nothing to him. He can regenerate something this small with ease. Sorry, but that was never his real goal to begin with. What? An insect, was it? Honestly, that is the perfect word for it. What is this? That stockpile of madness inside you looked far too delicious. So he simply slipped a parasite into your body. A vicious one too, the kind not even any deworming medicine could handle. That's right, Hans slipped inside the dragon's body. And the texture? Not bad at all. Let's see just how much he can eat at this restaurant. See you next time, guys. Inside Herados, the feast seemed like it would never end. The deeper he burrowed in, the more powerful and concentrated the nutrients rushing through him became. The dragon's body reacted violently. Its muscles twisted and convulsed, trying to crush the parasite chewing away inside it. The pressure was enough to threaten shattered bones and ruptured organs. But retreat was never an option for him. He would keep devouring until the beast's body could no longer move at all. As he kept consuming, notification windows began flashing through his mind. The creature's regeneration had already gone beyond its natural limits. That skill had evolved into something much more terrifying. Ultra regeneration. The vitality he had lost came surging back with overwhelming force, and in that instant, its meaning became clear. This was the dragon's true gift, a power capable of restoring even the impossible, without needing to rely on magic stones at all. To Herados, the wound was no more than a scratch. But to the invader inside, it was proof that all effort seemed meaningless against flesh that rebuilt itself without end, while the dragon sneered at every bit of resistance as nothing more than an insect's pathetic tricks. Then the notifications surged in front of him once more. The conditions for evolution had been fulfilled. The skilled devourer was transformed into the special ability known as gluttony. Gluttony, just like one of the 7 deadly sins. A shudder ran through his whole body as the transformation took hold. Then scales suddenly started forming across his skin. Real dragon scales, unmistakably so. The realization hit him hard. From this point on, simply by consuming something, he could absorb its traits. Every single one of those traits could now become his. The dragon grew more and more agitated, its rage boiling over as the parasite pushed even deeper inside. If the intruder would not crawl out on his own, then Herados would tear him out bit by bit. But before he could act, the battle shifted again. The immortal king and the vampire launched a coordinated assault together with Entratio, who ripped into the beast's neck, while Heinz drove his blade through it with relentless force. That was the effect of gluttony. With Hans suppressing the madness from within, even the dragon's bloodline went silent. Just a single taste was enough for a flood of power to burst through him, pouring in like an unstoppable tide. And finally, a notification appeared for the vampire as well. The special skill clan of blood, True Blood, had advanced to a much higher stage. Just as expected, the condition for evolving into sacred blood was now obvious. He had to drink the blood of someone far superior to himself. Heinz seemed to realize something at that moment and hesitated, but Hans gave him the answer. The discovery was certain now. They had finally found it. Herados' heart. Checkmate. The ultimate magic stone. The dragon heart. Bon appetit. The very first bite ripped through it, and the dragon's whole body convulsed in agony as pain burst straight from the center of its existence. A moment later, that massive body crashed to the ground, completely lifeless. The battle was over. Entratio had carried them this far with his efforts. His role was finished, and now he could finally rest. Laughter followed, wild and triumphant. From the twin-headed ogre all the way to the dragon raid, they had overcome every single trial. One final image remained behind. A symbolic scene of the 3 victors standing together, their silhouettes marked by the hunt of a dragon that had finally fallen. Then the dragon's eyes suddenly opened one last time. This time, the immortal king carried no desire to destroy the world. If he decided to take a few bones, there was really no reason for anyone to resent it. He was going to make proper use of them. The blood too, and the horns as well. In the end, every single part had value. None of them wasted a thing. The 3 of them moved like a perfect cleanup crew, each calmly taking their share from the fallen dragon. A dragon's corpse truly was a vault filled with treasures. Rare materials for powerful sorcery had all been gathered in one place. The whole scene looked like that old meme of a robot staring at an empty plate. Oh my God, there is nothing left. Even the blood, overflowing with the power of dragon lineage, had been collected and stored away, sure to become useful later. And yet, the one who gained the most from this raid was neither the immortal king nor Heinz. It was Hans. On the ground, Hans writhed in pain. His body twisted violently, as something unnatural surged through him. This time, the transformation did not come smoothly. Maybe even he had pushed himself too far. After absorbing all the madness from those monsters, it felt like his insides were being ripped apart. His control slipped away with each passing second. The only thing that could save him now was the method engraved within the dragon heart. The madness flooding through his body had to be woven together with the dragon's essence. As he forced that chaos into order, strange markings began to spread over his skin. A heavy, overwhelming sensation swelled inside him, and then new notifications appeared. The creature's race has changed to Dragonkin Hybrid. Special skill, Heart of the Mad Dragon, has been acquired. Hans's body no longer felt the same. On the outside, he still looked human, but deep within, something fundamental had changed. There was no denying it anymore. His very essence had risen beyond its old limits. His existence itself had evolved. See you next time, guys. And now we see Hans's hand covered in scales. For an entire race to change like this, that is the power of the dragon heart. Hans. Race, Dragonkin Hybrid. Then another notification appears. Special notes. Absorb the heart of a light dragon and gain the power of a dragon. It controls the madness within the body while continuously absorbing the madness around him. The jeweled eyes have fused with the dragon eye, becoming even more powerful. With the power of mutation, he can draw that strength out whenever he needs it. But with one simple, forceful stomp, he ends up shattering the ground beneath him. If he increases his body's density, the weight becomes unbearable. If he fails to control it, things will turn disastrous. It would be better for him to practice a little before returning to the others, the group that had been waiting for him to come back after luring the monster away. But before Hans could begin training, he felt a tremendous force run through his body. Ah, so it is finally starting. It is the closing ceremony of the raid that Hans had prepared. We then see the Immortal King preparing some kind of spell, and this time, that spell is being cast on the dragon's corpse. So much dark magic is poured into the body that even the sky above begins to cloud over. Little by little, only the dragon's bones begin to rise. Now speak to him. What is your name? Herados. Yes, Herados. I am the Lion King of Death itself. He will grant you a second life. From now on, he is your master. Very good, very good. He looks just like a second pet dog now. In the next scene, we return to the protagonist in the real world. He is admiring his new house. He had finally finished everything in the house, from arranging the furniture to putting every detail in place. Everything looked flawless. An indoor gym, an arcade room, even a comic cafe. To think he actually fulfilled his dream of building a place perfectly suited to his own taste. Unlike before, he can now go outside freely, but staying home feels far more comfortable, so he threw himself into it completely. At this rate, he may never need to go outside again. Our protagonist really is a shy little nerd. So now, should he take care of the garden too? Conjuration skill, entity projection. He transforms into an elf so he can use those abilities for gardening. Then let me show you the natural power of a high elf. With only a small amount of magic, he effortlessly creates a beautiful garden. It really is beautiful. People say a standalone house is a pain to keep secure, but that really doesn't apply to me. After all, I'm one person backed by many. First, he plans to have Heinz, who was summoned in advance, put up the primary barrier. Then, the moment the cooldown on entity projection ends, he'll stack Hans and Heinlich's barriers on top of it. At that point, is there even a safer house anywhere? A barrier against vampires, one against dark magic, and another against holy magic. It is, quite literally, the safest home in the world. That should take care of the household side of things nicely. Which means, it's probably time to check the accounts, right? Karma shop. And then we get a look at his little point shop, now holding an absurd 1,608,961 points. He's already passed 1,000,000? Not even a full week has gone by in Earth time yet. I guess raw numbers really do make a difference. But don't tell me the number of avatars still hasn't increased again. Seriously, not this a second time. Whatever. No matter how he looks at it, he has to spend the points. There's really no avoiding it now. Enhance. It worked. The unique skill evolved, and the number of avatars he can control has increased. Now he can raise the number of avatars again. Let's check what else he got. Avatar potential has increased, and each entity's learning ability has improved even further. Avatar cognitive ability rises dramatically as well. No wonder it feels like the amount of mental energy distributed to his clones has gone up. At this rate, won't it end up being only the main body that gets dumber? Oh, and just like that, he falls into a brief wave of depression. No way. The clone is me, and I am the clone, so whatever. Moving on. His unique skill has grown again and opened up even more possibilities. Special skill Avatar Cloud acquired. Avatar Cloud. It allows avatars to share items through a small subspace. Avatar Cloud. Sharing items through subspace? That basically means the protagonist can move things across dimensions. He won't even have to go get them himself anymore. So naturally, he decides to test it immediately with Alan. And sure enough, the item transfers cleanly from the clone straight into the creator's backpack without any trouble at all. Excellent. This could blow open trade with Hubert in a huge way. He can even send the source of the arc glitch that Heinrich was holding over to Hans. Well then, shall we begin the real main event now? Sorry, Zehanort, but think of this as the price for keeping your life. Using the customized skill. It's time to summon a dwarf. A blast erupts out in the garden, and at last, a brand new clone is created. What he needed was a craftsman, someone who could properly handle and manage the clone's equipment. At last, he was finally going to have a dependable blacksmith like Zionic. Wait, what is this? Why is this little lump so weirdly adorable? This is definitely not what Zionic said it would look like. We somehow ended up with a buff baby, complete with the protagonist's face and a beard. See you next time, guys. What's with that ridiculously cute appearance? Customize. Increase the height to the maximum allowed for the species. Make the face look a little younger. Let the beard grow out in a more stylish way. Adjust the body too. Now it's finally starting to look decent. It's ready. A dwarf who will serve as the blacksmith for the tattooed ones. Now he really does look like a proper dwarf. From this point on, his name is Howard. And of course, it ends up being yet another name that starts with H. For some reason, the protagonist is seriously obsessed with that letter. It's a pleasure to meet you, Howard. Likewise, my creator. Then a system notification appears. Howard. Species, dwarf. Individual trait, artisan-esque spirit. Special notes. Han Songhyun's 8th avatar. Born as a dwarf using the artisan-esque pickaxe as the medium. The influence of artisan-esque spirit grants additional bonuses to all crafting-related actions. Perfect. This is exactly what he was hoping for. The very first attached skill is precisely the kind he wanted. If there was one small issue he could point out, though, just like Harris, he lacks basic common knowledge. Why can't I ever avoid that? He'll have to rely on Harley's connections again, but with the North in complete chaos right now, it won't happen immediately. All right then, that settles it. He'll just have to handle it that way. This means Heinrich will need to step in. Time to start making a few calls. It's been a while. How have you been? Lord Heinrich. Did something happen? He has an urgent favor to ask of her. A favor? Just say the word and give the order. She'll carry out whatever is needed. Gather materials on materials engineering, especially metallurgy, the field that deals with metals. I don't care how much you bring. Articles, recordings of craftsmen, anything at all. Yes, sir. Forging techniques can be studied in advance using information from Earth. He'll need to set up a workshop in Turok, and actual hands-on training will be much more efficient in Uterica. In the next scene, the story shifts back to the second planet. Some kind of material starts coming out through the new system the protagonist just obtained. Ah, this avatar cloud really is absurdly useful. He can hardly believe he was able to receive Heinrich's gift this easily. At last, he'll finally be able to make proper use of this source. Now rise. There's something he needs you to do. And then, from inside that crystal, it turns out to be the necromancer himself, waking from the deep sleep he fell into after being defeated by Heinrich. Who are you, to dare summon Dwell McCain? It's me. Oh, Immortal King. He was certain the hero had already destroyed me. Sniff. He really is extraordinary, Dwell McCain. The moment his name is called, the necromancer immediately swears his loyalty to the Immortal King. From the memories left behind by the former Immortal King, he knows this one was quite a gifted strategist, and the more capable people he has to use, the better. Though with that slightly cute, dog-like face, he honestly doesn't look all that much like a master strategist. But before their conversation can go any further, it gets interrupted. It's the girl Olivia. She kneels and pays her respects to the king. So what happened all of a sudden? She came to report on the order the king had given her. A report? Speak. He had ordered Olivia to pursue the oath of reversal, to extract every last piece of information she possibly could about the oath of reversal. Her abilities were perfectly suited for that kind of work. So based on that, they widened the investigation west across the continent and even pushed into parts of the Central Empire. And during that search, she found a place suspected to be one of their key strongholds. So she finally found it. Very good, Olivia. The girl vows to devote herself entirely to the king. But the necromancer looks genuinely confused. Olivia has no bones, so how exactly can she devote body and soul? Honestly, it kind of brings Brooke from One Piece to mind. Naturally, she gets visibly tense and shoots him a glare sharp enough to kill. Olivia has no bones, so how can she devote body and soul? Well, there's something he needs you to do right away. Help Olivia. What? He really did get nervous the moment he heard he had to go out with Olivia. After all, she's frighteningly bloodthirsty. Yes, Immortal King. He will obey your command. Olivia, make sure you force them into submission. And if necessary, you may bring Karam. Yes, everything will be done according to the king's will. At last, the trail of the oath of reversal had been uncovered. Just a little longer now. Wait just a little longer. He will come to find you very soon. In the next scene, we move to a city filled with wandering souls. Tabishi, Agirian Empire, Central Continent. Inside one of the houses there, we see a woman with pink hair. For a brief moment, she thinks she caught Olivia's scent. But no, that must have just been her imagination. There's no way they could find me now. Current leader of the Oath of Reversal. Immortal King, she will never live as your slave again. Not a second time. Former succubus of the Undying Army. See you in the next chapter. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Then that beautiful succubus hears someone arriving at her house and quickly returns to her usual human form. Please, come in. Hello, Sienna. Then we see a drunken man introduced as Pledge of Defiance, Andrew Weaver. Ah, you're as stunning as ever, my perfect queen. Enough of that, Andrew. Have you already identified the new leader of the Brokosla clan? Of course. The target is a pure-blood vampire. His name is Heinz. Even if he is pure blood, how did he manage to take control of an entire vampire clan? About that, he still isn't sure. What? That empty answer instantly irritates her, but then something almost funny happens. Sienna's horns start showing. He's already explained this several times before. His skill path is getting close to clairvoyance, but if he wants to see more clearly, he needs to refine it further with karma. And that detail is important, my listeners. Could this Andrew also be someone from Earth like our protagonist, since he mentioned using a shop upgraded through karma? This story really is getting more and more interesting. Enough already. She has no interest in listening to his excuses. The least he could do is provide some usable data. No matter how good a long-range surveillance skill may be, without information, the target will only appear as a blur. Still, it's fortunate that the new Lord of Brokosla is not of sacred blood. That means removing him should be easy enough. Will she deal with it herself, Sienna? As if she would. Then Sienna turns her eyes toward a very old clock, one that appears to be sealed and embedded with magic. The strongest vampire clan on the continent, yup, Persia. We will begin a war of conquest. Back on the other side, we see the protagonist's newest avatar already hard at work. The dwarf. She gathered the data quickly, didn't she? Well, it was a direct order from the Lord, after all. She poured all of Heterosi's resources into it. The properties of metals, how to grip a hammer, and how to apply that knowledge in practice. Just staring at the data alone doesn't really make it easy to understand. But a dwarf is still a dwarf. Howard should be able to make sense of it, shouldn't he? The moment the teleportation circle's cooldown ends, he needs to send him over to Hubert's workshop. All right, she has one more thing she needs to report to the Lord. What is it? She confirmed that Bianchi and Ho are in contact with other factions. Other factions? She plans to dig a little deeper and find out exactly who they are. Bianchi and Ho, what exactly are they trying to pull? Still, there's no reason to worry and deal with it right this second. When the time comes, you should be able to handle them easily enough. Time is on our side. While his clone spent 10 months growing stronger, only a single month passed back on Earth. Then the scene shifts back to the second world, where we see a castle and someone making their approach. A child. He asks what business brought her here. She came to see Mullo. Show her the way. How dare she speak of Master Mullo so casually? Did she have an appointment? An appointment? Does she really need one? If she simply says Breaky, they should know exactly who she is. How insolent. He'll inform Master Mullo, so she should step back for now. But before that can go any further, Mullo suddenly appears behind the servant. There's no need for that. You may leave. Then, to the servant's complete shock, he drops to one knee. Welcome, Master Brokaslack. It's been a long time, Mullo. Master Brokaslack, he said. Then could this person really be the founder of the clan? The sacred blood, Brokaslack herself. As he serves tea, he apologizes for not being able to welcome her properly from the start. Master Brokaslack. Phrygia was not present. TCH. She tells him to just call her Breaky. Brokaslack sounds far too formal. Right, Miss Breaky. This is a serious problem. There should have still been at least 20 years left before her scheduled visit. So why did she appear so suddenly like this? More than that, it feels strangely unsettling. That child from the door earlier. His essence has not changed, but there are far too many things about him now that make no sense. He didn't even recognize his own master. Is that so? He can't really be certain. Don't bother trying to deny it. The same thing applies to you as well. He cannot oppose Lady Breaky. And truthfully, he has no desire to. And for this to happen at the exact moment Lord Hines is away, of all possible times. He clearly inherited her blood, but could that alone really cause such a drastic change? Well then, where is the one who turned him into this? She already knew everything. She was simply testing us. So it has come to this. He is away at the moment. In that case, she assumes she will remain here and wait for his return. Prepare the guest quarters for her. Of course. How very interesting. Truly, this was something she had always dreamed about. A bloodline growing stronger through evolution and the passing down of superior blood. If something like that were truly possible, then perhaps we vampires could also take one step closer to the light. And yet, who would have thought that the moment she awakened from her long slumber, she would find someone who had actually opened that very possibility? It really is fascinating. Her admirable descendant, and the traitor who dared to turn against his own blood. See you in the next chapter. Then, deep in the middle of the frozen forest, a madman suddenly starts shouting at the top of his lungs. All right, everyone who can hear me, all of you can come out now. No more hiding. Harley comes crashing in with a huge leap, the ground shaking beneath him, with the dwarf and the girl alongside him. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Harley. Looks like the subjugation was a success. Are you all right? It was a rough fight. But somehow, he looks even more fired up than he did before. Harley, did scales just appear on your body? Or am I seeing things? Huh, I didn't even notice. Huh, well, anyway, we have no idea when another monster might show up. So let's get back to the Iron Fortress as fast as we can. So they immediately start running toward the city at full speed. But while the protagonist is carrying the dwarf suddenly starts asking questions. So, Harley, you really are incredibly strong. You went alone to fight that monster, and you came back even stronger than before. That's true, isn't it? But if you're really that strong, then why can't I sense Aileen's presence anywhere? You couldn't protect her? Or did something happen out there? At last, the moment he had been waiting for arrives. He's planning to leave Jaonic Steelstone in charge of Howard's education, so there's no way he can let this turn into something messy. Actually, there's a moving story behind all of this. A story? And just like that, the author begins narrating a story that never actually happened. Harley's great adventure too. My comrade, forever. At first, everything was going smoothly. The beast was powerful, but that much had already been expected. But before long, the whole area had already been surrounded in layer after layer. This can't be right. Even for me, how am I supposed to handle this? He poured out all his strength and started cutting the monsters down. But even then, little by little, he was being pushed back. Damn it, there's one behind me too. A surprise attack was just about to land on him. And in that instant, he prepared himself for death. Then suddenly, he heard a sharp sound and saw something shattered on the ground. When he looked closer, he realized it was the enemy's attack, stopped by Aline. She had stepped in and saved him from a fatal blow. Don't die, Aline. He will make sure she is avenged, no matter what. He will never, ever forget that death for the rest of his life. Then, Letting out a savage roar like some kind of super scion, he wrapped his body in a red aura, and scales began to spread across him. The monsters froze in fear at first, but they never even had time to react. He simply wiped out every last enemy in front of him. This is for Aline. Meanwhile, the dwarf had completely broken down and was sobbing without restraint. What a heartbreaking story. And at the exact moment his desire for revenge reached its peak, he realized something. That dragon blood was flowing inside him. It was only because of the final chance Aline gave him that he was able to discover it. In that case, it sounds like you must have had a dragonkin ancestor. Probably from around 300 years ago, with the knowledge lost sometime after the Great War. So that's what it was. Thanks to you. That question has finally been answered. I like this version of the past. He's definitely going to use it. Dragon blood awakening in the middle of a life-or-death crisis. That really is the kind of thing heroes are made of. I knew there was something special about Harley. You really think so? While everyone was talking, the knight suddenly noticed something in the distance. Everyone, please look over there. Just beyond that ridge, that's the Iron Fortress. But why did he stop like that? Look carefully. At the city's entrance, what waited for them was a scene of total war. The ground was littered with monster corpses in every direction. And towering above all of them stood one creature that immediately drew the eye. A mutant minotaur. It's already reached the Iron Fortress. We have to move now. At this rate, everyone inside the fortress will be in danger. Right, let's hurry up and No, let's go save them. To think it brought down the priests of the Holy Order and even the mages of the Magic Tower so easily. Even the mercenary company gathered from all across the continent can't get close to it. He's here. He's finally here. Harley charges toward the monster from the sky. Before the poor creature could even understand what was happening, the protagonist was already above it, gripping one of its horns. A monster from Turok. A monster, is it? Then fine, he'll show this bull what a real monster actually looks like. He equips the scales, gathers every ounce of strength in his body, and tears the monster's horn off without the slightest mercy. So how does that feel, monster? Getting a taste of a real monster yourself? Oh, what? You want to settle this with a contest of pure strength? Like a bull against a man, straight out of some rodeo? Fine then, let's do this. The two of them charge straight at each other at a speed no normal person could follow. All anyone can see is blood flying through the air, while a guard watches the whole thing unfold. In the end, it looks like the bull is the one still standing. But in the very next moment, the truth is revealed. It had already dropped to its knees, one arm gone, while its broken horns fell uselessly to the ground. Well, I'll give you that. You were pretty impressive. But you're still beneath me. The guards erupt into cheers at his victory. We won. We actually stopped the monster. Meanwhile, Harley stores one of the creature's horns in his inventory. This guy's horn should come in handy. It's huge too. Maybe Howard can turn it into some equipment later. And now, for the biggest reward of all. Harley starts devouring the creature's body along with its mana gem. At the same time, a notification window appears. Madness Control is suppressing the madness that has entered your body. When people think of Minotaur genes, they always think about the lower body first. The battle was over. And in the end, while everyone else celebrated the victory, Harley finished devouring the monster. It had been an incredible display. The king's warrior praised him, saying they had won because of him. Harley brushed it off, saying it was nothing much. Talmine Aeonia was here, and he said he wanted to see him in person. So this time, the Lord had personally called for him. He had only just finished fighting, so he really ought to rest for a bit first. But while they were still talking, Harley had already vanished. That idiot was already on his way there. Soon, the king's castle came into view, buried under the heavy winter snow. The protagonist starts to open the door, but a guard quickly stops him. He had already mentioned him to the Lord many times, but still, it would be nice if he showed a little more caution. Is there something wrong with me? He pictured Harley as a complete fool. Is the Lord inside? It's me, Harley. Please, at least try to be polite. There's no need to worry about that. When it comes to manners, he's obviously the best, right? Just let him in. And so, the protagonist finally enters and is brought before the king. So this was the famous strongest mercenary in the entire kingdom. Now we're introduced to the king. Talmine Aeonia, Lord of Aeonia County. Come, sit over here. Hello. The The guard nudges Harley with his shoulder, trying to remind him to be respectful. "Hello, sir." He had heard countless praises about him already, but seeing him in person felt completely different. Oh, he barely knew how to act. In his mind, he had only been doing the job he was paid to do. As he spoke loudly, spit even flew toward the king. Even so, the king found him rather impressive. Did he seriously think speaking formally was all it took? Anyway, aside from the original request, he had also played a huge role this time, so he deserved a reward. A reward? There's really no need for that. At that, the king's tone suddenly becomes more serious. He offers him a position as an official knight of the county, and Harley refuses. Everyone in the room is stunned, including the Lord himself. "You bastard. How dare you turn down the Lord's offer? And what's with that stupid expression on your face? That's enough. Everyone, calm down." Harley waves away that kind of grand offer. All he really wants is a cool axe he can actually use. Right, an axe. He says one will be custom-made for him through Jaonic Steelstone. "Thank you, my lord." He really was generous, just as expected from someone who ruled such a great territory. That's right. I'm not stingy when it comes to giving. Refusing once is fine. He'll definitely find some way to win you over in the end. Oh, as if I'd let you have me for free. I'll just keep dragging you around and wearing you down forever. In the end, the two of them were doing nothing but trying to get the better of each other. Then, without warning, a cold shiver ran down his spine. The scene shifts, bringing us back to the merchant once again. "Lord Merchant," they informed him, "Howard's workshop has finally been completed." "Really? I hope they handled every detail with proper care." "Of course. We set up top-class facilities and assigned skilled personnel to support him. From this point on, if Howard needs anything at all, the Merchant Guild will provide it. Treat him no differently than you would treat me or Harley." "Yes, Lord Merchant." As he made his way through the streets, the merchant was being accompanied by 4 guards. But before long, he sensed that something was off. "What? 4 escorts? Lord Merchant? What?" There was 1 extra guard compared to the usual number. "Your senses are sharp, but you're already far too late." In the next instant, blood burst from the protagonist as he crumpled to the ground, left barely hanging on to life. "Lord Merchant, what the hell is going on all of a sudden? Lord Merchant, what the hell is this supposed to be? Why would a vampire be targeting me? Get a hold of yourself." At last, he died, and a notification appeared before him. "You have suffered a fatal injury from a single strike." And then, all at once, the merchant came back to life. "Lord Merchant, are you all right? Get him somewhere safe immediately." Then another notification appeared. "Instant death immunity has been activated, changing the fatal wound into critical damage. Instant death immunity will now be sealed for 1 full day. If not for that skill, he would have been dead for good." The attacker was a vampire. From the abilities he showed, he had to be at least pure blood. Why would someone that powerful go after an ordinary merchant like him? Just what was the real goal here? If they realize he survived, they will surely return to finish what they started. He decides to leave the matter of identifying them to Hans. For now, his only option is to fall back. He has a private way to contact Howard, so any business matters can be passed along through him. What? But how is he supposed to do that in this condition? They were people recommended by the 3 warriors of the South, so he should be able to place his trust in them. Right now, getting treatment comes first. Then, right in front of the guards, he suddenly disappeared. Sir Hubert? Hubert has been unsummoned back to the dimension of Euterica. Later that same night, in another castle, several figures had gathered before a king. He says he trusts that everyone has made their preparations. Clan Lord Viscupercia. "My lord, there is new information. A report has come in saying the operation in Turok is complete. True blood of the Yup Persia clan, Theodore Yup Persia. Turok? By eliminating the merchant who had been secretly working with the Brocasla clan, we successfully drew their attention elsewhere. Well done, Klein. You have opened the door to war. At last, things are about to become far more exciting in this manhwa." He praises him far too highly. In truth, it was nothing more than a simple assignment. The timing could not be better. We also just finished verifying the information taken from the challenge oath. And that is still not the end of it. The blood gate is finally complete. Does he trust that the coordinates were set properly? Yes. We intend to stop in the city of Rapella first to regroup, then continue on to Teleria. From there, We should reach it within half a day. The king falls into thought. An unidentified vampire has taken control of Brocasla. He is already looking forward to confronting this unknown enemy himself. Everyone, make your preparations. We are heading to Teleria. Meanwhile, Our Lady continues searching for information on behalf of the immortal king. But the souls serving her already look exhausted. My lady, at this rate they will die from being overworked. But she pays no attention to their complaints. While tracing the challenge oath, is she also expected to find the vampire who killed Hubert? My banshees have searched across the entire continent, yet they report that not even a single trace can be found. Today, she planned to inspect only as far as the city of Rapella, and the moment she looked, she spotted something strange. In the distance, a suspicious portal appeared, overflowing with red energy, and then suddenly, several completely pale people stepped out from inside the portal. The souls grew excited the moment they realized what they had found. It seems these are the children, my lady. She needs to report this to the immortal king at once. Even from far away, the immortal king was able to watch the entire situation unfold. So this is an invasion by another vampire clan. In that case, the attack on Hubert must have been meant to split our forces apart. Among the three great vampire clans, the other two are the Eastern Opapo clan and the Central Yup Persia clan. And the one with the greatest military strength is the Yup Persia clan. Olivia had come to the same conclusion as well. If that is true, then Brocaslak's current strength will not be enough. Reinforcements will have to be sent. Meanwhile, back at Heinz's castle, his servant was busy sorting through paperwork when the princess suddenly called for him. Mullo. She says she will be stepping in for a moment. Lady Breaky, welcome. But as soon as she arrived, she noticed something strange in the air around them. Is something wrong? Of course there is. He needs to prepare for battle immediately. Battle? What do you mean? What is happening? Nothing has happened yet. This is only a premonition. Just do as she says and get ready. Stop running your mouth. Do I look like someone who would say something so serious for no reason? It was hard to accept being told to prepare for war so suddenly and without any warning. But a premonition from sacred blood is absolute. Even though she is sacred, when she fights, she looks more like a demon than anything else. Heinz still has not arrived, so sadly, they cannot rely on his support right now. We need to strengthen our defenses immediately. 4 true bloods and 44 pure bloods. We have assembled our entire army. These are all our finest elites. Brocasla will be purified in an instant. There is no need for a long speech. We leave for Teleria at once, before they realize what is happening. Yes, my king. But just before they could depart, the vampire king suddenly felt a chill run through him. He slowly looked up at the sky, and one of his servants nervously asked if something was wrong. There was nothing there except the moon, and even so, he still felt uneasy. This disturbing feeling must be nothing more than his imagination. After all, they are only facing rabble who do not even possess sacred blood. It is nothing. And at last, we are finally introduced to the vampire king. Yup Persia clan, Lord Visk Yup Persia. Sacred blood. By the end of today, we will wipe Brocaslak off the map. High above the world below, the immortal king watched everything through his ability. Eye of the abyss. So they have started moving. A sacred blood from Yup Persia, HM. This is going to be troublesome. And Heinz's summon is still on cooldown. If he steps in himself, it will stand out far too much. Heinrich cannot leave the holy ground either. In that case, the best choice is the mercenary warrior who already holds a grudge against vampires because of what happened to Hubert. So get here quickly, Harley. Meanwhile, on the other side, all that could be heard around Harley was the shouting of the guards. Capture that suspicious ogre. A beast that huge cannot possibly be human. He told them he never said he was. He even has identification from the order right here. Shut up, ogre. Damn it. How many times has this happened already? While Yup Persia surveyed the city, he noticed something unexpected. Now this has become interesting. Is something wrong, Lord Visk? So he was right to feel that unpleasant presence. Brocasla. It seems that ghost has returned from the dead after all. The servant immediately tensed up and began to stammer. Don't tell me. Do you mean the sacred blood of Brocasla is here? But the king only looked more annoyed. And what exactly is the problem if that ghost is here? Can you not see that the king of Yup Persia is standing before you? No, that is not what he meant. He was only concerned that the damage might be enough. We move forward immediately. Make sure nothing is forgotten. We Yup Persia stand above all others. They move to attack the castle. Even so, Teleria's castle stood perfectly prepared. Even the queen had to admit it looked impressive. The barrier is in good shape. What about the rest of your preparations? We gathered as much fighting strength as we possibly could, but the numbers are clearly still not enough. Even in that situation, she answered in a strangely carefree tone, almost joking. We have no choice. They are already right at our doorstep. Mullo then asks whether she can sense their location even now. Of course, and they are about to step inside at this very moment. All of them come crashing in through the window, making an arrogant, triumphant entrance as they arrive. They are right in front of us now. So you are still clinging to life, Brokeslack. I thought she was already on the verge of collapse. Why does this still happen from time to time? Is this the road of Yup Persia? You foolish child. Fine then. He will personally make sure her eyes close for good this time. Just look at him. That child never talks about anything except himself. What an annoying and troublesome little brat. Meanwhile, Mullo was trembling in fear. After all, 2 sacred bloods were standing right before him. This was undeniably bad. Even if Lady Breaky could hold one of them back, there were still 4 true bloods remaining. The gap in strength felt completely hopeless. Even so, there was still one thing they could count on. Mullo prepares the barrier. Within that barrier, the power of their allies is strengthened. They have already stepped onto the land of Brokeslack. Do not think for a second that you will leave here alive. Blood barrier. Come to me, Bredia. Good grief, a whole pack of unwelcome guests has gathered here. All right, get ready. As long as he maintains this barrier, he cannot fight them directly. Protect Brokeslack with everything you have, even if it costs you your life. Yup Persia was surprised for a moment, but soon decided there was no point wasting strength on meaningless distractions. He immediately tries to strike Mullo down himself. After all, if Mullo falls, then the barrier should disappear with him, right? Just before those sharp claws could reach his neck, something suddenly cut through the chaos. Do not interfere with our little game, Ghost. Are you underestimating me far too much, child? She stopped his attack with ease and forced him back in one clean motion. All right then, he will start by getting rid of this ghost in a one-on-one fight. Unfortunately, it seems a child like you needs to be taught a lesson. The 2 sides stare each other down, and then at last, the war begins. Bredia, punish those fools who dared invade our land and drag them straight to hell. Members of the Yup Persia clan, crush those arrogant insects and remind them where they belong. The battle escalates in an instant, but right in the middle of that chaos, we see a clawed hand tear straight through the barrier. The vampires freeze in shock when they see that thing. Something is behind us. What the hell is that? Someone is ripping through the barrier with nothing but their bare hands. So it was this red-haired bastard, the one who tore out the insides of that weakling Hubert. With the eyes of a complete psychopath, Harley says he has finally found him. Wait, Hubert? Is he talking about that merchant who was assassinated before? And then we see Harley standing there in an absolutely brutal pose. Klein, what kind of mission did you carry out? Lord Theodore, he erased every last trace perfectly. But now there is someone right in front of us hunting you down. Are you still going to deny it after this? But he really... My God, you were trying to run away right in front of me. While they were still talking, Bredia did not waste a single second and launched a surprise attack. Her fist slammed straight into the vampire's mouth. What a beautiful punch. Damn it, dealing with this woman is a pain. Call the other nobles. High blood, unbelievable. He wanted to test the strength he had only recently gained. Notifications begin to appear. Vital aura ignited, berserk mode, and madness. Even dragon scales start mixing into the pattern. The servants are left stunned. What the hell is this monster covered in scales? No, every single one of them belongs to that same damn vampire group. He will make them suffer for what they did to Hubert. Harley starts hunting the vampires one by one, treating them like nothing more than ordinary monsters. That guy. The followers of Yup Persia are being slaughtered by this terrifying young man. That witch. Who else did she drag along with her this time? And does he look like he has any reason to explain himself? Even she has no idea why that monster suddenly showed up. Fine, this will not take long anyway. Unlike your followers, his men are actually capable. Incredible, he cannot even follow their movements with his eyes. Even though they seem completely still, they are fighting at the speed of light. clashing so fast it feels like even their thoughts are battling. So this is the famous battle of causality between those of superior bloodlines. And now, at last, you made a mistake, Ghost. Because of that one mistake, her arm was cut off completely. Just as she expected, he really is treating this as a serious fight and giving everything he has to this battle. He was not much before. Maybe she really is getting old. Back in Harley's fight, the vampire has no clue who he is, but he knows one thing for sure. He needs help, because he cannot beat him alone. The dragon had gone completely mad with rage, crushing everything that stood in front of him. Then he noticed that Brokaslack's sacred blood lady was in danger. If he waits for Heinz any longer, it may already be too late. He has to move now and use every weapon he has. Mutagen, the Raging Beast, the Kalka-style combat pattern, Vital Aura, and the Jewel Eye. Subjugation. Harley starts transforming into something monstrous. Once all those powers are combined, the result is finally complete. No one could believe what they were seeing, not even the vampires, and they were monsters themselves. What the hell is that thing? Just look at what Harley has turned into. What kind of monster even is this? It is not something simple like a chimera. This is insane. So this is what it feels like to go all out while using the power gained from consuming the mad dragon. With a grin spreading across his face, he says it with excited anticipation. All right, let's do this. Harley lowers himself like a raging bull, then charges forward with everything he has. Cover fire. That bastard. He actually dares to attack Lord Visk? Damn it, we have to stop him. We need to stop him, but how are we supposed to break into that fight? Harley rushes straight at the Lord, trying to wound him, but his hands slam into some kind of barrier. TSK, his scales are being torn apart the moment they touch that domain. This is the domain of causality unleashed by sacred blood. But if he links the heart of the mad dragon with the power of the Jewel Eye, then it is not something he cannot break through. With a dragon-like roar, he slowly begins forcing the barrier open with his bare hands. And then he finally shatters it, leaving the Lord visibly stunned. In truth, that overwhelming strength left both lords shocked. What the hell? Who is this insane bastard? So he is the boss of all the vampires here, right? Yes. And who exactly are you? You could say he is speaking for the victim. The victim? Harley loses patience and chooses violence without hesitation. If the one responsible does not even know the victim, then with one clean punch to the face, he should become a victim himself. So what do you think of his serious punch? Too bad. It seems he is only seeing illusions inside the space of causality. No way. He definitely felt that impact. Not even close. Did you really think a sacred blood like him would go down from such a cheap attack? Yeah, and he is an idiot. But even so, you really did let that insignificant attack distract you. He is nothing but talk. And then, just when no one expected it, the queen seized the opening and struck the unsuspecting lord, badly tearing into his neck. Damn it. Thank you, elegant young man. Thanks to him, it looks like the balance has shifted back into place. So now, he will return to the fight over there. Then he turns his eyes toward the Lord's mere guards. You bastard. Do you think we will let you get close to Lord Visk again? We will stop you ourselves. Do not worry, this is exactly what he wanted. Because someone else is going to finish off your boss. With several vampires already lying dead on the ground, the redhead starts questioning himself. Mullo, was Brokaslack always this strong? They are actually pushing through despite being outnumbered. No, at this rate he is finished. If he does not find some way to break through, then suddenly the space around him begins to change. What was that just now? The entire area around him had been completely isolated. So it was you. Who the hell is this vampire supposed to be? The bastard who dared lay a hand on our Hubert. Hubert? Without wasting many words, that vampire quickly places his hand over the redhead's heart, forcing a painful groan out of him. He never should have accepted that mission in the first place. First that dragon monster from earlier, and now this insane vampire too. Just who the hell is he? What the hell? What kind of human even is Hubert? That is, after he finishes taking in the vampire's blood. Of course, he is a big shot who will one day dominate the continent's entire world of commerce. System notifications appear. New vampiric factor acquired. Due to the special skill mixed blood factor, the individual's physical abilities have been enhanced. This is the first time he has activated this skill in Euterica. Come to think of it, this is also the first time he has drunk the blood of a vampire other than Brokeslack. That thought starts making him uneasy. Activating skills. Concealment. Invisibility. Mystery of blood. Now then, it is time to make this victory certain. Meanwhile, the bespectacled vampire is being overwhelmed by pressure from our ladies. What makes it even more irritating is how his expression keeps changing from one moment to the next. Everything has gone far beyond what he calculated. Brokeslack should never have been this strong. Then a third voice suddenly cuts in. Are you the second in command of the Yuppersha clan? The question leaves both of them frozen. My lord, he has finally arrived. This man is the new lord of Brokeslack. But why is he just standing there, staring at me like that? If this guy is Yuppersha's number 2, then in simple terms, he fills the same role as Mullo. A wicked smile spreads across his face. In that case, he is a talent that must be recruited. Having Mullo around had been incredibly convenient. What is with that smile on his face? Hey, why the hell is he staring at him like that and smiling? Let me introduce myself properly. My name is Heinz, the new master of the Brokeslack dynasty. Yes, he already knew that much. Right? Then that makes things easier, because soon, this man will be your master as well. What kind of lunatic talks like that as if it could really happen? While the vampire's attention was caught by Heinz's strange presence, Bridia grabbed him from behind and pinned him in place. As Heinz slowly drew closer, the fear only grew stronger. Please, do not do this. Then, with a single bite, the modification process begins. This is Heinz's greatest weapon, the power that turns every vampire into one of his servants. Back in the larger battle, the two sacred bloods stand facing each other once again. How did things end up like this? Visk questions in frustration. Whatever. Where did those bastards from the Rebellion Division disappear to? They were the ones who swore they would rescue Visk the moment danger appeared. Outside, we see the Immortal King with the skill abyss I currently activated. He is genuinely surprised, because he never imagined the Rebel Division would send reinforcements on this scale just to protect Visk. Several bodies lie scattered across the ground, and one thought crosses his mind. The Immortal King truly wants to meet the one commanding them. With a wicked smile, he declares, I guarantee all of you a better job in a better place. That promise truly warms his heart. After becoming a pure blood, the feeling is completely different. Now he no longer suffers nearly as many side effects. Then they finally meet. The saint approaches our protagonist. So this is the famous Heinz. I have always been curious about the boy who became the clan's new master, and he is even more impressive than I expected. Thank you very much, Saint. She is probably the sacred blood vampire of Brokeslack. There is no need for such a long title, just call her Breaky. She likes that name much better. Haha, a shared acquaintance is always valuable, but I think we have left someone waiting a little too long. So this mere pure-blood vampire dares mock me right to my face like this? I will not let a single one of you leave this place alive. Blood runs down his hand as he rushes straight at our protagonist without a moment of hesitation. What exactly do you take me for? Heinz pulls out his blood sword and braces himself, trying to withstand the Lord's savage assault. The fight turns deadly in an instant, and with every clash, Heinz's injuries grow worse. Still, as the battle drags on, he manages to strike back a few times, forcing the Lord to stop and heal. But the moment the Lord's attention slips, Harley suddenly appears. There was no way he had forgotten about me, and Harley drives a heavy punch straight into the Lord's ribs. The blow makes him cough up a mouthful of blood as a pained groan escapes him. Damn coward. In my eyes, creatures like that are worth absolutely nothing. They feel no shame at all, even after sinking to a level of depravity like this. Now it is the saint's turn. You truly think that way? Then where are the vampires who helped you ambush us? She charges at him without warning, forcing him onto the defensive as he realizes it has become 3 against 1. He is meant to become the king of all vampires. He cannot possibly die in a miserable place like this. Fine, I will grant your request. How rude, you arrogant fool. You want to steal the sacred blood by devouring your own kind, and he is not even part of your lineage. If he keeps going like this, he will die screaming under the sheer agony of it. Then again, maybe he is already somewhat used to devouring his enemies. With one more bite, he sinks his fangs deep into the Lord's throat. No way, this man. Could he really have the power to inherit sacred blood from a different lineage? Do not worry about your lineage, Visk. Every vampire you leave behind will belong to me. And understand this as well. Under my rule, they will carry on your legacy. At last, he understood that the end had come for him. He had always carried one dream in his heart, to unite every vampire lineage beneath a single banner and lead them all toward the light. The one destined to raise all vampire kind into glory. At least, that was what he believed until he encountered this vampire, the one true king. I am in a position no one would envy, so why am I laughing right now? Maybe it is because I longed for this dream so deeply. After the Lord dies, our protagonist begins to transform. A crimson aura of blood starts to gather and swirl around his body. Here in Eureka, a brand new sacred blood is born. Then the system notifications begin to appear one after another. I fulfilled the requirements, and my growth began. Special skill. Blood relation, the true one. Blood evolves into blood ties, sacred blood. At the same time, the shape of his face starts to shift as well. He fulfilled the conditions and began evolving. The two skills, concealment and invisibility, merge together and develop into a specialized skill. Erase existence. Heinz. Race. Vampire with sacred blood. Details. By using the mixed blood skill, he forcibly inherited sacred blood and evolved, allowing him to control the Eupertia lineage, even if only to a limited degree, and manipulate part of causality. His transcendental perception rises to a level where the senses seem to overlap, pushing far beyond their normal limits. I can now grasp place and time with ease. I can feel the current of causality itself. Could this really be the power of sacred blood? If not for her, there is no way he would have won that battle. She grows flustered when she notices the way he is looking at her. Maybe he wants to devour her too. Ha ha ha. It was a double-meaning joke he simply could not resist. Ha ha. Thanks to you, Harley got to witness something truly rare. Now that I have had my revenge, I am heading back. I even quit my job just to come here, haha. Thank you, Harley. He was a huge help. There is no need to thank me. They crossed the line the moment they hurt my friend first. We were never on Hubert's company's side. So now I will return to Turok. And with that, we see Harley flying back toward his city. She stares at him with clear suspicion in her eyes. Can we really just let him leave like that? He introduced himself as some suspicious young man. It is fine. He already looked into all of this beforehand. Then if that is what you say, I suppose it is fine. When Heinz notices the vampires lying on the ground are still breathing, a smile spreads across his face. After all, it means the family is about to gain some new members. A few moments later, an explosion erupts somewhere in an unknown location. Tulka Kingdom, the hideout of the Pledge of Challenge. Three apostles stare in shock at the figure that has suddenly appeared before them. Karam? Why is a legion commander of the undead army here? As more and more branches went silent, he assumed the holy orders were behind it. But if that was wrong, then was the undead army responsible all along? One of the skeletons lets out a dry, mocking laugh. So they are only figuring that out now. How unbelievably foolish. That is, until a message arrives from the immortal king. Dwell McCain and Karam move in without hesitation, making sure not a single one of them escapes alive. We will carry out the king's command. Meanwhile, our protagonist searches through the hideout, checking everything carefully, when the queen finally appears before him. My king, you summoned us. These are the scum from the Pledge of Challenge who tried to infiltrate Teleria this time. One quick look is enough to tell me there is an executive among them. Interrogate them and find out where their mastermind is hiding. We will obey the king's order. Hey, stay back. You ghost, do not come anywhere near us. No, get away from us. A moment later, the scene shifts to something peaceful, and the ringing sound of swords being forged fills the air. Good, this feels just right. Just as expected, the sensation is completely different from working with a human body. They really are a race of natural artisans. Back on Earth, even Hubert joins the effort to gather information. And here in Alterica, we can train at nearly 10 times the efficiency of Earth. At first, the process is slow and controlled. Then later, it burns fiercely with intense heat. Air is pumped up from below, feeding the fire and making the flames even stronger. At this rate, he will keep improving until he becomes the greatest artisan of all. His recovery is happening much faster than he expected. The synergy between Alterica's holy law and hyper-recovery goes far beyond anything he had imagined. Once the next teleportation circle arrives, he could send him back. Wait, send him back? If Hubert leaves, then he will be the one stuck studying all that metallurgy knowledge. He thinks it over seriously and quickly comes to the conclusion that there is no way he can allow that. So then, he calls up the system panel. Karma shop. Karma possessed. 1,120,122. Thanks to Heinz devouring the sacred blood, the amount has piled up again. In the meantime, the enhancement cost has risen too, but in the end, the only one who can save him is himself. Then the system notifications begin to appear. Avatar potential increased. You may now choose limited basic traits for the avatar you create. Basic traits. So that means he can pick the avatar's starting skills. Alright then, create avatar. He has to choose one of these. There is clairvoyance, and there is ice resistance, but then there is bond of connection. Then the system gives an explanation. Bond of connection grants additional bonuses upon contracting. That would suit Harris, the spirit elementalist, especially since it only works if there is a contracted target to summon. Wait, so that means a summoner, huh? That actually sounds pretty fun. It could even be converted into a mage later. Good. He has made up his mind and chosen that one. And just like that, the creation of the new avatar begins. Let's see. This handsome guy's name is going to be Hesperon. He is destined to become the greatest summoner, so I am counting on you. The scene shifts once again, this time focusing on the Saintus. Saintus, they say not a single group is absent from today's Continental Summit. Only now, after the madness has spread and worsened across the continent, have they all finally gathered together. Up until now, everyone stayed passive, but after today, many things are bound to change. The Saintus falls silent, lost in thought for a moment. May the future of this land move in the right direction. Meanwhile, a commotion breaks out in the church behind them. We are running short on food. Has the lodging been cleaned and prepared? At the same time, all the church's important figures wait in front of the gate for someone's arrival. At last, the Continental Summit is about to begin. It is a gathering of the heroes who protect this land, especially those of the Central Assyrian Empire and the Rohan Duchy. They only showed active intent to participate after taking direct damage from the madness themselves. This meeting is definitely not going to be an easy one. When the portal finally opens, we at last see who has arrived. They are finally here. The Elven Kingdom. In Drasha, the capital of the continent of Ainamil, we glimpse a quiet moment from the past, with our elf resting peacefully in the forest. The breeze is so gentle, and the sunlight filtering through the leaves feels so soft. It is the kind of calm that soothes not only the body, but the mind and soul as well. Come here for a moment. This feels wonderful. My newest treasure, this beautiful bow. Wow, it really is magnificent. For him, simply surrounding himself with nature and sinking into that poetic sense of awe is more than enough. The name of this bough is Themis. It was made from a branch personally given by the World Tree, then reinforced with the power of spirits and fairy fire, becoming a beautiful weapon fit for any situation. It is exquisitely crafted and stunning to look at, a treasure so refined that only the most exacting person could truly appreciate it. How marvelous! He even leans in and kisses the bough. And while he is still admiring it, system notifications suddenly appear. He fulfilled the growth requirements. The skill familiarity with nature has developed into the special skill integration with nature. Just by relaxing like this, he is once again struck deeply by the overwhelming power of nature. He wishes he could remain there forever, simply gazing at the beauty of the World Tree, but in the end, he has to leave. Before he even notices, he has drifted off for a short nap, only to be awakened by his spirit. Hey, Decibel, someone is coming. Take down the soundproof barrier. Medium sonic spirit, Decibel. Ever since this spirit evolved to the medium level, its ability to isolate sound has become incredibly useful. Hello, Harris. What is keeping you awake at this hour? Soren, the daughter of the current king. She somehow grows more beautiful every single day. It really seems like our elf is falling in love. Things definitely feel a little different now. Just look at those beautiful eyes. Why are you staring at me like that? Somehow, she feels different to him today. All right. It is because today we are going to attend the Continental Summit. So she tried to get herself ready based on the stories she had heard. The stories he told her about the continent of Ion. Harris, do you think I may have exaggerated a little? Wait, so she really prepared herself based on what he told her? Could it be that she dressed and prepared like this because of my stories? Sapphire has changed a lot too. Lately, she keeps asking about him all the time. Whenever we meet, she greets me so kindly now. She hardly seems like the same elf who used to treat him badly back at the school. So what do you think? I brought a little bit of everything, including your share too, Harris. We really do not need all of this, especially since we are not traveling that far. Right? So what should we do? We are taking the wind route, so we will not need much luggage anyway. Still, it is fine. Let us just let Sapphire enjoy herself for now. Right, this is amazing, Sapphire. Thank you so much. Then let us hurry and go already. Everyone else is ready and waiting, and we are going to be the last ones left behind. What a lovely and adorable smile. I think I, as the narrator, may have just found my favorite girl in this manhwa. All right, let us go then. But seriously, is that not too heavy for you to carry by yourself? Do not worry about that. Just come on already. And with that, we finally return to the present. Welcome to the great temple of Rosalia. Thank you for such a warm welcome, Saint. It is unfortunate that our meeting must happen under such grave circumstances. I only hope everything comes to a good end. Meanwhile, the little elf stands there quietly, looking shy and lost in thought. Hello, Saint. I am Cecily Granwood, a high-ranking elf of the Elven Kingdom. Oh my, just look at her. She is so cute and lovable. It truly is wonderful to see you again, and in good health too. Thank you, Saint. While she continues receiving all that praise, the portal behind them keeps working and bringing in more people. Both of the protagonists' clones greet each other, and one after another, more important figures begin to appear. The Magic Tower Alliance has arrived. The Azirian Empire has arrived. The Mercenary Guild has arrived. And just like that, all the leaders of Utrica have gathered in one place. Which means that if they manage to leave a good impression on them, this could become my chance to obtain a treasure through karma. Aha! Both of them look pleased. The knight guides them to their quarters. At the same time, the Elf King receives the new information regarding the Lord, Heinrich. Yes, that is true. The Supreme Ruler has granted me his grace. That is truly reassuring news. They seem eager to cooperate with him. You can leave it to me. Right, this is where you will be staying. Thank you for your kindness. The meeting will begin soon, so please arrive at the designated time. What is it? She is not disappointed or anything like that. From the very beginning, she already knew this was how it would turn out. Take it easy, right? I will just pretend I did not see a thing. And so, at last, everyone takes their seat around the table. Elven Kingdom, Zirian, Titania, the Wildlands, the Central Swamps, the Duchess of Rohan, the Crown Prince of the Duchy of Rohan. Dennis, our duchy is in danger, yet everyone sits here in silence as though nothing at all is wrong. Even with the gentle beasts of the northern mountains, he knows he has to gain something useful from this meeting. Then, at last, the moment comes. The Saint and Heinrich step into the hall. These are the closest aides and companions of the rulers. The atmosphere is so different that it feels like an entirely separate world. Right, that must be the newly chosen saint. She looks just a little nervous. That is only natural, considering how rare a gathering like this truly is. The Heavenly Order. Thank you all for coming such a long way despite your busy duties and responsibilities. And with those words, the Continental Summit officially begins. We are shown each person gathered there in detail, every king and every emperor present. Then the meeting truly gets underway as the opening of the Continental Summit is formally announced. As all of you already know, the third immortal king has revealed himself before the entire world. The Celestial Order was manipulated, and because of that, the vampire clans were driven into conflict with one another. He also carried out cruel biological experiments inside the monster forest. And after that, he invaded the great temple itself, leaving many dead and wounded behind. A wave of shock spreads through everyone gathered in the room. Even Heinrich is shaken. At that moment, he realizes just how terrifying this so-called Hans really is. But the true root of the disaster is the Abyss Madness. It has spread across the entire world with frightening speed, like wildfire. After carrying out our investigation, we came to one conclusion. The only choice left is to locate the core of that madness and seal it away. The core of madness? Did something like that really exist at all? And even if it does, how exactly do you plan to seal it? If matters have reached this point, then there is no doubt it must already be in the Immortal King's possession. That is correct. And since it is clear the Immortal King is the one who spread this madness, we intend to borrow your strength to hold him in check. A voice suddenly rings out through the meeting hall. Are you asking for our help? Are you trying to place that burden on our shoulders? Then we are shown who spoke. The crown prince of the Assyrian Empire, Simon Cart Assyrian. If the heavenly order had properly dealt with the fragments of the immortal king from the start, none of this would ever have happened. Those sharp words leave the church's representatives visibly shaken. Still, this works in his favor. From the start, he had planned to weaken the regime's influence and strengthen the empire instead. Because I am the one destined to become the emperor who rules this land, and I will allow no one to stand above me. He understands exactly what those words are meant to imply. Did he really cut me off without a second thought just because you happen to agree with him? Breaking a promise is the act of a coward. But our system, the system of the supreme ruler, has never once turned away from its responsibility. And yes, our history has been stained by blood. 1,000 years ago, and even 300 years ago, we never turned our backs, and we never fled. And it is the same now. We are not denying our mistakes, but I promise you this. He will stand at the very front lines in the battle against the immortal king, because that is the message we intend to show the world. Everyone in the hall is stunned by such measured and powerful words. For a moment, he almost seems like a messiah, someone sent to bring an end to the chaos consuming the world. The saints and the rulers of the other nations are left visibly bewildered. As expected of the saint, he has always placed his trust in the heavenly order. And who here would dare question their integrity? Damn it, he completely turned this around on me. Fine, then I will wait and watch. Oh, great ruler, I have heard your words. On karma. The karma reward starts increasing at an astonishing pace. Oh, saint, thank you. What you said truly reached my heart. You are welcome. More importantly, he can see the others growing excited, and for the moment, it seems the tension in the room has softened a little. Meanwhile, the Duchy of Rohan is in desperate need of aid. What are you talking about? Our alliance is in even worse shape. We are boxed in by the northern desert on 3 sides. We understand that all of you are anxious, but at a time like this, we have no choice but to stand together. Then do you already have a plan? Yes. If we did not, we would never have called all of you here today. Our system proposes the creation of a heroic commando brigade to take the fight directly to the immortal king. The announcement shocks everyone in the room, even the protagonist, because even he had never heard of this plan the church was preparing. The Commando Heroes Brigade, its official title, will be the Anti-Immortal King Special Strike Force. While the Continental Alliance Army prepares the battlefield, this band of heroes gathered around the saint will rise as a historic force, carrying the burden of confronting the Immortal King directly and ending the war by defeating him. But a commando unit? Is that not basically a squad being sent to its death? Exceptional talents will be selected and recruited from every nation. A true squad of heroes. If that is the case, then the Empire has someone we would like to nominate. Oh, and who might that be? Viscountess Isaiah Prieston. She is a remarkable young witch and one of the greatest treasures of our empire. There is no doubt that Isaiah Prieston has the strength for it. He agrees with that assessment. He had already heard of her back during the Tiberi Affairs. She is a great witch, someone who earned her title entirely through her own strength. Would they really offer up such a gifted person for a mission this dangerous? Or is she simply a thorn in their side? Speaking of that, was it not said that the Marquis of Sarrington from the Kingdom of Lysk was an exceptional fighter too? And what is that supposed to mean? We will choose our own kingdom's representative. Besides, have I not heard that your side also has a brilliant technician? What? Every single one of them is nominating talented people from other countries. It is almost as if they are treating my group like a graveyard for their inconvenient talents. But he intends to turn every one of them into heroes and bring them all back alive and unharmed. I wonder what kind of faces they will make when that happens. With that, today's meeting comes to an end. The second meeting will be held tomorrow at the same hour. The members of the assembly begin to leave, chatting quietly among themselves. The first day was exhausting. It really was, and there is still so much left to discuss tomorrow. Meanwhile, our elf is off to the side, happily eating while enjoying the view. What are you eating, Harris? This is the perfect continental snack for a moment like this. I brought it from the copy cloud. She wants to try some too. Please? We really should not be ending the meeting this easily. And now the popcorn is gone too. Then the glass slowly begins to crack, though our elf already understands what that means. Everyone, should you not pull yourselves together a little? What? What is happening? Alas, he missed the meeting itself. It is the immortal king, wearing a terrifying mask. The only reason he was late was because he wanted a mask worthy of the day of reckoning. Immortal king, how dare you show yourself here? Everyone, prepare yourselves for battle. Holy knights and knights templar, assemble at once. Move, quickly, quickly. This is the saint's command. They manage to form the barrier. Then the main hall fills with countless golden flashes, forming a radiant aura all around it, and even causing the immortal king to pause in surprise for a brief moment. The sacred barrier will protect us. Everyone, get inside the barrier at once. He reaches out to touch the barrier, only to be completely repelled by it. This is an incredibly powerful barrier. I can see your limbs shaking in fear just from looking at me. Seriously, what a bizarre mask. It really does make him look exactly like a villain, do you not think? I have prepared thoroughly for this meeting with you, Saint Heinrich. Well then, everything is unfolding exactly according to plan. And now, with the immortal king having stormed the continental summit itself, the leaders of the world can no longer avoid the danger standing right in front of them. This is where the war truly begins. Heinrich, I admire your courage, but you hold no power over me now. My strength has multiplied many times over. Really? But he is the one who will be defeated here. Ho ho ho, where is all that confidence coming from? Fortunately, Heinrich is not standing here alone. Oh, how troublesome. Since he has arranged things this way, there is nothing else we can do now. Will this system really take responsibility if anyone gets hurt? High Elf Lavery. Lionel, representative of the Wildlands. And Conbol, the current mercenary king of the Mercenary Guild. And with the strongest figures on the continent all gathered here, how could anyone possibly doubt it now? Saint Heinrich. Even so, the immortal king just kept laughing like a lunatic. Those fools are utterly useless. How truly amusing. What exactly is so funny to you? Before anything else, let him clear up your misunderstanding. You really think yours are the only forces assembled here? Impossible. Then all of you should take a good look beneath your feet. Excellent. He had been waiting for the perfect chance to watch his new followers carry out their role. Lady Ghoul Fiona, the horrifying Ghost Baguz, Death Knight Karam. Fight, my servants, and win glory for the immortal king. The king of death, the one you call your king. The elf king is the first to move. Purify these evil spirits. A massive explosion tears through the skeleton army. How dare such filthy souls try to block my path? And just like that, the first collision begins. The terrifying Ghost Baguz clashes head-on with the elf kingdom. Zirian, wipe out the immortal king's army. Get the guests safely inside the barrier. At the same time, Karam cuts down everyone who dares appear before him. What entertaining little scarecrows. This is the king's command. Slaughter every enemy. Their movements are strange. It's like they're choosing certain targets and eliminating them one by one. Is it only supposed to look that way? Haha, everything is proceeding nicely. They may find it revolting, but there is no way out now. Because I refuse to accept this. Kill those rotten scoundrels exposed by the investigation. Immortal King, your opponent is me. I will assist you, Saint. Me too. Bah, Hannibal Stewart W's. So you mean to overturn the order of this place? When the two forces collide, the impact is overwhelming, and the entire place is torn apart in the process. Good. You've made them feel enough danger by now. Then it is about time I play my role too, just to make the price of the popcorn worthwhile. Harry, if Heinrich was the star of the last battle, then today belongs to him. It's time for your first entrance, Themis. If Heinrich was the main character before, then this time the spotlight falls on him. It's your debut now, Harris. Harris, what are you trying to do? Father told us to remain here. His body was feeling stiff, so he figured he would casually fire a few arrows. What? Is this really the moment to be using the word casually? Normally, The gap in strength should be impossible to overcome, but there is still one way. Lord Harris. Lord Harris, what is he trying to do this time? You know how dangerous this is, don't you? Of course he does. But he has no intention of just standing here and doing nothing. Then the elf felt something different awaken inside him, the calling that must be the elf's duty to protect the world. Then he would help as well. He raised a shield to guard him. Very well, my girl. Let's put an end to this monster right here. He starts readying his bow, calling upon the three spirits of fire, water, and lightning. He takes aim from above, focusing with every bit of concentration he has. Watching the two of them in combat, he carefully locks onto the immortal king, making sure there is no chance of striking his ally instead. That power is enough to shock even the immortal king, and the arrow of the nature spirits flies straight into his face. And yet, the immortal king only laughed as if none of it mattered. Then, little by little, the mask began to crumble away, exposing the immortal king's true face. Everyone stares in shock at what just happened. Oh my God, the immortal king's mask was shattered by a single strike. And then a system notification suddenly appeared. The entity has met the special skill. Child of the World Tree evolves into heir of the World Tree. At last, the conditions to become a high elf had finally been fulfilled. World Tree, this isn't some kind of advance payment, is it? The demons grew furious after letting their guard down and allowing the immortal king to be hit. How dare you? We will kill you right here and now. They rushed straight toward Harris, who was being shielded by two guards. But before they could even strike, the immortal king coldly declared that this was already enough. Interesting. He had thought you were nothing more than a minor insect, but it seems you possess an unexpected talent. That changes things. And for that reason, he would be withdrawing for today. Who says he gets to leave? Does he think this is some place he can enter and leave as he pleases? Calm yourself, Saintus. He understands your anger, but the damage has already become severe enough. Then the entire evil army began slipping back into the shadows as though none of this had ever happened. Do not look so disappointed. Haven't you all been quite busy lately? Just dealing with those monsters consumed by madness should already be more than enough to overwhelm you. Hannibal Strauss, the next time we meet will be the day you die. He would gladly return those very words to you. So look forward to it, to the moment of destruction he personally intends to grant you. True despair has not even begun yet. And with that, he disappeared in an eerie and mysterious way. Isn't his acting starting to feel more natural now? Even the protagonist seemed a little thrilled by a performance like that. Move the wounded to the healing room at once. Escort the envoys first. What in the world did he mean by saying that true despair has not even begun yet? It sounds like he still has another scheme hidden away. We need to stay on guard. Once things finally settled down, the elves came over to congratulate Harris. You were incredible, Harris. I never imagined you could unleash that kind of power. That's right, we weren't the only ones shocked. Even the envoys had their eyes on you, Mr. Harris. Ahaha, he was just lucky. It's not fair. He's pulling ahead of me again, leaving behind a faint little sting of envy. But that joyful mood did not last long, because the church soon interrupted it. We cannot allow ourselves to celebrate yet. I believe everyone here now understands how grave the situation is. To our shame, we failed to stop the immortal king's intrusion. We desperately need everyone's cooperation. He agreed. It had now become clear that there was no longer any truly safe sanctuary left. That is why we must help one another from this moment on. Right. Let everyone lend their strength to the formation of the Heroes Task Force. We will step forward actively as well. The saint could not hide her happiness. Everyone. It seemed there were indeed a few people mixed in with hidden motives, but still, there were also those who were sincerely offering their help. Sorry for interrupting this meeting, but urgent news has just come in. They say every border defense line of the Rohan Dukedom has collapsed. What? What in the world is going on? Surely they should have been able to hold out at least a little longer. They say the defense lines on three sides collapsed at the same time for reasons still unknown. On top of that, there were terror attacks on the dukedom's major facilities around the same time. So this is what he meant when he said despair had not even begun yet. It has to be the work of the immortal army. Even that raid must have been meant to draw our attention away. But it wasn't. What kind of situation is this? Still, he knew exactly the kind of bastards who would pull off something like this. The Oath of Reversal. So those bastards have started moving. Saintus, is that really true? Everyone, regarding this matter, Cardinal Pyrii of the Empire's great temple of Jaren has decided to step forward personally with his elite forces. We will never give up, not until the very end. So please, do not give up either. Everyone already suspects Hans, so in a way this worked out well. Since the Continental Alliance has decided to stand against the Immortal King, Hans should play along too. And so the scene returns to the Immortal King. After weighing many different conditions, he had chosen the most suitable location. It was neither too far from the dukedom nor too close. A fertile land steeped in thick, ominous energy. Well done, my Queen Olivia. So this was how he intended to use that forbidden knowledge. He began chanting magic over the pentagram. As he recited an ancient spell, he laughed. Aha, listen well, everyone. The Continental Alliance says it will stop our immortal army. Then we too must show them our resolve. Watch closely. This is his will, the sign that will once again drench the entire continent in fear, and the symbol of a new dark age. Aha, come then. Fight, proud Continental Alliance. The scene then shifts to the southern continent of Ion. There, a mysterious man wrapped in a black cloak comes into view. So, the Immortal King has finally moved to annihilate the Duchy of Rohan. Yes, at the very least, he should have done this much. His incompetence had become unbearable to watch. What a strange place. Is it finally time for me to step in? This guy, and that tattoo on him, reminds me of someone. No, like Dragon from One Piece. Then he leaps off the cliff and finds a cave leaking madness. If so, then he should test the seeds of madness. Once again, the scene returns to the Immortal King's new castle, where he now stands surrounded by his newly gained subjects. There, he begins carefully analyzing the Duchy of Rohan and the shape of this new war unfolding before him. The Duchy of Rohan is boxed in by northern mountains on three sides, like a fading candle just before it goes out. Still, his mind remained calm, knowing the Empire and the Holy Church had not simply stood by doing nothing. For now, it will be difficult for Heinrich to make a move, especially while he cannot abandon his post during the formation of the Hero Squad. And then, all of a sudden, an apparition appears before him. My Lord King, have you discovered something, Olivia? She compared the list of members from the Insubordination Division that you gave her with the information taken from the executive they arrested not long ago. Is he the sheik rumored to be managing the Toko branch? As a result, among the people he had already been watching, he uncovered a collaborator. Wait, a collaborator? The location is the city of Tuvia, near the capital of the Asrian Empire. If it is Tuvia, then that city falls directly under the Emperor's authority. That means a high-ranking collaborator from the Disobedience Division is there. The one who secretly moved the Uberjo clan. Then the succubus reappears, panicking as she hurriedly starts ordering everyone to retreat. Hurry, move, now. We have to be out of here within 10 minutes. This makes no sense. There's no way they should have found this place already. She's here. Where did she leave behind a trace? She had even hidden the fact that she was a succubus. Would she really go back to the Immortal Army? She hated that place with everything she had. We want you in the Immortal King's army. Welcome. Damn it. He should have fled back when the pencil sharpener first appeared. That savage first showed up during the fight against you. Persian. And then suddenly his vision went black, while the reinforcements from the rebellion department were completely cut off. There has to be another faction out there targeting us. If the information leaks here, then the danger will become even worse. Hey, Andrew, did you pack the contracts we were working on? Yes, Sienna. He made sure to handle her matters first. As long as we grab what truly matters to us and escape, we should still be fine. The city is covered with every kind of defense imaginable. And this palace is fortified even more heavily than that. Unless the Immortal King himself comes, we still have a chance to survive this. But in the very next moment, they are suddenly attacked. Impossible. They're already here? That fast. It's an invasion. But why now? And why so suddenly like this? So he sees that she has been living in quite a bit of comfort lately. Impossible. She had been counting down the days, waiting for this very moment to come. There is no doubt now. If he is saying that, then you were deliberately hiding yourself all this time. Never. He prepared all of this for the day you would finally appear, my Lord King. That kind of writing may frighten others, but it cannot fool him. He uses the ability Eye of the Abyss to seize control over her once again. Sienna, the psyops specialist of the devil race. During the era of the previous immortal king, she ranked among the top 10. For a devil to take on the identity of a noblewoman so completely is astonishing. She truly is the perfect talent for covert missions. Oceana, did she really think she could deceive her king, the god of death, the one who created all things and is destined to rule the world? Now it is time to fulfill the contract that was made 300 years ago. Then he begins to control her mind, thoroughly reshaping her from within, changing her completely into a new woman, a new demon. For the immortal king, eternal life. My eternal loyalty. She is even rather cute, the most beautiful among the demons. The immortal king and Olivia are both pleased, because it feels as though they have finally recovered a lost lamb. Damn, she really has returned to the immortal army. That shield is incredibly ugly. My sister, please do not cry. These are tears of happiness. She is overjoyed to have returned to the ranks of the great immortal king's army. Hey, what a loyal follower she turned out to be. He can see your true nature, Sienna. By the way, who is this man? There is an enormous amount of mana inside his body, yet there is no sign that he ever learned magic or aura. Sienna, he thinks you still have not introduced him properly. Hey, Andrew, hurry up and introduce yourself. Greetings, my king. My name is Andrew Weaver. Andrew is a hero she personally brought in for our great cause, and once you see what he can do, even you will be surprised. And she is left astonished. He comes from another world. In other words, he belongs neither to the world of demons nor to the world of spirits. If he is from neither the demon world nor the spirit world, then was he the one who did it? Yes, your majesty. He came from a place called Earth. Everyone, I have some unfortunate news for fans of this manhwa. It seems all my alter egos or tycoons will be taking a break and is expected to return in April with its second season. Here is the message they shared.